Up. Qin Xiao shot up from the bed drenched in cold sweat. Where is this? He stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Wasn't he just at home dozing off while watching a movie? Qin Xiao had a bad habit. Every night, he would clutch his phone watching movies until he fell asleep. Falling asleep to a movie was one thing, but he was also afraid his phone would run out of battery, so he watched while it was plugged into the charger. He did not know whether it was the summer heat or if something was wrong with his phone's cooling. Just as Qin Xiao was half asleep, the phone exploded. Yes, the phone exploded. Then what is this now? Did I transmigrate? Qin Xiao racked his brains trying to piece together what had happened. A torrent of memories surged wildly through Qin Xiao's mind. Only after a long while did he finally understand his current situation. He was indeed transmigrated into a parallel world very similar to Earth. The person whose body he occupied even shared his name, though this Qin Xiao's fate was far more miserable. His parents had died unexpectedly, and most of the family property had been swindled away by relatives. After finally mustering the courage to stake everything, he mortgaged the house to start a business with a friend. He was then ruined by the combined betrayal of that friend and his girlfriend. Not only did he lose every last cent, he also ended up buried in debt. Then, Qin Xiao glanced at the bottle of pesticide on the bedside table, a highly toxic herbicide known as paraquat. He lived in a cramped, dilapidated rental, an old ground-floor garage converted into a room damp and stifling. He owed more than 3 million, while all his worldly possessions amounted to just over 500 yuan. Betrayed by his closest friend and the woman in his bed. How cursed was that? Even the transmigrated Qin Xiao now felt an urge to simply end it all. What kind of hellish beginning was this? Should he try dying once more to see if he could transmigrate again? Qin Xiao's gaze drifted once more to the paraquat on the bedside table. He shook the thought away. Better a wretched life than a clean death. If he died for good, that would be the greatest loss of all. It was only dead. He could slowly find a way. This body was only 23. There was still a long lifetime ahead. Qin Xiao murmured these words to comfort himself. Just as he was pondering his next step, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. World entrance detected, binding system. A surprise. Qin Xiao's spirits lifted. He sat up with a thump and lit a cigarette. After about 20 seconds, a soft beep sounded in his mind. Binding successful. System activated. Host Qin Xiao. A world entrance has been detected. Will you transmigrate immediately? Wait, don't just throw me into another world right away. Tell me what functions you have first, and what do you mean by a world entrance? Qin Xiao hurriedly spoke in his mind. This system can provide the host with transmigration services. By completing missions, the host can earn points which may be exchanged for various items in the system mall. Open the mall, and let me see what I can exchange for. Host authority insufficient. The mall will unlock after the host completes missions and earns points. The system's voice was utterly mechanical, devoid of life. At least let me know what kinds of things there are. Skills, gene enhancements, money, and so on. For details, please unlock the mall as soon as possible. Though the system was far from detailed, Qin Xiao understood his golden cheat had arrived. Then what about the world entrance? What does that mean? Qin Xiao shifted to another question. Transmigrating to other worlds requires coordinates. Residual world coordinates have been detected on the host's body. This time the system was unexpectedly considerate, not only answering, but also projecting an image into Qin Xiao's mind. It was a scene he knew all too well. A massive, clumsy steel battle armor stood at the mouth of a cave, raising its right arm. Flames spewed outward from it. All around stretched an endless desert. Iron Man. Qin Xiao realized it. This was exactly the movie he had been watching before his phone exploded. So the world entrance led to Iron Man's world. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. That was a world where superheroes filled the skies. What could someone with a body like his possibly accomplish there? System, that world seems a bit dangerous. Can't you give me some benefits in advance? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete any missions. Qin Xiao haggled in his mind. There is no reward without sacrifice. The host should understand this principle. Besides, given the host's current situation, what is there left to lose? You've got to be kidding me. From the system's utterly toneless voice, Qin Xiao could actually hear a hint of disdain. Still, it was right. Looking at the wreck his life had become. What was there left to fear? He had finally transmigrated and even gained a system. How could he not seize this chance? Let's do it. Transmigrate. Now. Qin Xiao had nothing left to hesitate over. His life here was a complete mess, without the system. He could only shoulder the debt, first find a job just to survive, and then slowly think about repayment, let alone seeking justice for the Qin Xiao who had died. Congratulations to the host. Your courage is commendable. Before transmigration begins, be informed time in reality will be frozen during the process, so the host may proceed without concern. After completing the required mission, the host may choose to return to this world. Transmigration commencing in 3, 2, 1. As the system finished counting down, Qin Xiao's vision went black and consciousness slipped away. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing on a dilapidated street. There were hardly any people around. Trash and fallen leaves littered the ground. Rows of 2-story buildings looked old and worn. It was clearly a very poor neighborhood. System, tell me where this is. Qin Xiao asked in his mind. Identity has been loaded. Relevant memories have been generated. The host may review them independently. The memories provided by the system were very strange. Unlike the dead Qin Xiao's memories which had fully fused into his mind. This world identity's memories were like a book he had to read through. There was no sense of having personally lived them. Qin Xiao, 22 years old, graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles. He had achieved excellent grades and received a scholarship from Stark Industries. This had granted him the opportunity to intern at Stark Industries. It seemed the system was not so bad. At least it had given him an identity close to the protagonist. Though it was hardly realistic for an intern to meet Tony Stark, he at least had a sliver of a chance, didn't he? Muttering a few words, Qin Xiao continued flipping through the memories. What came next was quite intriguing. At 13, a black family living next door was invaded by a large group of Hydra terrorists, and the ensuing battle spilled into his own home. His parents died in that battle. Perhaps out of guilt, the black man next door had been funding Qin Xiao's education and living expenses ever since. Over the years, they had maintained close contact, and this time Qin Xiao had come to Baltimore, the capital of Maryland, to find that man. He wanted to tell him the good news that he had secured an internship at Stark. That man's identity was that of Isaiah, the original super soldier before Steve Rogers. Isaiah, the first-generation super soldier, appeared in the story later known as the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He enlisted during World War II and underwent enhancement experiments only to be imprisoned afterwards and subjected to 30 years of human experimentation by the government, then even after his release relentlessly hunted by Hydra assassins. Among those hunters was the Winter Soldier himself. Qin Xiao could not understand why the system had assigned him such an identity, nor why it had thrown him into this place. When he tried to question it, the system only told him that the host had to explore on his own. Yet, judging from his current identity and experiences, it was clear the system was not acting in vain. To better blend into this role, Qin Xiao kept flipping through all the memories related to Isaiah along the way. After walking roughly the length of a street, Qin Xiao arrived in front of an old house. He hesitated for a moment, then still reached out and pressed the doorbell. Who is it? A dark-skinned old man with hair and beard streaked with gray came out. Judging by his appearance alone, one would never guess he was already 88 years old. At most, he looked like he was in his early 60s. By the way, the time Qin Xiao had arrived in was the year 2008, just before Tony Stark was kidnapped. Oh, Qin Xiao, my child. How are you? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah enthusiastically opened the door wide and pulled him into a hug. Qin Xiao hesitated for a heartbeat, then still placed his hands on Isaiah's back and returned the old man's embrace. What's wrong, child? Has something happened? Sensing a faint unfamiliarity in Qin Xiao, Isaiah asked in puzzlement. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that you've already been like this since I was little, and now that I've graduated from college, you still haven't changed at all. I just feel a bit sentimental. Qin Xiao answered cleverly. You know, I age a little more slowly than ordinary people, and my body is a bit stronger than most, so. Isaiah spread his hands with a helpless look. The abilities granted by the super soldier serum had brought him nothing but harm. Those 30 years of never seeing the light of day of being used for human experiments tormented him without cease. Come in. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Isaiah pulled Qin Xiao into the house. In the storyline arranged by the system, Qin Xiao had witnessed Isaiah's superhuman side since he was a child. For a long time after Qin Xiao's parents passed away, he had lived with Isaiah. There were no secrets between them. Later, fearing that Hydra might come again, and for the sake of Qin Xiao's safety, Isaiah sent him to a social welfare institution, providing him only with financial support from the shadows. Didn't you say you were going to look for a job in Los Angeles? Why did you suddenly come all the way to the East Coast to see me? It was obvious Isaiah was very happy to see Qin Xiao, yet he did not approve of Qin Xiao showing up so suddenly. The reason was safety. I got an internship opportunity at Stark Industries, and I thought I should come and tell you in person. Qin Xiao tried his best to make his expression appear a little more proud. Oh, my God. Stark Industries, that's marvelous. I knew you could do it. We have to go out and buy a few things tonight. We're going to have a proper drink. Isaiah stood up, delighted as he spoke. There was a loud bang. The two of them had been sitting facing each other, and just after Qin Xiao finished speaking, Isaiah suddenly rose and took 2 steps to the side. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, a bullet pierced through the window, and whistled past where Isaiah's head had been a second before. Then from above shot straight through Qin Xiao's chest and abdomen. Caught completely unprepared, Qin Xiao only felt a numb jolt in his chest, and then warm blood began to spread slowly along the fibers of his clothing. Damn, just my luck, he muttered. Murmuring those words, Qin Xiao tilted his head and slipped into unconsciousness. In the darkness, he felt as though every cell and every drop of blood in his body began to boil. An itch, one that burrowed down to the bone, rose within him as though tens of thousands of ants were crawling back and forth inside his body. Then came the pain, as if a massive hydraulic press were ruthlessly crushing his entire body into minced meat. His consciousness seemed trapped in endless darkness, experiencing waves of searing pain and unbearable itching in turn, yet he had no body through which to struggle. He had no idea how long had passed when he finally opened his eyes again. The first thing that came into view was Isaiah's face. Eyes reddened. "You finally woke up, child. God be praised. Damn it, I told you shouldn't have come back to see me." Isaiah's face was filled with a tangle of joy, guilt, and self-reproach. "What happened?" "I was shot." Qin Xiao struggled to raise his upper body. He found himself in a dim room that looked more like a basement than anything else. On the nightstand sat a heart rate monitor, and beside it a tray holding a scalpel, forceps, and some blood-stained gauze and cotton. There was also a bullet still smeared with blood. "Looks like I'm fine now," Qin Xiao said, bracing both hands as he tried to sit up completely. Strangely, his body did not send back the pain he had anticipated. Qin Xiao glanced down at himself and saw that his wound had already scabbed over. There was no pain at the wound, only a faint itch, the sensation of an injury on the verge of complete healing. How long was I unconscious?" Qin Xiao asked in astonishment. "Less than 3 hours, Isaiah replied after glancing at his watch. "Then what about this wound?" Qin Xiao pointed at his chest. "You lost too much blood. After I dealt with the assassin, there was no time to get you to a hospital, so I could only risk treating you myself. Fortunately, I had prepared some basic medical equipment. As for your wound," Isaiah continued, "like I said, there was no time for a hospital. I remembered that you and I share the same blood type. I know this was extremely dangerous, but thankfully you did it. You survived the transformation of the serum." Isaiah spoke with a hint of guilt. Qin Xiao's heart leapt. Did that mean he had in another sense been injected with the super soldier serum? Waves stirred in his chest, and his hands, betraying his agitation, clenched with a bit too much force. To his surprise, the metal guardrail beside the makeshift hospital bed crumpled under his unconscious grip. I've become a super soldier." Qin Xiao stared at his own hands in disbelief. He had taken a bullet to the chest with no preparation at all, and after waking up, he had become someone like Captain America. "I'll get you a glass of water." Compared to Qin Xiao's excitement, Isaiah only sighed, rose silently, and walked out to pour water. System, what on earth is going on? Don't you dare say this has nothing to do with you." Qin Xiao called out to the system in his mind. "Beginner's gift pack. In a world this dangerous, this system must at least grant the host some small capital to stay alive. Isn't it a pleasant surprise?" the system replied. Qin Xiao nearly spat up blood. Being a super soldier was certainly wonderful, but couldn't it have warned him beforehand? And did it really have to be done this way? Qin Xiao voiced his thoughts, directly questioning the system. "This is to help the host perfectly integrate into this world and to better explain the origin of your abilities. I hope the host can understand my painstaking efforts and not bite the hand that feeds him," the system said. "Damn it, if you've got the guts, come out here and see if I won't cut you down." The super soldier directly transfused blood to an ordinary person and successfully birthed another super soldier. Qin Xiao actually found this rather absurd. However, this is the Marvel universe where a mere spider bite could lead to transformation, not to mention that he also had a system at his disposal. In any case, no matter how one looked at it, he finally had a bit of self-defense capability, didn't he? Just now, Qin Xiao casually tried it out on the road and effortlessly lifted a pickup truck with one hand. Though due to the angle, he only lifted one side from his own experience, the weight of a car seemed negligible to Qin Xiao. After such an incident, Isaiah felt very guilty. After instructing Qin Xiao to never casually reveal his abilities and confirming that Qin Xiao's injuries were not serious, he felt slightly relieved. This poor old man with red-rimmed eyes drove Qin Xiao out of his secret underground room. Qin Xiao knew that once he left, the old man would likely move away, making it difficult for him to find him again. Although their relationship was altered by the system, the affection the old man felt for him was genuine. He would have to find a way to repay him in the future. In any case, according to the narrative, Isaiah was doing just fine after the events of Avengers Endgame. For now, he should focus on taking care of himself. The system had already issued its first task to get close to Tony Stark and successfully attract his attention, ensuring he remembered your name for the subsequent tasks. In reality, the task was quite challenging. Tony Stark was a genius scientist, CEO of Stark Industries, and the public face of the richest man in America and even the world. Especially with his current personality, he was extremely difficult to approach. Qin Xiao couldn't just rely on the power he had from Isaiah's blood to get close to him. Whether or not he would call the police was one thing, but looking at Isaiah's past experiences, Qin Xiao did not want the government or military conducting human experiments on him. He would think of a way slowly, but in 2 days it would be time to report to Stark Industries. Qin Xiao bought a plane ticket crossing the entire United States from the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries was large with offices in both New York and Los Angeles. The place where Qin Xiao would intern was precisely the headquarters of Stark Industries in Los Angeles. The internship position was that of a laboratory assistant. The so-called laboratory assistant was essentially just a flunky, a laborer. At Stark Industries, he would be running errands, copying documents, and serving tea. Thus, Qin Xiao became a 9-to-5 office worker in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, commuting daily between Stark Industries and his small apartment. Fortunately, Stark Industries offered decent pay and the laboratory work was sufficiently easy. Life was quite good, but the task still seemed far away. After working for over 2 months, let alone getting close to Tony Stark, Qin Xiao had not even seen him once. The only one he had seen was the villain from Iron Man. The bald man named Obadiah had come to the laboratory several times, but Qin Xiao had only seen him from a distance. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. When would he be able to complete the task? It was now April 2008. Who knew when Tony Stark would head to Afghanistan? Once he became Iron Man, getting close to him would be even more difficult. Qin Xiao was standing in the break room, holding a cup of coffee, lost in thought. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline wearing a lab coat entered the break room, holding a cup. Qin, why do you look so glum? Did your girlfriend dump you, or have you encountered some trouble? Come on, tell me. You know, at my age, I can always give young people some good advice. Oh, Dr. Rex, thank you for your kindness. I just feel that this job is a bit different from what I imagined. Qin Xiao certainly couldn't tell him his true thoughts, and casually remarked, Oh, young man, don't be so pessimistic. Every newcomer starts as an assistant here. You should keep a calm mindset. I remember you've been here for almost 3 months, right? Then congratulations, your internship period is almost over. Dr. Rex glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered to Qin Xiao, I've heard that when interns become full-time employees, the big boss personally conducts interviews and assigns suitable positions. This is a rare opportunity, so you must perk up, young man. The big boss? Qin Xiao asked in confusion. Tony Stark. My God, what is the name of our company? Stark Industries. Who else could it be? I gave you an A rating, so be prepared. Stark Industries has a tradition where every new employee must intern in different departments for 3 months, after which the department head gives a recommendation score and the HR department conducts an interview to reassign your work position. The lab where Qin Xiao was interning was supervised by Dr. Rex, who was right in front of him. The information he disclosed was crucial for Qin Xiao to determine if Tony Stark would indeed come for the interview. If so, Qin Xiao needed to think carefully about how to attract Tony Stark's attention. The 3-month deadline was approaching quickly, and Qin Xiao arrived at the lab early today. He was informed that he did not need to work in the lab today and should go directly to the top floor for an interview. Qin Xiao's heart leapt with joy. Having been at Stark Industries for a few months, he knew. The top floor was Tony Stark's personal area, featuring not only a small laboratory and office, but also various fitness and entertainment rooms. Aside from Obadiah and a few others like Pepper Potts, no one else had access to the top floor. Being called up for an interview there indicated that Tony Stark was truly present today. Excited, Qin Xiao headed up to the top floor. First, he was brought to a small conference room by Tony Stark's personal bodyguard. Happy was the first to appear, seriously conducting a security check on everyone. Then he arranged the order for over 10 interns, and unfortunately Qin Xiao was the last. After sitting in the conference room for about 10 minutes, he finally saw Pepper Potts enter with a folder calling out names one by one. Perhaps due to differences in aesthetic preferences, Pepper looked a bit younger than her movie portrayal. However, she did not quite align with Qin Xiao's taste in female characters from the Marvel films. Qin Xiao still preferred the earlier versions of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. Hey, so it seems he might have a chance to meet both of them. Qin Xiao began to feel inexplicably excited. Tony Stark conducted interviews quickly, almost 3 to 5 minutes per person. Soon, one by one, the people in the conference room exited. Finally, Pepper came and opened the door and called out Qin Xiao's name. Xiao Qin. She read Qin Xiao's name with some confusion and smiled at him. You can come with me, Mr. Stark is waiting for you. In the interview room, there was a training platform, which seemed to be where Tony Stark usually worked out. It looked very familiar, Qin Xiao thought for a long time, and remembered that this was the place where Tony Stark interviewed Black Widow in Iron Man 2. This indeed matched Tony Stark's character. Sitting in an office with a stern face was not his style. As soon as Qin Xiao entered, Tony Stark opened the door and asked me, I'm from Huaxia. Qin Xiao pointed to himself. Yes. Tony Stark clenched his fist, making a victory gesture. Nearby, Happy with a gloomy face took out a $10 bill and placed it on the table. These two were actually betting on him. Qin Xiao complained inwardly as he walked up to Tony Stark. To be honest, I don't really like facing others. It's not personal. I just don't like it, especially with strangers, particularly men. If it weren't for the promise I made at the board meeting this year, I probably wouldn't have come here to see your internship report. So let's get to the point. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Qin. Your internship report is quite outstanding. Your lab supervisor gave you an A rating, saying you were very helpful in the lab. Now there's just one question left. Do you want to stay in the lab or go to the legal department to do the legal work you are more skilled at? Qin Xiao's information indicates that he graduated from the law department, which is why Tony Stark asked him this. To be honest, I don't really care. It's up to your arrangements. Also, Mr. Stark, I'm actually not skilled in law. Qin Xiao spread his hands. Oh. Tony Stark looked down at Qin Xiao's information, confirming that he wasn't mistaken before jokingly saying, could it be Huaxia Kung Fu? I do know a bit of Huaxia Kung Fu, although I'm not particularly strong. For example, against your burly bodyguard here, I could probably handle about 10 of them, but that's not my. Happy, unable to hold back, directly interrupted Qin Xiao. Sorry boss, I have to interrupt your work. This concerns my dignity. Happy had been with Tony Stark for over 10 years and was one of his most trusted people, so he spoke quite naturally. However, with the commotion between the two, Tony Stark became quite interested. Ignoring Happy's words, he turned to Qin Xiao with curiosity. You still haven't answered his question. Are you sure you can handle 10 of him? He admired Qin Xiao's confidence, but he could never believe someone could take on 10. But young people tend to exaggerate. However, Qin Xiao nodded earnestly. About that, maybe 12 at most. He looks quite burly, so it would take some effort. With Qin Xiao's current physical condition, an ordinary person like Happy could easily be taken down with just one punch, even if there were 100. But it didn't matter. He had caught Tony Stark's attention, and completing the task was what mattered. However, Happy was clearly getting angry as Tony Stark's bodyguard. Being questioned about his fighting ability was one thing, but the opponent looked like such a weak young man. Kid, I don't know if your Huaxia Kung Fu is as impressive as you boast, but it'll give you a chance to take back your words otherwise. Happy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled slightly, not directly addressing Happy, and walked straight to a punching bag. He twisted his waist, inhaled, stepped forward, and punched the bag hard. Bang! The punching bag was shattered with a single punch. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts gasped in synchronization. The martial arts I learned are not very suited for fighting. Ew, I can't control the power well. Are you sure you want to continue now? Just to be clear, I won't pay for any medical expenses. After Qin Xiao spoke, he could clearly see Happy's Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. All right, come back. Happy's punch was more powerful than the world champion's. You don't need to worry about me firing you over this. Tony Stark stood up, walked over to Happy, patted his shoulder, and smoothed things over. Then he turned to Qin Xiao and asked, how did you achieve that? I mean, that punch just now clearly surpassed some. I mean, it looked very unscientific. Do you understand what I mean? Tony Stark was clearly intrigued. Qin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief because the system's prompt had already sounded. Congratulations, host. That scene earlier made a deep impression on Tony Stark. He has remembered your name. Task successfully completed. Reward of 500 points. Detection shows the host has obtained points. System mall opened. Finally completing the task, Qin Xiao sighed with relief, but he couldn't check what items were in the mall. Instead, he smiled slightly and said to Tony Stark, it's just a technique for instant explosive power that requires years of practice. Years of practice, huh? Tony Stark murmured softly. If I said I mean if I learned this fighting technique from you, could I reach your level? As he spoke, he demonstrated a motion of punching through the punching bag. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, to speak frankly, these techniques require tedious, repetitive, and painful practice day after day, or I don't believe you could do it. Qin Xiao shrugged. Tony Stark was genuinely intrigued. Qin Xiao truly had no way to deal with it. He had a vague set of skills. He ended up like this due to a haphazard blood transfusion from Isaiah. Without the system, he wouldn't even know if he could survive the mutation. However, this performance in Tony Stark's eyes had turned into a form of disdain. You doubt me. You think I can't do it? Tony Stark said somewhat stubbornly. He had originally just asked out of curiosity. Although he was self-centered, arrogant, and opinionated, he was by no means someone completely unaware of his own abilities. He was clear about his strengths. Yet for some reason, Qin Xiao's words made him feel a rare sense of frustration. It was like when his father used to praise Captain America Steve Rogers in front of him while criticizing him for being worthless. Black Widow is the ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Qin Xiao knows she wouldn't appear in this bar without a reason. However, as long as she is not here for him, Qin Xiao isn't afraid of trouble. Not to mention that she is an important character in the plot. Just based on her angelic face and devilish figure, there is no reason to miss her right. Qin Xiao's mind raced through several thoughts in an instant. Black Widow noticed that Qin Xiao had been silent for a while and gently parted her crimson lips to speak again. What happened? Are you unable to understand English or simply don't want to talk to me? Sorry, I was just thinking about how to lure such a beautiful lady to my apartment for a wonderful night. Without any burden in his heart, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and turned to sit down. Then it depends on your skills. Black Widow smiled charmingly. Waiter, prepare a drink for this beautiful lady based on her temperament. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers and casually handed the waiter a $100 bill. The rest is for tips. Thank you, sir. The waiter was pleasantly surprised to see such a generous customer and slightly bowed in gratitude to Qin Xiao. No need to thank me. If the drink you prepare doesn't suit the temperament of these ladies, I'll smash your balls into a taco with one punch. Qin Xiao had been coming here every day recently, sitting at the bar each time, and he had become quite familiar with the bartender. He shrank his neck, smiled, and hurried to prepare a cocktail for Black Widow. Taco. You're quite humorous, handsome. That adds to your charm. Black Widow said with a smile. Qin Xiao noticed that her gaze occasionally drifted to a table in the back with 3 burly men. He didn't pay much attention and instead looked into Black Widow's enchanting eyes. There are many more places where I can earn points with you. You have plenty of time to find out. The Asian people I know are generally more reserved, rarely like you. That's because you haven't met enough Asian people. The two engaged in casual banter. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Qin Xiao noticed a few men getting up to leave. Black Widow casually glanced in their direction. I'm going to the restroom. She used the excuse to leave the bar. Qin Xiao knew she was going to confront the three burly men, but he didn't expose her, giving her a slight smile indicating she should feel free. System task: a true gentleman should not let a lady handle a fight. Help Black Widow subdue those three men and make her remember you. As one of the original heroes of the Avengers, knowing her would aid in the subsequent tasks in this world. Well, what was originally supposed to be an easy flirtation with a beautiful woman turned into troublesome affairs. However, since it's a task, there are rewards, so he had no choice but to act. Silently, he followed Black Widow out the back door of the bar. He found that the three men were almost at the alley's entrance. Black Widow stood in the middle of the alley and said something to the three men. Qin Xiao could only discern that it was in Russian, but he didn't know what was said. However, it probably wasn't anything good, as Black Widow finished her sentence. One of the men was about to reach for a gun from his pocket, but another man blocked him. The handgun wasn't silenced. They didn't want to cause trouble. It was clear that they didn't think much of Black Widow, a woman. As for Qin Xiao, who had just come out of the bar, a seemingly frail Asian man, they automatically regarded him as mere background. The three men remained silent, sneering as they charged at Black Widow. How could they possibly underestimate her? With a slight smile, she made a characteristic pre-fight gesture by tilting her head. She also prepared to accelerate towards the three burly men. But before she could run, a shadow darted past her. At that moment, Qin Xiao, equipped not only with super soldier serum, but also wearing an E-class combat suit, surged forward. With combat skills comparable to the world's top soldiers, he swiftly reached the three men, grabbing the face of the man in front. Without pausing, he used his body's inertia to slam the man's face backward hard. Bang! The back of this man's head accurately collided with the nose of the man behind him. Releasing his hand, he elbowed to the side, and the last man didn't have time to break, getting hit on the temple by Qin Xiao's elbow. With decisive efficiency, the man fell to the ground, and Qin Xiao swiftly dealt a knife hand strike to the two who were holding their heads and noses. In less than 2 seconds, he dashed past Black Widow and took down all three men seamlessly. After finishing, he wore a slight smile, turned around, and prepared to strike a more appealing pose. Unexpectedly, when he turned back, he almost bumped into the muzzle of a dark gun. Fuck! What are you doing? His display of bravado was abruptly interrupted as Qin Xiao nearly jumped back from the gun's muzzle. Who are you? Black Widow's expression was somewhat serious. The three men opposite her were not ordinary. Even she would need to exchange several blows to take them down. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, hadn't even seen what happened clearly and had already taken them all down. Man, he helplessly raised both hands. Look, I mean no harm. I just thought you were going to fight when you went out. I should at least show some gentlemanly demeanor, right? You don't even invite me for a drink and point a gun at my head. Qin Xiao said with a grin. Not to mention whether Black Widow harbored murderous intent at this distance, he was confident he could dodge the bullet, let alone that his clothes were bulletproof. Indeed, Black Widow did not sense hostility from Qin Xiao, but even so, she still cautiously took 2 steps back, keeping the gun aimed at his forehead. You step back. I need to take these three men with me. All right. Qin Xiao looked at Black Widow, slowly taking a step back with his right foot. Just as Black Widow let out a sigh of relief, Qin Xiao's right leg pushed off. He executed a zaped maneuver, evading Black Widow's aim, and before she could react, he had already sidled up next to her. His right hand had seized the mini handgun from her grasp. In the movies, Black Widow is just an ordinary person with exceptional fighting skills and physical abilities. She hasn't been genetically altered like in the comics. Qin Xiao possessed super serum, and his speed and reaction had surpassed human limits. With a calculative mind, Black Widow naturally fell into his trap. He pressed the gun directly against her head, pinning her against the wall. What do you want? Black Widow looked at Qin Xiao with an expressionless face, but her right hand was slowly inching toward her thigh. To punish your ingratitude. Qin Xiao smiled slightly, quickly disassembling Black Widow's small handgun into pieces. Basic combat training includes knowledge of using general firearms. Whether one can shoot accurately is uncertain, but understanding and using them is not a problem. He tossed the fragments onto the ground, holding a bullet that had been ejected from the gun. He gently tossed it toward the center of Black Widow's clothing. It landed snugly between her breasts. Do you know that Cupid doesn't just use arrows, he occasionally plays with guns too? With a chuckle, he casually brushed his hand against Black Widow's waist. Qin Xiao abruptly retreated, laughing heartily as he turned back to the bar. That damn bastard. Only after Qin Xiao returned to the bar did Black Widow slowly remove her right hand from inside her skirt. She held a small electric stun gun in her hand. Just a moment ago, she had almost attacked. It was uncertain whether Qin Xiao had planned this or it was merely coincidental, but he ended up walking away. Though she was curious about who Qin Xiao really was, the task at hand was more important. As for Qin Xiao, she could investigate at her leisure later. Feeling a mix of annoyance and a vague, indescribable feeling, Black Widow took out her phone to call her people to come clean up the mess. Qin Xiao had no idea what Black Widow was thinking. He was just glad to have completed the task. From a personal perspective, he had indeed left a deep impression on Black Widow, and other matters could be discussed later. It was enough for today. Staying any longer would mean running into S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. He was certainly interested in Black Widow, but for now it was better to keep his distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Remembering the scene where the bullet slid into Black Widow's clothing, Qin Xiao felt a rush of heat in his heart. As he entered the bar, he hurriedly looked for the girl he had been paying attention to for several days, only to find that she had already left. Sigh. Time to go back and get some sleep. After visiting Stark Industries twice and receiving 2 checks of $100,000 each, Qin Xiao finally received a call from Pepper Potts. Tony Stark had finally remembered his fighting coach. In fact, although Tony Stark was quite self-important, he still showed considerable respect for others when it came to learning something. He specifically sent Happy to pick up Qin Xiao and take him to Tony's home. Perhaps Qin Xiao's previous shock from a single punch that exploded a sandbag had deeply impressed Happy. As Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, he felt the need to enhance his professional standards. On the way, he expressed his desire to learn martial arts from Qin Xiao. To this, Qin Xiao replied that he had no objections as long as your boss agrees. Compared to the luxurious seaside mansion seen in movies, witnessing it in reality was even more shocking. It was practically as large as a small mall. What was even more frustrating was that for such a large house, he had no servants at all. Usually, other than his own bedroom, he would hide in the basement working on inventions. What's the use of having such a big house? Compared to the house, the nascent AI Jarvis didn't shock Qin Xiao as much. After all, when watching the movies, the intuitive feeling given by Jarvis was not much different from now. With a mindset of revenge against the evil capitalist and Tony's previous arrogance, Qin Xiao began his first lesson with Tony, teaching a basic martial arts stance that all Chinese people know, the horse stance. Lower a bit more, your thighs and calves should form a 90-degree angle. Lower your buttocks a bit, don't stick it out. Oh, damn it. Happy, are you trying to seduce me with your fat butt? Lower down. Tony Stark wasn't that familiar with Qin Xiao yet, so he didn't let him into his underground laboratory. Instead, he brought Qin Xiao to the large balcony outside. I came here to learn martial arts, not to practice this ridiculous and weird posture. Happy, unable to lower his buttocks for a long time, said disgruntled. This is a fundamental skill in Chinese martial arts. I have practiced something similar. It will strengthen your lower body and make it harder for enemies to knock you down. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Tony had actually practiced Wing Chun for a period of time. He even specifically found a Wing Chun master. In fact, it was actor Robert Downey Jr. who practiced Wing Chun, not Tony Stark. This is just for context. At this moment, Tony not only appeared to handle Happy's misunderstanding with ease, but also took the time to explain it to him. When the boss spoke, Happy had no choice but to squat down again, vigorously shaking his buttocks, finally managing to get the posture right. But I have a question. Tony had practiced the horse stance before and was initially quite relaxed, even finding time to chat with Qin Xiao. Go ahead. Qin Xiao somehow got a chair and lay back while speaking. My previous Wing Chun master was a very famous martial arts master in your China. Why does it feel like he isn't as formidable as you? True martial arts are lethal techniques. Very little of it is known outside. Most of the so-called Chinese martial arts are merely for show, superficial forms. In simple terms, it's like the difference between Hogwarts and outside magicians. You understand, Muggle? Qin Xiao's words weren't entirely unfounded. Even in the Marvel universe later, there would be characters like Shang-Chi. In his past life, true martial arts had indeed declined within such a historical context, and it was nearly impossible to find true masters. Whether it be renowned martial arts schools or masters, they were all just for show, purely performative. I don't know if Tony has recently had more free time, but he almost had Happy pick up Qin Xiao to practice every day. This made Qin Xiao have to take this matter seriously. Although Qin Xiao did not truly know Chinese boxing, when faced with Tony and Happy, 2 complete novices, he could still manage to fool them. Every day, he had them practice the horse stance, and then do an hour of physical training. Finally, he had them spar with each other while he provided guidance. Not to mention, after nearly a month, their fighting skills had indeed improved rapidly. Moreover, Qin Xiao's biggest gain was that he was becoming more familiar with Tony Stark. After a month of interaction, Qin Xiao unexpectedly discovered many similarities between the two. They both despised all forms of formalism, disliked overly serious people, and found them hypocritical, among other things. In fact, these traits are present in most people. It's just that the majority get worn down by reality in this long, arduous life. For instance, the past Qin Xiao. Tony Stark was fortunate. His identity and talent determined that he could maintain his attitude and convictions in the world. However, after crossing over and obtaining the system, that carefree and unrestrained nature within him slowly began to emerge. The most important point was that they both shared a similar dark sense of humor. For example, Happy had recently been given several nicknames by the two, such as Fat, but yellow butter, an elegant big, but dance man. Now Happy was hesitant to practice fighting with them, mainly because Tony Stark was indeed quite talented and with continuous physical training and Qin Xiao's guidance. Happy had gradually begun to find himself unable to keep up with Tony. This was a tremendous insult for a bodyguard. I heard he recently started considering a transfer to the security department of Stark Industries. While Qin Xiao busily trained Tony and slowly built a friendship with him at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington Director Nick Fury's office. The bald egg was maintaining his usual style, standing by the window coldly observing the scenery outside. Behind him stood the Black Widow in a black bodysuit. Compared to the last time Qin Xiao saw her in the bar, the Black Widow in her battle suit looked even more heroic. Almost all the agents have committed suicide. The only two left are tight-lipped during interrogation, refusing to speak, no matter the torture. It doesn't matter how all the undercover agents in America have been eliminated. They can do nothing now whether they know or not. How does it feel to be sent to deal with former colleagues, Agent Romanoff? In the past, I made too many mistakes. I am more than willing to use my understanding of them to undermine their operations. For me, it's like making amends for past errors. The Black Widow's expression was calm, as if she had completely moved on from her past shadows. Oh, if you really think that way, that would be wonderful. This matter is already over, and we need not discuss it further. As for those two agents, let's send them off peacefully. I am quite interested in that Asian person you encountered last time. Nick Fury pointed to a document on his desk. The first page of that document bore Qin Xiao's name and photo, and below, it was the Avengers Initiative document. Hawkeye and Black Widow embody the pinnacle of ordinary combat on this planet, excelling in speed, physical prowess, and strength. According to Black Widow's description of Qin Xiao, he is an existence that can easily overpower her. It is precisely because of this absurdity that Black Widow, despite Qin Xiao displaying no malice, drew her weapon. The sense of oppression derived from strength has only been experienced by her from one person throughout her espionage career. That is the legendary Winter Soldier. Based on Black Widow's statement about Captain America and Captain America the Winter Soldier, she was shot in the abdomen by the Winter Soldier in 2009, and since this is 2008, with Iron Man yet to exist, let's make a slight adjustment. The super serum is no trivial matter, so Black Widow conveyed the entire situation along with her analysis and speculation to Nick Fury. Nick Fury knew that the military still possessed incomplete samples of the super serum, which made it impossible to create a true super soldier. Thus, he suspected that Qin Xiao might have accidentally undergone some mutation. He began investigating Qin Xiao's life trajectory and everyone who appeared around him. Nick Fury's resources are not something an ordinary intelligence agency can match. Soon the system provided him with a thorough background check on Qin Xiao's life from childhood to now. In the more than 20 years that Qin Xiao has been here, the only two unusual events that occurred were the shooting incident that led to his parents' death during his childhood, and the shooting incident that just recently occurred in Isaiah's house after Qin Xiao crossed over. However, both incidents involved a character that had been deliberately erased from records. Isaiah. Isaiah is an existence rejected by the United States government. Having been drained of his last bit of utility by the government, he has been in hiding since being pardoned by a certain president. Once Nick Fury learned his name, all the confidential files were laid out on his desk within a few hours. With this information, Nick Fury could deduce a general outline of the situation. A super soldier predating Captain America, the first successful test subject. Black Widow said incredulously. Exactly. There are always some bastards in the government who enjoy engaging in dirty deeds. He served his country, once fought valiantly against Hydra, and in the end was imprisoned in a lab for 30 years. Nick Fury expressed his indignation, acknowledging that Isaiah's experience was indeed quite tragic. However, Nick Fury was very clear that given Isaiah's power, he could not have extracted the super serum by himself to successfully create a super soldier. Thus, the only answer must be an accident. Some sort of accident that caused Qin Xiao to assimilate the super serum, perhaps that very shooting incident. Nick Fury had analyzed the situation to a near certainty. Nevertheless, regardless of whether his analysis was correct, one thing was clear: Qin Xiao was undeniably a super soldier who had broken the limits of the human body. And he just so happened to have a plan that required a super soldier. Agent Romanoff, your task for the upcoming period is to get close to Qin Xiao. I need a comprehensive psychological assessment and personality analysis report. The more detailed, the better. Understood, Black Widow replied, and turned to leave Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury sighed and focused his gaze on the Avengers Initiative document. This plan had been in his mind for over 10 years. Very few people in the world knew that aliens truly existed, and whether as individuals or in technology, they were vastly superior to Earth. Earth needs some super soldiers, some superhumans, a team of superheroes capable of resisting extraterrestrial civilizations one day. During this time, Qin Xiao spent the 500 points from his last mission extravagantly. He mastered a-level melee weapons and even customized a tang knife. The system was very considerate, providing a design that only had a handle in its initial state for Qin Xiao's convenience. The blade was segmented and concealed within the handle. To use it, one only needed to open the handle and give it a strong flick, and the blade would instantly take shape. Each joint was cleverly concealed by a dragon motif embossed on the blade. The entire blade was black, with only the edge emitting a faint glint from the alloy material itself. Qin Xiao tested it and found that ordinary metal could easily be cleaved in two. Only certain specialized alloys could withstand the slicing power of this tang knife. With a reliable weapon, Qin Xiao's combat power saw a significant increase. Qin, if you have time tonight, accompany me to a charity gala. In Tony's villa basement, Tony had just been thoroughly beaten by Qin Xiao. At this moment, he lay on the ring, gazing at the ceiling, panting as he spoke. Tony, I'm not your date. Why should I accompany you to a charity gala? I don't have that much money to do charity. I am Tony Stark, buddy. I never need a date to attend parties. The moment I show up, all the women will flock to me. However, you won't get to experience this. So do you want to go? There will be plenty of beautiful women and several Hollywood actresses. Mentioning the beautiful women made Qin Xiao somewhat tempted. Following this, Tony Stark continued. You're only 22 years old, buddy. For God's sake, when I was 22, I attended parties every night. You should take this opportunity to meet more friends. Come on, let's go have some fun. I have to go to Afghanistan and sign a contract with the military in a few days, so let's treat it as a farewell party. Afghanistan. Qin Xiao silently repeated the name of the country in his mind. It seemed the plot was about to unfold, and he wondered what kind of task the system would assign him, and how many points he would earn. The trip to Afghanistan was a turning point in Tony's life, and the place where Iron Man emerged from the cocoon. Thus, despite the time spent with Tony being quite pleasant, Qin Xiao ultimately swallowed his words to caution Tony. Instead, he agreed to accompany him to the gala that night. At such events, people generally have their own small circles, chatting in pairs or groups. Tony, usually surrounded by beautiful women, seldom interacts much with others. This time he decided to bring Qin Xiao along. Tony, I just realized you're a fraud. You told me this was a charity gala, but it's a celebration for the military, awarding you a patriotic trophy. Look around. There are old men in military uniforms everywhere. Where are the Hollywood stars you mentioned, you jerk? Qin Xiao realized he had been duped. This was clearly the awards ceremony from the beginning of the Iron Man movie. Relax, maybe I misremembered. I just promised them I would show up, but I never said I would patiently wait to receive an award. Follow me, I'll take you to find some beautiful women. Just like in the movie, Tony headed straight to the hotel casino. However, unlike the film where Tony was followed by a large group of bodyguards, now there were only happy Tony and Qin Xiao. Come on, relax. Let's play some chips for fun. Plenty of beautiful women will flock to us soon. I promise you can choose first on the condition that they are willing to give me up. Tony handed Qin Xiao a large stack of chips. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking that with Tony's wealth, these girls would have to be crazy to follow him. In any case, he thought he was unlikely to meet any beautiful women tonight, so Qin Xiao planned to help Tony lose some money instead. With a fierce determination, he placed all the chips he had on number 1 in the betting area of the roulette. Oh damn, have you never gambled before? That's right, number 1 is not a wise choice. It's too lonely to bet on one number, isn't it? If it were me, I would choose number 2. Tony Stark's words were interrupted by a familiar female voice that came from Qin Xiao's side as she reached out and pushed Qin Xiao's chips to the number 2 position. The Black Widow. Today, Natasha wore a white dress with a light blue faux two-piece design with a sheer fabric cascading down past her knees. Her smooth, straight thighs tantalizingly peeking through. Compared to their meeting at the bar, this outfit was much more innocent and playful. However, in a casino where beauties abound in tank tops and hot pants, ironically, this outfit exuded even more allure. Just look at Tony Stark beside her to see how captivating it was. When he saw the Black Widow come out, his eyes widened in astonishment. Hello, although I'm sure you know who I am, I still want to introduce myself. I'm Tony Stark. Of course, who in this country doesn't know Tony Stark? Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow did not hide her real name, whether it was due to a lack of necessity or because her information was classified and she feared no one would uncover it. Politely nodding toward Tony, the Black Widow turned to Qin Xiao and said, I apologize for leaving early last time at the bar. I'm here to make it up to you. I'll accompany you to gamble. Great. Qin Xiao readily extended his arm for the Black Widow to link with his. The roulette began to spin. The small ball rolled several times on the roulette before finally settling on number 2. Tony saw that a rare beauty had directly run to Qin Xiao's side. Originally wanting to make some snarky comments, he was taken aback when the roulette really landed on number 2, unable to suppress a gasp of surprise. Yes, Tony didn't care about the money, but hitting a single number on American roulette with its total of 38 numbers was indeed exhilarating. Seeing that the beauty was clearly there for Qin Xiao, Tony could only turn back and casually ask, happy. How many chips did I give him earlier? 18,000, right? He just won 6 million. Damn it, Qin, you should thank this lovely lady. Oh, she has a share of the money here. The principal was mine. I will split it, and you can give her your share. Happy, take half of the chips from here and follow me. Since the beauty was headed for Qin Xiao, Tony, despite his fondness, could not cling to her. He chose to find another place to enjoy himself, leaning close to Qin Xiao's ear to whisper before leaving. Let me know the name of that bar you frequent when I return from Afghanistan. Tony, be careful. Qin Xiao couldn't help but warn Tony. However, it seemed he didn't take it to heart. After sending off Tony, Qin Xiao turned to the Black Widow beside him. Don't say this evening was a coincidence. Oh, I don't believe it, Miss Romanoff. All right, I admit I came specifically to find you. However, let's talk about it later. For now, accompany me and have some fun. I have a share of those chips, as Stark mentioned. At this moment, the Black Widow acted like a cheerful little girl, pulling Qin Xiao around the casino, casually placing bets whenever they approached a table. Calculating, the Black Widow in the movie is only 24 years old, just 2 years older than Qin Xiao in this world. To be fair, she could indeed be considered quite young. It was uncertain whether the Black Widow was truly lucky or if they were just fortunate together. The two casually placed bets at various tables, eventually amassing a total of $4 million in chips. When it was time to exchange chips, the Black Widow expressed that money meant nothing to her and did not take a single cent. Qin Xiao didn't mind and deposited it all into his own account. Before leaving, he happened to see Tony getting into his car with a female reporter at the hotel entrance, winking at Qin Xiao before departing. It seems you two have a good relationship. From what I know, being friends with Tony Stark isn't an easy feat, the Black Widow initiated as they walked outside the hotel. Really? Maybe we just hit it off, but I find it seems a bit harder to have a sharp agent like you leaning on my side. How did you figure that out? The Black Widow, not at all surprised, tilted her head and smiled as she asked. Is it hard to guess? Running to the back door of a bar in the middle of the night to take on 3 strong men, either a killer or an agent, and you didn't even kill them. Although aware that the Black Widow was a renowned international agent, looking at her demeanor still provoked an impulse in Qin Xiao to ruffle her hair. All right, you got it right. I am an agent. You already know my identity. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. As they strolled casually down the street, the Black Widow casually inquired. Go ahead. Qin Xiao pouted, indicating he didn't care. How did you obtain the super soldier serum? Was it because of Isaiah? The Black Widow intended to be straightforward, diving straight to the point. This time Qin Xiao found it hard to believe. What efficiency was this from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just because he had once intervened, they managed to trace so much information. However, since the Black Widow was so candid, Qin Xiao also decided not to hold back, recounting everything that had happened. Ultimately, I was just lucky. You approached me for the super soldier serum. Qin Xiao felt slightly wary, as his relationship with Isaiah was merely a construct of the system. However, in Isaiah's heart, he truly viewed him as a child. He didn't want Isaiah to be captured and subjected to experiments because of him. No, we have no interest in the serum. That thing is too unstable. Moreover, we wouldn't disturb Isaiah. On the contrary, we aim to discreetly eliminate some of the nefarious individuals around him. My target is you. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at a park, and the Black Widow released Qin Xiao, sitting down on a bench. Oh, Qin Xiao sat down beside her. Is it me? Then does that mean that bullet last time really struck home? If you bring that up again, it'll make your head into a sandwich. The Black Widow said angrily. All right. I promise I won't mention shoving a bullet into your chest again. Now explain what you mean by me being the target, Agent Romanoff. Qin Xiao pretended to raise his hands and surrender. Let me formally introduce myself, Qin Xiao, a senior agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Counterterrorism, and Logistics, responsible for monitoring all threats to the world. Qin Xiao, do you think I pose a threat to this world? He reintroduced himself. You possess strength, speed, and reflexes that surpass human limits. With just a bit of training, you could become the world's deadliest assassin, taking out important figures, even a country's president. I believe no one could stop you. Do you think we would ignore you? So what do you plan to do? Lock me up? Qin Xiao looked at the Black Widow. Of course not. I'm just here to observe and produce a risk assessment report. If you show no signs of antisocial or anti-human behavior, we won't arrest you. The Black Widow did not reveal the Avengers Initiative by Nick Fury, but rather circled back. Well, I'm quite lecherous. I get dizzy around beautiful women, especially someone like you. Does that count as a threat? The Black Widow was clever and had already exposed herself in front of Qin Xiao. She straightforwardly clarified her identity, chatting casually with him as if they had just made a new friend. Every word and expression Qin Xiao made she would analyze. Ultimately, it would be reported to Nick Fury. The two chatted in the park until deep into the night before parting ways. The next day before dinner, Qin Xiao received a call from Happy. Tony Stark had gone missing after being attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan. The plot was finally beginning in earnest. Qin Xiao asked the system why he couldn't return after completing 2 tasks. The system replied that he had to wait until Tony Stark transformed into Iron Man and defeated Ironmonger before he could return to the real world. To Qin Xiao, whether in the real world or the Marvel Universe, he was merely a traveler. However, the real world felt more substantial, and having integrated the memories of his previous self, there were numerous matters awaiting his attention. The premise was to earn points for a return to exchange for a considerable sum of money. As a top-notch agent, Black Widow has a keen sense of people even though the two engaged in a casual and chaotic conversation. However, Black Widow knew that Qin Xiao had no interest whatsoever in joining the Avengers Initiative, or SHIELD. Everyone knows that going too far is not advisable. For now, Black Widow and Qin Xiao could be considered friends, so Nick Fury temporarily shifted his focus elsewhere. But only he knew how many eyes were secretly watching him. As for Tony Stark, he had been missing for nearly half a month. The U.S. military and the FBI were frantically searching all over Afghanistan, but still found no leads. Agent Romanoff, have you missed me? On the 14th day of Tony Stark's disappearance, Qin Xiao received a mission from the system rescue Tony Stark. Qin Xiao thought he just had to wait for Tony to return, let the plot unfold, and defeat the villain. He didn't expect such a mission to come up suddenly. Although Qin Xiao had seen the movie, he wasn't omniscient, especially regarding the exact location of that cave. The military and FBI had scoured Afghanistan like locusts, but there was still no sign of it, let alone Qin Xiao acting alone. So Qin Xiao called Black Widow. Compared to the current environment, yes, I missed you. Working by your side feels like a vacation. Black Widow's voice was loud, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Are you on a mission? Should I call you back later? Wait a moment, Black Widow said lightly. Qin Xiao heard various noises on the phone, the sound of gunfire, as well as muffled human groans and the sound of a body hitting the ground. Finally, a long, mournful scream from a man echoed through. Are you looking for me for something? The previous scream was somewhat brainwashing, and Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask, what did you do to that guy who screamed? I crushed his eggs into a Mexican burrito. Hiss. Though Qin Xiao said this first, Black Widow delivered it half-jokingly. Qin Xiao still gasped in shock from the man's scream. He felt that Black Widow was likely not joking. For a moment, he felt a faint pain below and couldn't help but shift his position. He then began discussing serious matters. Obadiah Stane, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, you know about him, right? I need some information on him. Are you in Los Angeles? It would be best if we could meet in person. Do you suspect that Stane is related to Stark's disappearance? Black Widow responded quickly, hesitating for only a moment before asking back. Exactly. Are you in Los Angeles? I think we should meet, and don't tell anyone just yet. Wait for me, I'll be there in 2 hours. Black Widow hung up the phone directly. In fact, she arrived at Qin Xiao's doorstep in just an hour and a half. Clearly, yes. SHIELD was very concerned about Tony Stark's situation. Dressed in a tight black combat suit, Black Widow came over without even changing clothes. Phew, Qin Xiao whistled. You walking the streets in that outfit at midnight is simply an insult to the profession of thuggery. If they don't mind their eggs becoming Mexican burritos, and welcome to them. Black Widow gently pushed past Qin Xiao and sat down on the couch unbothered. Let's talk. Why do you suspect that guy? Black Widow got straight to the point. Firstly, very few people know about Tony's plan and route to Afghanistan. Besides those close to him, only the military knows. I believe the military has already filtered through internally. Secondly, who benefits the most from Stark's disappearance? He is the only one who fits both conditions. It's quite simple, isn't it? Just watch a suspense film, and you'll know. Qin Xiao exaggeratedly stated. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had suspected it. However, when Tony Stark's father passed away, it was Obadiah who stood out against the crowd to help Tony Stark take over the company. If he intended to swallow the company, that would have been the best opportunity. So to everyone, Obadiah appeared to be a generous uncle, aiding Tony in managing the company. He helped him with public relations during crises, cleaning up the trouble he stirred. This partner seemed like Howard Stark's greatest legacy left to his son. Everyone knew this, and naturally Qin Xiao, who had spent so much time with Tony, understood it too. So he continued. Everyone thinks Obadiah helped Tony control Stark Industries, but only Obadiah knows that Tony is merely a golden goose. He is different from Tony and his father. He is a businessman very skilled in investments, whether in Howard or Stark, and now it's time for him to reap the rewards. Qin Xiao's words held a high level of credibility. As long as there was motive, the only one who fit all conditions was that big bald man Obadiah. I admit your reasoning makes a lot of sense, but that's far from enough. We can't just arrest him based on this speculation. I'm not the Secretary of Defense. Black Widow made a helpless gesture. I understand your point, but I never said we should arrest him. I just want to find out where Stark is. I only want to rescue my friend. If he really did it, he must have contacted the people who kidnapped Tony. There should be some clues left behind. Do you understand what I mean? You must be an expert in this area. Let's give it a try. If not, there won't be any trouble. Just discreetly check some of his private records like emails or phone calls. I think that shouldn't be too much for you, right? Discreetly investigating someone was indeed no big deal for the renowned Black Widow. However, the internal network of Stark Industries posed a severe headache for her. Stark Industries had its own communication satellites and an independent internal network. Accessing the external network was not an issue, but once data was leaked, they would immediately sound the alarm and sever the connection. Simple, crude, but very effective. They had to breach from within just as Qin Xiao was pondering whether to ask Happy or Pepper for help. Black Widow went out to make a phone call. It's done and we just wait for the result. Done. Didn't you just say there was no other way but from within? Do you have someone in Stark Industries? Qin Xiao asked in surprise. Not me but us. I had the director mobilize our people at Stark Industries. We should have news soon. Black Widow replied confidently. Qin Xiao, however, was unsettled. What? You informed your director? Damn. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? I'm on a mission, I can't just disappear and come thousands of kilometers to meet you. I have to report, understand. Don't worry. We are the largest intelligence agency in the world and our people are rigorously selected, professional, and reliable. Black Widow said emphatically. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes thinking that one day she would truly understand what Hydra was. But for now he could only pray that the person Nick Fury had on hand was not a Hydra agent. Otherwise who knows how many unexpected troubles would arise. Nick Fury moved swiftly. Within an hour Black Widow received a folder in her inbox. Not only did it contain evidence of Obadiah secretly selling weapons to terrorists, but there was also a video sent by the terrorists showing Tony Stark bound to a chair. It seems you guessed correctly, it is indeed related to Obadiah, but finding Tony Stark will require a bit more time. Once we locate Tony Stark, we will rescue him at the earliest opportunity. Await for my good news. After saying this, Black Widow appeared ready to leave. Qin Xiao quickly grabbed her arm. I want to go with you. Qin Xiao knew that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power rescuing someone would not be a significant problem. But he had a mission to complete as points were valuable. No, this is not your job. Trust us. Black Widow firmly rejected Qin Xiao. Tony is my friend and I provided the clues. From any perspective I have a reason to go and I am not just an ordinary civilian. Qin Xiao looked at Black Widow unyieldingly. Suddenly Black Widow's phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling. Black Widow naturally chose to report the situation. What surprised Black Widow was that Nick Fury accepted Qin Xiao's suggestion to join them. However, there was a condition: Qin Xiao had to join S.H.I.E.L.D. As Qin Xiao hesitated, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission: join S.H.I.E.L.D. and become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. With points as a reward for the mission, Qin Xiao certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, he couldn't help but ask, System, why should I join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wouldn't it be more free outside? The system replied, to allow the host to better accomplish subsequent missions. Don't worry, the host won't be stuck working for S.H.I.E.L.D. forever. With this reassurance, Qin Xiao felt much better. I agree, I will join S.H.I.E.L.D. and you can take me with you to Afghanistan. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiao was still hesitating, but unexpectedly agreed. Black Widow looked puzzled. Why? Didn't you say you didn't want too many restrictions? I need a job, Qin Xiao said playfully. Black Widow naturally didn't believe this, but with Qin Xiao not saying more, she had no way to argue. She could only say, get ready to go to Afghanistan and complete your first mission, rookie agent. In the southern desert of Afghanistan, a Qin-class jet sliced through the sky, slowly coming to a halt at the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The rear ramp gradually opened, lowering a metal slope. A civilian off-road vehicle manufactured in China with a Pakistani license plate slowly rolled out from the plane. Black Widow, dressed like a backpacker, sat in the front seat with Qin Xiao. Black Widow in the driver's seat gave a thumbs up towards the jet. The three jet nozzles on the tail and wings of the Qin-class aircraft shot out blue flames, soaring into the sky. In an instant they left the area. We already know the location. Shouldn't we have several planes arrive with a group of special ops personnel shooting and directly rescuing the person? Qin Xiao made a gesture with both hands, puzzled. Firstly, doing that requires extensive reconnaissance regarding the enemy's numbers, weapons, and geographical positions. We must ensure the safety of the hostage. Secondly, they are not in Afghanistan, but in Pakistan. Although this desert is a no man's land, we cannot directly enter their airspace. That would be very dangerous, Black Widow said casually while driving one-handed. Why? Qin Xiao didn't understand. In movies, whether it was just the U.S. or even the Avengers, they went wherever they wanted without any issues regarding territorial boundaries. Because behind Pakistan stands an ally called China. There is a saying, do not walk around with weapons near a lion. Every nation knows that China can leave the world, but the world cannot leave China, Black Widow said lightly. Qin Xiao understood Black Widow's meaning very well. The two of them driving into the area was inconsequential, but flying a fighter jet would be entirely different. Although it was not the same era, Qin Xiao still felt a thrill of pride for his country's strength. Agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't dare to cross even a little into Pakistan's borders with their fighter jets. That shows how much they respect China. Seeing the proud expression on Qin Xiao's face, Black Widow smiled and said, I almost forgot you're Chinese, do you know? There is a saying in the intelligence community, whether it is international spies agents or even mercenaries, they should never ever enter China. Do you know why? Oh, why? Qin Xiao was quite interested. During the Cold War, Soviet and American spies were everywhere in the world, but everyone who entered China mysteriously disappeared. To my knowledge, both the Soviet Union and the U.S. sent no less than 3 batches of over 100 people each to enter, and all of them lost contact. It is rumored that the intelligence agencies of both countries eventually received a note from the Chinese authorities, which read "No trespassing." I used to think it was a legend until I entered the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, and I saw that note with my own eyes. It was simply unbelievable. Black Widow shared some stories about China with Qin Xiao as the vehicle traveled south into Pakistan. The border between Pakistan and Afghanistan is a vast desert, a no man's land. Neither side stationed troops in the desert. However, the group of terrorists calling themselves the Freedom Fighters kidnapped Tony Stark. Knowing that Afghanistan would be turned upside down by the Americans, they cleverly brought their people directly into Pakistan. This not only avoided searches by the U.S. military, but also ensured that as long as they stayed away from the edge of the Pakistani desert, no one would come searching for them. However, they never expected that their video would fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. They were cautious when sending the email, routing it through different countries' servers. The terrorists in the video had their faces covered, revealing only their eyes. But given the location of Afghanistan, this was already sufficient for S.H.I.E.L.D. After receiving the video, we immediately conducted a visual range analysis of these masked terrorists, and then infiltrated the entire surveillance system of Afghanistan through a new identification system. Whether public or private surveillance, including phones, laptops, tablets, etc. As long as it is connected to the internet, we can capture everything. 2 days ago, we identified several terrorists from the video in a restaurant in this small town with over 85 similarity in the eyebrows and eyes of the 3 individuals. It should be them. On a sand dune in the desert, the Black Widow was using a laptop to connect to a telescope. The vehicle was parked behind the dune covered with a yellow desert camouflage tarp. In the distance, the small town still appeared as a black dot in Qin Xiao's sight. But after connecting, the Black Widow noticed that every person entering or leaving the town would be automatically focused and captured by the telescope. The images were then directly transmitted to the computer, where the software would automatically analyze and identify them. Are we just going to sit here staring at the computer? Qin Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. The high temperature in the desert during the day was indeed quite torturous. The identification will trigger an automatic alarm. The Black Widow stood up and stretched. Her devilish figure was fully displayed in this action, especially paired with her innocent yet alluring angelic face. I should go to Chinatown to buy some cold tea to bring back. Qin Xiao swallowed hard. The Black Widow noticed the look in his eyes and smiled slightly. You quickly set up the tent, and I will place some small items to help us keep watch. If luck is not on our side, we might have to stay here for a week. Due to border issues, they could not directly enter on a large scale. They could only secretly locate the individuals first, then follow them to assess their number and weapons, especially the exact location of Tony Stark. Then they could decide what to do next. Although they might need a week, Qin Xiao had just opened the tent when the computer emitted an alarm sound. Is luck really that good? Qin Xiao rushed to the computer, although he was not very proficient with this software. However, a close-up had been pulled up showing an off-road vehicle with 4 people inside. The 2 in front had similarity scores of 87 and 89. Even a fool could understand. It must be them. Let's go. The telescope continued to lock onto them as Qin Xiao quickly tidied up. The 2 got in the car and followed closely behind the vehicle, heading west and bumping along in the desert for over 3 hours. Only then did they reach their hideout. Qin Xiao was extremely grateful to have the Black Widow by his side. Tracking a vehicle in the desert was challenging. Getting too close was impossible, and being too far would result in losing the trail, because those tire tracks would soon be buried by the yellow sand. Moreover, he was naturally a bit directionally challenged alone in the desert, even with a GPS. Just finding someone without getting lost would be quite an achievement. Continuing to observe with the telescope, finally the off-road vehicle stopped behind another sand dune. The 2 crouched on the dune and pulled out the telescope. The terrorists really knew how to pick their locations. This was at the crossroads of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, not meant to align with reality. Geography enthusiasts, please don't criticize. This area leaned more towards Pakistan, and it was an uninhabited vast desert. They had found a patch of sandy slopes and rocky hills. Several caves had been dug into the hills, and the terrorists were using the sandy slopes with a crack running through the middle. This created a small canyon-like terrain. If viewed from afar on the ground, nothing would be visible. It had to be observed closely from a high altitude. No wonder so many people never found Tony Stark. Finding the location was just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, the Black Widow completely showed Qin Xiao what professionalism meant. From the comings and goings of vehicles and the transportation of supplies, it was estimated that there were around 70 to 80 people in this small base. From the regular delivery of water, food, and other materials to a cave, it could be inferred that not only were hostages held here, but it was also highly likely that Tony Stark was among them, as they might be manufacturing weapons in the cave. What impressed Qin Xiao the most was that she could lie on the dune with a telescope watching the terrorists camp for almost an entire day. She dug a small sandpit and covered it with a camouflage outfit for sun protection, enabling her to go all day without water and to reduce the need for bathroom breaks. It should be noted that this was in the desert. Compared to certain flashback scenes in movies, this made Qin Xiao feel more intuitively how brutal her training must have been. To facilitate observation, they set up a small tent behind the dune. Although it was far enough from the terrorist camp, they still dared not light a single flame at night. Tonight the moonlight was pleasant, and looking at the Black Widow's exquisite face in the moonlight, Qin Xiao felt a twinge of sadness. This girl was only 24 years old at most. If given the chance to change your life, I mean a normal person's life, would you accept it? Over the past few days, it had been rare to be alone with this extraordinary beauty every night. Qin Xiao, who usually teased her, suddenly blurted out such a line. The Black Widow was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Impossible, that is not a possibility for me. I have made many mistakes in the past, very, very many. Now for me it feels more like a form of penance. I am grateful to have this opportunity." The Black Widow's smile carried 3 parts guilt and 3 parts shame, along with an indescribable bitterness. Qin Xiao suddenly became serious. "That is not your fault, Natasha. Remember my words, you are just a sharp sword, not the executioner. The one who wields the sword is at fault. The weapon itself is neither right nor wrong." This was the first time Qin Xiao called the Black Widow Natasha, and the first time he spoke such comforting words to her so seriously. Natasha remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Thank you. Tonight we need to prepare for action. Go rest for a bit. We need to remain alert. Support will arrive soon. You keep watch." After saying this, Natasha turned and entered the tent. "I just discovered that I received a gift, a character summoning talisman. Thank you very much to Qin Yu from Xihua Town. This is the first gift for this book. I didn't expect to receive a gift after such a short amount of text. This is incomparable encouragement for the author. Thank you." Previously, Black Widow mentioned that due to national boundaries, it was impossible to launch a large-scale rescue for Tony. Qin Xiao thought that a few people would come to deliver equipment and supplies, facilitating their infiltration into the Ten Commandments gang's camp. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. directly dispatched another ace agent, Hawkeye. Hawkeye appeared before Qin Xiao on foot at 1 o'clock in the morning. Just like in the movies, he wore a black combat suit, carried a quiver on his back, and held a compound bow in his hands. He also had a bag containing various individual combat weapons. Perhaps it's due to the fact that the actors in the films are generally older. So far, all the characters Qin Xiao has seen appear considerably younger than they do in the movies. Hawkeye looked to be at most in his 30s, very spirited, and had a cold expression. "Clint Barton, Agent Barton, this is Qin Xiao." Black Widow gave a brief introduction to the two. "Natasha told me about your situation. You lost Isaiah's blood and became a super soldier. You're quite lucky. Kid." Hawkeye extended his right hand towards Qin Xiao. "Calling me kid and saying I'm lucky? Huh?" Qin Xiao secretly scoffed and reached out to shake Hawkeye's right hand. "Indeed, trying to test me." Looking at Hawkeye's solid arm, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and applied some force. Hawkeye's expression changed dramatically. "Huh? God bear witness, Hawkeye was merely shaking hands normally. It was all Qin Xiao's own imagination, as he had increased his strength directly. His current strength was measured in tons. Even if Hawkeye was a top agent, he was still within human limits. "Hey Qin, what are you doing? Let go." Fortunately, Natasha pulled Qin Xiao away in time, otherwise Hawkeye wouldn't be able to draw his bow today. "Are you alright?" Natasha looked at Hawkeye, whose face had turned red. Hawkeye said nothing, shook his hand, and moved his wrist to indicate that he was fine. "What were you doing? Are you crazy? Why shake hands so forcefully?" Natasha questioned. Qin Xiao felt quite awkward. In fact, he realized the moment he used force that Hawkeye had no intention of testing him at all, otherwise there would have been some resistance. He looked completely caught off guard. He awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a sheepish expression. "I thought he was going to test me. That's how it is portrayed in the movies. Plus he called me kid and said I was lucky." Qin Xiao's voice grew softer. He indeed felt quite embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Agent Barton. How about I don't resist and you squeeze back?" Qin Xiao extended his right hand. Hawkeye glanced at him, suppressing the impulse to punch him in the nose. He realized that this kid was a complete novice. "You owe me one, I remember that." After saying that, he turned away coldly to gather his gear. Just as he turned around, Hawkeye's face contorted, nearly bursting into tears. It couldn't be helped, his knuckles had been crushed too painfully. This brief episode also allowed him to become acquainted with Hawkeye without a fight. At 4 in the morning, it is said to be the time when humans are in the deepest sleep. A figure quietly approached the vicinity of the Ten Commandments gang's camp. "I have arrived at the designated position. Over." Qin Xiao lay down less than 20 meters from the camp, wearing a night vision device the size of ordinary sunglasses. He spoke softly. Received. Don't move yet, observe the camp, wait for instructions, and also don't say over. This isn't a movie, rookie. Hawkeye's voice came through the earpiece. On a small dune about 100 meters from the camp, after finishing his words, Hawkeye turned off the audio and drew a bow, aiming at the camp. Want to compare? Same old rules. Next to him was Black Widow, holding a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer. Sure. I didn't expect to have the chance to fight alongside you in the desert. It seems Nick really values Tony Stark. Black Widow was carefully observing the distribution of sentries in the camp through the scope of the sniper rifle. It's not that he values Stark, he values this kid, Qin. Clearly this is to bring a rookie along. As he spoke, Hawkeye adjusted the small monocular scope on one of his eyes. It seemed this was his standard equipment for long-range archery. On the count of 3 we shall start together. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Since absorbing the super serum, Qin Xiao's physical senses were sharper than those of an average person. He heard the sound of arrows whistling through the air. As the sounds rang out, he watched the sentries in the camp fall one after another. Some were struck directly in the throat by arrows, while others had holes opened in their foreheads. It should have been a combined effort from Black Widow and Hawkeye. In less than 2 seconds, all 7 or 8 sentries, both visible and hidden, fell to the ground. Immediately after, a sound of footsteps came from behind. Hawkeye quickly ran over from behind. Upon reaching Qin Xiao's side, he immediately knocked an arrow and stared intently at the direction of the camp. Then Qin Xiao saw Black Widow flowing down from the small dune, running over here. Without a word, she directly aimed her gun at the camp. I'm going to the cave on the left. If anyone comes out, I will hold them off. Stark should be on the right. It's up to you. Any problems? Hawkeye glanced at Qin Xiao and said. Qin Xiao signaled with an okay gesture. Go. With a command from Hawkeye, Qin Xiao sprang up from the ground. This showcased the high cost-effectiveness of basic combat skills. Not only combat techniques, but also knowledge of firearms, even in a hostage rescue mission. Although it was Qin Xiao's first time as he ran and walked, he appeared completely trained. He didn't seem like a novice at all. Hawkeye secretly gave Black Widow a thumbs up. An expert can see the technique, moving quickly while avoiding obstacles and being alert for potential enemies ahead. It's easy to tell if someone is experienced. This kid is not bad, Hawkeye remarked before following closely behind, running towards the camp. It was unclear whether it was because they were tight on the outside but loose on the inside, or if they were confident in their chosen positions. The cave had no guards except for 2 positioned at the main gate deep inside. However, at this time, they were sleeping against the large iron gate. Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment, drew out his silenced pistol, and took aim at one of them. It was his first time killing someone. Qin Xiao originally wanted to use a knife, but after thinking about it, he felt a pistol would be better. It was unclear whether it was because he was using a pistol or because he was anxious to save someone, but even from a few meters away, using a pistol to kill did not cause Qin Xiao any discomfort. He took the key from the guard and gently opened the iron door. What came into view was a large wooden workbench messily cluttered with various tools and metals. In such an environment, one could create a small arc reactor and a set of technologically advanced battle armor. Truly, he deserved the title of Iron Man, a mortal body rivaling the divine. Qin Xiao exclaimed in admiration. He looked into the cave, where 2 simple military cots were placed at the far right. 2 people were lying on the cots, covered with colorless blankets. One was Dr. Ethan, who briefly appeared in the movie. The other was Tony Stark, who had already transformed into Iron Man. Qin Xiao could see the faint blue light emanating from the arc reactor beneath the blanket. Having spent quite some time together, Qin Xiao had developed a certain bond with Tony. The usually well-dressed Tony Stark now looked disheveled and unkempt. With a tinge of sadness, Qin Xiao gently lifted Tony's blanket. Snap! With that light motion, Tony suddenly opened his eyes, one hand already gripping Qin Xiao's wrist. As your coach, shouldn't I commend you for learning well? Tony Stark's eyes widened in surprise, bursting with excitement. Qin Xiao couldn't afford to say much. He quickly got up and turned around, tightly covering Ethan's mouth, just as he was about to scream. Shut up. If you want to live, don't shout. I'm Tony's friend. God, I never knew meeting you would be such a joyous occasion. What brings you here? Tony lowered his voice, exclaiming with delight. I say, do you believe I'm here waiting for the next subway? Of course not, I'm here to save you, friend. And don't get too close or I don't want to hug you. Damn it. Tony, you have no idea how bad you smell. Qin Xiao struggled to break free from Tony's embrace, unable to resist brushing off the dust on himself. Lowering his voice, he said, the people outside have been dealt with. Now keep quiet and follow me. At that moment, Hawkeye's voice came through the earpiece, urging him. Qin, you need to hurry. There's a monitoring room aimed right at your side. I've already taken care of a jerk who got up to use the bathroom at night, but it won't hold for long. Quick, let's go. There's no time. Qin Xiao urgently urged the 2. Though Tony was curious about who had come with Qin Xiao, he knew this was not the time for questions. He stood up and grabbed a stack of blueprints from the workbench, unhesitatingly following Qin Xiao's side. When Qin Xiao led the two out, Black Widow had already begun setting up small explosives around. She informed Hawkeye to evacuate while they climbed closer to the cave. Black Widow glanced at the valley below piled high with military arms. "You guys go get the vehicle. They'll stay here and watch. If they come out, it'll give them a free fireworks show," Black Widow said, holding a small remote detonator. In the urgency of the moment, with the darkness making it hard to see, Tony hadn't clearly seen Hawkeye and Black Widow's appearances. Now, hearing Black Widow speak, he recognized her. "It's you." It seemed Black Widow had left a strong impression on Tony from their encounter at the casino. However, Tony wisely refrained from asking too many questions at this moment. Instead, he spoke seriously to Black Widow. "I want to stay here with you. The missiles, rifles, and so on below are all Stark Industries weapons. I don't know why they are here, but I want to destroy them myself." Qin Xiao, knowing Tony's feelings better than anyone else, spoke up without waiting for others to respond. "It's decided then. I will stay to protect them, and Ethan will go with Agent Barton to drive the car." Hawkeye glanced at Qin Xiao, and Tony said nothing and gestured for Ethan to follow him as he turned and left. The three found a concealed spot to lie down. By now the sky was beginning to lighten. Qin Xiao looked at the glowing arc reactor on Tony's chest. "Nice tattoo, it even glows. Help me get one when we get back." Tony smiled bleakly, pulling down his shirt to reveal the reactor inside. "This thing is an electromagnet with a bunch of small fragments constantly aiming for my heart. I swear you wouldn't like this feeling." Not only Black Widow, but even Qin Xiao, who knew the situation, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of such a large piece of metal embedded in someone's chest. "At least you won't need to turn on the light when you go to the bathroom at night." Qin Xiao wasn't sure how to comfort him, so he just patted him on the shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion arose from the camp below. "Don't talk. They found us," Black Widow said, and the three remained silent, watching the camp. A large group of disheveled terrorists emerged from the left cave, wielding various rifles and shouting loudly in all directions. Black Widow handed the remote detonator to Tony, saying, "Wait a moment, let them come out a bit more." Tony said nothing, taking the detonator and gripping it tightly. Clearly, the experiences of this time had left him with some psychological trauma. After a brief moment, a bald, muscular man stormed out angrily with his men. Having reviewed the surveillance, he stubbornly re-entered the cave where Tony was imprisoned. After more than a minute, he finally emerged from the cave, standing at the entrance and loudly issuing some orders to the people below. "Now's the time," Black Widow said. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Tony pressed the detonator switch with force. Boom. Bang. Bang. The small bombs left by Black Widow detonated almost simultaneously. Then they ignited a large pile of missiles and grenades on the ground. The violent explosion caused the ground to shake for the three of them, who were over 100 meters away. Countless bullets were propelled by the explosion, scattering explosively in midair. It truly felt like a grand fireworks display. At that moment, the sound of a car engine echoed behind the three. Hawkeye noticed an off-road vehicle speeding toward them from a distance. "Get in the car quickly. The explosion will attract the local military and government's attention. We need to leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble." Hawkeye waved at everyone. Tony took a deep look at the place before turning to follow Qin Xiao into the vehicle. No one noticed the bald leader. At the moment of the explosion, he was knocked back into the cave by the shockwave. Though injured, he had managed to escape the brunt of the blast. As everyone left, he slowly crawled out of the cave, watching the dust raised by the departing vehicles. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a satellite phone. "From here, we will head northwest for another half hour, and we will be able to enter Afghanistan. At that point, we will be safe." After driving for more than an hour, Hawkeye stopped to check the direction and double-checked the GPS. "It seems we..." Boom. Black Widow's words were abruptly interrupted by an explosion. A violent blast erupted less than 3 meters to the left of the SUV. A massive cloud of yellow sand was thrown into the sky by the explosion. To the left. Hawkeye suddenly turned the steering wheel. Black Widow quickly grabbed a pair of binoculars to look to the left. Go. Hurry up. Damn it." Black Widow's expression changed drastically as she urgently spoke to Hawkeye. Without hesitation, Hawkeye pressed the gas pedal and the engine roared loudly. No longer concerned about direction, they sped to the right. Qin Xiao's sharp eyes caught sight of a figure in the distance holding a metal pipe. It was likely an anti-tank rocket launcher. The previous explosion had come from it. One rocket launcher alone couldn't threaten this group, but the terrifying part was the person wielding it. One after another, more than 10 SUVs emerged from behind the sand dunes. Damn it, how can they arrive so quickly and with so many people? Hold on tight. There's no insurance if you fall out of the vehicle now. The pursuing vehicles were all open-top SUVs, and almost every vehicle had a terrorist standing with a rocket launcher. They began to unleash a barrage of fire at the vehicles. Hawkeye's steering wheel was jerked to the left in an instant, then to the right. The vehicle twisted like a snake, bouncing across the desert. Accompanied by explosions nearby and a sky full of yellow sand, Qin Xiao suddenly felt as if he was in a spy movie. "They are coming from the north. The Afghan border is not safe." Contact our people and notify the military to handle this quickly. Hawkeye yelled at Black Widow while driving. I'm already on the phone, damn it. Black Widow held the phone tightly as gunfire erupted behind them. A bullet narrowly grazed her arm, shattering the vehicle's rearview mirror. Rat-a-tat-tat. It was unclear whether their rocket launchers had run out or if their accuracy was just too poor. The occupants in the Jeep had set up machine guns. The gunfire kept the people inside from even lifting their heads. The sound of bullets striking the vehicle was relentless. The opposing side was using heavy machine guns, and the bouncing vehicle couldn't withstand such a barrage. Hawkeye drove while glancing back at Qin Xiao, Tony, and the other three. He sighed and said to Black Widow, "You drive, we must fight back." Without waiting for her reaction, he stood up and jumped into the middle of the front two seats. Almost as soon as Hawkeye's words fell, Natasha grabbed the steering wheel, her legs propelling her into position. "Now it's our turn, bastards." Hawkeye knocked an arrow, remaining steady despite the vehicle's bumps. His upper body barely moved. Whoosh! An arrow was released. Qin Xiao saw a massive flash of fire erupt from the nearest vehicle. Hawkeye's explosive arrow had taken out one vehicle. The back window was already shattered like a spiderweb. "Duck down," Qin Xiao shouted to Tony and Ethan, then smashed the glass with a punch. He raised a rifle and aimed at the rear to start shooting. Qin Xiao's marksmanship was average, and under these circumstances, it was even harder to hit a target. However, he wasn't afraid of wasting bullets. He switched to automatic mode and unleashed a hail of gunfire. It disrupted many of the enemy's machine gunners, making them hesitant to stand and shoot. Whoosh! After a brief aim, Hawkeye released another arrow. Another vehicle turned into a fireball. Whoosh! Another one down. "Yes. Well done, buddy." Seeing Hawkeye sit down after shooting an arrow, Qin Xiao took the moment to compliment him. With Qin Xiao's disruption and Hawkeye's 3 arrows taking down 3 vehicles, the enemy began to maintain their distance, no longer daring to press in so closely. Their pressure had significantly decreased. "They've pulled back a bit. I say you keep it up, Cupid, and take out a few more. There are only 5 or 6 vehicles left," Qin Xiao said, looking at the seated Hawkeye. "I want to keep going, but I'm out of explosive arrows. Also, I'm Hawkeye, not Cupid, rookie." "What do you mean you're out of explosive arrows? The other side is a bunch of terrorists. Oh, we're here to fight. Can't you bring more gear?" Qin Xiao exclaimed. "We're here to rescue people, not to fight, rookie." Hawkeye was checking his quiver. "I know you're here to save me, but can I at least get a gun? Mongolian warrior, it's not my style to take hits without fighting back." Tony suddenly interjected. "Damn it. Hawkeye, stop giving people nicknames. Besides, who says I can't do anything without explosive arrows?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye stood up and briefly aimed before. 2 arrows were shot in quick succession. 1 arrow hit a machine gunner in the head, while the other pierced through the windshield, killing the driver instantly. The vehicle swerved violently and flipped over in the desert. "See that, rookie? And you too, millionaire. I'll leave the professional stuff to the professionals." Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged glances, and Qin Xiao shrugged. "You're right, you shooting accurately is what matters, but why not take out 2 drivers with 2 arrows? That way they could flip 2 vehicles." "Tony, I think Qin is right." "Ethan, yeah." "Hawkeye." After all the commotion, only 2 SUVs remained on the opposing side, and the pressure was almost gone. Everyone relaxed, just waiting for Hawkeye to stand up and take them out one by one. True to expectations, Hawkeye stood up and efficiently took down 1 vehicle. As he stood up again, bang. Almost as soon as he stood, Hawkeye fell back down. A bullet was embedded deep in the right side of his bulletproof vest. "Damn, there's still someone." Hawkeye's words seemed to signal the start of the enemy's assault. Almost 20 SUVs suddenly emerged from the sand dunes to the left front. In an instant, gunfire erupted everywhere. A torrent of bullets stirred up clouds of yellow sand to the left and in front of the vehicle. The bullets formed several deadly trajectories. If they hadn't just climbed a sand dune to hide, that volley could have destroyed the vehicle. "This won't work. Can we get the military to come directly?" Taking advantage of the sand dune blocking their view, Tony asked. "Now it's a problem. Even if they come directly, we will be hard-pressed to hold out for long. Thankfully, there are quite a few sand dunes ahead. We can flip over them one by one and see if we can shake them off." Hawkeye pointed to the sand dunes ahead. Qin Xiao glanced at the rolling dunes and thought it impossible to shake off so many pursuers with just those few dunes. Help would definitely not arrive in time. "I remember there are 2 big guys in the car. I have a plan," Qin Xiao said quietly. The Ten Rings organization has not made many appearances in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At least it was the case until Qin Xiao's crossing. As for the comics, Qin Xiao's knowledge is limited to Mandarin and a ring. However, it now seems that the Ten Rings' influence in the Middle East should be quite powerful. At least that is the case in the Asian region of the Middle East. The distance from the desert camp where Tony was rescued to Afghanistan is quite short. Along the way, they not only faced the pursuit of 6 fully armed SUVs. Now they are surrounded by nearly 20 SUVs. Even with 2 top-tier agents and Qin Xiao, a super soldier, on board, they are still unable to lift their heads under the overwhelming firepower of the enemy. Forget about counterattacking in this situation, they won't get far before being turned into shreds by heavy machine guns. To prevent any unforeseen events, and to stop the pursuers, they had two 6-barreled Gatling machine guns mounted on their vehicle. As the vehicle crossed 3 sand dunes in a row, Qin Xiao shouted for them to stop. He grabbed a Gatling and jumped out of the vehicle. With 2 Gatlings, Qin Xiao held one while Tony set up another on the ground. Hawkeye was still holding his bow and arrow while Black Widow and Ethan had an automatic rifle. Once we cross these dunes, they will be able to scatter and encircle us. This is our last chance. Qin Xiao also laid down on the back of the dune, looking over at the enemy. The terrain here can indeed hold them off for a while, but we can't hold them for long. There are too many of them, and our ammunition won't last for more than a few minutes. Hawkeye quickly glanced at the ammunition and weapons. A few minutes will be enough, but we just need to make them stop first. Qin Xiao stared intently at the dune across from him, waiting for all their vehicles to cross over. They needed to corner them in the natural basin between the 2 dunes. But Natasha took over the conversation, but before she could finish, the roar of vehicles came from the opposite side. One SUV after another leapt from the dune and sped down this way. Prepare. Qin Xiao watched as the enemy vehicles slowly came into view, when most of the enemy vehicles had entered the lowest basin. Now, Qin Xiao fired first. The others, although unsure of Qin Xiao's plan, still followed his lead and opened fire. The 2 Gatlings and 2 automatic rifles unleashed a deadly barrage, coupled with Hawkeye's surprise arrows taking out a few drivers. The SUVs in the basin quickly reacted. Several vehicles formed a straight line with a few more positioned behind them. The terrorists on the opposite side could only hide behind 2 vehicles and fire back. The firepower of the Gatling was simply too overwhelming. One vehicle was not enough to ensure their safety. Good. Cease fire. Seeing the enemy set up their formation, Qin Xiao gestured for everyone to stop shooting. Barton, if anyone on the opposite side tries to drive, shoot the driver. If they don't move, you don't move. There were only 5 of them hiding behind the dune, occasionally changing positions to take a look. As soon as someone on the opposite side moved, Hawkeye would shoot an arrow. If several people on the opposite side moved or attempted to drive, their guns would immediately unleash a crossfire. Indeed, they managed to keep the enemies pinned down. Is this your plan? We don't have much ammunition left. What next? Black Widow said while changing a magazine. Next, you'll see my performance. Leave me a bit of supplies, and when they move, unleash another round. You all get out of here immediately. Qin Xiao said to the people below. No, what about you? Tony was the first to jump out in opposition. Qin Xiao had come to rescue him, and he couldn't leave him alone in the desert. He doesn't know, but you should. You go first. My chances of survival are much greater alone. We're not far from Afghanistan. If you move quickly, I can definitely wait for reinforcements. Qin Xiao said to Black Widow and Hawkeye. They exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed the best approach for the moment. Keeping the enemy occupied here, not to mention the ammunition issue. The key point is that no one knows which side's reinforcements will arrive first. They are still too short-handed. If the enemy sends more people from another direction, they would only be surrounded by the enemy. No, I oppose this. We must have other ways. Tony looked at Hawkeye and Black Widow, who seemed a bit swayed, and quickly voiced his strong opposition. Tony, listen to me. Look here. Qin Xiao beckoned to Tony. As soon as Tony's gaze shifted over, Qin Xiao swiftly struck with a hand chop, hitting the side of Tony's neck. Damn it. Why did you hit me? Tony questioned, covering his cheek. Qin Xiao felt a bit awkward. He was afraid of hitting too hard and hurting Tony, so he held back, resulting in an awkward situation. Well, Qin Xiao scratched his head, but unexpectedly Hawkeye stood up and delivered a chop to the back of Tony's neck. Tony grunted and fell to the ground. What about you? Do you want to come with us or be knocked out by me? Qin Xiao glanced at Ethan. He'll go with them. He'll be obedient. Ethan raised his hands in compliance, recalling how they knocked Tony out. It looked painful, and he was sure it must be bruised. Just then, 2 vehicles on the opposite side attempted to move in a different direction before circling back. The 2 Gatlings whirred to life, forcing the vehicles back to their original position. Hawkeye also managed to take out a driver from one vehicle with an arrow. Now's the time. You all hurry and go quickly, Hawkeye said without hesitation, picking up the unconscious Tony. Black Widow looked at Qin Xiao with some concern. That look in your eyes, you don't plan to confess to me now, do you? For God's sake, you all hurry up and bring help to find me quickly, Qin Xiao said fiercely, giving Black Widow a light slap on the backside. This time Black Widow did not get angry, but gave Qin Xiao a roll of her eyes. If you can't hold on, don't force it. Engage in guerrilla warfare with them, and we will find you. Qin Xiao nodded heavily. Later, this group of SUVs came directly from the desert on the Iranian side. Leading them was a bearded fat man. He commanded the convoy to surround and create a temporary fortress after suddenly attacking over the dune. Despite the fierce firepower from the opposite side, the fat man was not worried at all. With so many of them, the enemy could not possibly carry much ammunition. This is the desert, their territory. They could wear them down completely. However, the fat man was also uneasy about dragging things out too long, so he wanted to let 2 vehicles break through first to test the waters. As soon as the vehicles started moving, the Gatling bullets whistled through the air. There were also those terrifying arrows that could take down a person with a single shot. Damn it. This won't work if we drag this out any longer. The U.S. military will intervene. The bearded man anxiously slapped the sand on the ground. He sent people twice to try to flank around. Either they were forced back by bullet rain or shot dead by Hawkeye with an arrow. This is not going to work. The bearded man once again designated a rather cunning terrorist. You drive east, keep your head down, just hit the gas, and don't look at the road. After this unfortunate fellow got in the car and prepared, the bearded man called over another subordinate who immediately got into the vehicle. With a command from the bearded man, the first fellow stepped on the gas and the vehicle sped off towards the east. As for Qin Xiao, after all the commotion, everyone else had already left. Only Qin Xiao remained behind to hold the line. He watched as an off-road vehicle sped out to his right. He didn't expect them to probe again so quickly, and Qin Xiao cursed under his breath, damn it. Resigned to his fate, he picked up the sniper rifle and targeted the vehicle. I refuse to believe I can't hit the tires, he muttered as he aimed at the front wheel. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Although the driver was ducking low, Qin Xiao still saw a spray of blood burst from the back of the driver's neck through the scope. The vehicle lost control and crashed. Is this really possible? Qin Xiao stared in disbelief as his shot, aimed at the tire, instead took out the driver, marveling at his own luck. No sooner had he celebrated than he realized something was wrong. Another car was charging out from the opposite direction. Qin Xiao did not believe he could have 2 strokes of luck in a row. He threw down the sniper rifle and surprisingly grabbed a Gatling gun with each hand. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 streams of furious gunfire erupted, the bullets almost forming a continuous line. The 2 streams of fire intertwined in midair, directly pursuing the off-road vehicle. Under such overwhelming firepower, the off-road vehicle didn't last even 2 seconds. It was torn to shreds and then exploded into a massive fireball. Qin Xiao then turned his gun and unleashed a barrage towards their makeshift position. This was a warning from Qin Xiao: don't move or he'll take you down. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Xiao realized he didn't have much ammunition left, and all he could do was stall for as long as possible. The bearded man naturally received the warning, and they remained silent for a good 10 minutes. In fact, the bearded man had initially planned to spread out the vehicles to encircle and trap them, which would have put Qin Xiao in a difficult position. If things went wrong, they could easily end up overturned. Even if they managed to win in the end, casualties were unavoidable. However, the internal factions of the Ten Commandments gang were complex. This whole affair was a private job that the bald man had taken on, and the bearded man only acted after receiving his distress call. From the very beginning, he had never intended for his subordinates to suffer casualties over this. He had only thought of encircling and trapping them, pursuing them if they could be caught, and abandoning the effort if they couldn't. But he never imagined that Qin Xiao and the others would dare to stop and counterattack with such fierce firepower. With many of his subordinates killed, the bearded man began to feel the heat. Just as the bearded man was regretting his involvement, his satellite phone rang. Damn it, you never told me these guys were so fierce. What kind of people am I chasing? I've lost a lot of my men, and you have to compensate me for this. Without hesitation, the bearded man began to lament, emphasizing his losses. He knew that the bald man had dealings with some major arms dealers in America, so he stressed his losses to ensure he could negotiate for more resources later. However, the bald man's next words sent the bearded man into a rage. What? Tony Stark. I should have known. Damn it. Damn it. You should have told me that from the start. Attack. Get everyone in the vehicles spread out and encircle that dune. Get in the vehicles. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The bearded man hung up the phone and finally began to launch a full-scale assault. With this seriousness, Qin Xiao alone could not hold out. Dozens of vehicles scattered in all directions, and Qin Xiao was stunned. He could only aim the most powerful 2 Gatling guns directly at the 2 vehicles in front. After a hard struggle, he managed to take out the 2 vehicles, but one of the Gatling guns had run out of ammo. The other one had very little ammunition left. Looking at the off-road vehicles of the Ten Commandments gang, most had already climbed the surrounding dunes, some even disappearing from sight. Qin Xiao aimed at the nearest off-road vehicle within his reach and emptied the remaining ammo from the last Gatling gun. Not bothering to check the damage, he tossed the gun to the ground. He moved a few steps to the side, fearing there might still be hidden enemies below, and directly dug a small pit in the sand using his immense strength. He buried himself completely in the pit. He tore the scarf from his neck and covered his face with it, preventing sand from entering his mouth and nose while blocking the glare from his sunglasses. A thin layer of sand covered his face as he struggled to burrow deeper into the sand. He shook the loose topsoil to cover himself as much as possible. While the surface looked uneven, there was no other way. He could only hope they wouldn't notice him right away. Just after he finished all that, he heard the sound of car engines. From the sound, it seemed that 2 vehicles had arrived simultaneously nearby, just 2 or 3 meters away from him. As Qin Xiao had imagined, their first focus was surely on the spot where he had dropped his weapons. Sure enough, after parking, he heard them chattering, likely reporting over the walkie-talkie that there was no one here. Patiently waiting for the enemies to finish speaking, and after about 10 seconds Qin Xiao leaped up from the sand pit. He kicked up a cloud of yellow sand, and in midair with a flick of his right hand a flash of black blade light slashed across. The head of the closest terrorists soared into the air. He could not give them the chance to shoot. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao fired his silenced pistol repeatedly while airborne. From the moment he leaped up to when he landed before the enemies could react, he dispatched 4 of them in one breath, one knife, 3 shots. With only 2 left to save time, as soon as Qin Xiao landed, he fired once more and hurled his tang knife at the remaining enemy. The shot was slightly off, hitting the enemy in the neck. Fortunately, it was a fatal shot, while the tang knife, propelled by Qin Xiao's immense strength, embedded itself into the forehead of the last man, piercing down to the hilt. Huff! Qin Xiao let out a heavy breath. 6 men out apart from his own precision, speed, and surprise. It was also because these men had arrived without seeing any enemies and they had dropped their weapons, making the surroundings completely visible. One could only say it was a perfect timing, otherwise while he could kill had they fired a single shot. It should be noted that the people around had yet to leave. Just as Qin Xiao thought, those 2 vehicles were the first to arrive here. After reporting to the bearded man over the walkie-talkie, he immediately led his men to pursue in the northwest direction. It should be noted that this place is very close to the border where there is a U.S. military base in Afghanistan. He did not believe that a big figure like Tony Stark would lack military support. Once they reached the border, it would mean they had permanently lost Tony Stark, the mobile super arsenal. So upon hearing that there was no one left here, his first reaction was that they would begin to retreat as soon as he moved. He quickly ordered everyone to chase in the northwest direction. Looking at Qin Xiao, who had delayed for more than 10 minutes, he really wanted to call Tony to ask if they had escaped the danger. Unfortunately, the satellite phone left by Black Widow had been hit by a bullet at some point. It should have been when 2 vehicles from the front fired a few sporadic shots in this direction. Damn it. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and got into an off-road vehicle, flooring the gas pedal as he sped towards the northwest. Meanwhile, Big Beard received reports from his subordinates. A group of vehicles sped northwest. After driving for 4 to 5 minutes, Big Beard's phone rang again. This time he did not know who was calling, but after answering, Big Beard's face turned serious. He spoke directly into the walkie-talkie. Retreat. The target has been picked up by the U.S. military. Retreat immediately. In the desert, a dozen vehicles turned around simultaneously, beginning to retreat along the path they had come. As for Qin Xiao, although he heard the words from the vehicle's walkie-talkie, they were speaking in some language from an Arab country. Qin Xiao could not understand a single word. Fortunately, the system's prompt rang just in time. Congratulations, host. The mission to save Tony Stark has been completed. Reward 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have made a profound impression on the original Avenger Hawkeye, gaining 500 points. Congratulations, host. Black Widow's favorability towards you has significantly increased, gaining 200 points. Congratulations, host. Iron Man's favorability towards you has significantly increased, gaining 200 points. Congratulations, host. Hawkeye's favorability towards you has significantly increased, gaining 100 points. The prompts continued to sound, completing the mission. Unexpectedly building closer relationships with key figures also earned points, which should be considered a hidden reward. This could be considered a life and death bond, and indeed, gaining favorability this way was swift. He just didn't understand why Hawkeye was only worth 100 points. Was it because they weren't as familiar as the other 2, or was it because Hawkeye himself had a relatively weak presence? However, Qin Xiao had no time to think too much about it now, as the mission had been completed, and there was no need to continue pursuing the 10 Rings gang behind him. Advancing might lead to encountering them again, although Qin Xiao was now a super soldier, still wearing the protective suit provided by the system. But he was not invincible. If a large caliber bullet hit his head, or he encountered heavy weaponry, such as several rockets, Qin Xiao would not be able to withstand it. He could fight desperately, but reckless risks would be a loss. There was no choice but to avoid them for now and wait for Tony and the others' rescue. It would have been better if the satellite phone had not been shot to pieces. After a moment of thought, Qin Xiao quickly turned around and drove back in the direction he had come. On the other hand, Big Beard, who had started to retreat, was feeling increasingly uneasy. Because the number of vehicles didn't match, he clearly remembered the count from when he first looked. He had even observed carefully, and aside from the 2 vehicles that had been blown up at the front, there should have been no casualties afterward. But if the front was blown up, how did they escape his blockade? It made no sense that after chasing for so long, he was directly rescued by the American military. If that were the case, he should have encountered Americans too. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became, especially when he recalled the sharpshooter in the opposing team at the beginning. The last wave seemed to only have gunfire, and he had not seen that archer appear again. No way. They set a trap for him. Otherwise, the number of vehicles wouldn't match. The 2 vehicles that passed by might have been ambushed by them. Damn it. So many subordinates died, expending so much effort, and not only did he gain nothing, but he was made a fool of. The more Big Beard thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly picked up the walkie-talkie to give orders to his subordinates. As for Qin Xiao, he was completely unaware that Big Beard had started hunting him down in this desert. He was simply adopting a risk-averse attitude, heading back in the direction he had come. In Qin Xiao's view, no matter when the reinforcements arrived, he would return safely. Once they had left sufficiently, he would head directly south towards Pakistan. As long as he entered the city in Pakistan, he would be completely safe. However, Qin Xiao overlooked one thing: the bald man who kidnapped Tony had his camp within Pakistan. Although that camp had been wiped out, the bald man had not died, and he had more than one squad nearby. Qin Xiao knew nothing of this, including the various chaotic forces within the Ten Rings gang. He only knew that the mission had been completed. He had also gained so many points without effort, totaling 3,000. He was only 2,000 points away from unlocking the secondary store. With plenty of fuel in the vehicle, he also found a pack of cigarettes inside, and at this moment, he was happily smoking while driving south. As he drove along, he suddenly spotted a small black dot up ahead. It looked like it should be a person. One person wouldn't pose much threat to Qin Xiao, and he casually drove towards that person. Who would have thought that upon hearing the sound of the car engine, this person actually turned around and made a hitchhiking gesture towards Qin Xiao? What a bold person. In such a chaotic place, you dare to stop a clearly armed vehicle. Qin Xiao glanced at the heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle and couldn't help but admire the person's boldness. Thinking about the vast desert the pursuers behind might not be able to catch up to him. Moreover, leaving this person here, should the terrorists behind see him, they might kill a civilian out of vengeance. With the intention of doing a good deed, Qin Xiao executed a stylish drift, bringing the off-road vehicle to a halt next to the traveler. So do you need a ride? The traveler wore oversized trousers and a blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves. His face was wrapped in a dirty scarf to protect against the wind and sand, and he looked quite disheveled. Upon seeing Qin Xiao stop, the man was overjoyed and quickly pulled down the scarf. Can you take me to the nearest town? Thank you. The man displayed a simple smile, but when Qin Xiao saw his face, it was as if he had seen a ghost. It's Yui. When Tony Stark woke up, he found himself lying in a U.S. military base. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar face of Rhodey. How's the taste of the happy Hummer, Tony? Next time remember to ride with me, okay? Rhodey said with a smile. God knows how much pressure he has been under this past month. Rhodey. Tony smiled knowingly and embraced his good friend. Qin, right, where's Qin? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Tony's expression changed drastically, and he pushed Rhodey away, asking. Looking around the room, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Ethan were present. But Qin Xiao was nowhere to be seen, and considering the situation, before he fell unconscious, Tony quickly understood what had happened. Rhodey, go save him. Qin stayed behind to cover us. We have to save him. Rhodey clearly already knew what had transpired. He had heard Tony mention Qin Xiao before, but regarding Tony's plea to save him. I'm sorry, Tony. The military can take risks for you when confident, but for your friend, I'm afraid I can't help Tony. He was the one who saved me. He rescued me. I can't leave him behind in that place. Tony Stark stood up, speaking with agitation. Tony, listen to me. This is a matter of national borders. We can't just charge into a non-allied country's territory for one person. I've submitted the application. I trust they will communicate with them soon. Rhodey also stood up, holding Tony's arm in comfort. By the time you submit the application and they communicate, it could take several days. I know how those people operate. After all, the one in danger is not the famous Tony Stark, but an unknown individual, right? Colonel Rhodey, Hawkeye said sarcastically from the side, though he knew Rhodey was also quite helpless. Regardless of who it was, for Qin Xiao had stayed behind to let everyone else escape. Do you have any good ideas? If I remember correctly, you are agents, right? You should have some special means or something. The military's planes have refused our request for deployment, but our Quinjet is on its way and should arrive in about 20 minutes, Black Widow said calmly from the side. At that moment, it was indeed Qin Xiao who had the greatest chance of survival for everyone. But that didn't mean Black Widow was not worried at all. However, after Black Widow and Hawkeye presented their credentials, the commander of the base refused their request for a plane. They had no choice but to contact the nearest SHIELD intelligence office immediately and urgently dispatch a Quinjet. It had been almost an hour since they left Qin Xiao. Even if Qin Xiao was a super soldier, Black Widow was starting to feel anxious. And Qin Xiao had no idea about Tony's situation. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Because the person who appeared before him caused his brain to go into a state of shutdown. Is it you? A voice of surprise escaped, revealing a mix of astonishment, confusion, and more importantly, fear on the traveler's face. Do you know me? Of course, Qin Xiao recognized him, but he never expected to encounter him in this place. Back in college, there was a picture of you on the wall of my lab hanging next to Marie Curie Dr. Bruce Banner. I'm honored to meet you here. Qin Xiao opened the car door and got out, tossing a bottle of water to Banner. Drink some water. By the look of you, your supplies must be exhausted. While talking to Dr. Banner, Qin Xiao glanced back to see if anyone was following. However, in his heart, he was desperately searching for the film The Incredible Hulk that he had watched a long time ago. The timeline of Marvel movies is only a rough estimate. For instance, Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk should have culminated around 2008. But the events before and after are unknown. Qin Xiao remembered that Bruce Banner first fled to Brazil right after he transformed into the Hulk and escaped General Ross' pursuit. He met a teacher there who taught him to control his heartbeat. Later, he risked returning to America to meet Mr. Blue, whom he had been communicating with online. Ultimately, he disappeared after the battle with Abomination. According to the later plot, he should have attempted suicide in the Arctic and finally appeared in India during the first Avengers. It seemed that the battle with Abomination had already passed. This period seemed to be part of Banner's journey after his failed suicide before heading to India. He never expected to encounter him here. After mentally sorting out the timeline, Qin Xiao spoke again. Are you looking for a ride, doctor? Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. My car broke down and I bought this one for $30,000 from an armed man. You know this is the Middle East. Qin Xiao shrugged, trying to sound relaxed. It wasn't that he was eager to take Bruce Banner with him, but just as the two met, the system issued a new task. Gain Bruce Banner's trust, become his friend, and help him escape military tracking. System, am I getting too caught up in the conflict between Banner and the military? Shouldn't this task be postponed for later? The system only releases tasks randomly based on the people and events the host encounters, and it doesn't forcibly require the host to complete them. However, the Marvel world is fraught with danger, and by earning more points, the host can unlock the shop earlier and gain greater power. Although, as the system said, his tasks were quite laid back with no penalties. But the points were indeed very beneficial to him, so Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and accepted the task. At worst, if things go south, he could just look out for himself. Oh, after all, there was no time limit, right? So Qin Xiao directly got out of the car and casually explained why he was driving an armed vehicle. He knew that Banner had a strong aversion to people from the U.S. military. This was one of the reasons he chose to come to Asia. Compared to America and Europe, Asia was undoubtedly the place where American influence was weakest. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Bruce Banner showed a complicated expression. The weapons in Qin Xiao's car indeed put pressure on him. It wasn't that he feared what others would do to him, but he was afraid that he would cause casualties if he transformed. However, if he didn't get in the car, he currently had very few supplies in the desert. If he waited until his body could no longer endure, he would still automatically transform. After hesitating for a moment, Dr. Banner ultimately chose to get in the car. He returned from South America to the United States, and after dealing with the Abomination, he fled to the Middle East. To his surprise, he was still followed in the chaotic Middle East. With no other options, he had to choose to run to Asia. He was at his wit's end. Moreover, after receiving an injection from Mr. Lon along with the breathing techniques he learned in Brazil, he could almost perfectly control his emotions and heartbeat. He wouldn't easily transform. Besides, Qin Xiao didn't look like a military person at all. Indeed, Qin Xiao was not from the military, but Dr. Banner never expected that. Qin Xiao, appearing to be in his early 20s and looking refined, had just as much trouble as he did. At least that was the case in this desert. Dr. Banner, why are you alone in this desert? And it looks like. You should know this is very dangerous. The two unfamiliar individuals fell silent, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Qin Xiao began to chat casually. I've encountered some unfortunate events, but it's better that you don't know. I always seem to bring misfortune to others. Dr. Banner recalled with a glint in his eyes. I think you're being too pessimistic. As the saying goes, when fate plays tricks on you, don't ever think it's your fault. Fate. Dr. Banner muttered blankly a few times, lowering his head and falling silent. The two of them continued to drive silently through the desert. After more than 10 minutes, a cloud of yellow sand rose up around Qin Xiao's left, right, and behind him. 4 to 5 fully armed SUVs quickly surrounded them from 3 directions. It was clear they were heading for their vehicle. What happened? Who are these people? Are they your companions? Dr. Banner turned around anxiously. No, I have no companions here. Hold on tight. Qin Xiao slammed the gas pedal, and the SUV roared as it accelerated forward. Dr. Banner had thought about the possibility that these people were after him, but it was obvious from the situation that they were not Americans. Moreover, Qin Xiao's demeanor clearly indicated he was fleeing. Are you sure they aren't your companions? Damn, their vehicles look just like ours. Dr. Banner said while fastening his seatbelt. Doctor, you're a scientist. Don't you know the saying about looking beyond the surface to see the essence? Qin Xiao abruptly turned the steering wheel as several of the enemy's vehicles appeared on the right. Then let's talk about the essence. Why are there suddenly so many people, as if they're here to capture us? This is the Middle East, doctor. Don't ask why, and they're here to capture me. Congratulations, you can try experiencing the misfortune others bring you. FCK. Qin Xiao turned the steering wheel again as numerous enemies appeared on the other side. Moreover, there were many vehicles in front blocking the only escape route. At that moment, a heavily accented English voice came through the vehicle's intercom. Stop immediately. or we will concentrate our fire and destroy you." As if to validate his words, just as he finished speaking, the surrounding vehicles raised their heavy machine guns aiming at Qin Xiao's car. The surrounding vehicles drew closer with at least 20 SUVs encircling Qin Xiao. He sighed and resignedly pressed the brake. "Remember to cooperate with me, doctor." After stopping the car, Qin Xiao said calmly, "Cooperate? How do I?" Dr. Banner's words were cut off. Then Qin Xiao raised both hands high and shouted at the surrounding terrorists. "It's not my fault I don't know anything. I'm just a student traveling in the desert. It's this guy, he forced me to drive for him. I don't even know him or what's happening." Dr. Banner thought, WTF? What is happening? He was a bit dazed. The enemy vehicles all came to a halt. At least dozens of armed soldiers surrounded the two of them, and after Qin Xiao's outburst he added, "I'm not what he said. I don't know him, I'm just a traveler. I was just hitching a ride." Dr. Banner was increasingly frustrated as he looked at Qin Xiao. He's lying. Who would choose to hitch a ride in a vehicle with heavy machine guns in the desert? Look at me. I'm just a recently graduated college student, and then look at this guy. The terrorists surrounding the vehicle glanced at Qin Xiao, who was relatively clean and tidy, then looked at Dr. Banner, who was tattered and clearly had been through a fierce battle. The majority of the weapons turned toward Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner was about to say something when a soldier struck him on the head with his rifle, but, "Stop talking. Get out of the car and raise your hands." Dazed from the hit, Dr. Banner took a deep breath, but noticed Qin Xiao mischievously winking at him. This made him even angrier. However, the terrorists outside didn't care. They roughly pulled the two men out of the vehicle. Dozens of rifles surrounded the two of them. The crowd parted, and a big bearded man walked out nonchalantly. "So you two are the ones who killed so many of my men and let Tony Stark escape from my grasp." Tony Stark? That billionaire who was supposedly kidnapped. Dr. Banner felt a buzzing in his head. "Can someone tell me what is happening?" But Qin Xiao directly interrupted and shouted, "Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I don't even know who Tony Stark is. I'm just a recently graduated student. I'm Chinese, and this guy forced me to drive for him." Dr. Banner was interrupted again as the big bearded man drew a large caliber handgun and pointed it at his head. "Shut up. You aren't allowed to speak yet." Sorry. Dr. Banner sighed in resignation. "You're Chinese, eh?" The big bearded man turned to Qin Xiao and asked. "Oh." Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, looking innocent and pure. "You say he kidnapped you and forced you to help him drive?" The big bearded man continued to question. "That's right. He said I'm Chinese, and having me with him would make him safer in Pakistan." "You're lying. I'm the one." Dr. Banner tried to speak for the third time, but met with another rifle butt. "Shut up. I didn't ask you. You're not allowed to speak. I won't repeat myself. Understand?" The big bearded man bent down and spoke to Dr. Banner roughly. Dr. Banner was still desperately breathing deeply, feeling the impulse to unleash the Hulk for the first time and beat the living daylights out of this guy. Although Banner thought so in his heart, he still exerted all his strength to resist the emergence of the Hulk. It is worth noting that before the Avengers appeared, Banner had been incredibly resistant to the Hulk. Seeing Banner silent, the man with the beard nodded and walked towards Qin Xiao again. He was still inclined to believe what Qin Xiao said as he appeared slim and cultured. When the gun was pressed against him, he felt an overwhelming fear. "You tell me in detail how you two met, what he said to you, every detail, tell me everything." The man with the beard wanted to confirm whether Banner was indeed the one who had saved Tony Stark. Anyway, now that Tony Stark had escaped, it would be beneficial to capture their man in exchange for some advantage. He had coveted the fine weapons on the bald man's side for a long time. With this objective in mind, his tone towards Qin Xiao became softer. Could you please put the gun down first?" Qin Xiao said cautiously with a look of terror. "Of course, as long as you." Qin Xiao's expression suddenly changed, and his right hand shot out like lightning. He grabbed the hand of the man with the beard holding the gun and pressed his thumb hard against the web of his hand. In an instant, he snatched the handgun from the man with the beard. He directly took the leader of the opposing side as a hostage. "Step aside, everyone step aside." Qin Xiao held the man with the beard hostage, constantly threatening the surrounding terrorists, forcing them to clear space, at least ensuring his back was safe. In fact, if he had initially aimed to capture the leader first, Qin Xiao was confident he could manage. However, with Banner present, he was uncertain about facing the enraged Hulk in the desert. He could only use this relatively safer method. Who would have thought that he had just taken the man with the beard hostage when the system's voice echoed in his mind again? Special mission issued, gain the trust of the Green Giant Hulk, and initially obtain his friendship. Upon completion, receive a dose of the Green Giant's Mutation Serum, Improved Version. Green Giant Mutation Serum Improved Version, gain 30 of Hulk's strength, defense, and self-healing abilities, eliminating negative effects such as transformation and loss of rationality due to anger. Damn it. The system's words made Qin Xiao involuntarily curse in his mind. What does it mean to be a whore and still build a monument to virtue? You're the whore. Your whole family are whores. First of all, I have no grandpa, and I have no family. The host does not need to express such meaningless anger. Just say whether you want it or not. Say it out loud. Do you want it? Damn it, the system is teasing me. But yes, of course I want it. If the reward is this, then this risk is definitely worth taking. This is simply the law of true fragrance. This special mission directly changed Qin Xiao's strategy. He had originally planned to tease Banner and safely escape. But now his approach was different. Damn, your acting is good. You saved Tony Stark. The man with the beard still believed that Banner and Qin Xiao were in cahoots. But this is not America. Even if you hold me, you won't be able to leave this desert. We are freedom fighters unafraid of death. The man with the beard said with hatred. Is that so? Qin Xiao smiled. He looked at Banner, who had already stood up beside him, and said softly, if you are not afraid of death, are you afraid of the big green monster that can turn you into meat paste with a single punch? Big green monster. How do you know? The man with the beard and Banner spoke almost simultaneously. Qin Xiao ignored the man's words and looked at Banner, saying earnestly, Doctor, I can help you get rid of the military's harassment, but right now I need that big green guy to come out. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao decisively shot directly at Banner's chest. You. Banner's face showed disbelief as he struggled to utter a word, then slowly fell backward. What are you doing? You killed your partner. The man with the beard exclaimed in surprise. But Qin Xiao had no time to explain anything to him. He just whispered in his ear, you said you weren't afraid of death, so good luck to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao pushed the man with the beard towards the place where Banner had fallen. He turned around and ran. A puff of smoke flew out 10 to 20 meters, and the surrounding terrorists finally reacted. The two men hurriedly helped the man with the beard up, while the others pointed their guns at Qin Xiao in the distance. But before they could fire, a beast-like roar erupted. Roar! The corpse on the ground had transformed into a massive green monster without anyone noticing. Suddenly standing up, it was over 2 meters tall. Its muscles looked tougher than steel. It was holding the head of the man with the beard in its hand. Originally a burly man, in its grasp the man with the beard appeared as weak as a doll. With that earth-shattering roar, the green giant grabbed the man with the beard and smashed him violently against a nearby off-road vehicle, directly denting the entire hood. Using its flesh and blood, it turned the hood along with the engine into scrap metal. About 70 to 80% of the man with the beard's bones were shattered. He almost turned into meat paste with that one hit, and it seemed he would not survive. The surrounding people finally reacted. Instinctively, they raised their firearms and began shooting madly at the monster. Unfortunately, not even Hulk's skin could be pierced. Boom. As soon as he appeared, he was attacked furiously, and Hulk directly entered a rampage state. With one kick, he sent a terrorist flying over 100 meters. Then he swung the already battered off-road vehicle, aiming it horizontally at the crowd. At this moment, the people had not fully scattered. With one swing, at least 3 or 4 were turned into meat paste. In an instant, there was a bloody scene and bullets flew everywhere. Those terrorists from the Ten Rings gang who claimed to be unafraid of death. Now they were screaming in panic and desperately fleeing in all directions. Those with slightly smaller courage were directly shouting about devils collapsing to the ground. Faced with the rampaging Hulk, they didn't even have the strength to escape. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would never know just how formidable the Hulk truly is. Even compared to the comics, the Hulk in the movies has been diminished 100-fold. However, before a being of divine level appears, the Hulk is virtually an indomitable force. The violent power contained in each of his punches and kicks left Qin Xiao, who was hiding behind a sand dune, feeling a deep sense of dread. In the face of such an enraged Hulk, Qin Xiao felt that as a super soldier, he was no different from those terrifying members of the Ten Rings gang. If there had to be a distinction, it would only be the difference between one punch and two. System, this task is a bit extreme. I feel like I would be crushed before I even had a chance to speak. Watching from a distance as Hulk crushed a man's head into a mist of blood, Qin Xiao struggled to swallow. Without experiencing the storm, how can one see the rainbow? If even this task is beyond you, then I might as well send you back to be a wage slave, slowly working off debts and live a miserable life. Damn it, why do you look down on me? Why is it that those systems from other worlds can effortlessly offer 100-fold returns while I have to deal with personal attacks from my own system? It's frustrating. The tasks are absurdly difficult, and my host is constantly under attack. Complaining aside, the task still needs to be completed, as the rewards are indeed very enticing. The group of Ten Rings gang members below had been decimated by Hulk. The remaining ones were either terrified or madly fleeing. Many people had already been killed, and most of the vehicles were smashed to pieces. Estimating that Hulk should be slightly calmer now, Qin Xiao steeled himself and stepped out from behind the sand dune. Hulk. Qin Xiao greeted Hulk with enthusiasm, smiling as if he were a village beauty seeing her lover return home. Perhaps the only difference was that he did not have a flowery handkerchief fluttering in the wind. Roar. Unfortunately, Hulk did not comprehend such sentiments and simply let out a furious roar, leaping heavily down in front of Qin Xiao. Without a word, he threw a punch directly at Qin Xiao. When Hulk lunged towards him, the overwhelming pressure nearly triggered Qin Xiao's instinct to dodge. Just when he managed to stabilize himself, a fist the size of a large pot came crashing down. Was he always this violent? Strike first and ask questions later. Do you think your way? Qin Xiao muttered to himself, while quickly sidestepping to evade Hulk's punch. He quickly shouted, "Wait, Hulk, I'm not with them. I mean no harm, I just want to have a word with you. Hey, I know you don't really want to hurt anyone, you only destroy things because you can't help but feel angry, right? I have a great solution." As Qin Xiao dodged Hulk's punches, he quickly recounted Hulk's grievances from Thor Ragnarok, hoping to touch Hulk's heart slightly. Moi. Perhaps due to a remnant impression from Banner, Hulk felt that Qin Xiao was indeed different from those who shot at him. Or perhaps Qin Xiao's words made some impact as Hulk's third fist came to a halt midair. In the movie of the Invincible Hulk, Banner should have some form of memory sharing with Hulk, which may not be complete but certainly exists. However, in later Avengers films, Hulk and Banner's memories seem to become independent. Here there is a vague impression of the people and events that the other party has encountered. Phew, Qin Xiao let out a long sigh. I am not your enemy, Hulk. I want to be your friend. Can we talk? With his heart in his throat, Qin Xiao extended his hands to show he meant no harm. Friend. Hulk mumbled the word. Then, bam! A sudden punch sent Qin Xiao flying over 20 meters. He landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Hulk quickly followed, jumping beside Qin Xiao. Tell Hulk the solution, or Hulk will tear you apart. Just when Qin Xiao thought he was doomed, Hulk suddenly spoke to him. There are many bad people in this world, even some monsters that are different from ordinary people. Of course, I'm not talking about you. Oh, I actually quite like your skin color. I'm referring to someone like Abomination, that ugly guy you fought in New York. Do you remember? The fact that they could communicate was a good start, and Qin Xiao joyfully responded, Hulk remembers. He is very strong, but he was still defeated by Hulk. Roar. Hulk's behavior carried a hint of childlike innocence mixed with primal instincts. As he recalled defeating Abomination, he let out a roar that felt like a male beast proclaiming its achievements. Hey, big guy, you can roar all you want, but can you let me go? You're about to choke me to death. When Hulk roared, he instinctively tightened his grip, nearly squeezing the life out of Qin Xiao. Hulk forgot you're too weak. Hulk hasn't even used his strength yet. As Hulk spoke, he loosened his grip on Qin Xiao. Cough, cough. Qin Xiao coughed a couple of times and adjusted his clothes. Not everyone is as strong as you, Hulk. You should learn to control your strength. Hulk's strength is tremendous. Why should I control it? You say there are monsters and bad people. Where are they? Take Hulk to fight them. Hulk shouted loudly at Qin Xiao, shaking Qin Xiao's ears with the force of his voice. I need to find the monsters and bad people first. Hulk, we need some intel. A bad people won't just appear in front of us. Take Hulk to find them. Let's go now. Another roar. No. The bad guys are far away. Oh, we need to take a plane. Do you know what a plane is? Hulk is too big to fit on a plane. You need to turn into Banner first. Plane. Hulk mumbled. It was unclear if he recalled some bad memories like the military attacking him with helicopters. Hulk hates planes. Hulk hates Banner even more. Hulk doesn't want to turn into Banner. No. Hulk clenched his fists again on the verge of another rage. I know. Just listen to me. I don't like Banner either. That guy is so pedantic and annoying. But we need Banner's help, right? Whether it's to find bad people or just to go out, Banner is more convenient than Hulk, right? Speaking to Hulk like he was an unworldly child, Qin Xiao slowly began to attempt reasoning with him. Although Nick Fury always appears to be the only one capable of saving the world, he harbors many hidden secrets. However, he possesses a remarkable quality, the ability to make swift decisions and take responsibility. After receiving reports from Hawkeye and Black Widow, it is unclear what methods Nick Fury employed or what deals he struck. Soon a Quinjet landed at AU's military base in Afghanistan. Accompanying the pilot was a pass allowing entry into Pakistan. Of course, it was only for this SHIELD aircraft, and military personnel were prohibited from entering. Black Widow and Hawkeye certainly followed along. Initially, Rhodey tried to stop Tony Stark, but Tony was resolute. With Black Widow and Hawkeye's subtle persuasion, Rhodey ultimately had no choice but to accompany them. Along the way, Hawkeye drove the pilot out of the cockpit. He forcefully piloted the Quinjet in a style reminiscent of a helicopter scouting closely along the desert. Eventually, they discovered traces of the bearded convoy and followed them to the location where Qin Xiao was intercepted. What on earth happened here? As soon as they disembarked, a group of people was rendered speechless by the scene before them. The remnants of Hulk's battle resembled a disaster site. Severed limbs, dismantled off-road vehicles, and shell casings littered the ground, all indicating that a horrific battle had taken place here. Tony, did your combat instructor do this? Are you sure he needs our rescue? Rhodey looked at everything before him, his face filled with shock. This doesn't look like something Qin would leave behind. It seems more like the aftermath of a visit from the Hulk. Black Widow was equally perplexed, while others might not understand the destructive power of a super soldier. SHIELD was well aware. The physical data of Captain America after his transformation had been preserved by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark. It still resided in S.H.I.E.L.'s secret archives. Hey, I'm over here. As everyone speculated on what had happened, Qin Xiao unexpectedly emerged from behind a sand dune, waving at the group. Seeing Qin Xiao appear, several people hurried towards the sand dune. After much effort, they climbed up only to find a nonchalant Qin Xiao lying on the ground behind the dune. A naked man. Did you find true love here? Tony, relieved to see Qin Xiao unharmed, smiled and teased. However, Black Widow and Hawkeye's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner. Qin, how did he end up here? Did you knock him out? I wasn't talking about the man on the ground. No, I did see him. Oh, I just made a friend. Qin Xiao smiled slightly and replied to Black Widow. At this moment, Qin Xiao was in a good mood. His mission was successfully completed. If it weren't for Black Widow and the others coming, he would have already taken a sip of the glowing serum in his pocket. God knows how much effort he expended to deal with Hulk. Not only did he promise to take him to fight monsters, but he also had to agree that Banner could occasionally come out for a stroll. If Banner doesn't agree, just kill him and I can come out. Remember, do not deceive the Hulk. Otherwise, I will tear you apart. This was the last sentence Hulk the Big Kid said to Qin Xiao. He originally came here to rescue Tony, but ended up gaining a Banner. For a being of Hulk's nuclear weapon level, S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally did not dare to let him return on a military aircraft. Thus, Tony had to return with Rhodey, while the others chose to fly back to America in the Quinjet. Nick Fury was waiting to meet Qin Xiao at a secret base. Qin, let's drink and chat when we get back. Tony had many questions for Qin Xiao, but knew this wasn't the place to discuss them. Before leaving, he reminded Qin Xiao, make sure to get a thorough health check. Qin Xiao smiled, lightly tapping Tony's chest reactor and chuckling. New York, one of the largest cities in the world, is famously known as the City of Destruction in American films, a gathering place for superheroes and villains. How could there not be a S.H.I.E.L.D. division in this city? However, no one knew that apart from the visible distribution, Nick Fury had a secret base here. This secret base, known to very few within S.H.I.E.L.D., was actually located beneath the Hudson River. Following Hawkeye and Black Widow, they entered a section of an abandoned subway tunnel. After winding through several turns, they finally entered an abandoned sewer pipe, and after going around a few more circles, they accessed this secret base through a hidden doorway. This place was close to the mouth of the Hudson River. In the hall of the base, Qin Xiao even saw a huge floor-to-ceiling window through which the bottom of the Hudson River was visible. Not only could he see the river water, but Qin Xiao also spotted several freshwater fish swimming by. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window stood none other than the Marvel Universe's Director Fury. He was striking a classic pose in front of the window, revealing his bald head. Aren't you afraid of someone discovering this base like this? Opening the window and having underwater searchlights on. Qin Xiao ignored the posing Fury and inquired about the window. Firstly, from the outside, this looks like a concrete slab. You can ask your good friend Stark about the technical aspects. As for the lighting, there are many reasons that can explain it. Nick Fury slowly turned around, one eye fixed intently on Qin Xiao as he reached for a stack of documents from his desk and tossed them to Qin Xiao. The most important point is that we are not you. Welcome to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Qin the Super Soldier. Qin Xiao caught the documents, opened them, and saw his own profile. There was also an identity given by S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, intern agent. I must be mistaken. As far as I know, your agents range from level 1 to 10, with the director being the only level 10. I've never heard of an intern designation. This is a newly created position for you by Director Fury. The report indicates that your stance is fine, but your personality may not be well suited for intelligence work, and we need to observe for a while. Black Widow explained as she approached Qin Xiao. What report? Psychological assessment and personality analysis report. Additionally, I wrote this report. Black Widow cheerfully took the documents from Qin Xiao's hands and formally introduced him. Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, my boss, and now yours as well. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly and lazily said, Hello, Director. I want to ask you, when we came in just now, why were you standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window like this? Qin Xiao mimicked the posture that Nick Fury had taken, standing with his back to everyone, hands clasped behind him. Were you waiting here in this pose for us, or do you have some kind of surveillance system hidden here that made you suddenly adopt this cold demeanor as we reached the door? Nick Fury. Overall, meeting Nick Fury was quite pleasant. Additionally, Nick Fury had no intention of letting Qin Xiao enter the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization normally. Instead, he first constrained Qin Xiao with a document guaranteeing that when the Avengers Initiative began, Qin Xiao would have priority to join. As for Dr. Banner, after some initial communication with Nick Fury, he used his personal resources to settle him in a remote forest in northern Canada. It was desolate and picturesque, providing ample space for him to unleash his inner Hulk whenever he felt the urge. Nick Fury provided a laboratory there for Dr. Banner to continue his research and stationed numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around to ensure Dr. Banner would not be disturbed. Or rather, it was also to ensure that the Hulk would not disturb others. After resolving the entanglement with S.H.I.E.L.D., Qin Xiao did not return to Los Angeles to find Tony. Instead, he found a hotel in New York to stay in. He planned to take the Hulk serum first. Previously, he had consulted the system, which indicated that the process of taking the serum would only involve slight pain. However, it might be accompanied by a transformation causing the body to expel a large amount of impurities from blood to even bone marrow. Sitting in the round bathtub, a clean Qin Xiao picked up a small bottle of glowing green liquid from beside him. Hulk's super serum. The color looks just like a bioweapon from a movie. Qin Xiao mumbled a few words, opened the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. It seems like there's no reaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Xiao let out a heart-rending scream. The sensation felt like a C4 explosive detonating within him. It was as if his entire body had been mercilessly crushed by a hydraulic press, instantly reducing his muscles, bones, and internal organs to fragments. The momentary agony exceeded Qin Xiao's threshold of tolerance. However, this pain came swiftly and left just as quickly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, all bodily pain vanished without a trace. Lying at the bottom of the bathtub, Qin Xiao found himself unable to move. Yet every nerve in his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Every part of him started to spasm, continuously resembling someone afflicted with epilepsy. After the spasms subsided, an intense itchiness began. Qin Xiao could feel himself slowly regaining control over his body. His bone marrow, muscles, and internal organs were all reassembling and rearranging. Itchiness, an unbearable sensation, as if countless insects were crawling inside him in his veins and within the cracks of his bones. Qin Xiao opened his mouth and emitted an unintelligible cry. His body twisted irregularly, his head wildly banging against the ceramic bathtub. Bang, bang. A normal bathtub couldn't withstand his struggles, and it was soon shattered into pieces. Fortunately, the hotel was upscale, and the soundproofing was remarkably effective. Otherwise, with the noise Qin Xiao was making, someone would have called the police by now. The intense itch lasted for over 5 minutes. A disheartened Qin Xiao lay amidst a pile of ceramic shards and the filth flowing from his body. In the final minute, almost all the blood and bone marrow in his body had been expelled. What replaced it was the bone marrow and blood that were remade in his body after taking the Hulk serum. As the system had stated, there appeared to be no changes on the surface of his body. Yet the explosive power contained within his muscles had far surpassed human limits. He casually picked up a piece of ceramic shard nearby. Qin Xiao took a breath and fiercely dragged it across his forearm. It felt like a smoothly rounded nail lightly scratching a normal person. There was only an extremely faint stinging sensation on his skin. Beyond that, no mark was left on his skin. Instead, Qin Xiao had squeezed too hard and directly crushed the ceramic in his hand. "Looks pretty good," Qin Xiao mumbled, and then began to shout wildly in his mind. "System, come out. Is this what you meant by slight pain?" For a true iron-blooded man, yes. The system's calm voice echoed in Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao nearly choked on this response. "All right. I can't afford to mess with you. I won't lower myself to the level of something non-human." After complaining heavily, looking at the mess on his body, Qin Xiao reached out to gently turn on the water switch, wanting to wash off the filth. Los Angeles, Malibu Beach. After Tony Stark's return, he only made a brief appearance before the press announcing that Stark Industries would no longer manufacture weapons. He secluded himself in the laboratory, seeing no one except for Pepper, who reported in daily. He was wholeheartedly focused on developing the armor he envisioned. The blueprints designed in Afghanistan had been brought back and input into the computer. Before Tony stood a 3-dimensional projection showcasing the Mark I he had constructed with available resources in the cave. Jarvis removed the outer shell, keep the core technology intact, and repackaged the new design's shell. "Yes, sir." As Jarvis's voice echoed, the 3-dimensional projection in front of Tony began to rotate. The outer armor parts scattered and disappeared. Then more images of armor components appeared out of thin air. They were installed in an orderly fashion around the central arc reactor. The modeling of Mark II was considered preliminarily complete. "How does it look, Jarvis?" Tony reached out, rotating the projection while examining it closely from all angles. "I must say, sir, this creation of yours is ahead of its time." "I have always been ahead of my time, Jarvis. Place an order for me. I need the first batch of materials delivered as soon as possible." Having finalized the preliminary appearance of the armor, Tony Stark picked up a launch device from the table. In his vision, this launch device could serve as both a power system and a laser cannon for conventional weapon use. "Looks like I need to replace the reactor immediately. The current rotation speed is too low to keep up with the armor's consumption," he murmured to himself, grabbing a brand new arc reactor from the table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Oh, I will inform him that you have arrived." Tony had originally granted Qin Xiao access to the house, but not to the underground laboratory. Only Pepper and Rhodey had the password and the authorization to enter Jarvis. But now there was one more. Mr. Mr. Stark has asked you to go straight down. Your access to the basement is now granted. The password at the door is 106. This password is real. I specifically checked the scene where Pepper entered the basement in Iron Man 1. As Qin Xiao entered the basement, he happened to see Pepper reaching into Tony Stark's chest. She pulled out a damp copper wire from inside. I must say it looked quite disgusting and shocking. There was a hole in his chest, and someone was reaching inside. Oh damn, what did I just see? Is this your new position? Tony, have you been inside too many women before, and now it's a woman going inside you? Hey, Qin, I don't remember you being so slick-tongued. Initially terrified, Pepper quickly regained her composure after Qin Xiao's teasing. That's because you don't know him well enough, Pepper. You will find out later that compared to him, I am as honest as a cow on your uncle's farm. Tony instructed Pepper to plug the new reactor's base wire into his chest before walking towards Qin Xiao. Tony, are you planning to stay like this forever? I mean, aren't you going to find a doctor to thoroughly treat yourself and remove the shrapnel? Qin Xiao pointed at Tony's chest. To be honest, that little nightlight on your chest is pretty cool, but you've shoved such a big thing into your body. When it came to the reactor in his chest, Tony unusually became serious. I won't take it out. This thing saved me. I'm not just talking about my life, it determines what kind of person I will be in the future. I need to keep it to remind myself. Tony, what should we do with the old one? Pepper, still Tony's personal life assistant, asked about how to handle the old reactor while preparing for the basement. Destroy it, burn it. You know I have many traits, but nostalgia is definitely not one of them. All right. Pepper took the reactor upstairs. Qin Xiao knew she would encase the old one in a transparent cover and gift it to Tony. It was this old reactor that saved Tony's life when Obadiah stole the one from his chest. But now with Qin Xiao in this world, that scenario could be avoided. Moreover, Qin Xiao had come over this time specifically to resolve this issue. Hey Tony, don't you have anything to ask me? About Afghanistan. Watching Pepper go upstairs, Qin Xiao spoke first. Even without considering the system and task issues, the two had known each other for quite some time. From a personal perspective, they had indeed become friends. Aside from the secrets of the system and time travel, Qin Xiao did not intend to hide anything from Tony, as that would create a rift between them. A couple of days ago, someone came to find me. He was from an intelligence agency with a long and stinky name. What was it again? Anyway, he was a rather memorable agent with a receding hairline. He told me everything about you, your parents' deaths, how your serum came to be, how you met that sexy agent girl, and so on. He also said you joined them to save me, but I want to thank you for that because you deceived me. Your abilities come from the serum of a super soldier, not some Huaxia martial arts. Damn, I even paid a month's salary for it. Tony took out 2 bottles of beer from the fridge, handing one to Qin Xiao. Tony Stark, don't expect to hear a thank you from him easily. But Qin Xiao knew that although he was speaking of deception, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Otherwise, why would he have given him the password to the basement today? Well, actually, you don't lose out. You won several $1 million at the casino because of me. Did that agent with the receding hairline tell you that much? Qin Xiao pictured Agent Coulson, the good-hearted guy, in his mind. My. Tony took a sip of beer, looking puzzled. Are you telling me, you bastard, that there's something else you're deceiving me about? Not at all. It seems he definitely didn't clarify how I found that hidden cave that the U.S. military couldn't locate for over a month. Oh. Tony seemed to think of something and slightly raised his head, signaling Qin Xiao to continue. Yesterday someone asked me if I had any backlog chapters. I updated a few chapters. These days I've been diligently working on backlog chapters, updating 3 chapters daily. Once I reach 1,000 words, I will strive for a burst of updates after the site recommends me. Here's the first chapter. I will have more updates at noon and in the evening. Obadiah plays a significant role in Tony Stark's life, especially after the death of his father. Not to mention helping Tony manage the entire company. At that time, Tony was just in his early 20s, immensely wealthy with a genius mind and a rather arrogant temperament. He stirred up countless troubles and romantic entanglements out there. Obadiah has been quietly cleaning up after Tony all along. It wasn't until later, with the arrival of Pepper Potts, that he gradually distanced himself from Tony's personal life. Although he did this to ensure that Tony the Golden Goose would keep laying eggs. From Tony's perspective, he surely had deep feelings for Obadiah, partner, friend, elder, and even a father figure. In fact, he knew there was a problem as soon as he returned. A significant amount of his company's weapons were in the hands of terrorists. Few could manage to do all these things simultaneously. Tony Stark is no fool, but when it comes to interpersonal emotions, any genius can become somewhat of a fool. He was reluctant to think about it, and somewhat afraid to face the answer himself. As Qin Xiao spoke halfway through, Tony already understood completely. Over the years, Stark Industries had become the world's largest arms dealer. Tony Stark's numerous inventions and designs had firmly established the market in the arms sector. In other words, Tony had paved the way for future weapon designs. The subsequent scientists at Stark Industries simply needed to follow the path that Tony had laid out. Thus, in Obadiah's eyes, Tony Stark had transformed from a golden goose into a stumbling block, preventing him from completely taking control of Stark Industries. These truths did not need to be articulated by Qin Xiao, but once it was confirmed that it was Obadiah's doing, Tony understood on his own. Huh. He tilted his head back and downed an entire bottle of beer, releasing a deep sigh of alcohol. So now you are monitoring him with full force, aren't you? I'm not sure, I'm just a temp, Tony. They see me as a super soldier, but given his damn style of doing things, it should be the case that just depends on your intentions. Tony, you've seen the weapons in the hands of those people. This is what we know. We have no idea how many more we haven't seen. Terrorists. Drug traffickers. Seeing Tony Stark hesitate, Qin Xiao added, I know. Even if I stop the production of weapons, he still has ways and resources within the company to secretly produce and sell them himself. Tony furrowed his brows and vigorously rubbed his hair. Give me some time, or I'll make him leave the company. They'll give him a chance for a peaceful retirement. Yet Tony still felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps this was destined. The Ironmonger was meant to be born, culminating in the name Iron Man. The difference now may involve Qin Xiao. All right. He'll make sure to tell them not to act on their own. Qin Xiao agreed readily. Currently, he possessed a third of Hulk's strength, which could be insufficient for battles in the Marvel Cinematic Universe later on. But at this time, having a third of Hulk's power was almost like a cheat. The Ironmonger is essentially a thicker cardboard box, just a bit troublesome to tear apart. Tony, I can understand how you feel. It's all right, there's no one else here. If you want to cry, let it out. Lean on my broad shoulders. Come on. Baby, get lost. Jarvis, contact the Los Angeles Police Department and tell them a dead pervert has broken into my house. Qin Xiao was unsure of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision regarding Obadiah. He could only call Black Widow. Is there something you need, intern agent? This time there were no sounds of gunfire around Black Widow. It was very quiet. Yes, there's something big. I don't want to do this anymore. I thought joining the largest intelligence agency and becoming a mysterious agent would just mean saving the world and working alongside sexy beauties. Who knew it would turn into an intern agent role? It's fine if I can't save the world, but the beautiful agents have vanished. Ugh. Do you know what it feels like to miss someone every day and not be able to sleep? Qin Xiao's teasing caused Black Widow to emit a melodious laugh. If you really miss me that much, then after this mission I'll come to Los Angeles to see you. Normally, she had almost daily missions, and their conversations were strictly professional. Qin Xiao's playful words brought a refreshing change to Black Widow's mood. You said it. If you're lying, you're a little dog. Qin Xiao's childish remark made Black Widow feel an unusual sincerity, causing her to smile even more. All right, a little dog for lying. Anyway, I want to tell you something regarding Obadiah. Qin Xiao repeated Tony's meaning. After listening, Black Widow hung up and helped Qin Xiao inquire. S.H.I.E.L.D. could respect Tony Stark's wishes, but they would maintain surveillance on him. If he was found to be making any covert move, S.H.I.E.L.D. would take immediate action. This also served as an explanation to Tony. If Obadiah found a way to bring about his own demise, then that was beyond their control. By the way, you mentioned you were on a mission. What kind of mission? Is it dangerous? Do you need my help? Having finished his official business, Qin Xiao shifted the topic. It's classified. Your clearance level isn't enough, intern agent. Black Widow teased Qin Xiao, but then realized the genuine concern in his words and added, Don't worry, this mission is very safe, and there's no danger. Damn, I swear next time I meet him I'll smash Nick Furious Egghead. Qin Xiao said, fiercely, utterly annoyed by the intern agent title. Egghead, ha. That nickname suits you well. If Nick found out, he'd be furious. Alright, I won't keep you. I need to go to work, so be good and wait for me in Los Angeles. Intern agent. Black Widow playfully teased Qin Xiao one last time. After hanging up, she stared at her phone in a daze. Qin Xiao was different from those around her. The way he spoke and his concern felt just like that of ordinary young people. This was precisely what Black Widow lacked and craved a warm feeling. I can't really be falling for this kid, can I? Black Widow murmured, quickly dismissing the thought. With a bitter smile, she realized she might never have the chance to experience such simple happiness in her life. Casually tossing her phone onto the sofa, Qin Xiao gazed out at the night view outside the window. Suddenly, a square golden portal appeared behind him. A woman dressed in a black combat suit with TVA printed on it stepped out. Just as she crossed into Qin Xiao's apartment, a hand suddenly emerged from the portal. It pulled the woman back. The golden portal then vanished without a trace. Qin Xiao suddenly felt something and turned around sharply. There was no one there. Felt something off? Maybe it's just because I haven't slept well these past few days. Qin Xiao scratched his head and said with disappointment. In the nameless land. The headquarters of the Time Anomaly Management Bureau. The woman who had appeared behind Qin Xiao earlier was standing in a room resembling a courtroom. In front of her, sitting in a place akin to a judge's seat, was a young woman with blonde hair dressed in a uniform. I don't understand. Why stop me from arresting the criminal? That person has violated the sacred timeline, and he is not just a time offender. His appearance has even affected the sacred timeline itself. The woman in black accused the blonde woman sitting high in the court. C-18A, I fully understand your determination to defend the sacred timeline, but regarding this incident, the Great Time Guardian is personally concerned. Stopping you from arresting that person is the will of the Time Guardian. the blonde woman said expressionlessly and calmly. But this will cause chaos. The sacred timeline cannot be desecrated. The woman in black remained somewhat indignant, as she was born to protect this, just as they named it the sacred timeline. Are you questioning the decision of the Time Guardian? The blonde woman's voice suddenly grew louder. I would not dare. Upon mentioning the Time Guardian, the woman in black immediately restrained her anger and slightly bowed as she spoke. Very well. The blonde woman nodded in satisfaction. The Time Guardian is omniscient and omnipotent. All I need to do is execute their thoughts. You may leave. After the woman in black left, the lights in the entire courtroom went out. In the darkness, a sigh was heard. Readers unfamiliar with the Time Anomaly Management Bureau can refer to Marvel's new show Loki, which I personally find much more exciting than WandaVision or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Unaware of the actions of the Time Anomaly Management Bureau, Qin Xiao returned to Tony's house after several days of leisure. This time it was primarily to visit Jarvis, as he still had 2,000 points remaining in the Systems Point store. So far he had accumulated 3,000 points, but he was still some distance away from the opening of the second-level store. However, he had nothing left to exchange for. The only remaining option was a currency exchange. But this offered no assistance in this world. It merely allowed him to worry less about money in the real world. However, if he wanted to live freely, money alone was not enough. He had to create a business empire. A business empire that mastered advanced technology. So the question arose, which company excels in advanced technology? Without Black Panther, Tony reigns supreme. Thus, Qin Xiao shamelessly made his way to Tony's laboratory. Bang! Just as he stepped down from the basement, he saw Tony spinning and flying up into the air. He crashed headfirst into a protruding wall. Then, like a poster, he slid down the wall upside down. Qin Xiao dashed forward and grabbed Tony's ankle, preventing an awkward situation where his head would hit the ground. You should find a private acrobatics instructor, Tony. I've saved you again. You better write it down. Damn it. I should have started experimenting with 10% first. Let me down. 2 minutes later, Tony, holding an ice pack to his neck, spoke to Qin Xiao in astonishment. What do you need an AI butler for? With all due respect, your apartment isn't even as large as my garage, and it seems to be rented. I found an apartment in downtown Los Angeles that I'm planning to buy and renovate. I want to make all the appliances fully automated, creating a smart home vibe. Nothing as advanced as Jarvis. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, as Tony's words were not too hurtful, but highly insulting. Yet there was no way to retort. Comparing wealth with him was like challenging someone's pocket money with all of one's fortune. Then go buy the house first, and just give me the building plans. You don't need to worry about anything else. They'll help you set up a private server and install a smart program for you later. They'll have Pepper take the company people over to renovate according to my plans, but you buy the furniture yourself. Tony, I love you. Don't worry, you'll pay you. Qin Xiao threw his arm around Tony's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Tony shot Qin Xiao a disdainful glance and waved his hand to brush off Qin Xiao's arm. Keep your meager wealth, you broke fool. Just a few things from my garage are worth more than your house. Fine, I know you're wealthy. You are Tony Stark. Since that's the case, please take care of the furniture for me too. I seem to be missing another car. I see you have. Get lost. Jarvis, revoked this guy's access. Oh, I don't want to see him again. The two were joking back and forth when a news segment on the TV caught Tony's attention. Yesterday, a small town called Kamara experienced a massacre by terrorists, a group calling themselves the Ten Rings Gang. As the on-site reporter spoke, images of the town's ruins appeared on the television. Numerous civilian bodies lay on the roadside, including women and children. In some footage capturing the terrorists, the Stark name was prominently and glaringly visible on their weapons. Especially a bald man who appeared to be a leader standing amidst the ruins, directing the terrorist atrocities. Is it him? This guy is still alive. Tony and Qin Xiao almost said in unison. They had witnessed the bald man approaching the cave entrance, and Tony had personally pressed the detonator. Unexpectedly, this bald man was so lucky that he didn't die. Damn it, Ethan. Tony suddenly stood up and shouted. I felt like I had heard about this town somewhere. It's Ethan's hometown. For God's sake, Jarvis, contact Rhodey. Tony, the intelligence department will get there faster. Qin Xiao knew what Tony wanted to do. After the last incident, Tony intended to offer Ethan a job in America. But Ethan insisted on returning to his hometown to care for the people there. Tony had even promised to build a large hospital for them. Unexpectedly, he was targeted by terrorists. He still called Black Widow, as Ethan had interacted with everyone, though not as closely as Tony in the cave. But they had experienced gunfire together as comrades. Therefore, Black Widow's efficiency was quite high. Within 20 minutes of hanging up, she found the results. Tony, I'm sorry. Ethan is gone. Survivors from the town said they captured Ethan and burned him alive in the house. Qin Xiao hung up the phone, speaking gloomily. What about his family? Tony's eyes were fixated on the bald man on the television. They were all in that house. Not a single one could escape. Watching television is merely a visual experience. Some matters require one to be physically present to truly grasp the direct and accurate feelings. For Tony, this is war, weapons, death, and blood. Heaven laid everything bloody before him. Tony Stark transformed from a playboy into Iron Man. For Qin Xiao, it perhaps relates to a gaming mentality towards traversing worlds. Or perhaps possessing a god's perspective of knowing what will happen. There was no special feeling or faith regarding killing in the battles in Afghanistan. However, this did not affect his other senses, such as the first time he saw Tony Stark donning the armored suit. The impact of reality is far greater than that of a film. Watching Tony create a support console as several metallic arms extended to clad each part in armor. Although Tony had yet to apply color, Qin Xiao had seen the incredible Mark 85 nanotech suit in the movie. Yet Qin Xiao was still deeply fascinated by the armor before him. The legs, arms, back, joints. All parts had a myriad of cleverly designed components unfolding in motion, revealing the faint blue glow of energy within. This is simply too damn cool. Fact, this is every man's ultimate dream. Qin Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, this is the toy for men. Compared to sports cars and firearms, it pales in comparison. Calm down, buddy. The ultimate dream is still ahead. You will scream at what I'm about to do next. Jarvis, activate the propulsion system. I want to fly in real time. Sir, that will require trillions of calculations first. Jarvis advised dutifully. Jarvis, sometimes you have to learn to run before you can walk. Come on. As Tony's voice fell, the thrusters beneath the armor roared to life, shooting out a burst of red flames. The armor slowly lifted off the ground, rising nearly half a meter. After hovering in midair for a few seconds, the palm of the armor waved, and 4 nozzles simultaneously released flames. Whooshed! Qin Xiao felt a silver flash rush past him, flying out of the house through the garage's passage. Soaring into the sky. Ho! 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 Tony's excited voice echoed in the room. Qin, you definitely won't understand what this feels like, ha ha ha. W.O. Tony laughed arrogantly. Tony, be careful. There's a saying in Huaxiao, excessive joy leads to sorrow. Have you heard of it? Haha. You're just jealous. You're definitely jealous. I am Tony Stark. Jarvis, what's the flight altitude record for the SR-71 reconnaissance aircraft? Official record 8500 feet, sir. All right, Qin, today you are witnessing a new flight record. Tony cheered, and a streak of fire blazed across the night sky of Los Angeles, shooting straight upwards. Familiar with the film's plot, Qin Xiao naturally knew what would happen next. He pulled over a chair and sat down in front of a blue and white antique sports car in the garage with a drink. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, there was a loud crash. Tony in the armor smashed through 2 layers of ceiling, directly flattening the sports car in front of Qin Xiao. Sigh. Qin Xiao heard Tony's melancholic sigh from the room's speakers. Hey, get to work. Spray it. The robotic arm from Tony's household chores slowly turned to his side, raising its modified arm and spraying a large amount of fire-extinguishing foam at the armor lying on the ground. Remember, in the original plot, Obadiah once angrily insulted a scientist from Stark Industries. He claimed that Tony Stark created a small arc reactor in a cave using a pile of junk, while Obadiah's entire laboratory of scientists struggled to approach the large prototype from Stark Industries. Yet they couldn't find any direction at all. In fact, even without technological domination and genius intellect. With pure hands-on skills, Tony Stark combined his formidable abilities with Jarvis and the many robotic arms he produced, rivaling a large assembly line factory. Last time, after freezing at high altitude, he crafted an entirely new suit in just 3 days. This doesn't even account for the days spent on ordering and transporting materials. The familiar gold and red color scheme could serve as the thruster for a laser cannon with the glowing arc reactor at the chest. Qin Xiao felt a momentary daze. The Marvel Cinematic Universe features many superhero characters. The most popular would likely be Iron Man and Captain America. Yet when it comes to which hero most people enjoy seeing appear, the majority would say Iron Man. From the clunky Mark I in the cave to the Mark II that requires robotic arms for assistance, the Mark V that is suitcase portable to the tracking version in Avengers 1A and the disassembled combination in Iron Man 3. Finally, the incredibly stunning nanotech suit in the endgame. It seems that every appearance of Iron Man brings a new visual feast. How do I look? The armor was finally completed, and Tony turned around with a swagger to ask Qin Xiao. Ugh. Qin Xiao struck a pose as a fashion designer, observing a model, thoughtfully stroking his chin and nodding. Quite impressive. Congratulations, Tony. You now look almost as tall as me. Qin Xiao gestured to compare their heights. Tony, the events in Camera, including Ethan's death and the fact that terrorists still possess a large number of weapons produced by Stark Industries. All of this made Tony furious. Before dealing with Obadiah, he must first eliminate those terrorists. This matter had to be handled personally, which is why he quickly forged the armor. However, due to Qin Xiao's influence, Tony was forced to change his solo combat plan. Initially, he thought he was sufficient on his own. Secondly, he believed that Qin Xiao was no longer his opponent. This thought abruptly ended when Qin Xiao effortlessly molded his excess armor materials into a round ball. I remember the super soldier shouldn't be that strong. Facing Tony's question, Qin Xiao nonchalantly turned with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with an expression of a lonely master. I don't know about others, but Qin Xiao, am this powerful. Once again, reality proves that the so-called pretense lasts no more than 3 seconds after the phase of being overly dramatic. The two decided to head to the Middle East together to eliminate terrorists. However, transportation posed a significant issue. Tony had a private jet, but his aircraft was too conspicuous, so this matter had to be handled discreetly. A Qin-style fighter jet. Tony could even build one himself, but time was not on their side. While the terrorists were still plundering a small town near Kamara, they had to act quickly. Thus, Qin Xiao set his sights on S-H-I-E-L-D. Once again, Tony currently demanded confidentiality regarding his armor, so they naturally could not go through normal channels. As a result, 2 shadows appeared outside the entrance of the S-H-I-E-L-D Los Angeles branch in the dead of night. This was neither the headquarters nor a secret base with important supplies. Moreover, it was within the United States, so the security was not very stringent. Under the powerful smart security system, there were even no guards at night. Qin Xiao stealthily took out his identification. He quietly confirmed with Tony beside him. Are you sure you can erase the visitor records and surveillance here? This is my work ID. Although I'm not afraid of them causing trouble, I don't want to lose my steady paycheck. Only when Tony made an okay gesture did Qin Xiao gently place his ID against the sensor at the door. Beep. Insufficient permissions. Red lights flashed on the sensor as a mechanical voice softly sounded. How is that possible? Qin Xiao, not willing to give up, tried again twice, and it still showed insufficient permissions. Let me try. Tony took over Qin Xiao's ID. Intern agent, all right, cute little rookie, let me give it a shot. Beep. Tony sighed and handed the ID back to Qin Xiao, asking, have you been here before? No. Qin Xiao shook his head in confusion. I got this location from Natasha. Congratulations, you found a good job. Tony shot a disdainful glance at Qin Xiao, and the armor's arm opened, from which Tony took out a card connected by wires and placed it against the sensor. Luckily, I was prepared. Jarvis, show this intern how powerful we are against this mysterious intelligence department that won't let him in. S-H-I-E-L-D. Washington headquarters might have a basic AI that could slightly compete with Jarvis, but the branch here was as Qin Xiao sent greetings to Nick Fury's ancestors, within less than 10 seconds Jarvis breached the security. Furthermore, he directly took control of the inconspicuous building located on the outskirts of Los Angeles through the security network. To facilitate rapid movement of agents during missions, each S-H-I-E-L-D branch was equipped with a Qin-style fighter jet. Today, Tony and Qin Xiao were quite fortunate. No one was using it for a mission. They stealthily ran from the fire escape to the rooftop. 2 minutes later, a Qin-style fighter jet shot into the sky, heading straight to Tony's home in Malibu. After donning their armor, the two flew across the Pacific towards the Middle East. You know, during World War II, my father flew a plane with Captain America across enemy-occupied territory directly to the enemy's rear, completing a rescue operation. Who would have thought that now I am also flying a plane with another superhero to combat terrorists? However, my father was merely a pilot. This time it's different for me, because I have this. Tony tapped his armor. Tony, you actually have many ways to fight these terrorists. If your intention in Afghanistan was to create armor for escape, then what is it now? Is it just to eliminate the 10 rings? Tony fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. My father once told me that to obtain peace one must hold the thickest stick. This is my philosophy of making weapons. But since Afghanistan, after that missile with the Stark name exploded beside me. Tony sighed deeply. I thought the weapons I created brought peace to this world, but I didn't realize how much despair the name Stark brought to many. Just before that missile exploded, I was lying there, and I could see every letter in Stark clearly. But I couldn't grasp its meaning. All I saw was despair. I can't even imagine what someone in the same predicament would think when they see the name Stark. Tony's words left Qin Xiao momentarily speechless, for while others may be unaware, he knew Tony was right. Others might not speak of it, but soon fellow Avengers like Scarlet Witch and her twin brother Quicksilver had stared at a missile marked with Stark for a full 12 hours. I was once just a maker of sticks, and now I've created one of the thickest sticks in the world. Tony pointed to his armor. I will hold it tightly in my hands. This is the meaning of my existence from now on. In this life, I will do one thing: combat terrorism, eliminate war, and create peace regardless of nations or politics. In a sense, both the early Iron Man and Black Widow were seeking redemption for their past selves. Until the later stages of the Avengers, this redemption slowly transformed into a sense of responsibility. Especially after the Battle of New York, when the Avengers took on the responsibility of ensuring global security, they began to undergo a gradual transformation. Tony, do you know why Nick Fury pressured me to join the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics? Damn, curse that name. It's because he has a plan, the Avengers Initiative, to form a team with members who possess extraordinary abilities ready to step up when the world needs them. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he gazed intently at Tony. That's a good idea. I don't know Nick Fury well, but I know that whether it's the CIA, KGB, or MI5, or regardless of their original intentions, in the end they all became tools of politics one way or another. If there is a need for someone to step up, I will appear in my armor, but I do not want to become a sword in someone else's hand. I agree with the Avengers Initiative, but I do not support S-H-I-E-L-D. That is Iron Man's perspective. Exactly. Tony, that's what I mean. We will not be the sticks in others' hands. We will wield this stick ourselves. Qin Xiao turned to Tony Stark. This time Tony pondered for quite a while before suddenly looking up at Qin Xiao. Just like today, eh? Yes, just like today. Outside Kamara town, a vast new graveyard has been erected, densely packed with tombs. This is a collective burial site built by the survivors of the town for their lost loved ones. A dense expanse with simple dug pits and wooden boards erected. The number of people left in the entire town is dwindling, as many of the young fortunate ones have chosen to leave this unfortunate place. The remaining individuals are either the elderly or some pitiful souls who have lost their families and possess nothing. In the past, they often came to rob some things and take away those with skills they needed, but never before has it been like this. A massacre. People say Ethan helped you escape, which is a challenge to their authority. The speaker is one of the few young people Qin Xiao and Tony found in the town. As they walked towards Ethan's grave, he spoke, making Tony even more silent. Why don't you leave? I mean, if you want to leave, I can help. Tony, who had been silent for a long time, finally asked, This is my home, sir. My parents and sister are buried here. I want to stay and accompany them. A hint of sadness flashed in the young man's eyes. This is his only home, and he has nowhere else to go. This is Ethan's grave. He was a good doctor who helped many of us, and we erected the largest tombstone for him. The young man led Qin Xiao and Tony to a graveyard outside the town. I'm sorry, guys. I should have realized this earlier, I should have noticed it, but I swear to you that those people will never harm the innocent around here again. While speaking, Tony took out a cheeseburger and placed it on Ethan's grave. It was for his child. Before returning, Ethan first went back to Los Angeles with Tony, and the first thing Tony did upon returning to America was to eat a cheeseburger. While eating the burger, Ethan remarked that his child loved it too, but unfortunately, there weren't many opportunities to eat it frequently in Kamara. This scene touched Qin Xiao. Tony Stark seemed to embody a brash and arrogant persona, yet he always quietly remembered everyone's needs in his heart. Happy's favorite TV shows Rhodey outfitting Spider-Man's armor with parachutes, etc. Even recently, when Qin Xiao visited him, he noticed that while Tony pretended to disdain Qin Xiao's new home, he was secretly modifying the code of a smart program. He even thoughtfully added a lot of Chinese characters to make it more comfortable and convenient for Qin Xiao to use. Yokota, a small town about 50 kilometers from Kamara. Recently, it has become another plundering ground for the bald-headed Ten Commandments gang terrorists. Of course, this was also told to Qin Xiao and Tony by the young man guiding them. Sir, can I go with you? Give me a weapon. Oh, I want to avenge my family and friends. The young man said to them before they boarded the plane. Stay here, take care of the elderly, and restore your hometown to how it used to be. Qin Xiao patted the young man's shoulder and left Ethan's hometown with Tony. In previous news footage, reporters described the road to Kamara as a path to hell. Now this title has clearly been passed to Yokota. On the road outside the town, there are corpses of locals everywhere. Most of them are shot in the back, likely turned into live targets by terrorists during their escape. There are not only young people and women here, but also many children in their teens. The most tragic is a little girl who looks to be about 5 or 6 years old. The powerful impact of the rifle directly shredded her thigh. She lay on the ground looking into the distance, her eyes filled with terror. The gaping wound on her thigh was already turning pale. Behind her was a long, winding trail of blood. Qin Xiao could even imagine the scene. Perhaps her parents had already been shot in the town. They must have urged her to run before being shot in the leg by the terrorists from behind. Thus, the little girl crawled along the ground, dragging a mangled limb for a long time before succumbing to blood loss. I don't know what your beliefs are, but I think heaven is universal. There you will meet your parents and no longer face such misfortunes. Qin Xiao crouched down and gently closed the little girl's eyes. The little girl would forever keep her eyes closed, but this image would remain etched in Qin Xiao's mind. Unshakable. In the town, sporadic gunfire accompanied by cries for help could be heard. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged glances. Tony's armor visor closed while Qin Xiao pushed off the ground with force. One going up and one going down, two figures darted towards the town like lightning. On the small road leading out of the town, a boy of about 13 or 14 stumbled as he fled toward the outside. His father, a man shot in the thigh, was desperately dragging a leg to run after the boy, yelling loudly for him to run faster and faster. And 10 meters behind them, a terrorist held a rifle. He was setting up a standard aiming position targeting the other leg of the father. To break that leg too and then shoot the little boy in front, letting this man die in despair from both mental and physical pain, this had become his newly discovered amusement. The massacre in Camera has fully unleashed the demons within these terrorists. Their methods have become increasingly bloody and cruel in recent days. Locking onto the father's thigh, a sly smile crept onto his lips. His finger was about to pull the trigger. Whoosh! A miniature missile shot down from the sky, directly obliterating the terrorist into a mass of bloody chunks. In the sky, a golden red figure flashed by. At this moment, another terrorist inside a nearby building heard the explosion and came out still holding some earrings and bracelets, women's accessories. He looked curiously at the explosion site on the ground, and before he could understand what had happened, he saw a figure rushing in from outside, enveloped in a cloud of dust like a giant dragon. This terrorist didn't even have time to raise his gun. He was directly smashed in the face by Qin Xiao's full-force punch. The entire head exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, brains and blood splattering all over Qin Xiao's face. Those familiar with Marvel films know that the Hulk's characterization has been diminished countless times compared to the comics. However, the fact that he grows stronger with increasing rage remains a hidden element in the movies. The difference between the maximum and minimum values isn't that substantial. The serum provided by the system for the improved version of the Green Giant is derived from that maximum value, which is 30. This is a rather terrifying number. Therefore, Qin Xiao unleashed his full strength, fueled by hatred, and with a single punch, he turned a terrorist's head into a burst watermelon. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over Qin Xiao's face. In response, he casually wiped his face as if he were just wiping sweat. He then revealed a smile more grotesque than that of a demon, showcasing a few large white teeth. Prepare to descend into hell from now on, scum. This phrase heralded the beginning of the massacre. In the center of the town, most of the terrorists and townsfolk had gathered. Tony's armor held an aerial advantage and had long spotted the large crowd in the middle. He flew directly toward them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao began to clear out the scattered terrorists along the side streets. At the entrance of the town's only bar, an SUV was parked outside. 3 terrorists were hauling out various bottles of liquor from the bar. The bar's owner, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, lay on the floor with a bullet hole in his forehead. His wife was desperately clinging to one of the terrorists' legs, emitting an angry wail. This terrorist still had some humanity and did not attack the woman immediately. After shaking his leg a few times without shaking her off, he raised the butt of his gun and brought it down hard on the woman's head. Bang! Bang! He struck again. The woman had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, yet her hands remained tightly grasped around his leg, as if they were tied. The terrorist finally grew a bit impatient and turned the gun towards the woman, intending to take her out with a single shot. Damn you! A roar erupted, followed by a typical curse from Huaxia. Regardless of whether the terrorist understood it or not, with this angry outburst, a fist suddenly appeared in front of the terrorist's chest. Fueled by rage, Qin Xiao didn't even draw his tang knife. With one punch, he not only crushed the terrorist's spine, but also burst through his chest, effectively piercing him. Smack! The other 2 terrorists were lifting a barrel of liquor when a chunk of bloody offal splattered across one of their faces. Splash! The barrel fell to the ground, spilling liquor everywhere, and the 2 terrorists hadn't even reacted yet. Qin Xiao had already darted to their front, staring at them as they awkwardly continued to lift. With both hands, he grabbed one by the back of the head, seizing their hair and scarf tightly, then forcefully pulled them toward the center. The faces of the 2 terrorists collided with astonishing force. Bones shattered and flesh was crushed and mingled. The 2 heads were literally smashed together by Qin Xiao into one. Countless fragments of bone and flesh crashed into each other's brains, and it was evident they wouldn't survive. In the end, the 2 fell in of shape, resembling a conjoined entity as they crashed to the ground. In such a bloody and violent scene, the middle-aged woman on the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth from the butt strike showed no sign of panic. Instead, she grabbed a rifle from the ground and aimed it at the terrorist whom Qin Xiao had just pierced through the chest. She squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets, fueled by anger and hatred, were unleashed, although most of them were propelled away by the recoil. However, a few bullets accurately struck the terrorist's head, turning it into a bloody mess. After releasing her rage, the woman sat down heavily on the ground, staring blankly at her husband's corpse. Qin Xiao sighed, not uttering any words of comfort, and once again stirred up a whirlwind of dust on the street. He sped off toward another location. From the sky, if one looked down, Qin Xiao appeared like a greedy snake swiftly darting through the streets. He encountered terrorists, engaging them with the most direct physical collisions, leaving a scene of gruesome carnage. The town wasn't large, and with Qin Xiao's efficiency, a span of 10 to 20 minutes was sufficient for him to plow through the entire town. At that moment, in the center of the town, Tony had just finished off all the terrorists and was preparing to say a few words to comfort the frightened townsfolk. Just then, around the corner of the street, Qin Xiao slowly emerged, his combat suit produced by the system showing no traces of blood. However, the parts of Qin Xiao that were exposed, his face, head, neck, and even his hands, were smeared with a mix of blood, dust, and flesh resembling a thick layer of dark red mud. Particularly in his hair, blood dripped continuously, and a fragment of bone from some unfortunate soul hung there as well. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Some timid children and women couldn't help but scream upon seeing Qin Xiao's ghastly appearance. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Xiao paused, forcing a smile, even more grotesque than a ghost's, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he addressed Tony. "I've taken care of it. There should be their base nearby. Let's go check it out." Tony noticed that Qin Xiao was even more out of control than himself. However, this was not the right time for psychological counseling. He nodded slightly, turned, and led the way out of town. Just after flying a few hundred meters, boom, a cannon shot rang out. A surviving terrorist had somehow procured a tank and directly blasted Tony in midair. A normal tank's cannon fire posed no threat to Iron Man's armor. Tony sat up, shook his head, and prepared to retaliate with an armor-piercing round. However, he saw Qin Xiao leaping directly onto the tank from over 100 meters away. He bent down and plunged both hands into the connection between the turret and the tank body. "Yeah!" With a furious roar, Qin Xiao astonishingly ripped the entire turret off the tank. Not only the terrorists inside the tank, but even Tony, suspended in the air, was left dumbfounded. His gaze fixated on the tank's armor, estimating how many hits his armor could withstand against Qin Xiao. After tossing the turret aside, it landed perfectly across the tank. He then wrapped both arms around the cannon barrel and jumped down from the tank. He swung the cannon barrel like a bizarrely shaped hammer, aimed at the tank's body. Bang, bang, bang. Tony watched helplessly as the tank was violently crushed into a thin sheet of metal by Qin Xiao. As for the fate of the people inside, Tony had no interest in looking. However, Qin Xiao's performance today. "Qin, does your outfit have automatic dry cleaning features?" "Oh, for God's sake, you should clean yourself up on the plane first. You look like you've just been thrown into the rear end of a tank." Tony didn't directly ask, but instead made a playful remark. The mysterious East always has some mysterious things. Qin Xiao planned to hide the issue with his clothes, but after a while it would be hard to conceal. He directly transformed his denim t-shirt into a fitted casual suit right in front of Tony. And Qin Xiao pointed to himself. "This is what a man's battle looks like, much better than hiding in a tin can." Qin Xiao playfully patted Tony on the shoulder. "Your outfit looks like a changing safety suit." Feeling Qin Xiao's humor, Tony felt a bit more at ease and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he jumped up as if he were on fire. "Oh damn, why did you pat my shoulder? Who knows what you have on those hands? J-R-V-I-S. Remind me to give the armor a thorough disinfection when we get back." "Understood, sir." The Ten Rings gang, including the bald man, was once again swept away by Tony Stark and Qin Xiao in this nearby base. All the armed personnel were once again destroyed. A bald man at a base on the other side of the desert was nearly driven to the brink by this news. "It's all that Obadiah's fault. God knows how much trouble this Tony Stark has brought me." Although Tony was in his armor, he still recognized the arc reactor on his chest at a glance from the video sent by his subordinates. "Damn it." The bald man slammed the table hard. He only learned about the value of that arc reactor after discussing it with Obadiah. Guarding a gold mine while letting others develop missiles is a typical case of suffering from ignorance. After smashing a few things on the table in anger to vent his emotions, the bald man pointed to a heavy chest armor piled up in the corner of the room and said to his subordinates, "Take a photo of this pile of stuff created by Tony Stark and send it along with the video to Obadiah. He knows the value of these things, and tell him to send us some more arms. This loss must be accounted for him." The chest armor in the corner was precisely the Mark I that Tony had not yet finished crafting. When Qin Xiao came to rescue him, he could only take the blueprints. A small part of the initial armor had been crafted but had not been taken out. Anyway, Tony thought that this group of terrorists might not be able to discern anything, and besides, it wasn't a complete product and lacked the blueprints. However, he could not have imagined that this thing would eventually fall into Obadiah's hands. In the Middle East, the various factions are complex, and even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities would be greatly diminished here. Under normal circumstances, what Tony and Qin Xiao did here would be discovered by Nick Fury sooner or later. But it should be noted that S.H.I.E.L.D. currently had personnel conducting comprehensive surveillance on Obadiah. So when Obadiah received the video sent by the Ten Rings gang, Nick Fury also saw that segment of the video. Qin Xiao could recognize it, but the other one was a robot. Tony's armor and Qin Xiao's combat prowess left Nick Fury utterly shocked. However, he quickly reacted. The arc reactor on the chest was simply too iconic. This is Tony Stark. Should I say that he truly deserves to be a genius in weapon development? This has maximized the war value of the small arc reactor. It's a genius idea. Nick Fury instinctively wanted to call Coulson to let him make contact with Tony Stark. But after thinking about it, he ended up dialing Qin Xiao's number. "Oh, my dear director, my boss, you finally remembered there's an intern agent like me." Qin Xiao was currently on the plane returning with Tony. Nick Fury completely ignored Qin Xiao's intentional emphasis on intern. He responded in a more sarcastic tone. I almost forgot, I should just give you a level 8 agent slot, since you can confront terrorists directly in the Middle East. Oh, it seems you even blew up a tank. What an outstanding guy. I should let you join the action team. So, is it time to report back to your boss about the situation in the Middle East? And what about that armored friend of yours? I guess he's your good friend Tony Stark, right? This last sentence was the key. Qin Xiao chuckled. Boss, did you dream that? What Middle East? What armored man? Is it a new movie? Qin Xiao continued to joke. Damn, stop playing dumb with me. You're one of my agents. That generous amount of dollars showing up on your bank card every month is because of my signature, do you understand? Nick Fury angrily crushed the pen in his hand. Of course I know I'm your subordinate, an intern agent one that can't even get into the department's entrance with a work permit. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, ignoring Nick Fury's anger. Wow. Just as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Tony flicked his finger and hit him on the forehead. What are you doing? Qin Xiao mouthed silently. Tony looked at Qin Xiao with a dumbfounded expression and made a gesture as if swiping a work ID card to open a door. He then pointed to the plane's instruments. Qin Xiao instantly understood his meaning. That matter couldn't be mentioned since the plane was stolen. What are you doing? Hearing Qin Xiao's unexpected exclamation, Nick Fury asked, I'm out at sea with Tony. You know there are many young and lovely girls on the boat. Just now a blonde bombshell suddenly kissed me. Damn, is being handsome my fault? My dear boss, in this situation, would it count as justifiable defense if I directly shot someone? Qin. Nick Fury's furious shout was clearly heard by Tony beside him. Stop making up stories. I need you to come to Washington immediately. Also, about your work permit, you mentioned that damn bastard. I knew it. Why would a plane just go missing for no reason? A Quinjet in the Middle East. I knew it. Come to Washington to see me right now. Facing Nick Fury's roar, Qin Xiao directly put his phone on speaker mode, looked at his left hand, and found a finger with a longer nail. He started gently scratching the position of the phone's microphone. What? What did you say? Oh, this damn signal, for God's sake, I'm on the phone with my boss. Hello. Hello. Qin Xiao said as he directly hung up the phone. Bang. Nick Fury smashed the phone on the table into pieces. Few can evade the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., but Tony Stark is undoubtedly one of them, especially when the plane in question is stolen. The two stealthily returned to Tony's mansion, where Qin Xiao had just enjoyed the experience of a smart luxury bathtub. Coulson stood at the door of Tony's house, his receding hairline and honest face on display. Sir, the agent from that long-named intelligence agency has arrived. Jarvis humorously mimicked Tony's tone. Coulson, however, did not seem to notice any sign of anger. He greeted the two with a smile, then directly opened a video on his phone and played it in front of them. It was a video clip of their spectacular performance in the Middle East. Do you have anything to say? Coulson looked at the two with a serious expression. If you're going to watch a movie, you should go to the cinema. Watching this pirated version is just disgusting. You should try my private screening room. You'll fall in love with that place. By the way, what's the name of this movie? Tony's response was even more serious. Coulson sighed helplessly. Don't you think the thing on that metal man's chest looks a lot like yours? Are you joking? Mine is an arc reactor. That thing on his chest is clearly an LED light. Tony reacted this way, so Coulson had no choice but to turn his attention to Qin Xiao. He pointed at Qin Xiao, who was swinging a tank cannon to smash the car in the video. Qin, do you have anything to say? This guy is really ugly. Is he your friend? He's really disgusting. Is that a pile of poop on his face? As soon as Qin Xiao opened his mouth, Coulson nearly pulled out his own hair in frustration. Clearly, Qin Xiao's shamelessness exceeded Coulson's imagination. Even Tony beside him could barely suppress a laugh. Sigh. Coulson sighed deeply once again. He finally understood why Nick Fury smashed his phone. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to calm himself down. Coulson said with a serious face, This video was sent from the Middle East to Obadiah. We intercepted it. I'm here to inform Stark that you have 1 week to sort out your company's issues. After a week, my people will take action. Seeing Tony finally nod seriously, Coulson stood up and turned to leave. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would lose every hair on his head. By the way, Coulson suddenly turned back at the door. Our branch has lost a Quinjet. Qin, as our agent, do you have any news? Qin Xiao smiled mysteriously. I'm just an intern agent, but if you're looking for something, let me show you one of the greatest metaphysics of Huaxia fortune-telling. You can think of it as divination. Qin Xiao extended his right hand, quickly tapping his thumb with 4 fingers in turn. He chanted, Zi Shu Chou Nyo In Hu In Tu Chen Long. Little mess, truly messy. Fa hi. You don't understand love. Tai Shang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. Ta. A smile appeared on Qin Xiao's face. Even Coulson and Tony knew that this guy was just talking nonsense. They were still captivated by his mystical performance. Tony, ever cooperative, asked with eager anticipation. So did the divination succeed? Where's the plane? It's not that easy. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. There's just one last step. Qian Kuan can Dui Li Zhun Sun Jin. The Bagua covers the 4 directions. Find the direction of the lost shoe. Go. Qin Xiao shouted and tossed his shoes into the air. All right, you should send someone to follow the direction of the shoes. It should be near the beach. Coulson held his forehead, looking utterly disheartened. Thank you, Agent Qin Xiao. If we find the plane, I will report this matter and remember your contributions. No problem. Just add a little bonus for me next month. It doesn't have to be much. Oh, just give me 5 of the plane's price. Coulson coughed lightly, feeling blood rush to his chest. Without saying a word, he turned around to leave. Don't go, we can negotiate. 3 is fine. If that doesn't work, 1 is okay too. Just a token, hey. Coulson stumbled and nearly fell to the ground upon hearing Qin Xiao's words from behind. So stingy. Qin Xiao continued to murmur behind him. Qin Xiao and Tony reached some sort of consensus on the plane. They decided to establish an organization outside all official departments. However, this matter needed to be progressed slowly. Firstly, there were only 2 of them, making it unnecessary. Secondly, the most pressing issue for Tony right now should be Obadiah. Early the next morning, Tony unusually went directly to the company. He didn't meet anyone, but went straight to his office, poured 2 glasses of wine, and waited quietly. He knew that as soon as he arrived at the company, Obadiah would definitely show up. Sure enough, it hadn't even been 10 minutes, and Obadiah appeared at the office door. Oh, look who it is. Our Tony Stark finally remembers he has a company. What have you been busy with lately? Obadiah walked straight to Tony and sat down beside him. Seeing the 2 glasses of wine Tony had poured, he paused slightly. Then he smiled and said, You always have good wine here, don't you? He picked up a glass and took a sip, lightly tapping on the table. Tony, the outside world sees us as a joke. The largest weapons company is no longer producing weapons, and the shareholders are very dissatisfied with you. You need to do something to restore their confidence. Didn't you say you wanted to do renewable energy? I can help you persuade the shareholders, but you need to present something like the miniature arc reactor in your chest. Unlike in the movie, this time Tony's escape was purely due to Qin Xiao's rescue, not relying on the Mark I armor. No one had thought in that direction, as Tony had never revealed the data on the arc reactor. Even Obadiah hadn't considered it until he saw the video sent by the Ten Rings gang yesterday. Obadiah summoned the scientists under him overnight. The creation of the armor was quite straightforward. It was just a matter of materials and weapons. The most troublesome aspect was the power source. Although Tony's arc reactor looked simple, dozens of experts under Obadiah spent the whole night in a meeting without coming up with a single research direction. I've seen the video they sent you. I was tied to a chair, and I think we should have a good talk now, dear Uncle Obadiah. Tony looked up and slowly began to speak. New book, The Data Before 100,000 Words, is very important. Dear readers who like it, please move your little fingers at it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star review. If you can click to urge updates and watch a video, that would be even better. Love you all. Tony spoke as he opened his phone, directly playing that video. He saw that Tony Stark already knew everything he had done. Obadiah's gaze instantly turned sharp, no longer holding the warmth of admiration and affection for a junior. Since you know everything, what do you intend to do? Humiliate me, take everything I possess, or have someone arrest me? Huh? Tony stared unblinkingly at Obadiah's unfamiliar gaze, taking a deep breath. The whole world calls me a genius, yet it took me decades to truly see your true self today. How have you managed to wear that caring mask for decades while facing me? This is what I deserve, Tony Stark. I transformed the company into one of the largest in the world, managing it day in and day out, while you merely hide in your ridiculous laboratory, creating a few missiles. The most ridiculous part is that a weapons dealer like you actually declared that you would no longer manufacture weapons. I've had enough of your reckless behavior and childishness, as if you were a baby in an ivory tower. The rules of this world do not operate that way, Tony. This company should be in my hands. Obadiah slammed his hand on the table and yelled, continuing to speak, while secretly reaching into his pants pocket. Inside that pocket was a small ultrasonic transmitter. It could quickly induce paralysis, and correspondingly, there were also headphones in the pocket that could resist ultrasonic waves. This ends now, Obadiah. Hand over the board position and the management rights of the company, and I will buy your shares at a price 50 above market value. Find a place to enjoy your old age, Obadiah, or the next person to come looking for you will bring handguns and handcuffs. You have 5 days. This is my final respect for you, Uncle Obadiah. Facing the slightly hysterical Obadiah, Tony didn't want to say much more. He coldly dropped a final statement and turned to leave. However, Tony's last words made Obadiah's hand in his pocket slowly relax. 5 days would be enough for him to complete a set of armor. As for the energy source, didn't Tony Stark have one in his chest? Obadiah seemed to age 10 years overnight. However, those sent out by Tony were incredibly cooperative. Each business of the company a stack of documents and files. Everything was explained in detail with utmost clarity. It felt as if he was handing over a child he had raised to someone else. He tirelessly explained what this child should avoid, what it liked, and so on. For Obadiah, who had fought for half his life in this company, this was a perfectly normal emotional expression. Such behavior even lowered Tony Stark's guard. Facing his team's report, Tony merely said blandly, "Let him be out. If it takes longer, so be it. Just ensure he signs everything in 5 days. Thus Obadiah pretended to cooperate with the handover of management rights in the company, every day rambling on about the company's history and the purpose of each project. Tony's people firmly held down the documents in the office, but privately, he never relaxed his control over the factory and laboratory. In the area he named Zone 16, a steel behemoth was gradually taking shape. In Marbury's mansion, Tony sat on the sofa and dialed Pepper's phone. All the documents are ready. As long as Obadiah officially resigns at tomorrow's board meeting and signs the share transfer agreement, everything will be fine. Okay, please attend the board meeting for me tomorrow. He'll have Happy pick you up in the morning. Tony did not want to face Obadiah's departure at the company. Sure, but don't pick me up, we'll be staying at the company tonight. You have no idea how busy I've been lately, even missing sleep. You should give me a raise, boss. Pepper clearly understood Tony's thoughts, agreed to his request, and even joked with him. After hanging up the phone, Tony appeared somewhat lost. Sir, Obadiah Stane is at the door. He requests to see you. Under Qin Xiao's strong suggestion and the impact of the scenes of Middle Eastern terrorists slaughtering innocents, Tony closed the access for Obadiah to enter his home. Thus Obadiah, who usually could directly enter Tony's mansion, was now standing at the door relaying his message to J.R.V.I.S. Tony picked up a remote control from the table and pressed a button. The image of Obadiah standing at the door was transmitted in. Tony, open the door. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've bought a small island in the Indian Ocean. Are you really not going to give me even a chance to say goodbye? Obadiah no longer held the same vigor as before. His once robust figure now appeared somewhat desolate. His eyes while speaking were filled with sincerity. Tony hesitated and rubbed his face. J.R.V.I.S. Let him in. In the end, Tony couldn't bear to refuse Obadiah, who was standing at the door. Tony, I'm sorry. I've thought about it properly these days. I'm here today just to say I'm sorry and to say goodbye. As Obadiah slowly walked inside, Tony asked, how's the scenery on that island? He remained seated on the sofa, speaking slowly. It's simply paradise. To be honest, I should have done this long ago. Some things only feel light once you let go, and then you realize what you truly need in life. Sunshine, fine wine, cigars, fishing, and of course the lovely ladies, right? Obadiah appeared as if he saw through everything and finally let it all go. Congratulations, Obadiah. Tony genuinely felt happy for him, raising his head and speaking sincerely. However, just by raising his head, he noticed something was off with Obadiah. Both of his ears were plugged with headphones. Oh no! Tony's mind erupted with this thought. A harsh sound emitted from Obadiah. In an instant, the veins on Tony's body bulged, and he fell into a state of paralysis. Unable to move. The ultrasonic transmitter could induce paralysis instantly. This was his own invention. The project was later terminated by the government. Unexpectedly, Obadiah still retained one in his possession. You indeed need to congratulate me, for I am about to become one of the most powerful people in the world. Obadiah shed his previous dejection, revealing a fierce demeanor. I must sincerely thank those greedy terrorists. They didn't heed my warnings and killed you directly. I thought you, the golden goose, had lost all value. To my surprise, you have given me a delightful surprise, Tony. You laid the largest golden egg of your life. You truly are a genius, Tony. This device will change the entire world. It's so beautiful. It's simply a work of art, a perfect work of art. You know, for this masterpiece, I specially crafted an armor even more powerful than your new toy. Obadiah admired the reactor in his hand and shot Tony a contemptuous glance. You haven't grown at all since you were 21. You actually believe I would hand the company over to you? Obadiah slapped Tony with a wave of his hand. You think you can buy my shares at a price 50 above market value? Drive me out of my kingdom. Enjoy the last few minutes of your life, Tony. You won't feel lonely. Pepper will come down to keep you company soon. She truly is a wonderful woman, isn't she? Obadiah laughed heartily as he left. Tony slumped on the sofa, straining his neck to try and move, but he couldn't even manage to speak. The clock on the wall ticked 193 times before Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jarvis, call Qin and have him rush to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger. After instructing Jarvis, Tony stumbled towards the basement while quickly dialing Pepper's number. But for some reason, Pepper's phone just kept ringing without an answer as he tumbled down the long staircase. Finally reaching his workstation, he used all his strength, but couldn't reach the first-generation mini-arc reactor, which had been repackaged by Pepper. Tony let out a hoarse scream. Without the arc reactor, he could even feel the shrapnel blocking his veins. Breathing became difficult. I hope that guy Qin can make it to the company in time to save Pepper. He should be fine, right? As Tony's consciousness began to blur, and he was about to give up, the clumsy metal arm robot, often teased for its ineptness, seemed to sense its owner's predicament. It slowly made its way over from a distance and swung its metal arm, knocking the arc reactor off the table. The glass cover shattered upon hitting the ground. Tony suddenly summoned all his strength, grabbed the arc reactor, and stuffed it into his chest. Good boy. He took a deep breath, not forgetting to compliment the metal arm. Finally, recovering, a feeling of survival washed over him. Jarvis, have you reached Qin yet? I'm sorry, sir, mister. Qin hasn't answered the phone. There's no time, Pepper. Pepper's importance to Tony was undeniable. Fully recovered, Tony hurriedly donned his armor and instructed Jarvis to keep dialing Pepper's number. Fortunately, just as he was flying towards the company, Pepper answered the call. Tony. Pepper had just finished work and noticed Tony Stark's numerous missed calls on her phone, which she had set to silent while lying on the sofa. Thank God, Pepper, you finally called back. If you're still at the company, leave right now. Obadiah stole my reactor, and he secretly built an armor. Oh my God. Are you okay? Tony, I mean, what will you do without the reactor? Like Tony, Pepper was also concerned about his safety. I'm fine thanks to the Stark heart you sent me. I'm on my way to the company now. You need to get out of there now. Oh, okay. Knowing Tony was safe, Pepper immediately got up and ran towards the elevator. Unfortunately, she had just arrived at the company entrance. The asphalt and concrete on the ground surged. A towering steel giant over 3 meters high broke through the ground, emerging from the secret research base below. Oh my God. Pepper staggered back a few steps, astonished as she looked at the ironmonger. Pepper, it's so good to see you here. I'll take you to meet Tony right now. Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger, raised its steel right arm. If Qin Xiao were here, he would surely marvel at the wonders of fate. Because even though his arrival changed many things, it was still 2 months earlier than the original creation of the Iron Man armor. Yet some scenarios still unfolded just like they did in the original movie, as if predetermined by someone. This moment was no different. Just as Pepper was about to be gunned down by the Gatling gun on the ironmonger's right arm, Tony descended from the sky in his armor. Whooshed. The propulsion accelerated, directly crashed into the ironmonger's head, breaking through the wall alongside it. The two iron figures, one large and one small, crashed through the cargo compartment of a large delivery truck on the road, rolling into the middle of the street. The sudden appearance of such a massive object blocked one lane. Nearby vehicles swerved abruptly to change lanes, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. It was unclear how many surrounding vehicles collided with each other. Some cars behind, unaware of what had happened in front, frantically honked their horns. Another car suddenly changed lanes, avoiding the ironmonger and Iron Man blocking the road. But a vehicle behind was not so lucky, speeding along when the car in front suddenly turned. Only when it turned did the driver see the enormous steel giant in front. In a panic, he instinctively slammed the brakes. He barely managed to stop just before crashing into the ironmonger. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Obadiah had the ironmonger crawling back up. Looking at the travel vehicle in front, he casually grabbed it. Amid the driver's screams, he raised the car high as a weapon. Concentrate all energy to the chest. Tony glanced at the people in the car and quickly instructed. The reactor on his chest suddenly lit up. A laser cannon thicker than a palm shot out fiercely, sending the ironmonger tumbling several times. Then Tony stretched out his hands. The Mark II steadied itself to catch the falling vehicle. Just as he placed the vehicle on the ground for him to drive away and escape, Obadiah picked up a speeding motorcycle. He didn't care whether the unfortunate rider would crash to their death. The motorcycle smashed into Tony, sending him crashing into a nearby bus lane. Before Tony could get up from the ground, Ironmonger jumped heavily, landing squarely on top of Mark II. Not satisfied with just stepping on him, he lifted his right foot and stomped down twice with force. Do you feel the gap between our strengths? Tony. Oh my God. I absolutely love this armor. As he spoke, he grabbed Tony and hurled him towards a nearby bus. The bus compartment seemed as fragile as thin tin, nearly splitting in two from the impact. Fortunately, when they had just begun fighting, the bus had come to a halt, and all the passengers had fled. Otherwise, that strike could have crushed countless people. Tony knew there were many bystanders, and fighting here could endanger many lives. After getting up, without waiting for Obadiah to attack again, he devoted all his energy to propulsion. For jets of flame erupted from the thrusters on his hands and feet, launching Mark II into the sky. Tony, it seems you've improved your armor, but unfortunately, I've made significant modifications to mine as well. With Obadiah's voice, 2 jets of thick smoke erupted from Ironmonger's feet. This propelled Ironmonger slowly into the air. In terms of speed, Ironmonger was absolutely no match for Mark II. However, Ironmonger's reactor was new, while Tony's was not only old, but also running low on energy. As both sides ascended higher into the air, Mark II was gradually caught up by Ironmonger. Energy below 12. Energy below 9. The voice of Jarvis rang continuously in Tony's ears. Stop talking and just display it on the screen. Tony shouted loudly to Jarvis while continuing to fly towards the sky. He was fully focused on monitoring the height, calculating whether he could freeze Ironmonger and send him crashing back to the ground while ensuring his own safe return. Bang! A sound of metal colliding rang out. Tony felt his ascent slow down. Ironmonger had caught up with him, grabbing the ankle of his armor. Damn it! Tony complained, and Ironmonger directly yanked him towards himself. 2 massive hands clutched Tony's armor tightly around the neck. It was like an adult squeezing a baby. However, the good news was that frost had begun to appear on Ironmonger, and both their heights continued to rise. Do you see, Tony? I am stronger than you, more powerful. This is the maximization of the reactor's potential. Oh, then how did you solve the freezing issue? The final ascent to this extreme height was achieved with Ironmonger gripping Mark II. The energy saved was just enough for Tony to barely return to the ground. Therefore, when he asked this question, he felt particularly relaxed. What freezing issue? Obadiah's mind couldn't grasp why he was talking about a freezing issue. Ironmonger, already covered in frost, was struggling to sustain itself. Even the reactor on his chest was slowly extinguishing. You should check yourself thoroughly. Tony lightly tapped Ironmonger's head. Having lost power, Ironmonger weakly released his grip, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Only then did Tony let out a heavy sigh of relief. His current energy was insufficient for a normal flight back to the ground. He could only free fall while occasionally using the thrusters to slow his descent. Bouncing and tumbling, he finally crashed through the railing on the rooftop, landing safely on the rooftop of Stark Industries. Rolling onto the ground, even his left arm's armor was lost in the chaos. Finally, he came to a complete stop. Thank God. Muttering to himself, Tony immediately contacted Pepper. Pepper, are you okay? Tony, I'm fine, how about you? Pepper had just watched Ironmonger and Tony ascend one after the other. The significant size difference between the two armors made her incredibly worried about Tony's safety. I'm fine, just out of power. I need to take off the armor first. Oh, before he could finish speaking, Ironmonger had already reached the rooftop from behind and punched Tony away. Unfortunately, he didn't fall to his death as Tony had hoped, just like the first time he was frozen. He recovered midair and flew back towards him. Tony steadied himself in the air and instinctively raised his left hand to fire the laser cannon. Only after extending his hand did he realize that the armor on his left hand was lost. In a moment of desperation, he had to use the little remaining energy to assist his jump to Ironmonger's head level. He threw a powerful punch at Ironmonger's head. Bang! But that was all there was to it. Without enough energy to support him, Mark II's attacks were merely a joke against Ironmonger's heavy armor. He reached out again, this time seizing Tony's armor around the waist. He planned to crush both Tony and his armor together. Tony became Iron Man not just because of the armor. In this moment of crisis, he still remembered to use his right hand to tear apart some of Ironmonger's external connections. This was one of Ironmonger's weaknesses. His armor was constructed entirely of extremely thick, pure alloy metal. While it granted him immense defense, it also limited his weapon systems to only using external devices. Unlike in the movies, Tony didn't have time to damage Ironmonger's sensor systems. He was directly thrown away by Obadiah, who had reacted quickly. At this point, there was absolutely no energy left. Tony lay on the ground panting heavily, while Ironmonger leaped heavily right in front of Tony. It's over, Tony. The bullets could not penetrate the shell of Tony's armor, so Obadiah opted to use his fist directly. A massive metal fist smashed out. Bang! A small fist the size of a normal human appeared, firmly catching Ironmonger's punch. After the muffled sound of the impact, two overwhelming forces collided, creating a shockwave that rippled outward. I think you should help me buy the furniture for my new house, so what do you think, Tony? Qin Xiao casually retracted his fist and turned to smile at the grounded Tony. The video shot by the members of the Ten Commandments gang last time was taken by a terrorist hiding in a civilian house. It was filmed only after the battle had nearly concluded. It mainly captured Tony's Iron Man suit. As for Qin Xiao, he was only caught on camera smashing the tank in the last 2 or 3 seconds. Unfortunately, Obadiah, having assessed the video, did not look down when the camera panned. Thus, Qin Xiao's punch nearly made Obadiah and the Iron Giant drop his jaw. This is impossible. Obadiah, having successfully acquired the arc reactor, activated his invincible Iron Giant. He felt invincible after defeating Tony Stark's armor. He was shocked that someone, especially someone who looked so frail, could block his punch. This is impossible. Obadiah doubted the authenticity of that punch. The energy from the arc reactor in his chest surged to full power as he swung a punch down at Qin Xiao. Judging by its area, that punch could hit nearly half of Qin Xiao's body. Come on, bastard, Qin Xiao shouted, similarly launching a punch from his position. Tony, lying nearby, widened his eyes. Tony was well aware of the Iron Giant's immense power. He never expected that Qin Xiao could withstand a punch that was clearly more than double the power of the previous one. Clearly, Tony's understanding of Qin Xiao was still insufficient. He significantly underestimated Qin Xiao's shamelessness. This punch, seemingly a full-force clash. Yet, just as the two punches were about to collide, Qin Xiao notably shifted to the side. He maneuvered to evade the range of the Iron Giant's punch. Boom! The Iron Giant's punch struck the rooftop, creating a large hole. Looking at Qin Xiao, a hint of a sly smile appeared on his face. Unbeknownst to him, a hilt had appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingers and a sweep of his wrist, a black tang knife, gleaming with a cold light, was now in his grasp. Holding the knife with both hands, he swung it forcefully downward. A flash of blade light appeared. The tang knife, which was no thicker than a palm, cleanly severed the Iron Giant's right arm at the elbow. Fuck! Obadiah was at a loss for words to describe his shock. Qin Xiao was no fool. The first punch was to save Tony, and it seemed evenly matched with the Iron Giant. However, after that punch, Qin Xiao's right hand was slightly numb, though considering his recovery ability, it was nothing to worry about. Now he faced a second punch that was clearly more than double the power of the first. Only a fool would want to exchange blows with him. The Iron Giant's entire weapon system had been disabled by Tony, leaving only a Gatling gun on its right arm. Now with the entire forearm sliced off by Qin Xiao, he spat out a classic Chinese insult, fool. Although the Gatling posed no threat to Qin Xiao, not using a weapon was simply foolish. Tony, watch how I turn this guy into a stick. He turned to Tony and joked, but noticed flames erupting from the Iron Giant's feet accompanied by thick smoke. With the weapon system destroyed and an arm severed, he had directly exchanged punches with the Iron Giant using nothing but flesh and blood. All of this was beyond Obadiah's understanding. Seizing the moment while he spoke to Tony, he activated the flight system, preparing to escape. Unfortunately, the cumbersome Iron Giant's ascent was too slow. A massive flame erupted, and its body slowly lifted off the ground. Qin Xiao turned back and laughed. Hey, you didn't even say goodbye when leaving. Look at your jet, both are battle suits, but why is yours so environmentally unfriendly? Come down. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao sliced horizontally with his knife, delivering 2 quick strikes. The Iron Giant's sturdy metal legs separated from its main body. The flames that had been spewing forth did not diminish in power, rising over 10 meters, spinning in the air several times before crashing heavily onto the rooftop. The Iron Giant's massive body crashed down, and Qin Xiao stepped forward to deliver another strike. The Iron Giant's left arm fell to the ground. A once majestic and powerful giant armor was reduced to a mere human stick by Qin Xiao's blades. Looking back at Tony, Qin Xiao jumped directly onto the high-raised body of the Iron Giant. He searched for the connection point, thinking it wouldn't be too troublesome since this thing wasn't classified as a special alloy in the system. He could simply stab it in. Just as he raised the tang knife, he heard Tony shouting loudly behind him. Qin. Tony called out, but did not say anything further. But the meaning was as clear as day. Qin Xiao looked at Tony, and after a long silence finally spoke. Do you remember how many graves were next to Ethan? This statement made Tony turn his face away immediately. Indeed, the massacre in the Middle East was perpetrated by the terrorists of the Ten Commandments gang. However, whether it was supplying weapons or the kidnapping of Tony that led to the subsequent revenge on Ethan, this heavy blood debt certainly included Obadiah's portion. With Tony turning away, Qin Xiao did not pause this time, swiftly striking down. Obadiah let out a muffled grunt from inside the Iron Giant. Qin Xiao withdrew the knife, changed position, and delivered another strike before shaking off the blood and putting away the tang knife. He said he bought a small island to retire on and talked to me about all sorts of realizations. What a pity. Tony mumbled beside him. All right, I know you're a bit reluctant, but it doesn't matter if he bought a small island. We have a saying in China, karma returns, retribution is inevitable. What one owes one must repay. Qin Xiao sat down next to Tony. By the way, why didn't you answer the phone? I was taking a shower. I only found out about the call after I finished. Jarvis told me, and I came over right away. Can you still get up? I can, but I might need you to help me out of the armor. The armor couldn't remove itself yet. The two of them struggled for quite a while to take off the armor piece by piece. Tony looked at the Iron Giant before him and was silent for a moment before saying, this thing cannot be left behind, and neither can that big guy below. What happened tonight will surely be known by everyone. We must destroy these two. Tony was referring to the massive arc reactor prototype below. After Tony's mini reactor and the armor were exposed, this large reactor would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many forces. Though everyone knows they aren't Tony Stark, it isn't as simple as just shrinking it down. But one must at least try, right? The temptation of the Iron Man armor is simply too great. How do we destroy it? Do we need to push this big guy down? No need. Go down and find Pepper. Let's watch the fireworks together. The armor of Iron Overlord accompanied by the corpse of Obadiah. Tony finished a battle and took off the Mark II. His eyes revealed an undeniable tenderness and admiration. After tonight, this playboy suddenly realized the importance of Pepper Potts to him. She was not just an assistant for work and life. Only Qin Xiao, watching the building engulfed in flames, furrowed his brows and mumbled. How much is this worth? Not to mention the prototype machine, which cannot be estimated. This building Iron Overlord and the used Mark II. Qin Xiao initially wanted to take the Mark II down, but Tony told him that since it was already used and damaged, it was no longer needed. Damn, just a bit of repair, and it would be as good as new, especially with the titanium alloy material, which is of space station level. Qin Xiao still remembered Tony's expression when he said this, akin to a regular person discarding an empty drink bottle. When he was young, after finishing a drink, his grandmother would keep the bottle, saying it could be sold. When he discarded the bottle, he spoke to his grandmother with the same expression. Throw it away, it takes up space and won't sell for much. He never knew that this sentence could have such a striking impact. Qin Xiao glanced at Tony, who was whispering with Pepper in the distance. He was contemplating whether to rush over and give him a beating, that wealthy dog. Mission to eliminate Iron Overlord completed. Reward points 1,000. With the 1,000 points credited, Qin Xiao felt much more balanced. Obadiah was dead and Tony had transformed into Iron Man. Even though Iron Man 1 had ended, he had gained a total of 4,000 points. He was one step closer to unlocking the second-tier shop. Now for Qin Xiao, the first-tier shop was of little use as it seemed there was nowhere to spend the 3,000 points. No wait, 3,000 points could exchange for 1,000,000 if he goes back. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Qin Xiao started counting on his fingers, wondering if he could also become a wealthy dog when he returned. After a long calculation, 3 billion, he would indeed be a wealthy person, but compared to Tony. While Qin Xiao gave up, the plot seemed to have reached a pause, and the system notified him that he could return to his own world at any time. Initially, Qin Xiao intended to complete the mission here and exchange everything he gained for his own resources. Whether it was personal strength or certain high-tech technologies, even the system kindly offered an exchange rate of 1 point for 1,000,000 currency. All of this was to ensure a better life for himself in that world. Although it was a traversal, that place was the reality for Qin Xiao. This place felt more like a side quest, a game. However, upon just arriving, Qin Xiao directly entered the Marvel movie world, met Black Widow, and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Though this spy title seemed a bit flimsy. He also became good friends with Tony, which made Qin Xiao feel a stronger sense of belonging here. Moreover, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, making it no exaggeration to call him a superhuman. In this Marvel movie world, he could still take action. If he returned to that world, he might have to suppress his own strength. After all, one person cannot handle the entire world, otherwise he could end up being dissected as a lab rat. Qin Xiao did not believe that having 30 of Hulk's power would make him invincible and fearless. This was also why from the beginning he desperately wanted to acquire Tony's AI program through buying a house. It was precisely to establish his own powerful kingdom in that world, which would ensure a stable life in the future. Only when his financial and political power reached a certain level could he live without fear. The massive explosion at Stark Industries was not a trivial matter. Moreover, Tony and Iron Overlord had been having a great time battling in the middle of the street. Countless people had witnessed the two sets of armor flying directly into the sky. Since today's events could not be hidden, it was necessary to utilize S.H.I.E.L.D. reasonably, otherwise it would be a disservice to his identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. So at the start of the fireworks show, Qin Xiao called Coulson. After all, cleaning up after such incidents was a specialty of every intelligence agency, wasn't it? That night, Qin Xiao and Tony returned home to sleep soundly. Coulson led the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, controlling online public opinion and checking how many videos had been uploaded. He also had to come up with a reasonable excuse, one that the public could believe, all within a single night. It was uncertain whether Coulson had stayed up all night, but by early morning, just as dawn was breaking, Qin Xiao was awakened by a phone call. Coulson, damn it. Did you forget to check the time? Even the chickens on the farm aren't awake yet. Do you know that lack of sleep can lead to hair loss, you damn bastard? Qin Xiao answered the call with a roar. Motherfucker. Coulson, the honest man, nearly let Qin Xiao's words send him into a rage. It was like cursing a bald man in front of a monk. You caused the trouble, well, why do I have to clean up after you? Now you're asking me to help at the scene. From an organizational standpoint, you're technically one of my subordinates. Coulson hadn't slept all night, feeling his hairline recede a bit more. He desperately suppressed the urge to pull out his gun and take out Qin Xiao. Honestly, if this were an ordinary agent, Coulson wouldn't mind properly educating him on how to behave. But as Nick Fury's top confidant, he was well aware of the existence of the Avengers Initiative. He also knew Nick Fury's purpose in bringing Qin Xiao into S.H.I.E.L.D. So he could only hold back his anger and still gritted his teeth as he spoke. I've been busy all night just to clean up after you. Shouldn't you come help? Intern agent. Haha. Even if your hair falls out a bit more, it won't be noticeable. It doesn't matter to me, though I'm still young and need plenty of sleep. Qin Xiao's grumpiness faded a bit as he laughed heartily, though he still started to get out of bed. Although it was part of their job to deal with public relations, the events from last night were indeed caused by him, had it not been for his initial request. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have taken Obadiah away as soon as Tony Stark returned. There wouldn't have been so many subsequent issues. As long as you speak according to what you just said, even if some media do not believe it, they won't be able to create too much public opinion. We are quite familiar with matters in this regard and know how to make this incident gradually disappear from the public eye. Coulson passed over a note as he spoke. And your alibi states that you were on a yacht at that time. As for Obadiah, he will die in a private plane crash a week from now. Tony was reading the newspaper, and the headline boldly asked, who is Iron Man? The name Iron Man is indeed quite good. Although my armor is made of titanium alloy, it fits the theme. I like this nickname. Tony commented on the newspaper. Seeing that Tony did not respond to Coulson, Pepper turned to Coulson and said, thank you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to explain to the media today. I really appreciate everything you have done. No problem, that is our duty. Moreover, one of our intern agents has been significantly involved in this matter, so it's also an internal issue for us. Coulson seldom had the opportunity to tease Qin Xiao. At this moment, Qin Xiao was standing aside in a black suit looking like a qualified agent or security guard. That's right, the instigator of this matter is this guy. He should explain to the media today. Tony pointed at Qin Xiao, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Also, you better pay attention to your identity, instigator. Your outfit today should be used to maintain order among the reporters. Understood, Mr. Stark. Qin Xiao replied professionally, adjusting his sunglasses as he turned to leave, resembling a professional agent. This was quite unexpected for Tony. What did you do to him? How did you make this guy suddenly so obedient? You didn't use any brainwashing tools on him, did you? Tony joked while pointing at Qin Xiao. Our boss threatened him, saying that if he didn't cooperate with my work today, his salary would be stopped every month. You know, this guy recently bought a nice apartment and probably doesn't have much money left. Coulson smiled brightly, recalling how the two guys had suffered a setback during the last incident in the Middle East. Although Qin Xiao volunteered to help this morning, if it weren't for Nick Fury's phone call, he definitely wouldn't have been so obedient. To be honest, commanding this guy is quite fulfilling. Everything is ready, and outside Colonel Rhodes has been talking to the reporters for a full half an hour. Tony spread his arms and let Pepper help him put on his jacket. Looking at the obedient and charming Pepper before him, Tony suddenly felt as if he had been neglecting this girl by his side. What was that Chinese proverb Qin Xiao said to me? A rabbit does not eat the grass next to its hole. If his ghost goes away, it must be because the grass next to the rabbit hole isn't enticing enough. Clearing his throat lightly, he took another glance at Pepper, who was adjusting his clothes. Tony still felt that it would be more appropriate to talk in a different setting. Coulson had already signaled Rhodes. Outside, Rhodes also announced that he had finished with the chit-chat and directly spoke. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not accept any questions today. Thank you, everyone. Tony took the stage, and the crowd erupted in cheers. There was not a single reporter who didn't like Tony Stark, not because he was particularly likable, but simply because this guy had enough news surrounding him, and it was all quite shocking. Tony looked at the reporters below, and then glanced at Qin Xiao, who was silent in the corner. He gave him a provocative look, and Qin Xiao subtly raised a middle finger at Tony. Tony couldn't help but chuckle, then awkwardly coughed a couple of times, and said, "It's been a while since I've seen you all, and today I've prepared a speech." He took out the so-called official statement prepared by Coulson and the others from his pocket. Regarding the rumors from the outside world saying that I was involved in last night's. Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you really expect us to believe that a bodyguard dressed in armor would say such nonsense? This female reporter not only knew Tony, but had also had a one-night affair with him. She had been dedicated to reporting on Stark Industries' dealings with terrorists, calling Tony Stark a butcher. Tony hesitated for a moment, even though it was agreed that he wouldn't answer any questions today. However, he still couldn't help but point at Qin Xiao beside him, and said, "That's right, there was indeed a bodyguard in armor, and he is right here, that guy over there. Do you see him? The cool-looking Oriental kid with sunglasses was the one from last night." Qin Xiao was caught off guard and could only mutter a curse. Seeing a crowd of reporters pointing their cameras at him, Qin Xiao forced a rather formulaic smile, raising his right hand near his chin to make a peace sign. The most concerning issue at today's press conference was who Iron Man was. Now that Tony Stark had spoken, regardless of whether it was true or false, Qin Xiao had become the focal point for the reporters. Only that female reporter remained seated in the front row, unmoving, watching Tony Stark with a faint smile. "He is the one in the armor, all right, Mr. Stark. Then who was the one wielding the narrow sword?" The female reporter casually pulled out a laptop from under her seat and clicked on a video. This was a scene captured by a night vision camera. Although the colors appeared somewhat distorted, the image was not particularly clear. But it was evident that Qin Xiao was seen cutting off the lower limbs of the ironmonger who was about to ascend. Moreover, it was clear that the person was indeed Qin Xiao. On the contrary, Tony was seen in one corner of the image. Although his helmet had already fallen off due to the angle and insufficient clarity, he could only be faintly recognized as a Caucasian. Once again, the crowd was in an uproar. No one expected that someone had captured footage of the fight on the rooftop. The female reporter wore a victorious smile, waiting for Tony Stark's explanation. She had been investigating Tony Stark for a very long time, including his romantic history and his company. To obtain first-hand material, she even bribed the head of the security team of an office building across the street. Not only did she have cameras and remote video recording equipment installed for various situations, but she also specifically instructed him to start filming if the lights on the top floor of Stark Industries were turned on at night. It was also coincidental that last night the security guard saw Tony and the ironmonger flying on the street. However, he thought it was aliens and quickly grabbed his equipment to run up to the rooftop to watch. When he arrived on the rooftop, he couldn't find them. Who knew that not long after he fell from the sky onto the rooftop of Stark Industries? By the time he set up the equipment and figured out how to activate the night vision feature. The moment captured was when Qin Xiao cut off the ironmonger's leg. Fortunately, since he was not very professional with this equipment, he only clearly captured Qin Xiao's appearance, due to the angle and focus. Tony in the corner was not filmed clearly. Although the appearance of Iron Man wasn't captured clearly, this was already enough for now. The female reporter wanted to see how Tony Stark would deny this matter. Unexpectedly, Tony on stage paused for a moment, then directly through the script, he was holding onto the table and admitted, "Let me correct myself, that is called a Tang Dao. Moreover, you guessed it right, I am Iron Man." The next day, nearly every newspaper's headline featured two men making peace signs. One was a young and handsome Oriental man, while the other was the playboy Tony Stark. The news headlines generally fell into two categories: Tony Stark transforms into Iron Man, teaming up with the young Oriental warrior to defeat the evil Iron Tyrant, and so on. Or perhaps Tony Stark and the Oriental youth, two newly emerged superheroes coming out together. The two making peace signs were also interpreted as a display of affection in front of the media. Compared to the first type, the second clearly garnered more attention from gossip enthusiasts. Moreover, in contrast to Western aesthetics, Qin Xiao indeed appeared somewhat more delicate. While he couldn't be called effeminate, his smooth skin and fair, handsome features would undoubtedly attract the attention of many perverse tycoons if thrown into a prison. Even Pepper, upon seeing the two men side by side making peace signs in the newspaper, jokingly remarked that Tony and Qin Xiao seemed quite compatible. "These damn media. I should just burn their television station down. So what if I came out? How dare they portray me as a submissive? I am a straight man, and my little brother is harder than my sword, okay?" Qin Xiao angrily pointed at the TV where a talk show host was animatedly recounting the intimate and ambiguous story between Tony Stark and Qin Xiao. "What about your legal team? Can I borrow them? I want to sue them for defamation. This is blatant slander." Qin Xiao slammed the armrest of the sofa. Tony shot him a glance, his hands continuing to type rapidly on the computer. Obadiah was dead, and there were numerous internal matters to handle. Although he had already found a professional team with the weaponry taken out of the equation, Tony needed to produce some decent products. Recently, he was designing a renewable energy source based on the principles of the arc reactor, and he rarely moved his work location from the mansion garage to the company office. He knew that he still needed to personally appease some disgruntled old shareholders. After all, the Stark name was a golden brand. What outsiders said did not bother Tony much, especially regarding the rumors about him and Qin Xiao, although he was not pleased with some media distorting his sexual orientation. However, compared to appreciating Qin Xiao's anger, Tony found it worthwhile. Noticing that Tony was completely ignoring him, Qin Xiao turned to Phil Coulson, who had just entered the office. "Didn't you say you would help me clean up this mess? Haven't you seen how severely these news articles insult my behind? This is a country of free speech, you know. Regarding Obadiah's death, we've already done our utmost to exonerate you. Your actions in that video certainly cannot be deemed self-defense." Coulson referred to the video where Qin Xiao was filmed. The Iron Tyrant clearly no longer had the capability to resist, yet Qin Xiao still unhesitatingly plunged a knife into him. Strictly speaking, this could be considered excessive self-defense. "Then why are you here? You're not going to tell me it's time to go to work, are you?" Qin Xiao knew that Coulson never came without a purpose. Originally, he had planned to initiate his return directly, but given that it would take a few more days for his house to be ready, he still intended to wait until the house was completed, then replicate the special smart program Tony had created for his house before leaving. "The boss wants to see you too. I'm here to schedule a time." Nick Fury wanted to meet them primarily for the Avengers Initiative. The abilities displayed by Qin Xiao, as analyzed by SHIELD, far surpassed those of so-called super soldiers. As for Tony Stark's armor, there was no need to elaborate. It was simply a weapon of a new era, especially since everyone knew about Tony Stark's genius intellect. Strictly speaking, this was merely the first generation of the product, who knew how much stronger it could develop in the future. After all, this rudimentary artificial intelligence was not a secret. With a miniature arc reactor Iron Man armor and the addition of an artificial intelligence command system, coupled with Tony Stark's terrifying financial resources, he alone was a formidable steel empire. After scheduling to meet in 2 days, Coulson hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having learned through indirect means that his house would be completed in about a week. Nodding in satisfaction, just as he was about to turn and leave, Tony suddenly seemed to think of something and raised his head. "By the way, there's a party tomorrow night. You know, I've become Iron Man, and some friends have suggested we celebrate together. There are always some bored wealthy people, right? More importantly, there would be plenty of beautiful models. So what do you say? Want to come?" With a plethora of beauties only a fool would refuse, Black Widow had been missing for a long time, and he couldn't even find her to flirt. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had plans to date a curvy beauty, but unfortunately, he had been revolving around the storyline of Iron Man. There hadn't been many opportunities. Now that there was finally a party, it would be strange not to go. The party was set on the rooftop of a hotel. Such rooftop party venues were plentiful throughout Los Angeles. Almost every decent hotel had transformed its rooftop into a party spot. After all, this was Los Angeles. Not to mention, there are countless wealthy celebrities and film moguls, and Hollywood parties are an essential daily activity. Tony had unknowingly attended and hosted countless such parties throughout his life. But for Qin Xiao, this was akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. It was his first time. Dynamic music DJs spinning wildly, professional bartenders, and an infinity pool. The most crucial aspect was the plethora of beautiful women with ample curves and long legs of various skin tones filling the entire rooftop. Qin Xiao even spotted several second or third-tier sexy actresses often seen on the big screen. Now this is what a party looks like. This is life. Tony, you should have brought me to places like this long ago, you know. It was about time. The appearance of the two was undoubtedly a focal point of the event. If you were to say who the hottest news figures were right now, it was neither a political figure nor a big star, but Tony Stark and this seemingly mysterious Huaxiao man Qin Xiao. Listening to Qin Xiao's excited voice beside him, Tony smiled slightly and directly shoved Qin Xiao into the crowd. Ladies who will conquer this little wild bull tonight. I'll personally gift her a brand new sports car. Tony's words immediately ignited a wave of excitement around them. Many young girls were new actresses wandering around Hollywood, and not to mention Tony Stark's rewards. Simply being able to stir up some rumors with this Oriental youth could generate a great deal of news and buzz. Not to mention, he was one of the two newly emerged superheroes alongside Tony Stark after Captain America. As for the rumors surrounding him and Tony Stark, no one cared about their authenticity. There was something going on today, and the update was late. The first chapter is up first, and there will be 2 more chapters tonight. Surrounded by a large group of charming women, Qin Xiao, who originally came with the intention of flirting, found himself a bit hesitant. The key was that this group was overly enthusiastic, fueled by the gossip about popular figures and the allure of Tony's sports car. Although Qin Xiao spoke with full flair, he seemed a bit reluctant when it came to taking any real action. It's not that Qin Xiao was a paragon of virtue, it's just that traditional Chinese values dictate that some communication and a bit of emotional foundation are necessary before anything deeper can happen. To put it simply, he was a bit shy. However, no amount of shyness could deter him from the enthusiastic onslaught of girls with stunning figures. I must say, although Western women may not have the exquisite looks of Eastern women, their fair skin combined with stunning figures certainly makes up for a lot. Moreover, all the young women at this party were under 25, far from the age where Western women begin to age rapidly. With the music and alcohol stimulating the atmosphere, after 2 hours of excitement, Qin Xiao, supported by 2 girls he had been chatting with, made his way to a hotel room on a lower floor. The party organizer had already booked the upper floors for the enthusiastic attendees to engage in deeper conversations. Thus, Qin Xiao casually entered an empty room. As soon as they entered the room, the 2 eager young women surrounded Qin Xiao, with one offering a passionate kiss, while the other began to undress him, kissing down his neck. The simultaneous assault of 2 beautiful young women was every man's dream. Qin Xiao's eyes glazed over as they playfully tugged at him, leading him from the hallway to the bed. Their clothes were tossed aside almost all the way. Just as he was about to take the plunge, his damned phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Oh fuck, Qin Xiao cursed as he sat up, taking a few steps back to find his pants and pull out his phone. You better have a good reason for calling me, whoever you are. Without even glancing at the caller ID, Qin Xiao shouted in anger. Looks like I've interrupted someone's little escapade, and they're not very happy about it, huh? Do you want me to join the fight to calm down our rookie agent's anger? The cheerful voice on the other end doused half of Qin Xiao's fury. It was Black Widow's voice. Natasha, you completed your mission. My God, you have no idea how worried I was about you. Did you just say you're coming up? Are you downstairs at the hotel? As he spoke, Qin Xiao stealthily peeked out the window. As for Natasha's suggestion to join, he pretended he hadn't heard it, even though it sounded tempting. Is that so? Thanks for your concern. I've really missed our rookie agent. I rushed over as soon as I completed the mission, but I didn't mean to interrupt your intimate conversation with those 2 beauties. Damn it. Qin Xiao silently cursed. Although he hadn't established anything with Natasha, he felt a sense of guilt, as if he was caught cheating. Despite his inner thoughts, he stubbornly replied on the phone, What beauties? Why don't you come up and check for yourself? While speaking, Qin Xiao contemplated whether he should knock out the 2 girls and toss them into the next room if Black Widow really came up. Fortunately, Black Widow didn't seem to have any intention of coming up, but her words stirred Qin Xiao's imagination and sent his blood racing. I don't like hotel rooms, why don't we go to your place for a drink? Qin Xiao nodded enthusiastically like a little chick. Although the 2 beautiful women before him were a waste, he knew there would be plenty of opportunities with party regulars in the future. But there was only one Black Widow in the world. Thus, amidst the angry glares and curses from the 2 girls, Qin Xiao quickly put on his clothes. He even rushed to the bathroom to check for any hickeys on his face and neck. Feeling satisfied after fixing his hair, he hurriedly dashed downstairs. As he rushed out of the hotel, he caught sight of the temporary parking area outside. Black Widow was leaning against a sleek black sports car, dressed in a black dress, with a pair of long snow-white legs crossed in front. What's the matter? You couldn't bear to leave those 2 beauties upstairs. Why not bring them down with you? Black Widow smiled as she looked at Qin Xiao, who was in such a hurry. What beauties! I've been thinking about you so much that I haven't even had time to glance at other women. Qin Xiao lied through his teeth. Black Widow didn't call him out, simply smiling as she opened the passenger door. Let's go. Time to head home. With those words, Qin Xiao practically transformed into Quicksilver, diving into the car in a flash. Once they arrived at Qin Xiao's apartment, Black Widow linked her arm with his, as if they were a couple. Feeling the warmth and softness of her arm, Qin Xiao chuckled foolishly. They quickened their pace. There were still a few bottles of top-shelf liquor he had acquired from Tony at home. As Qin Xiao pondered whether to have some red wine with music to set the mood, or to go for hard liquor to get into the swing of things quickly. Upon reaching his doorstep, Qin Xiao quickly unlocked the door with his fingerprint and rushed inside. He had decided that having some hard liquor would be the best way to get into the mood faster. As he rode the elevator up, Natasha under the lights looked increasingly alluring. Oh, fuck. Qin Xiao realized his new apartment wasn't ready yet. Now his small apartment was all too visible. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a dark-haired figure slumped on his sofa. Cursing angrily, he turned to see Black Widow smiling at him. Qin Xiao understood that the reason she came to find him today was probably to meet Nick Fury. All right, Nick's business is coincidental. I really wanted to see you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, little agent. Black Widow smiled and planted a kiss on Qin Xiao's cheek. At this point, there was nothing Qin Xiao could say. His excitement was doused with a bucket of cold water. If you keep doing this, you will lose me, I swear, Natasha. After Black Widow's kiss alleviated some of his anger, Qin Xiao took a deep breath and said helplessly. However, he was not so forgiving when it came to Nick Fury. Even if you are my boss, you cannot enter my home without my permission. Know that in such a situation I could call the police or even shoot you, dear director. Grabbing a cup, he poured a full glass of liquor and downed it in one go, expressing his frustration. Everyone in a position of power always possesses an extraordinary desire for control. This is especially true for someone like Nick Fury, the head of the intelligence agency. This was evident from how S.H.I.E.L.D. was left in tatters by Hydra, yet Nick Fury still managed to maintain his own solid foundation and clandestine influence. He relished overseeing the entire situation, disliking anything or anyone beyond his control. However, he happened to encounter someone like Qin Xiao. Whether it was the Iron Tyrant incident or his own extraordinary prowess beyond that of a typical super soldier, he had never given Nick Fury any prior notice. Only when trouble arose did he remember he had a workplace, and the purpose of the notification was merely to send someone to clean up the mess. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have thought you forgot that I'm your boss. It's no wonder, considering you're now a big shot with the title of superhero and friends like Tony Stark from high society. Nick Fury's sarcastic tone was understandable. During their last phone call, he had been so irritated that he smashed a phone. You can't blame me, my boss. It's you who didn't give me the chance to integrate into my workplace. Besides Natasha, Clint, and Coulson, I don't know anyone else from our department. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do daily. It's your fault for not giving me the opportunity. Oh, I can't be blamed for this. And as for the Obadiah incident, it was Tony who called me for help, and I notified Coulson as soon as I resolved the issue. Qin Xiao was well aware that he was primarily using S.H.I.E.L.D. He stopped speaking in anger and raised his hands to show his innocence. What about that incident in the Middle East? You should have been on the Quinjet, having stolen the jet from the Los Angeles branch, yet you were trying to pull a fast one on me about a yacht party. Nick Fury exclaimed, slamming the table in anger. Who told you to give me a work ID that couldn't access the base? I initially intended to walk in confidently and request a plane, but who knew my ID couldn't even get me into my own workplace? Isn't that a joke? Qin Xiao maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of guilt. What about Stark? Why didn't you inform me in advance about that set of iron armor? Nick Fury pressed on aggressively. That's not my job, boss. Did you ever tell me to monitor Tony Stark's every move? No, so you really can't blame me. Qin Xiao responded with a casual bravado. Nick Fury felt a bit of a headache. Logically, he should have informed him about such matters, but he indeed had never mentioned it or provided any training. So if he were to be serious, he truly had no grounds to complain. All right, let's not dwell on the past. Now, regarding your abilities, can you explain? This doesn't resemble the strength of a super soldier at all. Neither Captain America nor Isaiah could handle that iron giant so easily. Qin Xiao showed no intention of addressing him. Nick Fury had to stand up himself, grab a cup, pour a drink, and then spoke. This is incredibly simple. It's Huaxia Kung Fu. You know him from Huaxia, and the mysterious East always contains many enigmatic things. Bruce Lee, are you familiar with him? Ah yes, Huaxia Kung Fu. Qin Xiao exclaimed, striking a classic pose of Bruce Lee. Nick Fury was no fool and asked with confusion, is that right? Huaxia Kung Fu. Qin Xiao nodded earnestly, as if to validate the truth of his words. He reached out to Natasha for a handgun. He mimicked the fire cloud evil god from Kung Fu, pointing the gun at his own temple with his right hand, while thinking about how to say in English, "All martial arts are invincible, only speed is unbreakable," to sound more impressive. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Nick Fury and Black Widow looked on in disbelief. Qin Xiao's prepared index and middle fingers of his left hand quickly darted toward his right temple. Boom! Just as his left hand was barely parallel to his nose, the bullet mercilessly struck Qin Xiao's temple. With his attention focused solely on his left hand, Qin Xiao had no defenses. The small handgun modified by Black Widow had considerable power at close range. The temple suffered a tremendous impact, causing Qin Xiao's head to jerk to the side. He fell to the ground decisively and cleanly. His left hand still held high in a victorious gesture. Hulk's defensive capabilities are terrifying. Even at only 30, it is not something a simple handgun can penetrate. Despite being shot in such a vulnerable area as the temple, there wasn't even a small bruise where Qin Xiao had been hit. Everyone could see that he had attempted to catch the bullet barehanded, but failed. Thus, although Black Widow and Nick Fury were extremely shocked, Black Widow couldn't help but let out a chuckle. My, this is what I wanted to demonstrate. Hua Xiao Kung Fuss, golden bell shield, and iron cloth shirt. Qin Xiao patted off non-existent dust from his clothes and sat up once more, shamelessly declaring, "That was quite a performance." Nick Fury clapped dryly a few times. Then he spoke seriously. "No matter where your abilities come from, what concerns me is the Avengers Initiative. With you and Tony Stark along with the Green Giant, who can transform, plus Agent Romanoff and Hawkeye, I believe this initiative can officially commence. The big guy and Stark have good relations with you. You will be responsible for bringing them on board. Natasha will assist you. Is there any problem?" Nick Fury's intentions were clear in his mind. H-I-E-L-D. And the Avengers Initiative should be two parallel lines cooperating, yet not interfering with each other. This was also why he forced Qin Xiao to join H-I-E-L-D, without assigning him tasks or letting him interact with anyone outside his trusted circle. Joining the Avengers Initiative, establishing the Avengers under Nick Fury's powerful resources, and then aligning with like-minded individuals to branch out at the appropriate time was originally one of Qin Xiao and Tony's plans, and he certainly had no objections. Especially upon hearing Nick Fury's suggestion to begin the preparations with Black Widow, it aligned perfectly with Qin Xiao's intentions. Nodding in agreement, indicating he had no issues, Nick Fury finally nodded in satisfaction and continued to speak. "Originally, we had agreed to meet tomorrow with you and Stark, but today I wanted to see you first so you could give Stark a heads up to facilitate my formal talks tomorrow. I'll provide a base funding, equipment, various weapons, and transportation for you. I may even arrange some enemies for you to practice your teamwork with. Welcome to officially join the Avengers." I wonder if it's because of the addition of Qin Xiao. Compared to the movie, Nick Fury is much more open with Tony. He directly brought the relics left by Howard Stark in S-H-I-E-L-D. He presented them as a gift to Tony and immediately informed him that Howard Stark was one of the three founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. After World War II, a military general, a super agent Peggy Carter, and a genius scientist, Howard Stark founded a strategic science military organization known as SSR. This is the origin of S-H-I-E-L-D. Your father was not just an old man who made weapons. His views and influence on the world far exceeded your imagination. He firmly believed that science would ultimately provide a prosperous life for everyone and prevent wars, but he was limited by the era and many of his ideas could not be realized. He believed that you would eventually change all of this. Although he had previously discussed S-H-I-E-L-D with Qin Xiao, Nick Fury's words still struck deeply in Tony's heart. After all, in his heart, he believed his father never liked him. He felt he was a failure and utterly untrustworthy. Who would have thought he had such high hopes for him? I know it's hard for you to believe that this is what your father said. Here are the things he left for you. Take a good look and you will understand. The arc reactor was his greatest hope for eliminating war. Renewable energy, so that countries no longer have to fight over resources. Right. Nick Fury was indeed a master at winning people over. He never mentioned that Tony Stark should join S-H-I-E-L-D, or the so-called Avengers Initiative. These matters would naturally be handled by Qin Xiao. He merely established a rapport and presented the thing Tony Stark desired most. The recognition from his father struck at the core. Therefore, whether it was the things Nick Fury brought out, the origins of S-H-I-E-L-D, or Tony and Qin Xiao's personal little plan, Iron Man joining the Avengers was practically a done deal. As for that big guy Hulk, Black Widow mentioned that he was continuing his research while undergoing a series of special training. This training would help him better control his emotions and heartbeat, preventing him from transforming into Hulk in daily life. However, Qin Xiao knew that Hulk and Banner were in a sense two sides of the same coin. The more he suppressed it, the more likely irreversible issues would arise. Just like Banner in the Avengers, who maintained perfect control even when transformed, Black Widow was able to manage Hulk's temper. This ultimately led to Hulk occupying Banner's body for 2 years on Sakaar. Aware of it, Qin Xiao would not interfere overly much, mainly because he didn't have any better solutions himself. After viewing the relics left by his father, Tony dove headfirst into the laboratory. Qin Xiao knew that due to the arc reactor issue, Tony must have discovered the palladium poisoning. Before officially starting the site selection work with Black Widow, Qin Xiao's house was finally sorted out. Driving the Audi R8 he borrowed from Tony's garage, it might have been due to advertising sponsorship that Audi frequently appeared in Marvel movies. However, coming to this real world provided a more realistic explanation for why Tony liked Audi. It was because Tony helped improve Audis engines. It's worth noting that Tony Stark is a super scientist with a natural following. His endorsement is of utmost importance for the entire Audi brand. Audi also sends Tony the latest models every year. Recently, they sent over a new one, and under the pretext of limited garage space, Qin Xiao shamelessly took one. Arriving at his new apartment, he entered his fingerprint on the fingerprint lock. "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I am your butler. You can call me Nicole." A slightly playful young girl's voice rang out. Nicole, eh? Qin Xiao pondered this name. It felt a bit like a soft-boiled egg, but that wasn't important. The key was the practicality of the artificial intelligence. Of course, it couldn't compare to Jarvis, as Tony essentially input all his knowledge and the known operational rules of the universe into Jarvis. This allowed Jarvis to handle any computational and scientific research tasks Tony needed. However, in comparison, Nicole was much more relatable. In addition to being able to control all the specially designed furniture and appliances at home, there were also auxiliary functions like alarms, time reminders, outside weather, and even the ability to watch a movie at home and discuss plot details with Nicole. Of course, this had to be for films that had already been circulated externally. After all, Nicole's positioning was different from Jarvis. She was designed to acquire existing external film review data and communicate with her master after filtering. Qin Xiao didn't understand overly complex things, but in one sentence, for home use it was incredibly perfect. This was the way intelligent living should be. In his previous life, several types of AI products appeared in the world paired with specific furniture and appliances. They could achieve a direct control effect with a command, but those things were too rigid in receiving and sending commands. Sometimes it was even more convenient to do it manually. He didn't take the time to properly tour his new home and overlooked the fact that Tony had a malicious sense of humor, placing their photo together cut to look like a peace sign on his bedside. Qin Xiao instructed Nicole to open the hidden chamber behind the bed in the bedroom. This thing also had a manual button located behind their photo. Placing Qin Xiao's palm would automatically scan and open it. This was a specially modified hidden room entirely coated with a layer of special alloy by Tony. Even if the entire building exploded, this hidden room would detach from the surrounding concrete and steel, becoming a thick metal container. It could withstand damage at the level of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Inside this hidden room was a small study equipped with a desk computer and also featured a small cot and a toilet. It was practically a temporary refuge. I must say, Tony's arrangements were quite thoughtful. The specially designed artificial intelligence program for Qin Xiao Nicole's server was placed in this little study refuge. This was Qin Xiao's ultimate goal for Nicole, to replicate her program. After confirming with the system several times that he had indeed traversed to another world, Qin Xiao decisively chose to return to his original world. Although the system did not set a specific time for Qin Xiao to return, this world was ultimately his foundational realm, his root. The longer he stayed in the Marvel world, the less belonging he felt. The longer he stayed, the weaker his sense of belonging grew, which was not a viable path. Thus, Qin Xiao resolutely decided to return. Suddenly, everything went dark, and after a moment of confusion, everything around him slowly became clear. He was back in the transformed garage apartment. Transitioning from a luxurious apartment in Los Angeles to such a rental unit was inevitably a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, in that world, he was a member of the Avengers, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a friend of Tony Stark, and a new generation superhero, among other things. Returning to such a place indeed felt a bit disconcerting. However, it was fortunate that the system had prepared everything for him. He could exchange points for wealth, and even had an artificial intelligence that surpassed this era. System, if I were to traverse again, can I do it anytime, anywhere? Qin Xiao asked the question he was most concerned about, having previously been told he could return, but forgetting to inquire about the conditions. The time limit is 15 days. To traverse to another world, sufficient spatial energy must be accumulated, requiring the host to stay in this world for 15 days before the next traversal can be initiated. The system's voice rang out without any emotion. 15 days was just 15 days. After all, time was stopped in both worlds, not affecting anything there. Qin Xiao organized his thoughts, preparing to carefully consider how to develop in this world moving forward. Suddenly, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. "Hello, delivery from Nana Tong." A loud voice rang out at the door. In garage-style transformed houses, simple and cheap aluminum alloy doors are typically used with several doors grouped together and casually installed, making do with a couple of movable ones as the main entrance. So when the delivery person knocked, the entire row of aluminum alloy doors buzzed. Qin Xiao hurriedly frowned and went to open the door. It was a folder. Glancing at it, he saw that there was no sender's address. He didn't know if the phone number was in his mobile, but he certainly did not recognize the name. Opening the folder, he discovered a beautifully crafted invitation. The invitation was quite creative, revealing a sketch of a newlywed couple's wedding photo. He couldn't tell if it was hand-drawn or produced by software. Without needing to see the name, Qin Xiao recognized it at a glance. It was the very couple who had deceived his previous self. Bastards. A surge of unknown rage suddenly erupted from Qin Xiao's heart, nearly driving him to shred the invitation in anger. Only when he noticed a small tear on the invitation did Qin Xiao calm down sharply. What just happened? A bead of cold sweat broke out on Qin Xiao's forehead. Although he possessed all the memories of that unfortunate former self, the events that transpired were still foreign to him. He felt more like an observer. While he was indeed resolved to take revenge, he shouldn't allow himself to lose composure like this. Is it your last lingering obsession? Or perhaps a wish? Don't worry, brother, since we share this fate, having inherited your body, I will naturally inherit your hatred. They won't have it easy. Qin Xiao murmured softly to himself. It was uncertain whether he had struck a chord with his previous self, or if it was scientifically a remnant of hatred left in the brain regarding these two people or this incident. In any case, after Qin Xiao expressed this sentiment, the hatred in his heart gradually began to fade. System, help me exchange for currency worth 500 points. Qin Xiao addressed the system. 500 points were enough to exchange for 500 million in currency, which was quite significant for him. Who knows how many good things the secondary market would offer. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not dare to exchange too much at once. 500 million was already a substantial fortune. If there were any shortages, Qin Xiao could always exchange again. Within a minute, 500 million was directly transferred to his account. According to the system, it was quick, efficient, and secure. Glancing at the outdated items in the garage, Qin Xiao felt no attachment. He strode out decisively. Living well for the former Qin Xiao did not mean he had to hold any nostalgia for the past. He was an independent individual. He casually called the landlord, informing him that he wouldn't be renting the place anymore and didn't want any of the things inside. For the deposit, Qin Xiao provided a card number. Whether he got it back was of no concern. Apart from his mobile phone and identification card, Qin Xiao only took the invitation with him. The date indicated was 10 days later at a luxury hotel in the Magic City. Magic City, a place that the dead Qin Xiao once yearned for during his entrepreneurial days. At that time, his inseparable girlfriend and his best buddy were all dreaming of one day succeeding in their projects and moving to the Magic City for development. The three of them lived in a county near the Magic City, imagining completing their dreams in this top-tier global city and carving out a place for themselves. Brainstorming ideas and running markets, Qin Xiao had burst forth with immense passion. His efforts were not in vain. The project's prospects were getting better, yet at the crucial moment he was betrayed by his most beloved woman and his most trusted brother. Hep. A self-deprecating laugh escaped him, unsure whether this emotion stemmed from himself or from the dead Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao stepped off the high-speed train. Looking at the bustling platform, Qin Xiao did not rush to exit the station, instead taking his time to light a cigarette. For the current Qin Xiao, taking revenge on that couple was a matter of mere finger motion. What he truly needed to do was to leverage the resources of the Marvel world to quickly establish a foothold in this world and grow stronger, placing this city beneath his feet. Magic City, here I come. A wicked smile crept across Qin Xiao's face as he softly uttered to the station sign bearing the words Magic City. The train is about to depart. Why are you standing behind the yellow line? Are you looking for death? Hurry and exit. A middle-aged woman in work clothes stood nearby, yelling at Qin Xiao with a megaphone. Hey, I'm coming. Sorry. Qin Xiao tightened the backpack behind him and hurriedly fled. There will only be 2 chapters today, or I need to think about how to flesh out the urban storyline after returning from Marvel. I fear that writing too much might not be exciting, and I worry you won't enjoy it. He'll try to keep it tight and add more enjoyable points. If anyone has suggestions, such as not liking the urban parts, feel free to let me know, and he'll try to shorten it. The Long Fengxiang main store in the magical city differs greatly from the opulence of its branches that have sprung up all over Huaxia today. The decor style of this century-old establishment leans more towards the vintage charm of the last century's old magical city. There are not too many flamboyant colors or extravagant lights. It is understated yet luxurious, with an air of both ordinary and extraordinary. It resembles the old magical city of the last century, where amidst the bright lights and fine wines a classic elegance prevails. The old store is not large, comprising a 3-story building with a total area of no more than 1,000 square meters. A wooden plaque, seemingly aged, boldly displays the characters Long Fengxiang in a flamboyant calligraphy. There is a parking lot outside that spans over 1,000 square meters. Setting aside practicality in a place like the magical city where space is incredibly valuable, having 1,000 square meters of parking at the entrance of a gold and silver jewelry store is itself a symbol of strength. Since it is an old main store, its business naturally differs from that of other branches. The old store primarily focuses on customized items in the style of huaxia. The business of diamonds and jewelry, which thrives in other branches, is completely absent here. Only some custom-made gold-silver accessories and jade items are available. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, made from rosewood, slowly arrived at the entrance of Long Fengxiang's old store. Before the driver in a black suit and white gloves could get out, the doorman responsible for welcoming guests swiftly approached and expertly opened the rear door. "Welcome to the Long Fengxiang century-old store." With the doorman's announcement, a young man dressed in casual attire stepped out of the car. In flip-flops and shorts, wearing a linen white shirt, he exuded an air of casual elegance. The doorman Sharpied immediately recognized that each piece of clothing this seemingly laid-back young man wore was a summer limited edition from a luxury brand. Even the flip-flops on his feet must have cost nearly a month's salary. His smile grew even brighter. The first floor has finished jewelry and jade items, while the second floor specializes in customization. We have the best designers and craftsmen in the industry. Would you like to browse the first floor or head to the second floor for tea? Let's go to the second floor. By the way, please call your manager over. What I need this time is quite special, and I need to discuss it with him. Qin Xiao nodded with a smile. Naturally, someone guided Qin Xiao to the second floor. The second floor is a spacious hall with the names and photos of various designers and master carvers displayed on the walls, along with their past works and awards. Generally, the top designers and craftsmen in the store do not easily take on projects unless you are willing to pay a high price or have some rare materials. As someone guided him around the hall, the store manager hurriedly emerged, leading Qin Xiao into one of the small rooms adjacent to the hall. Each of these rooms has been designed to resemble a small tea room specifically for entertaining various high-end customization clients. The manager showed Qin Xiao into the room, allowing him to select a type of tea. Then a young lady responsible for brewing tea came over and prepared a pot. After pouring a full cup, once Qin Xiao had finished drinking, the manager took his time to begin discussing business. "Mr. Qin, may I ask what type of jewelry or decoration you are looking for, or do you have some rare materials that you'd like our craftsmen to carve?" Qin Xiao gently pushed the empty teacup towards the young lady, waiting for her to refill it to the brim. With a smile, he addressed the manager. "I don't need a highly skilled craftsman. I'm planning to create something out of pure gold. It will be quite large and require a significant amount of gold, but I don't have high carving requirements." A large quantity. The manager felt that this deal might not be as substantial as he had imagined. "Just gold. What do you intend to make out of gold? A chair, a table, or perhaps an exquisite ornament? What exactly does Mr. Qin want to customize? Furniture? A Buddha statue or something else?" Although the manager felt a bit disappointed, he still asked politely. "A coffin." Qin Xiao finished his tea in one gulp and placed the teacup heavily on the table. 5 days. Qin Xiao gave them 5 days to complete it. He did not require exquisite carving, he just needed a standard coffin shape. A pure gold coffin is something that Long Fengxiang would typically not take on. However, in addition to the market price of the gold, Qin Xiao offered a processing fee of 1 million. This made it difficult for the manager of Long Fengxiang to refuse. They had many processing factories under their management, whether for Buddha statues or furniture for large items. It was merely a matter of making molds and melting the materials. With the money in place, everything would be easy. After agreeing to deliver the goods in 5 days, Qin Xiao casually walked out of the store. Uncle Wong, first find a place to eat, then look for a nightclub that is a bit larger, a mixed crowd, and it doesn't have to be in the city center. As Qin Xiao got into the car, he spoke to the driver. This was Qin Xiao's 3rd day in the magical city. The car was newly purchased, and the driver, an old hand in the magical city, was hired through the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying. He was very familiar with every place in the magical city, and his salary was paid daily. After casually having dinner, the driver parked the car next to a large building in the eastern suburbs. This is probably the most mixed place in the magical city. There are baths, KTV, and nightclubs. As long as you have money, any service can be found here. Perhaps because Qin Xiao had been generous with his spending and polite in conversation, Uncle Wong respected him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Qin, if I may be so bold, you come from a good family and are in the prime of your youth. It's fine to indulge a bit, but there are certain things you must avoid. Once you get involved, it can ruin your life." Uncle Wong kindly reminded him, thinking that Qin Xiao might be looking for some questionable places with bad habits, such as using some addictive substances. Qin Xiao laughed heartily and patted Uncle Wong's shoulder. "Thank you, but you worry too much. I'm just here to find some people to help me with a little task." After speaking, he didn't forget to take out a thin stack of cash and pressed it into Uncle Wong's hand. "You can go home for the day. I'll drive back to the hotel myself. Tomorrow you can come directly to the hotel to find me." Uncle Wong was somewhat skeptical of Qin Xiao's words, but as a mere worker, he had already said his piece. With a slight sigh, he accepted the money from Qin Xiao and got out of the car. It was just past dinner time, and the night venues had yet to open. There weren't many people in the baths and KTV. After parking the car, Qin Xiao leisurely strolled through the entrance of the bathing establishment. Following the deafening welcome of several greeters at the entrance, a server led Qin Xiao into the main hall. This bathing establishment has a decent ambience, with the main hall boasting a height of about 10 meters. The server led Qin Xiao to sit on the sofas on either side. "Brother, if you want to take a shower, let me help you change into some slippers first," the server holding a pair of slippers said respectfully. "I'm not here to shower. I came to talk business with your boss. Can you call someone with the authority to discuss with me?" Qin Xiao said with a slight smile. In such a place, how could just anyone meet the boss? The server looked slightly taken aback, but still wore a smile as he replied, "Brother, it's not easy for me to get you to meet the boss. If you have something to discuss, just tell me directly. If I can't handle it, I'll find our manager to assist you. Does that sound okay?" Though his words were polite, there was an underlying hint of assertiveness. Qin Xiao didn't mind and reached for the ashtray on the table in front of him. "Can you also take charge if I want to make a scene?" Boom. The heavy ashtray slammed onto the coffee table. With a crash, the reinforced glass shattered into small, irregular, circular pieces the size of coins. Around them were hosts dressed in bellboy uniforms and security guards in black suits with walkie-talkies. Suddenly, more than 10 people rushed in and surrounded Qin Xiao. "What's going on?" A man at least 6 feet tall and over 35 years old wearing a black suit pushed through the crowd and approached the waiter who brought Qin Xiao. "Brother Liu." The waiter quickly lowered his head to greet the man. Then he leaned closer to the man's ear and quickly recounted what had happened. While listening to the waiter's account, the man scanned Qin Xiao from head to toe. Dressed in luxury brands, Qin Xiao maintained a calm and unruffled demeanor. The man didn't dare to speak too harshly right away. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling the others to disperse. He then sat down on a nearby single sofa. "Brother, I don't know if there was something unsatisfactory in our service that upset you. If our staff failed to meet your expectations, you can come to me. Today, whatever you want to enjoy here, it's on me." Previously, Uncle Wang had mentioned to Qin Xiao in the car that this place was owned by a so-called boss of the society. Although it was not in the city center of Modu, this entire 6-story building housed various entertainment facilities, including KTVs, baths, nightclubs, and more. Whether this building was owned or rented, it was not something ordinary thugs or common people could manage. Having reached such a status, ordinary fights would hardly catch their attention on the street. Even if you accidentally stepped on his foot, he might apologize first. Moreover, Qin Xiao was dressed in expensive attire and exuded an air of confidence. Thus, the man, resembling the head of security, chose to start with polite words to gauge Qin Xiao's background. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. He simply threw out a bank card with a snap. "This card has 2 million. The password is 6 zeros. I don't care if this place belongs to your boss or big brother. Let's discuss some business. Regardless of the outcome, consider this money a meeting gift." With 2 million as leverage, the man hesitated to make a hasty decision. He simply said, "Please wait a moment," and got up to make a phone call. In less than 2 minutes, the man returned and respectfully said to Qin Xiao, "Our boss is currently tied up with something. If you don't mind, I can arrange for you to go upstairs for a bath and relax, and he'll be back shortly to meet you." "All right." Qin Xiao wasn't one to be overly formal, standing up and following the man upstairs. After arranging for Qin Xiao, the man quickly rushed to the lobby to check his card balance. After confirming the amount was correct, he picked up the phone again to call his boss. June 27th, 2021, lunar calendar May 18th. Year of the Metal Ox, month of the Wood Horse, day of the Fire Horse. Prohibited actions: starting a business, cutting wood, building beams. Permitted actions: engagement, completion of marriage, travel, moving. For the Chinese, this date is not particularly auspicious for marriage. It can only be described as unremarkable. However, Gua Xinliang still chose this day, not for any other reason, but because May 18th in the lunar calendar sounds like "I want to get rich." The landline phone on the bedside table rang promptly at 4:30. This was a wake-up service that Gua Xinliang specifically arranged with the hotel the night before. After hanging up, he looked at the alluring figure beside him, half covered by the blanket. Pulling back the curtains, he saw the sky beginning to brighten. From the luxurious hotel room on the 30th floor, he could vaguely see early risers starting to trickle onto the streets below. Lying in bed was a long-legged model he had once longed for. Gua Xinliang was very satisfied with his current life, extremely satisfied. Even if it meant selling out his childhood friends or sacrificing his marriage, he would not hesitate. Standing on the balcony, breathing in the fresh air, he lit a cigarette and dialed the number. He called his wife. "Hello." A hazy voice laced with anger came through the phone. Gua Xinliang's lips twitched at her tone, seemed to ruin his previously good mood. "Still not awake? What time is it? Do you know what day it is today? The makeup artist is about to arrive. What were you doing last night? Did you go to the nightclub and drink half the night again?" Gua Xinliang lowered his voice, trying to suppress his anger, but his tone of reproach was undeniable. "What's your attitude, Gua? We agreed to play our own games. When you dragged me into swallowing Qin Xiao's company shares, you acted like a puppy in front of me. What? Now that the company is about to go public, you think you're hot stuff. You're turning your back on me, aren't you? I'll tell you, according to the agreement, the management rights of the company are in our hands. Without me, you'll still be a minor shareholder and will eventually be kicked out by the venture capitalists. The woman's voice suddenly rose several decibels, clearly dissatisfied with Guo Xinliang's commanding tone. Shut your mouth. You're clearly the greedy one. Stop pushing the blame onto me. I don't care how you usually behave, but today is our wedding day. You actually brought a gigolo back to the hotel last night. Guo Xinliang clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the balcony railing. Guo, you really are something. Don't pretend you don't have women around you. Stop putting on this pretentious act. After the company goes public for a year, when the shares can be traded, I'll split up with you. I warn you, don't bother me. If you annoy me, I'll directly transfer my shares to someone else. The woman on the other end of the line finished speaking angrily and hung up. Chu Feng, you wretch. Guo Xinliang almost couldn't hold back from smashing his phone. I'm late, there's one more chapter. Those who sleep early can read it tomorrow morning. 3 years ago, Qin Xiao mortgaged his only house. He exhausted every means to borrow over 3 million, totaling 5 million to start a company. The company mainly dealt with claw machines in various entertainment venues like cinemas and KTVs in 3rd and 4th-tier cities, providing machines, dolls, and maintenance services. Those entertainment venues provided the space, power, equipment, cleaning, and daily maintenance. At that time, Qin Xiao, working alone, brought in his girlfriend, Chu Feng, to handle the finances, while his childhood friend Guo Xinliang was responsible for answering calls and maintaining customer relations. Qin Xiao invested both money and effort, holding 60 of the shares, while Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng each held 20. Initially, things were fine, though the company was small. Qin Xiao worked tirelessly. He maintained a routine of visiting 3 counties daily, targeting places with large foot traffic, like shopping malls, cinemas, and KTVs. Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng also managed the company's internal affairs, handling inventory and actively communicating with clients, improving the appearance of the dolls, and quickly arranging replacements when machines broke down or dolls ran out. As profits grew increasingly stable, they expanded into 70 to 80 counties. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, who was out in the sun every day, Chu Feng and Guo Xinliang were exchanging glances in the office. Not only had they become involved with each other, but they also plotted to seize his company. Guo Xinliang, who was increasingly dissatisfied with the 20 shares given by Qin Xiao, acted like a boss in the office. As income rose, Chu Feng grew unhappy with Qin Xiao's refusal to distribute dividends. Qin Xiao was focused on expanding the company, while Chu Feng was eager to enjoy life. Thus, the two, already in collusion, placed a share transfer document beneath a legitimate contract, tricking Qin Xiao, who trusted them into signing it. As a result, Qin Xiao was ousted from his own company, ending up broke and in debt. Qin Xiao spent a full year fighting a legal battle. However, they were well prepared, and now Qin Xiao was penniless, unable to afford a decent lawyer. Ultimately, he lost the case. In desperation, he considered taking poison to end his life, only to discover that the company had thrived and was on the verge of going public after a second round of financing. Poor Qin Xiao, who had tirelessly built the foundation of the company, ended up paving the way for others to benefit. Unlike Chu Feng, Guo Xinliang understood the company's value, while given its extensive market reach. He aimed to manage the company effectively, leveraging the vast customer base to pursue numerous other business opportunities. Not to mention, with so many cinemas at hand, even starting a small factory to produce new-style popcorn at reasonable prices and offering a small commission to the cinema managers would be a guaranteed profit. After all, the customer base was substantial. In contrast, Chu Feng aimed to sell off a portion of her shares once the company went public, cashing in while retaining a small stake for annual dividends. For her, that was already sufficient. This is also why Chu Feng's suggestion to transfer shares to others left Guo Xinliang feeling helpless. Financing and going public can drive rapid company growth, but mismanagement can easily result in losing control of the company. Once you lose management rights, no matter how many shares you hold, others can find ways to dilute your ownership and push you out. This is why they tightly bonded from the start, even going so far as to marry to bind their interests together in order to combat capital, to keep control of the company's voice in their own hands. You worthless scum, once I am firmly established in the company and take control of your shares, I will kick you out sooner or later. Guo Xinliang clenched his teeth in anger. No matter how estranged they now felt, they still wished for the other's demise. Today's wedding must go on smoothly. After coordinating with the planning company and makeup team, Guo Xinliang, looking refreshed, set out from his newly renovated home to pick up Chu Feng from the hotel. Neither of them were locals, and though they had bought a house here, they had to follow the wedding process. Chu Feng was getting her makeup done and changing clothes at a hotel from where Guo Xinliang would take her home before heading to the banquet venue. With the company on the verge of going public, Guo Xinliang was quite sociable. In just a year since moving to the city, he had made many friends. An Aston Martin sports car led the convoy, followed by over 10 BMW 5 Series. Though not extravagant, this fleet looked youthful and vibrant, quite impressive. They paraded through the streets drumming and celebrating on their way to the hotel. The entrance was already decorated with a red carpet and inflatable arch. Exquisite European-style flower baskets lined both sides. Relatives and friends held firecrackers and ribbons, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. As the convoy approached, it was less than 50 meters from the hotel when another convoy suddenly appeared on the side road. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a sea of red Ferrari sports cars numbering around 30 or 40. Coincidentally, this convoy blocked the entrance just as Guo Xinliang's was about to enter. What's going on? Sitting in the lead car, Guo Xinliang's heart sank. Having the wedding car blocked at the entrance was not a good omen. The opposing convoy remained eerily still with no one getting out to speak. Guo Xinliang's side quickly confirmed with the hotel staff whether another couple was also getting married today. The hotel staff looked just as confused, confirming multiple times that only one wedding banquet was booked for today. After a tense few minutes, unable to resolve the situation, a relative of Guo Xinliang approached the Rolls-Royce with a hotel staff member to inquire about the situation. "Excuse me, we are here for a wedding. Would you mind moving?" The hotel staff knocked on the car window while Guo Xinliang's relative quickly produced a red envelope. According to Huaxia customs, on joyous occasions, red envelopes are used to smooth over any issues, bringing good luck and avoiding trouble. "I came specifically for the wedding. Both the bride and groom are old friends of mine and am here to attend the ceremony." Qin Xiao rolled down the car window and smiled slightly at the two. He got out of the car, deliberately dressed for the occasion in a pair of custom British-style shoes. Wearing a designer casual suit from a European designer combined with his tall stature and confident smile, he drew everyone's attention. The current Qin Xiao was completely different from the past. Not only had he changed his soul, but having interacted with Tony Stark in the Marvel world, he had attended numerous high-class parties. "Sir, could you please let your car move? You are blocking the newlyweds convoy," said the hotel staff politely to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled slightly towards the lead car. "It will be moved shortly. Oh, I'm just waiting for my gift to arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, over 10 large pickup trucks suddenly appeared out of nowhere, each loaded with white flower wreaths, the center of which displayed photos of the bride and groom. These pickup trucks illegally parked in the middle of the road, and from the front of the trucks emerged numerous burly men in black suits looking like trouble. Each of them brandished 2 flower wreaths, charging aggressively towards the hotel entrance. Dozens of fierce and robust men, along with hundreds of flower wreaths, were neatly arranged along both sides of the red carpet extending from the hotel entrance to the road. Everything happened too quickly and unexpectedly. A luxury convoy blocked the entrance, and a group in black suits came over carrying flower wreaths to lay them along the sides of the red carpet. Moreover, after placing the wreaths, this group in black suits formed pairs with dozens of individuals standing on either side of the red carpet, seemingly not allowing anyone to easily remove these wreaths. Who are you? What do you want?" stammered a relative of Guo Xinliang, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Xiao. The person from the hotel had wisely kept silent and refrained from asking. Sending wreaths on a day of celebration clearly indicated deep-seated grievances, especially considering the imposing convoy suggesting that an ordinary person was not arriving. He had no intention of meddling and simply turned to leave. Qin Xiao ignored Guo Xinliang's relative, waved his hand, and more than 10 individuals in black suits got out of the Ferrari convoy. They swiftly escorted Guo Xinliang's relative away, simultaneously blocking the friends and family of the bride and groom emerging from the hotel. In such a scene, ordinary friends would certainly refrain from interfering. Only Guo Xinliang and Chu Fang's family dared to confront the situation. However, this group was directly stopped by a bunch of muscular men in black suits at the hotel entrance. They neither fought nor cursed. "Oh, if you wanted to yell, feel free." They simply would not allow anyone to disturb Qin Xiao. Even the convoy of the newlyweds was restricted. Apart from the lead vehicle, each car had 2 individuals in black suits standing guard, preventing the friends and family of the newcomers from exiting. Seeing that the scene was nearly set, Qin Xiao finally approached the lead vehicle of the newlyweds with a smile. Inside the car, Guo Xinliang and Chu Fang were completely bewildered as soon as Qin Xiao stepped out. Just over half a month ago, they had even hired someone to check on Qin Xiao's situation. He was muddled and focused solely on reclaiming the company, without a stable job, living in the county's garage, and frequently being harassed for debts. For reasons unknown, Chu Fang even sent a wedding invitation by courier. But looking at the current scene, the rental fee for the convoy was something Qin Xiao could not afford, let alone the presence of so many people. The two prided themselves on knowing everything about Qin Xiao, yet this scene completely exceeded their imagination. Furthermore, observing Qin Xiao's attire and charisma, if it weren't for that familiar face, they truly wouldn't dare to believe that this was Qin Xiao. "What? Don't recognize me? I'm here to attend your wedding and specially prepared such a grand scene for you. Aren't you going to say thank you?" Qin Xiao lightly tapped on the back window. Guo Xinliang and Chu Fang exchanged glances, and Guo Xinliang took a deep breath and lowered the window. "Qin, Qin Xiao, how did you come? With great difficulty mustering courage, Guo Xingliang blurted out a nonsensical question. Wasn't it you who sent me the invitation? Qin Xiao pulled out an invitation from his pocket and flicked it through the car window. Guo Xingliang glared at Chu Feng with a seething look upon seeing the invitation. Although unsure what had transpired with Qin Xiao, given the current situation there was no way to escape, and it wasn't the time to cause a scene. The key was that looking at this situation, they couldn't outdo him even if they tried. Chu Feng, who usually appeared fierce, now found herself unable to speak when it came down to the wire. Guo Xingliang had no choice but to force a smile that was more ghastly than a ghost's. Qin Xiao, I know we both wronged you, but today is our wedding day. Can we discuss this after the wedding? Indeed, Guo Xingliang was correct. With so many relatives and friends watching, they had to harden their heads and finish the wedding first. The way you're speaking, it's as if I'm here to collect debts. I'm just here to attend your wedding. Oh, look at me. I've even prepared a convoy and flowers for you. Look at your convoy. What is this? You're about to become the chairman of a listed company. This does not match your status, brother. Qin Xiao said with a grin. Guo Xingliang was about to explode with anger. Who brings wreaths to a wedding as flowers? They neither caused a scene nor harmed anyone. Calling the police would be useless. Sending wreaths wasn't a legal right. Thank you for your kindness, but my convoy has already arrived. Could you please let us in first? The wedding is about to start, and what about your flowers? Can we remove them first? Guo Xingliang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Of course. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers and waved toward the back. The convoy, along with those pickup trucks, slowly drove away from the driveway. You've already got the convoy. You can't refuse my flowers. Hurry up and get out of the car. I'm still waiting to welcome the bride and groom. Qin Xiao pulled out a confetti launcher from somewhere and cheerfully said to Guo Xingliang. Guo Xingliang found himself in a tight spot as the convoy slowly entered the hotel. Chu Feng reluctantly and somewhat fearful of facing Qin Xiao got out of the car. Looking at the wreaths standing firm on either side, Guo Xingliang proved himself to be someone who could bend and stretch. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked up the red carpet, pulling Chu Feng along. Qin Xiao sincerely admired Guo Xingliang. How could he endure this? However, after carefully planning for over 10 days, Qin Xiao could not possibly have only this little surprise. Seeing the newlyweds step onto the red carpet, he suddenly waved his hand. Then the individuals in black suits, standing on either side of the red carpet, simultaneously reached behind the wreaths and pulled out confetti launchers. Boom. Boom. Each person launched two as if it had been rehearsed, producing two crisp sounds simultaneously. Countless shreds of paper were sprayed from the launchers. However, what sprouted was not the usual shiny confetti, but rather white paper money the size of copper coins. At the entrance of the five-star hotel, balloons adorned the red carpet. A pair of newlyweds in formal attire were followed by several individuals resembling groomsmen and bridesmaids. Yet the red carpet on the ground was lined with wreaths used only for funerals, and dense, white paper money floated down from above. It was an incredibly eerie sight. Among the arriving guests, some were indifferent while others had already dialed the police. Some were even filming this rare and bizarre moment with their phones. Some were struggling at the entrance with a group of burly men in black suits. Finally, as the paper money floated in the air, someone could no longer hold back. Uncertain of which side's relative it was, someone shouted, "You bastards are going too far." But before they could make a move, many vehicles in the hotel parking lot opened their doors. Another group of individuals in black suits rushed out. Unlike the previous ones, each of them held a gleaming dagger in hand. Although Qin Xiao had instructed them not to harm anyone, causing a scene at someone else's wedding was unavoidable. It was impossible not to intimidate them, and sure enough, as this group of armed black suits charged forward, the agitated ones immediately calmed down. Even if one or two were impulsive, they were firmly held back by their friends and family. Qin Xiao looked at the pale-faced Guo Xingliang and Chu Feng and said, "Do you think I'm being a bit excessive? I think so too, which is why I specially prepared a grand gift for you. It's custom-made just for you two, and it's very valuable." As a crucial item custom-made by Qin Xiao at Longfengxiang, the coffin, made of pure gold, had been delivered early. For today, Qin Xiao had made ample preparations. With a slight wave of his hand towards the van, two men in black suits emerged, each pushing a heavy-duty cart. Two more men got out of the vehicle, with two outside and two inside, pushing the gleaming coffin down the van's ramp. With a clatter, it settled firmly between the two carts. "Lu Gu, is this coffin really made of pure gold?" one of the men in black whispered to the other. "It should be, but who cares? Anyway, the boss said this person is a god of wealth. If they come to cause trouble, they'll each receive a large red envelope. Isn't that safer than going out to fight? Enough talk, put your backs into it." They worked in tandem, one pushing and the other pulling, maneuvering the several hundred-pound golden coffin right onto the red carpet. The bright golden coffin still bore a label indicating it was made of Qianzi gold from Longfengxiang. Everyone present was rendered speechless. A coffin made of pure gold weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. What does 300 to 400 pounds of gold signify? Even at the lowest price, that would amount to several million yuan. Even if the two had a grudge, this series of actions was already shocking enough. Why spend so much to deliver a golden coffin? Many people in the crowd simultaneously thought if someone disrupted their wedding and ultimately gifted them a pure gold coffin, they would probably accept it even if it was considered inauspicious. However, Qin had different thoughts. Present were many business people and partners he had recently met in the Magic City. Putting aside the impact of this wedding, if he truly accepted this coffin, how could he continue to navigate this circle afterward? Countless thoughts swirled in Xinliang's mind, not from fear of Qin Xiao's actions. He didn't believe Qin Xiao would dare to harm him or commit murder with so many witnesses present. What was truly terrifying was where Qin Xiao had obtained such wealth and gathered so many people. If Qin Xiao were to rise again, he knew he'd have no good days ahead. Qin Xiao, what exactly do you want to do? Xinliang gritted his teeth and asked. What do I want to do? I came to attend your wedding and brought such an expensive gift. You asked me what I want. You two scoundrels took my company and my wealth. Do you have any idea what I've been through this past year? Do you know I once drank pesticide to commit suicide? Now I've returned from the depths of hell, so what do you think I want to do? With that, Qin Xiao became agitated and slapped Xinliang. Even though he had tried to control his strength, the slap sent Xinliang flying 7 to 8 meters away. Not only did he lose most of his teeth, but half of his face also swelled up like a pig's head, and he fainted. Beside them, Chu Feng let out a terrified scream. My. Qin Xiao turned his gaze towards his nominal ex-girlfriend. Qin Xiao. Seeing Qin Xiao's gaze fixed on her, Chu Feng trembled and couldn't speak. Having spent several years with Qin Xiao, she now found him so unfamiliar. What is it? You sent me an invitation to your wedding to show me how pathetic I am, didn't you? Now that I'm here, why can't you say anything? As Qin Xiao began to pull out the invitation, Xinliang shot an angry glance at Chu Feng, knowing the invitation was her idea. I am sorry. Qin Xiao had experienced much in his life, having killed many. The aura he exuded was something ordinary people could hardly withstand. With a simple step forward, he cornered Chu Feng, making her tremble and unsure of what to say. I'm sorry, Qin Xiao muttered under his breath, then raised his hand and slapped Chu Feng, sending her flying. Mr. Qin, let's not escalate this. Someone inside has already called the police, and they should be arriving soon. Please leave this to us. The head of security from the bathhouse, dressed in a black suit, approached Qin Xiao respectfully. All right. Thank you, brothers. Just don't forget to help me deliver the last gift. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. After causing a commotion, Qin Xiao dusted off his pants and left in a Rolls Royce. The Ferrari convoy was rented by him, so someone would naturally drive the cars back. Just as Qin Xiao left, a video suddenly appeared on the massive LED screen outside the hotel. It showed Chu Feng and a man in a compromising position on the hotel bed. The scene quickly changed to Xinliang with another woman. Finally, the screen switched to a scene of Xinliang and Chu Feng arguing loudly in a room. Initially, they accused each other of being too brazen and cheating, and after a few exchanges, the conversation turned back to the time they deceived Qin Xiao into signing that shareholder agreement. Chu Feng pointed at Xinliang, saying that if it weren't for her cooperation, he wouldn't have what he had today. Xinliang, on the other hand, cursed her for being a shameless person, claiming that it was his greed that led him to conspire with her against Qin Xiao. In short, they shifted blame onto each other, exchanging words, and clarified the details of how they deceived Qin Xiao. When the 3 short videos played, the venue erupted in chaos. Soon after, the police arrived, finally bringing an end to this farce. The black-suited men Qin Xiao had brought didn't actually attack anyone, it was merely a matter of some reasonable shoving. The gleaming daggers they displayed were all magic props bought from a small commodity market. These issues were something the thugs who walked the line between society and the law could handle effortlessly. They would simply circle the police station and be out in no time. There were 2 truly serious issues. One was the 2 slaps that Qin Xiao delivered, which constituted a serious act of violence. The other was the conversation between Xinliang and Chu Feng in the video. However, both matters could be negotiated, and as long as the parties involved did not pursue them, there was no need to bear criminal responsibility. When Xinliang opened his eyes in the hospital, it was already afternoon. Qin Xiao's slap had not only shattered his teeth, but also caused a mild concussion. The hospital says you're fine and just need to rest for a few days. Your aunt and uncle went to send home those relatives. What exactly happened, Liangzi? Did you and Chu Feng conspire to deceive his ex-boyfriend out of the company? Is that true? Xinliang's cousin poured a glass of water. Cousin, Xinliang felt a wave of pain in his jaw as he opened his mouth. Cousin, who told you this? Seeing Xinliang's expression, his cousin knew the truth was likely close and coldly tossed over a phone. It was the 3 videos that had been played earlier that morning. Except for the initial few seconds that weren't recorded, the rest was all clear. This is impossible. How could someone have secretly filmed this? Qin Xiao. Xinliang understood all too well what this meant for him. Even if he didn't have to go to jail, everything he currently possessed would likely disperse like the wind. By the way, cousin, what happened to that pure gold coffin from the wedding? Is it still around? At this moment, Xinliang remembered that coffin, which was made of pure gold. Even if he fell from grace and lost everything, as long as that coffin remained, he could still return home and live a decent life. After you fainted, Qin Xiao slapped Chu Feng again and then left. Before the police arrived, those black-suited men took the coffin away, grumbling about how you didn't know the value of such a precious gift and refused to accept it. Xinliang was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood along with a shining molar. Brother Qin, I've heard from the brothers below that your move is truly extraordinary. A flower wreath, paper money, and a coffin attending someone else's wedding. Still at that KTV in the east suburb, in the exclusive VIP room reserved for the 888's internal guests, a man in his 40s with a square face and a jovial expression raised his glass and spoke to Qin Xiao. The man's name is Shiraigua, a rather cliché name that sounds a bit amusing when paired with his surname. However, he is a man of significant notoriety in the underground world of Modu. In an increasingly severe environment, some so-called gangsters engaging in petty crimes and violence have either fled or are imprisoned. His ability to navigate the gray areas in such a climate and establish a large entertainment venue is indicative of someone with considerable skill and intellect in the underworld. That day, Qin Xiao made a move worth 2 million. No fighting, no injuries. Gathering a crowd to cause a ruckus is nothing serious. Thus, this was a win-win situation. The matter was handled smoothly and the money was earned joyfully. Besides, that 2 million is just the beginning. Brother, sure, it's all thanks to you. Your brothers worked efficiently, beautifully. It's just taking money for services rendered. You're too polite, brother. Shiraigua laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Qin Xiao, and spoke earnestly. Brother, that coffin wasn't cheap for them. The brothers brought it back. How do you want to handle it? Should I take it to your place or melt it down into gold bricks for you? Shiraigua's service was indeed quite attentive. Qin Xiao wasn't being coy. He never intended for it to be a one-off transaction. He waved his hand generously. There's no logic in taking back what has been sent out. A coffin is a coffin. As for the so-called promotion and riches, since that pair of scoundrels are not worthy of it, brother, sure, if you don't mind, consider it a token of appreciation for your hard work with your brothers. To be honest, they threw out 2 million upon their first meeting as a meeting gift. Initially, he thought that after this matter was settled, he would only toss a few 100,000 more as a token of appreciation for the brothers' hard work. There would definitely be further dealings in the future, but with such a substantial initial investment, Shiraigua wouldn't be the type to let money go without ensuring it was well spent. Having done such a little bit of work to have such a large sum of money thrown down, how could he feel at ease? Brother, let's be straightforward. I'm in this for the hustle. Don't think of it as just a coffin. Even if there was a corpse inside, I wouldn't mind. But today I've merely done a trivial favor for the brothers. The meeting gift has been sufficient. Such a large sum of gold, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Such a large entertainment venue, I doubt you could secure it without at least 1 billion. A mere few tens of millions is hardly sufficient. Qin Xiao pointed to the resplendent decor around them. I don't have such great strength. Don't be fooled by how easily we make money. Maintaining a large group of brothers requires a lot of connections. The actual money that lands in my pocket is quite limited. This is just a small private business of a big boss. I merely help keep the place in order, acting as a guard. They don't mind my background from the underworld, so they gave me a small share. Good. Since brother sure is so straightforward, I won't be coy either. I don't want to rely on my family for a living. I came to Modu to develop a bit of a career. But being new here, I need someone to guide me and provide substantial protection. Although Qin Xiao didn't specify what he was planning, it was certainly legitimate business. He merely needed some manpower to run errands and help find people locally. In the future, if anything troublesome arises, it would be good to have someone to assist. He didn't have any friends in Modu, and for instance this time he needed a Ferrari convoy, but had no connections. It was Shiraigua who helped arrange it. Having a reliable local figure who knows how to handle things makes everything much more convenient. With both sides laid bare, Shiraigua felt considerably more at ease. However, he kept a watchful eye regarding the golden coffin, stating only that it would be exchanged for a membership card here, allowing Qin Xiao to come and spend at any time. It was merely a change of wording, leaving a backdoor for himself. Qin Xiao didn't mind. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future to negotiate slowly. Regarding the troubles with Xinliang and Chu Feng, Shiraigua helped Qin Xiao find a lawyer. In exchange for returning company shares plus compensation, they would avoid any lawsuits against the two. As for Qin Xiao's act of harming them, they naturally wouldn't dare pursue it. With an old hand like Shiraigua around, they would soon be thoroughly investigated. Other than the company shares, the compensation amount was nearly the last straw for both of them, leaving them with nothing and burdening them with debts. Plus, the wedding incident tarnished their reputations. They definitely wouldn't be able to stay in Modu any longer. Shiraigua was also worried that Qin Xiao wouldn't feel satisfied, and after drinking too much spoke mysteriously. Car accidents, drownings, all sorts of accidents. Even if those two scoundrels are seduced by someone with AIDS, it's no problem. Selling out brothers and seducing sisters-in-law. I can't stand such treacherous scum. In response, Qin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Oh, as long as those two didn't appear before him again, that was enough. With things escalating like this, those two who had grown accustomed to a slowly luxurious life would soon be living worse than dogs. His crossing into this place and obtaining the system had to some extent their contributions as well. There was no need for a complete eradication. Qin Xiao had lost interest in the company's shares and sold them at a low price to a venture capital firm. Initially, Qin Xiao had invested $5 million into the company. After selling the shares, he directly retrieved over $80 million in cash. All in all, he made a significant profit and recovered quite a bit of the money he had spent recklessly during that time. After sorting out all these messy affairs, Qin Xiao began to commission Shirigua to help him find a place in the city as he planned to establish a high-tech company. Using the artificial intelligence designed by Tony to open up the market, he aimed to firmly establish himself in Modu. Site selection, registration, headhunting. All these tasks would be handled by others, allowing Qin Xiao to slip into a phase of idleness. Now that more than 20 days had passed, he had accumulated enough energy for another crossing. Bored, Qin Xiao began to inquire about the system. If I cross again, will I still need to advance the plot a stage before being able to return? That's right. The Marvel world requires a significant plot advancement before the host can choose to return. System, is there a way for me to switch freely between the Marvel world and reality in the future? Qin Xiao continued to ask. Insufficient permissions. I can only inform the host that this restriction will definitely change in the future, but it will be difficult to switch freely to that extent. Specific changes will become clear as the host gradually grows stronger. All right. Qin Xiao nodded and activated the crossing again. Finally, he had hit the 100,000 words mark. Starting tomorrow, he would update 4 times a day. How long this would last depends on my endurance. At least this week should be fine. Today, he just hit 100,000 words, and the website has recommended traffic for the first time. For those who enjoy this book, I hope you add it to your shelf, give it a 5-star rating, and urge for updates. This data is extremely important for a new book. Thank you all. The process of crossing over is quite strange, as if traversing through a misty passage. Suddenly, I am switched to a colorful world. Then everything in front of you gradually reassembles into distinct objects. For Qin Xiao, this process feels more like a combination of motion sickness and waking up from a hangover. It is nothing like the grand barrier-breaking scenes depicted in fantasy novels where everything lies at your feet. Back in the secret room crafted by Tony, Qin Xiao sat at the computer desk for a while. Only then did he slowly rise to carefully explore his house. To be honest, compared to the housing prices in first-tier cities in the homeland before the crossover, the housing prices in Los Angeles are not considered very high. With less than $2 million spent, he acquired a high-rise apartment with 1 unit per floor, offering nearly 400 square meters of space. Although when converted to Chinese currency it amounts to over 10 million, there is also a difference in the cost of living. While housing prices are not expensive, Qin Xiao's single ownership of this amount of space still requires him to pay nearly $100,000 in taxes to the government annually. Otherwise, he would have often heard that while buying a big house in America is easy, maintaining it is difficult. Indeed, it feels more like home, returning to this side in line with the traditional thoughts of the Chinese. A house. It seems that next time he returns, he should buy a place in the Magic City to live in. Speaking of this house, according to the time stagnation here today, marks his housewarming celebration. This means he must treat his friends to a meal. Aiming for 30% to promote the traditional virtues of the Chinese, 20% to flaunt his luxurious new residence, and 50% to kill time. Qin Xiao sent a text message to nearly everyone he knew in this world. The content was as follows. Hi. This is Qin Xiao. Today I moved to a new home, and according to Chinese tradition, moving into a new house requires treating friends to a meal. Therefore, I have decided to host a grand feast with a Chinese flavor at my home tomorrow night at 7:00 p.m. Everyone is welcome to come over as my guest. As for the meaning of Hongbao, you can Google it yourself. Additionally, a friendly reminder, Hongbao is available for purchase in Chinatown. Attached is a screenshot of the electronic map with marked points. To be honest, Qin Xiao is not very good at cooking. He can prepare a simple home-cooked dish or two, but entertaining guests is truly beyond his capabilities. But can one of the grand culture of China spanning thousands of years not invite people to a meal just because they can't cook? How about hot pot? A trip to Chinatown equipped him with all the base and dipping sauces, and even a whole pile of various Chinese-style condiments. Some things you can do without, but your home must have at least a bit of a lively atmosphere. With a dual-pot hot pot and slices of lamb and beef, Qin Xiao finally understood why Chinese people abroad are so attached to Chinatown. The variety of things available in a single block here far exceeds what one can find in a large supermarket back home. From various snacks, tang suits, martial arts training, Cantonese dim sum, to Sichuan hot pot. Even pickled vegetables and fried dough sticks, not to mention even the little raccoon instant noodles, are available. There are places for injuries, mahjong parlors, and even burial shrouds and wreaths. For a homebody hiding at home every day and needing something means just stepping downstairs, which is hardly different from being back home. However, in some restaurants, many dishes have been westernized and the flavors are slightly different from those back home. He purchased a large number of items. He carried large and small bags back home. Boiling water to prepare the base, washing and chopping vegetables neatly arranged on the table. He also washed a large number of fruits and arranged them. Without even mentioning how to entertain guests after all that fuss, the home suddenly felt a bit livelier. Perfect. After fussing all afternoon, Qin Xiao casually grabbed an apple, nibbling on it, while waiting for the red envelopes. Oh no, the guests to arrive. However, the first guest surprised Qin Xiao a bit. Dr. Banner. Qin Xiao had not sent him a text, and since he was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., Qin Xiao no longer had his contact information. Sitting on the sofa, he watched the image of the door outside displayed on the wall. Nicole opened the door. Okay, sir. This is where the convenience of having a housekeeper is evident. Hi, Dr. Banner, welcome to my home. Although they are not familiar once at home, Qin Xiao always greeted warmly. Banner is a sincere person. Although last time in the desert, Qin Xiao was a bit cryptic and even shot himself. However, that situation clearly suited Hulk more than himself. Seeing Qin Xiao so warm, Banner awkwardly took out a bottle of red wine. I've been controlling it pretty well lately and haven't transformed in a long time. They said there is an Avengers initiative and I should cultivate some rapport with you first, but Agent Romanoff said you moved, and according to Chinese tradition, I should bring a gift, so I brought a bottle of wine. Did she not tell you anything else? Qin Xiao glanced at the wine in his hand, noting that there were no red envelopes. No. Is there anything I need to know? She's still parking downstairs. Banner pointed awkwardly below. Nothing. Qin Xiao, no matter how shameless, felt embarrassed to take advantage of this honest man who was now homeless. He warmly invited Banner to sit down. In just a few minutes, Black Widow also arrived. Hi. Stop looking, Qin. I brought Dr. Banner over from Canada today. I didn't have time to buy red envelopes in Chinatown, so I didn't know what gift to give you. Let's consider this as a gift. Seeing the way Qin Xiao was eyeing her, Black Widow directly pulled him over and gently kissed his cheek. All right. Qin Xiao helplessly spread his hands. Beautiful women always have privileges, but if the next guests come without a red envelope, I curse them to explode. Whether by coincidence or due to Qin Xiao's stature, Tony, the workaholic, put down his research on new elements, and even Nick Fury came over bringing along Hawkeye. Of course, Agent Coulson, who has been stationed in Los Angeles, was not absent either. Well, all 6 original superheroes of the Avengers were present except for Captain America, who is still frozen, and Thor, who is acting like a child in Asgard. However, none of these people presented Qin Xiao with red envelopes. There were those who brought wine, those who brought paintings, and the most outrageous was Hawkeye, who directly gifted Qin Xiao an arrow. What am I supposed to do with this? Use it as a back scratcher. Qin Xiao complained while scratching his back with the arrow. Since you all are so stingy, don't blame me for turning hostile. Inwardly cursing while the fire was being lit, he added a pack of spicy hot pot base to the clear water in the dual pot. Although Qin Xiao wasn't as wealthy in this world as he was in reality, he still had over $1 million in his bank account. Therefore, when it came to the ingredients for the meal, he chose the most expensive ones without hesitation. For hot pot, skill isn't important. What matters is the quality of the ingredients, which makes it a top-notch feast. In any case, for these foreigners, this meal provided an experience they had never had before. Even Tony, who had seen and tasted much, was sweating profusely and singing praises. When the spiciness became unbearable, a sip of cold beer was truly the best remedy. Qin, I think you're being too stingy. Even if the gift Banner brought you is wine, you don't have to hold on to it while drinking all the time. Hot pot goes better with cold beer. Nick Fury rarely had such a relaxed moment, hissing as he spoke to Qin Xiao. In response, Qin Xiao only smiled mysteriously without saying much. He merely grumbled silently in his heart. A bunch of barbaric fellows daring to pair cold beer with spicy hot pot for the first time. I haven't eaten this for so long that I wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Tonight you'll watch how your stomachs turn upside down and how your flowers explode, leaving you without red envelopes. While cursing in his heart, he glanced at Black Widow, who was also sweating profusely from the meal. Qin Xiao pulled out a bottle of dark herbal tea from somewhere. He grabbed Black Widow's beer. Try this. What is this? It looks like cola without carbonation. Black Widow took a sip. The taste is a bit strange. Although now many cold dishes have added various strange ingredients to improve the flavor. But in Huaxia, in some northern regions where herbal tea isn't commonly consumed, most people can't get used to it, let alone foreigners. This is a good thing. It's good for beauty and health. I specially bought it from Chinatown today. Trust me. Qin Xiao playfully winked at Black Widow. After nearly 2 hours of dining, a group of individuals capable of destroying a small country in many ways slumped on the sofa in a disheveled manner. Except for Black Widow, who was a woman and somewhat concerned about her figure, the others had overindulged. Seeing everyone in such a state, it was quite natural for him to take on the responsibility of cleaning the dining table. In any case, to save trouble, Qin Xiao had bought disposable utensils from Chinatown for today. Just tossing everything into a garbage bag would suffice except for the pot, which was a bit troublesome. However, this suddenly gave Qin Xiao a sense of a man's experience. Bringing a group of friends home for a meal, then sitting around boasting while his wife cleaned up in the kitchen. So watching Black Widow busying herself, Qin Xiao sat with a more upright posture. Qin Dr. Banner should have informed you of his intentions. The Avengers Initiative has officially begun. Once you all become more familiar with each other, I will arrange a task for you to practice your skills. Agent Romanoff has already found a base for you. You can go there together in a while. Nick Fury, no longer trying to act cool, slouched on the sofa like a lecherous old man as he spoke. In the near future, my work focus may shift to New York. As you all know, Stark Industries no longer manufactures weapons. We are moving towards new energy and finance, and New York is likely more suitable than Los Angeles. In fact, Tony had already bought a piece of land in New York and was in the process of constructing a new Stark Tower. Currently, he hasn't handed over the chairman position to Pepper. He is still quite busy, especially with Obadiah having just died, and the board is dealing with a heap of chaotic matters. Perfect. Stark, your base will be in New York. Nick Fury snapped his fingers. Damn it. Qin Xiao straightened up. He knew that the focus would definitely be in New York in the future, but not so soon. I just bought a house. Do you know how much effort I put into decorating my house? Do you know how hard it was for me to buy a big house in downtown Los Angeles? I just spent one night in this house. Damn it, I can't afford to buy another house in New York. To be accurate, the money you used to buy the house was won for you by Agent Romanoff at the casino using the chips Stark gave you. The decoration and furniture were all arranged by Stark. You practically picked up a house for free. Nick Fury, with only one eye showing, conveyed a clear sense of disdain in his gaze. No way. I demand a raise. You dragged me from the West Coast to the East Coast. The Pacific outside has turned into the Atlantic, and I am not going to adapt. Qin Xiao put on a rogue expression. Don't worry. This time the salary will definitely satisfy everyone. Nick Fury revealed a mysterious smile. Even in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there aren't that many global crises. Moreover, this is in the early stages. Setting aside some hidden forces, there are Odin and Ancient One-Two Father-level experts. One stationed in Asgard, blocking the forces in the universe from coveting the entire 9 realms. The other relying on the formation created by the 3 temples in New York, London, and Hong Kong, isolating other dimensional beings from peeking at Earth. So even Qin Xiao didn't know what target Nick Fury had found for them. But judging from the old man's mysterious words and glimmering eyes, it was surely nothing good. Dinner was quite enjoyable. After the gathering, Qin Xiao originally wanted to take Black Widow out for a stroll to foster their relationship. However, he was pulled away by Nick Fury, who had tasks at hand. That damned bald egghead. He must have never had a woman in his life. I suspect the picture frame on his bedside table has a burly man in it. That damned bastard. Qin Xiao complained to the only remaining Tony. That's right, my friend. Not everyone's bedroom has a picture with a genius playboy. Tony shamelessly replied. Qin Xiao thought of the huge composite photo on his bedroom nightstand where he and Tony were both making peace signs. He was left utterly speechless. That night, Tony, who usually liked to hang out in the underground garage, ended up lounging in his luxurious bathroom at home. Hawkeye was on a plane to Washington and hadn't left the bathroom at all. The worst off were Coulson and Nick Fury. Black Widow indeed had a mission and left first, while the two of them temporarily stayed with Dr. Banner at the Los Angeles branch. At around 3 in the morning, Coulson and Nick Fury stood in what had almost become a ruin of a branch. Next to them lay Dr. Banner, who had barely controlled his transformation. Qin Xiao, you are a damn bastard. Damn it. The power of spicy hot pot is terrifying. It confirmed Qin Xiao's curse. Flowers exploded. Qin Xiao lay in his bedroom, adorned with pictures of Tony and himself, turning over. Not knowing what he dreamed about, he suddenly let out a pig-like laugh. Nicaragua, one of the largest ports in Mexico. One of the biggest trade ports on the eastern coast of South America. In this country, almost entirely infiltrated by drug traffickers, it has naturally become one of the largest drug trade ports. The economic value generated by drugs passing through here to Europe each year is enough to astonish even super-rich tycoons like Tony Stark. The vast wealth generated by drugs has not only corrupted the government of this country, but has also spawned many traffickers who have their own armies. So let's put it this way, any major drug trafficker in Mexico has an army at their disposal that could easily dominate a small country in Africa. This time the target of Qin Xiao and the others is one of the largest drug trafficking organizations in Mexico. The combat lineup includes Qin Xiao, Tony, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Support Dr. Banner. Logistics and command the nice guy Coulson. Do you know who is the most welcomed person by the drug traffickers here? As the leader of the operation, Coulson smiled and spoke to everyone from the submarine's bridge. Corrupt anti-drug police officers or their government officials? Dr. Banner asked in cooperation. It's Tony Stark. Weapons from Stark Industries are what they dream of. There's evidence of arms dealings with the major drug lords from Obadiah's extensive criminal records, but due to the CIA's crackdown on Mexican traffickers, Obadiah doesn't dare to sell arms in bulk to them. Coulson pointed to the silent Tony with a smile. First of all, I have no idea what Obadiah has done, and I want to clarify that Stark Industries no longer produces any weapons. He shrugged to express his innocence. Tony couldn't help but speak again. To be honest, although I joined this Avengers initiative to step in when the world is in danger, even if we need to train some teamwork, there are plenty of terrorists out there like in the Middle East. Why are we coming to Mexico to catch drug traffickers? That's the job of the anti-drug policeman. In fact, not only Tony, but even Hawkeye, who is completely within the system, looked disapproving. As a top agent, he has his own pride, and dealing with drug traffickers feels beneath him. Despite being deemed the weakest in the Avengers, Hawkeye caused a massive upheaval among the local gangs in Japan and Mexico after losing his loved ones during the snap. Nick's position means he cannot put all his eggs in one basket. Your existence is classified, even among ourselves, only a few of us know. You need specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, and these cannot be transparent. So we need to find a few wealthy individuals to fund ourselves. Coulson explained to everyone with a smile. Despite having very few hairs, he's a huge fan of superheroes and has known Captain America since childhood. Now with command over a super special operations team, his sense of accomplishment is greater than if he had a full head of hair. TCH. Qin Xiao also felt that fighting drug traffickers was a bit beneath him. He disdainfully clicked his tongue. It's just a matter of funding for a few people. The three of you plus me can all receive salaries. Dr. Banner could easily find a part-time job with Tony. As for Tony, I don't even need to say that it's just about food and accommodation for a few people. Worst case, I could donate my salary. I hope so. If your salary is enough, let's not mention anything else. Just one Quinjet costs over $100 million. If you donate $100 million, we can turn around and leave right now. That was hasty. Sorry, forget I said that. But you can talk to Tony. Qin Xiao pointed at Tony, who could probably spend a long time just building one set of armor. To be honest, the drug traffickers in Mexico have strong firepower and numerous personnel. Indeed, it is a good place for everyone to practice, plus they hold vast wealth and pose a significant threat to society. Nick has chosen a good target. Otherwise, if we had eaten hot pot a few days ago, our salaries would definitely increase. It seems it was all planned. These traffickers have bribed most of the people in the government, so there is no difference between arriving by boat and going through normal channels. Thus, they quietly boarded a small radar-evading submarine. Taking advantage of the night, they approached an uninhabited beach in Nicaragua. The target was the mansion of the largest drug trafficker in northern Mexico. The main objective this time was to burn their drugs and find the passwords to more than a dozen bank accounts hidden in Zurich. Coulson effectively implemented the plan laid out by Nick Fury. Centering around Black Widow and Hawkeye, everyone quietly infiltrated to capture the traffickers, burn their drug warehouses, and then quickly withdraw. The destructive Dr. Banner was kept on the submarine as a secret weapon. If things became tricky or there was any change, they would unleash the Hulk to assist everyone. The trafficker's mansion was not far from the coastline, or wherever there is water, a wealthy person's estate would naturally have a view of the sea. This can be inferred from Tony. With walls nearly 10 meters high topped with dense electric fencing, it occupies almost 100 acres. Every 20 or 30 meters, there is a watchtower that stands over 2 meters above the walls. This is not just a mansion, it rivals the most heavily fortified military bases and prisons Qin Xiao has ever seen. A few hundred meters away from this trafficker's mansion, Black Widow took out a blueprint and gestured to everyone. The guards are too strict, and it's nearly impossible to sneak in from the front. Sylvester's room is right here. This is also an area where he frequently operates. We can. Black Widow's words were cut short. Understanding the trafficker's location, Tony shot out suddenly. Damn it. Stark, they don't know how many tunnels they've dug underground. If you charge in from the front, hell escape. Black Widow shouted angrily. But the speed of Iron Man's armor was such that he was already closing in on the heavily guarded mansion. Damn it, Qin, you go. Qin. Black Widow looked around in confusion. Where was Qin Xiao's figure? Hawkeye pointed in the direction of the target mansion. Qin Xiao was seen sprinting towards the mansion with a speed that rivaled even Tony's armor. There will be another chapter tonight. Please give a 5-star review. For God's sake, our plan is to sneak in and capture them. The Black Widow weakly slapped her forehead. I anticipated this. It's their way of expressing dissatisfaction with the operation. Activate the shielding device. I don't want news about 2 superheroes robbing drug dealers to be the headline tomorrow. Qin Xiao and Tony Stark are now among the most famous people in the world. Qin Xiao is fine if he covers his face, no one will recognize him, but Iron Man's armor is simply too recognizable. They didn't want to expose this team, nor did they want the two of them to be revealed. They had been well prepared. The voice of Coulson came through the earpiece. Let them go. You and Hawkeye focus on sealing the leaks. Don't let anyone escape. Our people in Mexico have already arrived at the perimeter. Leave the rest to them. Indeed, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are foolproof in their operations. The forces dispatched here are, needless to say, arranged by Nick Fury, a secret force within S.H.I.E.L.D. considered to be blacklisted. Even though these drug dealers were well-equipped and numerous, they were caught off guard by the sudden descent of Iron Man. In the middle of the night, he suddenly flew down from the sky wearing impenetrable armor. Conventional weapons were utterly useless against him. These drug dealers, comparable to regular troops, hadn't even had the chance to pull out their heavy weaponry. With a loud crash, the wall beside the gate collapsed. A seemingly frail figure crashed in like a beast. Not only did he directly topple a wall over 10 meters high, but he also demolished several nearby watchtowers with sheer force. All the bullets that struck him merely ricocheted off, making him seem like a human tank. A tank with immense horsepower clad in thick armor. As soon as Qin Xiao entered the battlefield, Tony in the sky immediately switched to cruise mode. Circling around the mansion, he not only pinpointed and eliminated some drug dealers hiding in corners. Moreover, he accurately located where the drug dealers were hiding their arms and drugs, delivering 2 micro-missiles that ignited tons of drugs and fireworks of gunpowder. In a sea of flames, the vast mansion was instantly reduced to half a ruin. Clad in armor, Tony and the mini-Hulk Qin Xiao were an overwhelming force against the unprepared drug dealers. By the time the Black Widow and Hawkeye arrived, this was the scene they faced. Hiss! Both of them gasped. There's no technical skill involved at all. Hawkeye scoffed, but the hint of envy in his eyes did not escape the notice of Black Widow beside him. What hot-blooded man doesn't love a brawl? It seems we underestimated Qin's combat capability. He is like a mini-Hulk. Black Widow muttered, then spoke loudly into the earpiece. Don't get too attached to the fight. Stark has already destroyed the arsenal. Leave the outside to us, and don't forget my target. We can't let anyone escape through the tunnels. Don't worry, he won't get away. Tony Stark's confident voice came through the earpiece. Qin, go check the Seresto room and see if he's still there. Jarvis scanned the status of the underground passages in this mansion. No matter how secretive the hidden tunnels were, they were not beyond the reach of Tony's powerful technological equipment. Just as Qin Xiao reported that he couldn't find Seresto, the screen inside Tony's helmet displayed a map of the underground passages. Sir, there are at least a dozen secret tunnels beneath this mansion, and there should be measures in place to shield against heat detection. Jarvis's words were transmitted to everyone's earpieces. A dozen tunnels is a bit exaggerated. Think of a solution, Jarvis. Tony said without hesitation. All right, sir. Jarvis initiated another scan of the underground tunnels, and within 30 seconds the conclusion was reached. A red line marked a tunnel on the map displayed on Tony's screen. This tunnel has a certain magnetic interference, likely due to heavy metal casting. If I were that drug lord, I would definitely choose this one for safety first, sir. Whether heavy metal casting will indeed have magnetic interference is unknown, but let's assume it does, ignoring the details. Well done, Jarvis. Tony's armor flew directly outside the mansion, and the armor on his shoulder opened steadily, launching an armor-piercing round towards the ground. Clearly prepared, this micro-missile turned into a drill as soon as it made contact with the soil. It burrowed fiercely into the ground. After drilling down about 4 or 5 meters deep, it created a small pit in the steel before detonating with a loud bang, sending dirt flying. It's hard to tell how thick the steel is that the drug lord used to cast the tunnel. Tony's specially made bomb only created a pit about several dozen centimeters deep. Qin, I didn't prepare that many missiles. The steel here can't be more than a meter thick, or else the underlying rock layer won't hold. What about your weapon that can cut through steel? Coming. Qin Xiao responded, arriving at the large pit created by Tony's explosion in a few big jumps. After jumping down, he wasted no time and took out his Tang Dao, aiming it at the steel plate that had already been blasted away by the missile. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed. The thick steel plate met the astonishing strength of Qin Xiao and the razor-sharp Tang Dao, and in a series of grating sounds, a square window the size of a tile was cut out, revealing a massive passageway over 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide. The drug lord is indeed wealthy. Qin Xiao muttered as he rushed into the tunnel in the opposite direction of the mansion. Whether it was because there were too many tunnels beneath the mansion or to avoid some underground sewers and other infrastructure, this tunnel was not straight. After running for over 10 meters, Qin Xiao encountered a turn. Qin Xiao, skilled and bold, was not afraid of any ambush. He charged straight ahead. Da-da-da-da-da. Just as he turned the corner, he could barely see what was happening ahead. The sound of a Gatling gun spinning and firing erupted. The terrifying rate of fire almost instantly filled the entire tunnel with bullets. Damn! Qin Xiao cursed inwardly and instinctively raised his hands to protect his head. Though currently impervious to blades and bullets, being hit in the face by a hail of bullets was definitely not a pleasant experience. The clanging sound accompanied by sparks as bullets ricocheted between Qin Xiao's body and the steel plate of the tunnel. Damn it, I'm going to shove this machine gun up your ass. Qin Xiao was enraged by the barrage of bullets. When the gunfire ceased, he lowered his hands and said fiercely. Just as he revealed his eyes, he saw a metallic arm swinging towards him. Apart from the Iron Tyrant, this is undoubtedly the most powerful blow Qin Xiao has ever received. To put it plainly, the force of this strike definitely surpasses what Qin Xiao experienced before consuming the improved version of the Hulk serum. If it were in the past, even if he could dodge the barrage of bullets earlier, this blow would have completely stunned Qin Xiao. But now, bang! Qin Xiao's palm collided with the opponent's wrist, producing a dull metallic clanging sound. A metallic arm, disheveled long hair, and a mouth and nose covered tightly with black metal. It was none other than Bucky the Winter Soldier, the killing machine of Hydra and a good friend of Captain America. He easily blocked Qin Xiao's full-force horizontal slash after twisting and turning. Bucky's face showed no surprise at all. Even after witnessing Qin Xiao block the bullets from a Gatling gun up close, this brainwashed killing machine felt not a ripple of emotion. In his mind, there was only the thought of how to complete the mission. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao was still contemplating whether to knock Bucky out and take him away. Bucky's metallic arm, which Qin Xiao was gripping, moved slightly. The hand relaxed and a faint mechanical click sounded. Only then did Qin Xiao notice that Bucky was holding a grenade-shaped object. Before Qin Xiao could react, the grenade-like object erupted in a dazzling flash of white light. A flashbang. Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of grenades. Even if it exploded in his hand, it wouldn't be a big deal for him now. However, no matter how strong his body was, his eye's ability to withstand brightness was no different from that of an ordinary person. As the flashbang illuminated him from close range, Qin Xiao felt as if a small sun had flashed before his eyes. His eyes stung painfully, and with a cry of pain, he involuntarily let go of his grip, covering his tear-streaming eyes. "Qin, what happened?" Hearing Qin Xiao's cry of pain, Tony and Black Widow's voices almost sounded in unison. "The flashbang, damn it. It feels like I'm blind. You guys hurry in and chase him. Be careful, there's a guy with a metal arm whose strength and speed exceed the limits of ordinary people." "Is it him?" Black Widow paused, recalling the killing machine that had left her scarred. She hesitated for a moment while Tony had already darted into the passageway in his armor. Before long, he reached Qin Xiao's side. "How are you? Are you okay?" Fearing that Qin Xiao couldn't see, Tony spoke up before reaching out to protect him. "I'm fine, it's just that everything is a blur and I can't see anything." Qin Xiao spoke the truth. "It's okay, your metabolism is much faster than average, so you should recover quickly. I'm sure you'll be able to see again in a little while. The damage from the flashbang to the eyes is severe. An ordinary person might suffer for several days, but Qin Xiao's body should be much better than that. As long as I don't go blind. When I was blinded just now, I heard 2 footsteps, one in front and one behind. I believe that metal arm and someone else have split up. They'll search inside the house. You guys take care of the outside." As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Hawkeye's voice came through. Tony wasted no time and immediately shot forward in the passage, unleashing his firepower. Within 10 seconds of flying out, a loud explosion suddenly echoed, reverberating through the metallic passage. The sound should be in the direction Tony was pursuing. Just as he was about to ask what happened, footsteps approached. A fragrant breeze swept in, followed by a tightening of his arm and a soft, familiar sensation. It was Black Widow entering the dark passage, supporting Qin Xiao. At that moment, Tony's voice came through the earpiece. "That Mexican drug lord exploded right in front of me. There are fragments of a timer at the scene indicating a timed bomb was installed. It seems he was killed to silence him. Things are more complicated than we imagined. Clint, what's your situation? Have you seen that metal arm?" Tony is right. If it were suicide, there would be no need for a timed bomb. We have been played, guys. There are several dark passages here leading in all directions. This is the real escape route. I can't determine which passage the person ran through. There are no traces left. Forget it, don't chase. Clint, that should be the legendary Winter Soldier. I've fought him before, he's difficult to handle." Black Widow said into the earpiece. At this point, there was no other option. Although the drug lord was dead and the hideout had been uprooted, overall their first operation could be considered a failure. "All right, now that things are calm, are you okay? Is your eye still stinging?" Only now did Black Widow have time to comfort Qin Xiao. Feeling the concern in Black Widow's words, with the faint scent of her perfume and his arm resting against her ample bosom, it provided even more space for imagination compared to when he could see. "Hey, are you okay?" Seeing Qin Xiao silent, Black Widow shook his arm again. Only then did Qin Xiao come back to his senses, looking quite aggrieved. "I'm not okay. My eyes are blind, my head is spinning, I can barely stand, oh no." With an exaggerated exclamation, Qin Xiao directly buried his head into Black Widow's bosom. His head rubbed vigorously against the soft mounds several times. Finally, he relaxed completely and fainted in Black Widow's embrace. Bang! Black Widow was not so easily fooled. Seeing Qin Xiao seemingly unscathed yet acting like a brat, she simply pushed him against the wall, allowing him to fall directly to the ground. Truly heartless. Qin Xiao pouted, stood up, patted his backside, and began shouting into the earpiece. "Damn it, Tony, where are you? Hurry and get me out of here. I've saved you several times. It's time for you to repay me." The remaining matters would naturally be handled by others, but the appearance of the Winter Soldier cast a shadow of conspiracy over the entire incident. Black Widow and the others speculated that Seresto should be a tool for harvesting wealth behind the Winter Soldier, But only Qin Xiao knew that this drug lord was likely one of Hydra's financial supply chains. However, whether Bucky's appearance here was a coincidence or a deliberate attempt to prevent Seresto from falling into their hands is known only to heaven. The operation was not entirely fruitless. Although Seresto was dead, Tony still found a login record for a Zurich bank on his personal computer. The computer had not been specially processed, allowing Tony to easily search for the account and password using the usage traces. This account contained $500 million. Although this amount was merely a drop in the bucket compared to Seresto's stature, it was still enough to fund them for a long time. As a new author, I seek 5-star reviews and encouragement. If you send a small gift while watching videos, you will receive the love of a wild Ultraman. The sweet kind. Mwah. In the basement of a farm on the outskirts of Washington, this is a secret base of Hydra. The passage leading to the outside is filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of sharply dressed men with serious expressions hurriedly walked in. Leading them is Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council and former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Surrounding the basement are a dozen unsmiling tough men. In the center sits an ordinary wooden chair, and on it is Bucky, who had recently fought with Qin Xiao. Come, soldier, tell me about your mission and what opponents you encountered. Alexander Pierce casually leaned against the table as he spoke. Yes, sir, Bucky replied expressionlessly. I was ordered to find Seresto to collect the payments from last quarter, but Seresto's estate was attacked. An armored man flew through the sky, and a powerful Eastern man who was impervious to weapons. That was Tony Stark and that guy called Qin Xiao from Huaxiao the Two, who made the news recently. A bald man whispered in Alexander Pierce's ear. Alexander Pierce waved his hand to indicate he understood and gestured for Bucky to continue. I escaped with Seresto through a secret passage, but that Eastern man chased me down. I wasn't his match, so I had to use a flashbang to ambush him. Then I attached a small timed bomb to Seresto's clothing to draw the enemy's attention while I left through another passage. Bucky replied in a very mechanical manner. Well done, soldier. Alexander Pierce praised Bucky perfunctorily before turning to the bald man. Last night S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret forces in Mexico raided Seresto's estate. By the time they arrived, the drugs and weapons in the estate had been blown to smithereens, and these people were there to clean up the battlefield. However, strangely, there is no record of this operation within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury would never have imagined that many of the so-called mysterious operatives in his secret force are actually our people. Yesterday, Seresto transferred $500 million from one of his accounts in Switzerland. Tony Stark and that mysterious Huaxia kid. It seems Nick Fury's so-called superhuman initiative has already been set in motion. Do we need to do anything? Barnes is no match, and that mysterious Eastern boy seems quite difficult to deal with. The bald man adjusted his glasses. No need. Alexander Pierce replied confidently. Nick Fury wants to form a secret squad, but he exposed it for a pitiful amount of funding. A team that has already been exposed poses no threat to us. The most important thing right now is to keep tabs on the plan and hurry Dr. Zola to finalize the Zola algorithm. The bald man quickly nodded in agreement. Alexander Pierce patted him on the shoulder. Additionally, let's support another drug dealer in Mexico. Our base in Eastern Europe can rely on these drug lords to keep us afloat. As for the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., certainly knows about him. In fact, the organization capable of training a killing machine like the Winter Soldier has always been a nightmare in his mind. Especially since this Winter Soldier has conducted numerous assassinations and kidnappings like a ghost over the past 50 years, yet they have never been tracked down. This made Nick Fury feel extremely uneasy. He could never have guessed that this organization was Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s past archenemy, and it was lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, even right beside him. Moreover, the Avengers initiative of which he was so proud was completely exposed to their eyes. For someone like Nick Fury, a situation he cannot control leaves him with more room for imagination. For instance, what schemes they have to endanger the world, how many super soldiers like the Winter Soldier they possess killing machines. Not to mention, over the years he knows that at least a dozen top scientists in the world have been taken away by the Winter Soldier. These individuals are geniuses at the pinnacle of various fields. If they were utilized to create weapons that threaten the world then. Unfortunately, the appearance of the Winter Soldier this time was still fleeting. He had followed the trail of Seresto for several months without uncovering the truth. The more Nick Fury thought about it, the more agitated he became, and his right hand unconsciously began to tap lightly on the desk. Buzzing, his phone vibrated on the desktop. The caller ID displayed was Coulson. I hope it's not bad news. Coulson was recently assigned to help establish the Avengers Initiative. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, Dr. Banner is fine that this guy is a nice person when he doesn't transform. But Tony Stark and Qin Xiao are simply giving him a headache. Even going to his house for a meal could cause Banner to lose control and almost turn the Los Angeles branch into ruins. So when Nick Fury saw Coulson calling, he felt a bit of a headache. "Boss, before we went to Mexico last time, we locked down 3 drug dealers, right?" Coulson started off with a roundabout way of speaking, causing Nick Fury's eyelid to twitch, involuntarily feeling an ominous premonition. "Just get to the point. For God's sake, Agent Coulson. Why do I feel like you were starting to talk more like Qin Xiao and Stark?" Nick Fury growled quietly. "All right, boss, this morning I sorted through the files and brought out the information on the other 2 drug dealers. But now I can't find that file, and the worst part is I can't reach Qin Xiao." "Shit." A pen holder on Nick Fury's desk shattered. Coulson felt a loud noise coming from the receiver, followed by heavy breathing. This honest man knew that his boss was on the edge of madness and held his breath, not daring to speak. Almost half a minute passed. Finally, Nick Fury's weak voice came from the phone. "How long have you known about the missing file?" I left it on the desk at noon, then I went out, and I just noticed it was gone." Coulson stammered. Nick Fury glanced outside. The weather was nice with a bright moon overhead. He sighed helplessly and rubbed his slightly aching head. Speaking into the phone, "Find someone from the Drug Enforcement Agency. They must have undercover agents beside those 2 drug lords. Inquire about the news, and if that kid's identity is exposed, clean up the traces." How could there not be people from the Drug Enforcement Agency around the big drug lord? The only difference lies in whether they are close confidants or not. The video was shot from a building's window, showing a group of soldiers fully armed but scurrying around in panic. A man wearing a classic robber's hat, revealing only his eyes and mouth, was wildly shooting around with a 6-barreled Gatling gun. After finishing a belt of ammunition, the man casually discarded the Gatling gun and pulled out a rifle slung across his back, loading it while shouting at his surroundings. "You bunch of dog-breed drug traffickers, bastards. Come and meet my righteous bullets. Representing the moon, I will eliminate you." Da-da-da-da-da. Coulson swore this was the first time he felt a bit ashamed to have a colleague like this. Why shout da-da-da while shooting directly? What does representing the moon to eliminate you even mean? Although the man's face was tightly covered in the video, Coulson recognized him immediately as Qin Xiao. Not to mention the sound of his voice, this bastard was wearing the exact same outfit as when they met at noon. Legally speaking, a person is called a criminal only after being caught by the police going to court and being convicted of a crime. This applies to murder, theft, or drug trafficking. Therefore, these big drug lords are considered legal citizens of Mexico until they go to court. Some even have good behavior records, clean files, and have created many jobs and developed various charitable causes locally. The last time Qin Xiao and his group attacked Seresto's estate, the Mexican government was already quite dissatisfied. Thanks to Nick Fury's covert operations, the situation was quelled. However, this time Qin Xiao stealthily entered Mexico alone, having just toppled a major drug lord's lair, then brazenly stormed into another. This was simply slapping the Mexican government in the face. Moreover, in front of the drug lord, he threatened to transfer a large amount of assets to his own account. There were considerable kickbacks for high-ranking government officials involved. Thus, the regular army quickly mobilized, laying down a web of defenses around the city. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, is only a little over 100 kilometers away from California. It is not only an important border trade hub, but also a key city for Mexican drug lords to transport drugs to North America. Over 50% of the drugs in North America's market each year flow out from here. The local biggest drug lord, Carlos, holds more prestige and power in this chaotic border city than the mayor. Of course, this is inseparable from the guns and dollars in his hands. However, the current Carlos finds his armed forces have all turned into remnants of a defeated army. The enormous numbers with strings of zeros in his bank accounts have also been transferred to someone else's accounts. In the luxurious estate, which was almost half in ruins, Qin Xiao casually held a cigar that he had taken from Carlos while wearing a mask. He swaggered into a warehouse filled with military arms. Inside the warehouse, 2 armed men straightened up instinctively and stood at attention upon seeing Qin Xiao. When Qin Xiao attacked earlier, these armed men had already been scared out of their wits by this human tank. With an unstoppable force, a punch from him felt like a rocket blast. How could they fight back? Anyone with a bit of courage who tried to fight back had already been killed, or else they wouldn't have hidden in the armory. Now, seeing Qin Xiao walk in directly, they didn't even dare to move. Since they weren't attacking, Qin Xiao wasn't a murderous maniac, so he naturally wouldn't idle his time smashing people's heads. He glanced around the armory, randomly picked up a grenade, and pulled the pin with a click. Aren't you two leaving? Waiting to be blown away together? As soon as Qin Xiao spoke, the 2 of them took off running outside. Look at how scared you are, my hand hasn't even let go yet. These 2 drug lords were taken down, and Qin Xiao obtained a huge sum of money, now in high spirits. He mocked the 2 guys who had just fled in panic for a moment, then casually adjusted his clothes with one hand, walking out unhurriedly while puffing on the cigar he had been holding. Finally, he let go and threw the grenade into the armory behind him. I had wanted to do this all along. I deliberately left the room storing arms for last, letting it explode behind me while I walked calmly in front. This is the demeanor a movie protagonist should have, don't you think? As Qin Xiao strolled casually, he muttered to himself. He remembered watching Iron Man years ago. Even Tony had spread his arms facing away from the distant explosions while testing missiles in Afghanistan, acting cool. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, followed by a series of continuous detonations. Qin Xiao slightly adjusted his walking posture to appear as upright as possible, his mind filled with the various BGM of protagonists from classic films. He walked with an unyielding pace towards the estate's main gate. True warriors never look back at the explosions behind them. The explosion of the grenade triggered a series of chain reactions. The drug lord's armory filled with long and short firearms, and there were plenty of explosives stored as well. Altogether, it was roughly equivalent to about 100 kilograms. In terms of nuclear-grade standards, 100 kilograms of TNT is merely invisible dust. However, in terms of explosive power, it would be more than enough to flip a small 3- or 4-story building. The powerful shockwave first tore apart a box storing several handheld rocket launchers beside him. The rocket launchers shot out like iron rods propelled by the shockwave, whistling in all directions. Their speed rivaled that of bullets. Ironically, one of them flew straight towards Qin Xiao. In fact, the more one tries to control themselves from doing something, the more they want to do it. For example, while playing on your phone, if a friend of the opposite sex tells you not to look back while they change, even if you have no intention of peeping, you will eventually find it hard not to glance. This kind of psychology is common among most people. Qin Xiao was no exception. Thinking not to look back, he heard the explosions getting louder behind him and wondered if he should take a peek. Just a quick look. Surely no one is watching me now, right? After all, I've already acted cool enough. It should be about time for the explosions to be almost over. Unable to resist, he secretly looked back. As soon as he turned back, he felt a darkness before his eyes, and an unknown dark object struck him in the face instantly. Making money by dealing drugs, he ventured alone into the dragon's lair and the tiger's den, managing to conquer 2 in a single day. Qin Xiao felt incredibly impressive, dashing and accomplished today, quite a big deal. The final explosion marked a perfect conclusion to his extraordinary day. Yet this conclusion was marred, transforming a perfect circle into a C. Perhaps this is what they mean by trying to show off, but ending up in a mess. Rubbing his painfully swollen eyes, Qin Xiao pondered whether he and his eyes simply weren't compatible, wondering why they kept getting injured. Before he could even reach the entrance of the manor, he looked up to see the Black Widow grinning at him. Leaning against a black SUV at the entrance next to it was the wall that Qin Xiao had smashed through not long ago. Judging by her beaming smile, she must have witnessed the earlier scene. So, what brings you here? Where are they? It's very dangerous for me to be here alone. Qin Xiao, fearing the Black Widow would bring up the embarrassing moment, quickly tried to change the subject. Dangerous? The people here are so scared of you that they might as well have sprouted wings and flown away. What danger could there possibly be? The Black Widow tossed her hair playfully and said with charm, "You must have come all this way because you miss me, right?" Qin Xiao laughed as he wrapped an arm around the Black Widow's shoulder. "I'm here to take you home. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Get in the car first." The Black Widow pressed Qin Xiao's lips together with her hand and gave him a quick peck. "This is a reward for what you just did. Compared to superheroes who walk away without looking back, I prefer this feeling of being hit by a rocket launcher. It feels so real and adorable." She then took her seat in the driver's position. "I knew you saw me just now, so why did you kiss me?" "I had to return the favor or I would be at a disadvantage," Qin Xiao shouted as he hopped into the car. He immediately yanked off the bandit hat he had worn all day. "I almost suffocated. Now I understand why so many robbers have switched to wearing stockings." "Stop complaining about your hat. You've taken down 2 major drug lords and even raided their bank accounts. The Mexican government has sent in regular troops, and this city is practically surrounded. So what? I just killed a couple of drug dealers." Qin Xiao shrugged, feeling a bit overconfident and not intimidated by the government forces. The Black Widow shot him a glance. 3 drug lords, 3. Do you know how much money they pay to those high-ranking officials every year? Do you know how many billions of dollars it takes to rebuild after taking out the leaders of 3 drug trafficking organizations? This doesn't even account for the money you took from their accounts. A small nuclear warhead on the black market sells for less than $100 million. Qin Xiao didn't bother calculating the earlier figures, but he clearly heard the part about the nuclear warhead. No way are they really deploying a nuclear warhead just for me. That seems a bit exaggerated. Don't think the Mexican government is without people around the drug lords. Your combat capability is clearly visible to them, and if you really provoke them, who knows what might happen. All right, they'll be more careful from now on. After all, I've already made enough from this job." Qin Xiao adjusted his seat and comfortably reclined, confident that with the Black Widow picking him up, everything would be fine and he had no need to worry. The S-H-I-E-L-D is indeed omnipresent. The Black Widow took Qin Xiao through twists and turns until they reached a checkpoint where she displayed a pass stamped by some department and smoothly took Qin Xiao through. Despite the Black Widow's assistance, they directly traveled from the northeast of Mexico to the west, entering at the border between Arizona and Mexico. They then turned into a small town in New Mexico. After driving all night, they weren't in a hurry to head back. Instead, they stopped at a restaurant in the town only to find Nick Fury and Coulson already waiting there. In front of Coulson was a cup of coffee while Nick Fury had an untouched breakfast in front of him, looking as if he hadn't touched it at all. Both of them wore grim expressions, clearly intending to intimidate Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao casually pulled out a chair and sat opposite them, moving Nick Fury's untouched breakfast closer. After sitting in the car all night, but is about to fall apart. It's rare for you, boss, to be so thoughtful as to prepare breakfast for me. Qin Xiao grinned and immediately began to eat. If it weren't for his skin color, it would be obvious that Nick Fury was angrier than ever. Is this breakfast meant for you? Had I known you were so reckless and didn't care about others' feelings, I would have started eating long ago. Why should I wait? Why? Nick Fury turned to give Coulson a look. The honest Coulson looked confused. He was just eating your breakfast. Why are you looking at me? Cough, boss, do you have something to discuss? Coulson, being the subordinate, asked stiffly. Get me another breakfast Togo, please. Nick Fury said through gritted teeth. And bring me another cup of coffee and one for Natasha as well, thanks. Qin Xiao quickly interjected. You have quite the appetite. Do you even realize the trouble you've caused? Nick Fury, realizing his intimidation tactics had failed, sighed and spoke with a hint of resignation. It's all for the funding of our department. Qin Xiao handed over a note with 2 long sequences of numbers. Bank account and password, there's $1 billion in there, so use it for expenses. But I must emphasize this is limited to our small group, don't use it for anything else. I took finance courses in college and will be keeping an eye on it. Qin Xiao spoke with his mouth full of scrambled eggs, mumbling. Nick Fury would never believe that this $1 billion was the entirety of Qin Xiao's loot from this heist. However, getting this kid to divulge anything would be a bit difficult. Moreover, this wasn't the main theme of his visit. But Qin Xiao didn't give Nick Fury any chance to ramble on. He spoke directly. I understand your point. I will do my job and follow the arrangements. I get it, but since the last $5 billion didn't meet expectations, there won't be a next time, I promise. Besides, I wore a mask, so no one will recognize me. This one retort left Nick Fury with a belly full of words that he couldn't voice. After breakfast, this busy man rushed back for a meeting. The 3 of them escorted Nick Fury out to the desert outside the small town where a Quinjet was parked. Keep an eye on this guy. Nick Fury emphasized to Coulson and the Black Widow again. Then he turned to Qin Xiao, wanting to remind him of something once more. Qin Xiao raised 2 fingers to the sky and swore, Don't worry, I will never cause trouble again. I swear if I act on my own again, there's a saying in Huaxia, heaven will strike me with lightning. Which means I will be struck dead by God's thunder. Just as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Nick Fury had yet to react. Suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky and the sound of thunder erupted. And it happened right above their heads. The clouds swirled in a tornado-like fashion. The sudden thunder and clouds seemed too ominous, and everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Xiao. Why are you all looking at me? I swear I was sincere just now, this has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiao quickly waved his hands in denial. Unfortunately, it seemed like the heavens weren't giving him any face. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt over a meter thick struck down towards him. Everyone seasoned from gunfire and danger knew without needing to say a word, they immediately took a few steps back and dove to the ground at the farthest distance. Boom! This lightning struck like a bomb, creating a massive pit in the ground. A group of people along with the plane tumbled into the pit. Qin Xiao landed right in the center of the pit. Beside him was a hammer surrounded by crackling lightning. The chapter ends here. Time to shower, and I humbly request 5-star reviews. Please urge for updates and add this to your shelves. Thank you all. Despite Qin Xiao's robust physique, he was still struck by the hammer, leaving him dazed for quite some time before he regained his senses. Although lightning did not strike him, the hammer landed solidly on his head, bouncing off before hitting the ground. He had merely sworn an oath with a finger, so why was there both lightning and a hammer? If Qin Xiao were unaware of the hammer's origins, he would undoubtedly have jumped up and cursed at the sky at that moment. However, he felt he had no right to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still present. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he glanced around and saw that everyone else was basically unscathed. Qin Xiao squatted on the ground silently, tracing a large circle with his finger beside the hammer. He then wrote 2 lines of small Chinese characters inside the circle. Throwing hammers leads to death for the whole family. My wife has her period every day. Coulson, check if any planes flew by earlier, and Agent Romanoff, contact Hill at HQ. We need a team of professional scientists. Checking for planes was merely a habitual argument. The hammer was surrounded by lightning earlier, which had only just begun to fade. Even the one-eyed man could tell this was no ordinary hammer. Qin Xiao, what are you doing? Bring the hammer over. Nick Fury, who had just fallen near the pit's edge, was now issuing commands from a higher position. Qin Xiao knew the hammer's true nature, but still cooperated and attempted to lift it. His formidable hands grasped the hammer's handle, and he exerted all his strength. It didn't budge an inch. "Hey, Chief, it seems you'll need someone stronger to lift it." 5 minutes later, a plane's landing gear and nearby steel plates appeared beside the pit along with a damaged Quinjet. The hammer lay quietly on the sand, its weight not even causing the sand to sink. Yet not even the Quinjet could lift this hammer. "I hate things and situations that are beyond my control," Nick Fury said, visibly displeased. Before the SHIELD personnel arrived, he could only arrange for local police to seal off the area. He then assigned Coulson to oversee everything here while he had to rush back for a meeting. Qin Xiao, however, insisted on keeping Black Widow here. With the appearance of Thor's hammer, how far could Thor be? According to the system's usual behavior, whenever a superhero showed up, there would likely be a mission or an opportunity to earn points. "Coulson, I bet you $50 on the origins of this hammer." After sending Nick Fury away, Black Widow, who had been driving all night, found a place to rest. Qin Xiao and Coulson sat on the edge of the pit watching the police set up a perimeter while chatting idly. "You know about this." Regardless of the Tang Dao or Qin Xiao's own strength, everyone knew he had his own little secrets. A hammer falling from the sky that no one could lift and coincidentally landing on Qin Xiao's head. Qin Xiao had the misfortune of betting with himself. Coulson's imagination ran wild as he analyzed whether this hammer truly had anything to do with Qin Xiao. "I can predict the future. Don't forget who helped you find the plane at Marbury Tony's mansion." Qin Xiao reminded him with a smile not to forget his unique talents. Coulson rolled his eyes. "You dare mention the plane incident? Everyone knows you both stole the plane to go fight in the Middle East." He could lie through the video and even insult himself, calling himself ugly and smearing excrement on his face. He was nearly driven to madness by Qin Xiao and Tony, those shameless scoundrels. "Forget the bet. If you want to talk, then talk. If not, just wait here with me." Coulson, stirred by unpleasant memories, said with a proud expression. Qin Xiao could immediately tell what Coulson was thinking. He moved closer and threw an arm around his shoulder. "In life, one must look forward, buddy. Forget about those unhappy past events. At most, it'll tell you what this hammer is all about. Go ahead." After all, Coulson was also bored at this moment. Long, long ago, in the distant realm of the gods, the All-Father Odin gave birth to a silly son. Qin Xiao spoke in a tone reminiscent of telling a fairy tale to lull a child to sleep. He detailed the birth of Thor and the origins of Mjolnir, pretending to calculate and divining Thor's loss of divine powers and exile to Earth. "Huh. You say this is Thor's hammer, and even the hammer's handle is made from branches of the world tree. Qin, you remind me of the medieval charlatans who lived off divination, spouting nonsense." Coulson laughed heartily. "If you're telling me a joke to kill time, I thank you, my friend, but if you are serious, then I bet you my hair." After all, Coulson had been with SHIELD for over 10 years. He had seen it all. Back in '95, he even witnessed Captain Marvel and the Skrulls with Nick Fury. How could he possibly believe that there were still deities in this world? Especially with the mention of the god of thunder, the All-Father, when even the Rainbow Bridge could teleport across the universe. He truly thought agents didn't keep up with mythological stories, unaware that this was part of Norse mythology. "Are you serious?" Qin Xiao looked at Coulson's hairline with a hint of pity. "How about considering a different bet? Not believing me will cost you, really. I never tell lies. Whenever I do, my heart races, and I have difficulty breathing." Qin Xiao's words were akin to flatulence for Coulson. "No changes. I won't believe your so-called myths, even if it means betting my hair. If I lose, ill buy hair growth products, but if you lose, Qin, you'll have to hand over all the money you made from this trip to Mexico as our budget. Truly worthy of the next director of SHIELD. Look at how selflessly he wagered his scant hair for the agency's budget." Qin Xiao gave him a thumbs-up deal. SHIELD. Personnel arrived quickly, and a large team came that same afternoon. Coulson directed everyone at the scene to set up tents covering the entire pit along with the hammer thoroughly. One by one, instruments were brought out of the vehicles, starting comprehensive monitoring of the hammer's various energy reactions, material, and other information. Perhaps due to Qin Xiao and Black Widow being present, they did not call Hawkeye over as they did in the movies. After setting up the simple tent, barbed wire was put up at the perimeter along with various surveillance and defensive measures. Coulson built himself a temporary office, and along with Qin Xiao and the well-rested Black Widow, the three of them watched the surveillance in the makeshift office. "Qin, it seems my calculations were off. That so-called depowered Thor hasn't shown up yet," Coulson remarked with a smile. Winning money from Qin Xiao was undoubtedly an event worth celebrating. Just as he finished speaking, alarms blared, and someone barged in. Coulson quickly looked at the monitor. He saw a muscular man with golden long hair outside the tent. He was using brute force to flip over several guards, heading straight for the hammer. The movie didn't explicitly state it, but the hammer should have landed at night, and Thor probably crashed into Jane Foster's car around the same time. Here Qin Xiao was struck by the hammer in the morning, so let's consider it that the hammer was just late by a night. Please don't mind. For some unknown reason, as Coulson observed a seemingly strong young man through the monitor, he instinctively felt a flicker of danger in his hair. Everyone retreat, don't worry about this person, retreat back to your posts. Coulson, wanting to validate his thoughts, instructed all the guards to clear a path. Let's go. Let's check it out. Qin Xiao pulled Coulson and Black Widow straight towards the location of the hammer. When the three arrived, Thor had just reached the same spot. Completely unaware of the three people approaching from behind, he was instead gazing adoringly at the hammer, murmuring to himself, I finally found you. I want. Sorry, sir, but this area seems to be off limits, though judging by your appearance you seem to have lost your most beloved one. This is your boyfriend. Using this shape doesn't seem very convenient. Qin Xiao interrupted Thor's monologue, pointing at the hammer with a smile. Thor tilted his head, pondering for over 10 seconds before grasping Qin Xiao's meaning. You dare to blaspheme the gods. I am the god of thunder from Asgard, son of Odin the All-Father. I am. Qin Xiao once again interrupted the furious Thor. All right. All your rambling is merely an attempt to reclaim your partner. It's right there, go retrieve it. Coulson and Black Widow were quite shocked as the man's words coincided perfectly with what Qin Xiao had said. Both were top agents with exceptional psychological insight, and they could roughly tell that the seemingly crazy man before them was speaking the truth. Either he was a madman, but how could a madman's words align so perfectly with Qin Xiao's? There had to be some coincidence. Before arriving on Earth, Thor was definitely a brute who spoke without thinking. Faced with Qin Xiao's nonchalant words, he did not rush to seize the hammer, but instead angrily delivered a few formalities to Qin Xiao. Very well, you blasphemer. Once I reclaim my hammer, I will teach you a lesson on what it means to respect the gods. Qin Xiao, Black Widow, and Coulson almost simultaneously rolled their eyes. Black Widow and Coulson even began to doubt their instincts, thinking this man was probably just a madman, as he appeared to be quite deranged. Thor did not care what the few people around him thought. He wanted to retrieve his hammer and prove to Odin that his thoughts were correct. He strode confidently to the hammer's side and reached out to grasp it. When he applied a little force, the hammer, which was usually weightless in his hand, remained completely immobile. This time, using both hands, he exerted all his strength and turned red in the face. Yet the hammer still did not budge. Father, why? Whether being reprimanded by Odin or exiled to Earth, Thor was like a child who had never experienced hardship, never truly taking parental threats to heart. In his view, once he retrieved the hammer, he could return to Asgard and prove to Odin that he was right. However, the immovable hammer entirely stripped him of his delusions and confidence, and a wave of abandonment and sorrow surged within him. It seems your boyfriend is angry with you. Is it because you met a new boyfriend outside? Let me guess, is it an axe or a spiked club? Qin Xiao said playfully. For some reason, seeing the serious and slightly childish expression on Thor's face made Qin Xiao want to tease him. Though this guy was over 1,000 years old, he looked just like a teenager who had lost his favorite toy. You bastard. Qin Xiao's words turned all of Thor's sorrow and unwillingness into anger. He roared and charged towards Qin Xiao in a fury. Poor child, you need a good sleep. Without his divine powers, Thor was no match for Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao sidestepped slightly and delivered a chop to the back of Thor's neck. The latter staggered and collapsed to the ground. Let's find a place to settle this poor guy. He poses no threat now, or someone should come to look for him tomorrow. Someone will come looking for him. Is it another god? Although Thor couldn't lift the hammer, Coulson had a gut feeling that what Qin Xiao said was true. A theoretical physicist. You'd better arrange for a few people to follow them. Their research will surprise you in unexpected ways. After saying this, Qin Xiao turned and left. Natasha, what do you think about what Qin Xiao said? After Qin Xiao left, Coulson curiously asked Black Widow for her opinion. It sounds hard to believe. Regardless of what gods are from Asgard, or if someone is coming to look for him tomorrow, this hammer has already said it all. Though I don't know why Qin Xiao knows these things, he seems unorthodox at times, yet he is trustworthy, isn't he? Qin Xiao turned around and directly asked the system in his mind. System, I should have completed the task with the god of thunder, right? Why is there no point reward? I swear this guy will never forget me in his life. Every time a superhero appears, the system would always give Qin Xiao a task that allows him to make a memorable impression on them. This time was no exception. The god of thunder still doesn't know the host's name, so the task is not complete. The system's emotionless voice echoed in his mind. He forgot to tell him his name, which was quite awkward, but given the earlier situation, a self-introduction seemed rather abrupt. There is a new task. The host can choose to accept or decline. The system's voice sounded once more. Oh, tell me more. During Thor's exile on Earth, help him undergo an inner transformation and regain the recognition of the hammer. Upon completion, the host will gain the friendship of Odin the All-Father. This task was somewhat akin to the encounter with Banner, except that the reward of the Hulk serum was more tangible, Odin's friendship. Qin Xiao pondered over this reward in his heart. System, why does this task specifically remind me that I can choose to accept or refuse? Qin Xiao voiced his inner doubts. Odin the All-Father chose to exile Thor to Earth to help him become a qualified king. If the host helps complete this process, he will inevitably enter Odin's line of sight, and Odin will be grateful. For the current host, gaining Odin's gratitude will likely lead to unexpected rewards. However, entering Odin's sight may not necessarily be a good thing. Qin Xiao understood this was a double-edged sword. After a moment's hesitation, he directly said to the system, I accept. Asgard, a mystical place not just for its various magic or deities, but for the internal strife within the Odin family that nearly stripped Asgard of its so-called power to dominate the universe. The entirety of Asgard revolves around Thor, Loki, and ultimately Hela, a kingdom torn apart by the internal conflicts of a royal family leading to the destruction of the entire Asgardian realm. The brother desires to kill the elder, the younger protects the elder, the sister aims to kill the father, and the brothers unite to annihilate everything. In short, aside from the absence of family incest, Asgard resembles the chaotic tales of Zeus from Greek mythology. A melodramatic family saga. Odin stripped Thor of his godly powers and exiled him to Earth. To Qin Xiao, it appeared as if a wealthy father wanted his son to grow and understand the essence of life by freezing his credit card and leaving him in a small mountain village. A transformation story within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Qin Xiao accepted the mission, assuming the role akin to that of a director in a reality show. However, Qin Xiao was not so lenient, and Thor was not particularly selfish or unreasonable. He was merely a bit foolish. Before entering Odin's line of sight without sufficient power to defend himself, much like a small business being targeted by a world-class corporation. Either thrive by leveraging others' resources or be devoured whole by the predators. Familiar with all the plot lines of this world, Qin Xiao pondered long and hard before ultimately deciding to accept. In the dead of night, Qin Xiao sat quietly on a small hillside, gazing at the stars, contemplating whether to follow the plot or devise an effective method to help that foolish boy calm his heart. Hey, it's rare to see you so quiet. How's it going? Are the stars beautiful tonight? Black Widow appeared behind Qin Xiao holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. If given a choice, I would prefer to gaze at you rather than the stars. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Sweet talker, I'll reward you with a glass of wine. Cheers to the stars above. Black Widow said cheerfully as she sat down, opened the wine bottle, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Qin Xiao. All right, cheers to the stars. The two clinked their glasses lightly. That guy woke up, didn't run away, nor did he shout. He just sits there foolishly. Is he really the legendary god of thunder? Absolutely no doubt about it. Qin Xiao glanced at Black Widow beside him, who was still in her timeless black bodysuit, but her usual serious expression was replaced with a rare ease. What remained was a rare tranquility coupled with an endearing charm not often seen. Next, are you going to ask how I know all this? Oh, if I were to ask, would you tell the truth? Black Widow took another sip from her glass. That depends on how you ask. Are you the infamous Black Widow of the intelligence community, or my friend Natasha? Qin Xiao replied ambiguously. Since I can remember, I was locked in a red house with a group of little girls, and the only way to survive was through shameful training and mutual slaughter. Black Widow did not directly answer Qin Xiao's question, but instead began to recount her past in a melancholic tone. So from a young age, I learned not to trust those around me. Gradually, I could see that some harbored ill intentions towards me, smiling while concealing daggers behind their backs. From the moment I met you, you were never serious and you rarely spoke the truth. But from your gaze, I could tell that you bore no malice towards me. So how I know is of no concern to me. I know I can trust you whether as a partner or a friend. My past is not something I wish to revisit, so I won't force you to reveal your secrets. In fact, I came here just to stargaze with you and chat casually. As Black Widow spoke, she leaned her head on Qin Xiao's shoulder. For the first half of her life, she was trained to kill, targeting enemies and objectives. It wasn't until she met Hawkeye and joined SHIELD that she experienced the feeling of having trustworthy companions. But no one had ever been like Qin Xiao, who started as a target, but later became a friend and partner. More importantly, he was a man. Someone who could make her set aside her missions and all else, simply standing from a woman's perspective. This sensation is common for ordinary people, but for Black Widow, it's quite special, and she cherishes it. You look rather slender. I didn't expect your shoulders to be quite good. Do you like it, eh? You can lean on me for this lifetime, but only on this side. You know I am quite the charming man, and there will always be others who fall for me. I am not one to turn down beautiful women, so I must leave some hope for others, right? Black Widow's response left Qin Xiao immensely satisfied, prompting him to continue his playful banter. There was nothing under heaven or earth that he couldn't talk about. Black Widow simply leaned against him, quietly listening as he earnestly rambled on, a faint smile on her lips indicating that she truly enjoyed this feeling. As the moon hung high above the willow treetops, there were women, bravado, and fine wine. The two sat quietly for half the night, though nothing particularly scandalous occurred. Yet spiritually they both felt a step closer to each other. This feeling was wonderful and delightful. Thus the next morning Qin Xiao rose energetically. He waited early for Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's teacher, to come and take the God of Thunder back. In the movie, Thor descended from the heavens and crashed into their vehicle, and others deemed him a madman. However, Jane Foster felt an instant connection with the foolish God of Thunder and chose to believe his words. If all went as expected, they would arrive here today to take Thor away. Waiting from early morning until noon, he saw no one coming to take Thor, but he did receive a video call from Tony. Qin, I heard you encountered a strange hammer in Mexico. Was it fun? If it was fun, I should come take a look too. By the way, take a look at me. Do you notice anything different? Tony deliberately zoomed out the camera to reveal his upper body. After staring for a while, Qin Xiao finally noticed that the arc reactor in his chest now glowed in the shape of a blue triangle. There will be another chapter later. Indeed, all villains seem to have long lives. Congratulations on being blacklisted by God, Tony. However, this is bad news for me, as I've been eyeing the cars in your garage for quite some time. It seems my little butterfly wings can make Tony's palladium poisoning disappear ahead of time, which is rather nice. But I wonder if due to this change Rhodey can still get a set of armor from Tony to become War Machine. You're a complete jerk. Sharing happy news with you was a mistake. When are you coming back? Are you waiting for the hammer business to finish? After chatting with Tony for a bit, Qin Xiao seemed to suddenly recall something. He deliberately walked to a secluded spot and mysteriously said to Tony, I have something to ask you, Tony, only you can help me. The sneaky way you're acting reminds me of a thief. Did you catch some kind of man's disease? I can't help you with that, buddy. After all, I'm very healthy and strong. You'd better ask Banner about this. He seems to have taken some medical courses or something. Seeing Qin Xiao's mysterious demeanor, Tony looked at him with disdain. Shut up, you damn pervert. I'm perfectly healthy. My manhood is strong enough to smash your armor. Didn't I just go to Mexico? You know, I brought back quite a bit of money from those drug lords. I opened an account at a Swiss bank. This was set up in the homes of those drug lords. You know, Zurich has many banks. I wanted to ask which one is the safest. Do I want to move the money again? Qin Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was listening and quietly spoke to his phone. Is that it? Tony looked disappointed, expecting Qin Xiao to reveal some big secret. Mind your attitude, Tony. I'm a billionaire now with a total of $3 billion. 30 billion. My God, I don't even know what to buy. Luxury villas. Yachts. Do you have any good suggestions? Tony Stark on the screen spoke to Qin Xiao with a very disdainful and condescending look. I thought you accomplished something great. Is $30 billion worthy of your attention? UBS is a major banking group formed by the merger of Swiss Bank and the Swiss Banking Group. As long as the bank website you log into has this three-letter logo, it's reliable. Is there anything else? Although Tony didn't say it, Qin Xiao could read the word penny pincher from his eyes. Tony, I admit you're extremely wealthy, but $30 billion is not a small amount anywhere. I think you should respect me a little. Do you know what this number represents? Qin Xiao had permanently solved his economic issues in this world. With a fortune in hand, it was a time of pride and confidence, so how could he endure Tony's disdainful gaze? I'm not sure, my friend. $30 billion was once the amount of an order from Stark Industries to the Department of Defense, or maybe just a slight fluctuation in stock prices. I'm not very clear, you know. I don't really care about the amount in the bank. Motherfucker. Qin Xiao angrily hung up the phone, realizing that this was the pinnacle of Versailles. Billionaires are ranked, and only a fool would mention money in front of Tony Stark. Excuse me, are you okay? Am I not okay? Do you have something? Someone spoke nearby, and Qin Xiao instinctively replied with irritation. Turning around, he saw a scruffy old man. This was none other than the genius astrophysicist Eric Selvig. This guy has made quite a few appearances throughout the Avengers series. Thor 1 and 2, Avengers 1 and 2. In Avengers 1, he was controlled by Loki and developed a device using the immense energy of Stark Tower, successfully opening a stable portal to control the Tesseract. This allowed the Chitauri army to continuously invade New York. Qin Xiao's attitude startled the old man, who nervously said in a small voice, I have a friend who has a little. You know, he disappeared yesterday. I heard he came here, and I wanted to ask if he was captured by you all. If you are also one of them. Eric Selvig pointed to the sign above the big tent camp behind him. Department of Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics. It's a mouthful, isn't it? If your friend is the one who shouts every day that he is the god of thunder, the son of Odin the Allfather, then it's definitely him. Eric Selvig hurriedly nodded, admitting that he couldn't refuse Jane Foster's request, so he mustered the courage to come and ask for the person. Otherwise, he would want to deal with a mysterious intelligence agency. All right, your friend looks pretty sick. Don't forget to take him to see a doctor when you get back, that guy. Qin Xiao waved over a guard. You go inform Director Carlson that yesterday that madman's friend came to claim him. He will understand what I mean. Pulling Eric Selvig aside to wait, Qin Xiao casually chatted for a few moments before losing interest. These genius scientists are often very dull and take a long time to respond to anything unless you're discussing their specialty. It's truly rare to find someone as extraordinarily talented and entertaining as Tony Stark. not long after Coulson arrived escorting Thor with 2 guards. Ever since he didn't lift the hammer last night, he has been acting as if he lost his soul, silent and dazed. Thor, are you alright? Jane sent me to take you home. It was uncertain whether it was Erik Selvig's familiar voice or the mention of Jane's name that made a difference. In any case, Thor raised his head, a glimmer of color returning to his eyes. Dr. Selvig, are you here to take me away? Exactly, Jane is waiting outside for you. I'm here to take you back. Thanks to Qin Xiao's reminder, Coulson didn't ask Erik Selvig for any identification and simply let them go. This wasted the fake documents they had hastily made the night before. However, after Erik Selvig took Thor away, Coulson had an agent secretly follow them. With all 4 chapters complete, the upcoming plot will jump back and forth between Thor and Iron Man 2. I'm thinking whether to send Qin Xiao and Tony to Asgard to stir up some trouble. Let Coulson send someone to follow and then retrieve the research materials of Erik Selvig and Jane Foster. This is a small compensation by Qin Xiao for the changes he caused, allowing Erik Selvig to come into the S.H.I.E.L.D. radar to study the Tesseract, smoothly leading to the story of the Avengers. It should be noted that for Qin Xiao in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the system is the key to ensuring his strength growth. Being familiar with most of the plots is his greatest trump card. When he traversed over, the 3rd phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had just concluded. The 4th phase had not yet begun. He only learned from some trailers of upcoming movies and TV series that the 4th phase might completely open the multiverse. This also signifies that the combat power of superheroes or villains will ascend to the next level. Therefore, Qin Xiao can change some things, but he will not tamper with certain mainline elements. If possible, he might even maintain them slightly. To avoid provoking some ancient monsters he is unaware of, such as the Eternals, which were said to be in production before his traversal. The Time Variance Authority from Loki, etc. Of course, with someone like Qin Xiao joining this world still within the earlier phases of superheroes like Tony Stark and Black Widow, it is impossible not to bring changes. One can only say to try to maintain control within a future scope he can still see and quickly grow using the system. Of course, some minor changes are acceptable, like inserting himself into Thor's transformation journey. When Qin Xiao approached, Jane Foster was having dinner with Thor at a restaurant. It is unclear how Jane Foster comforted him, but when they left he was still like a dead fish. Now he seemed lively again. While eating, he occasionally exchanged glances with Jane Foster, which made Qin Xiao feel a surge of anger. I've been in this world for so long, slowly starting to flirt with Black Widow, and you little brat, just a few days on Earth, and already have a beauty flirting with you. And you even have your meals taken care of. Does a fool really have such good fortune? Isn't it infuriating? This is what you call protagonist treatment. Look how well they are doing. I can't even compare with my system. But thinking about Thor's tragic fate later on, his entire family wiped out, Asgard destroyed, and even Jane, this girlfriend, kicked him to the curb. He became a living deadbeat. The more blessings he enjoyed early on, the greater the suffering he would face later. With this thought, Qin Xiao's mood improved a lot as he adjusted his emotions and walked towards them with a smile. Without being invited, he pulled out a chair and sat beside them, causing Thor to jump up immediately upon seeing Qin Xiao, tightly shielding Jane Foster behind him. Pointing at Qin Xiao with his finger, he loudly declared, I recognize you. You insulted me and my hammer, and yesterday you knocked me out. I am not your match now, but don't think you can harm my friend. Look at this. Who said Thor was foolish? This guy is definitely sharper than a monkey. It's true that Qin Xiao knocked him out yesterday, but he didn't confine him or beat him up. Today, he even let him go. Clearly there was no hostility towards him. It was just a show for Jane Foster. Sure enough, after Thor's declaration, Jane Foster's eyes sparkled with little hearts. In her view, all the agents from the so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division were the most despicable and shameless government agents. They let Thor go only to follow up and take all their equipment and research materials, simply like robbers. And Thor, who was captured yesterday, could still stand in front of her today, unafraid of these robbers, simply exuding boyfriend power. With a somewhat heroic spirit, Jane Foster stepped forward, shielding the tall Thor behind her. With a tense expression, she looked at Qin Xiao and said, You robbers, your people have already taken all our things. Don't think you can take my friend away from me. Well, now just sitting down to be treated as the bad guy, and before I even spoke, I was fed a mouthful of dog food. Truly annoying. Feeling a bit awkward, Qin Xiao rubbed his nose and said gloomily, Calm down. I'm not here to take anyone away nor to rob you. Look, it's just me. There's no one else outside. Jane glanced outside a few times, and sure enough, it was just Qin Xiao alone. Her expression relaxed slightly, but still remained wary as she said, Then what are you here for? We have nothing to discuss with you. Please don't disturb our meal, or I will call the police. Can you sit down and talk? I just want to say a few words to him. Sit down first, others are watching us. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hurry up and leave after you're done. Jane looked outside several more times before carefully pulling Thor to sit down. First, let me clarify that I mean no harm, otherwise I wouldn't have let him go today. Secondly, I'm not one of those agents. I'm just a consultant, understand? So you don't need to be so tense. Qin Xiao tried to ease their hostility. But you insulted my hammer and knocked me out. Thor, like a child, couldn't forget the insult to his hammer. I knocked you out because you were too agitated yesterday. Thor, I insulted your hammer because you were too tense about him. You are the god of thunder, not the god of the hammer. Do you think you are nothing without your hammer? Qin Xiao spoke very casually to Thor. Mjolnir is my battle partner and the source of my power. You wouldn't understand, you're just an ordinary mortal. The arrogant Asgardian began his rant again. So this is why your father sent you to Earth. After losing your hammer you became useless, and still don't respect the people of Earth. Qin Xiao lazily snapped his fingers. Wait, do you really believe he is the god of thunder from Asgard? Jane interrupted their conversation. Although she expressed belief in Thor's claims, she was always half convinced. However, when she heard Qin Xiao say that, she was somewhat surprised. Thor's reaction was even greater. Do you know why my father exiled me to Earth? Seeing the bait taken, Qin Xiao was amused. Of course I know. I not only know why you are here, but I also know how to help you reclaim your hammer and regain the power of the god of thunder. Qin Xiao's show-off antics usually ended in failure, but this time, facing the big oaf, Thor, he effortlessly gained the other's trust. Especially when Qin Xiao recounted how at the age of 8 Loki transformed into a snake, and when Thor picked up the snake to play with it, he suddenly changed back and stabbed him. This matter was unknown to anyone but their mother, the goddess Frigga, not even Odin. Since entering the Marvel timeline, Qin Xiao had repeatedly impersonated a fortune-telling swindler and finally succeeded in his venture with Thor. He also took the opportunity to subtly retaliate against the grudge he held for earlier being fed dog food. I also know that last night Loki found you and told you that Odin was dead. He was lying to you. Your father is merely in a deep sleep and does not wish for you to return. You know there can only be one king. This statement invigorated Thor, for the greatest blow to him was not being unable to lift Mjolnir, but rather that Loki had secretly come to tell him that because of his recklessness he had caused their father's death. I know that Heimdall is ignoring your calls right now, but if you learn how to be an ordinary person and complete your trials, you will regain your lost powers, and your friends, the three warriors, and your fiancée, the goddess of land and harvest, Sif, will come to Earth to find you. What? You have a fiancée? Jian displayed an expression of betrayal, loudly questioning Thor. Although the two had not established a relationship ever since they first met, sparks had been exchanged between their glances. An ambiguous atmosphere quietly grew between the two, but before it could blossom, Qin Xiao violently tore it open. In truth, Thor had never contemplated this issue. For over 1,000 years he had regarded Sif merely as a comrade and brother. Before meeting Jian, he only knew that once he ascended to the throne he would marry Sif, but he had never truly grasped the concept. However, with Qin Xiao's prodding, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and began to panic inexplicably. Jian, listen to me. She was designated by my father when I was born. I have always regarded her as my sister and never thought of marrying her. You don't need to explain to me. I'm just an ordinary mortal. You are the god of thunder. Your future wife should be some goddess or another which suits your status. It should be the goddess of land and harvest. Qin Xiao chimed in with a smirk. Yes, the goddess of land and harvest, that should be your future wife. And thank you for the reminder, Jian said casually, picking up the cup in front of her and splashing it directly onto Qin Xiao's face. Fuming, she turned and left. Damn it, why did you splash water all over my face? Qin Xiao felt that he was more wrong than Doi. I'm very sorry, Jian, didn't mean it on purpose. I need to go chase her back, then I'll come back to find you. I still have many matters that need your guidance. Thor stammered as he spoke to Qin Xiao, and it was evident that he had genuinely developed feelings for Jian. It's fine, go ahead. After you've resolved your issues, come find me. You know where to find me, right? Qin Xiao wiped his face helplessly, presenting himself with an air of a wise master. The big oaf once again gave Qin Xiao an apologetic look and hurried off in the direction Jian had departed. Meeting you both has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Fortunately, I completed one of the system's tasks, 500 points credited, and I'm just 500 points short of unlocking the second-level shop. That's somewhat comforting. After the big oaf left, Qin Xiao grumbled as he got up to leave. He hadn't even reached the door when he was stopped by a server. Sir, that table hasn't settled the bill yet. Please settle it first, and we need compensation for the cup you broke. Oh, those two damned bastards, why did I have to choose this moment to find them? I don't know them. I'm not paying. I just recognized them and said a few words. I didn't order anything. Sir, if you insist on this, we will have to call the police. Fine, I'll pay by card. I really don't know how that guy, Thor, managed to win back his little girlfriend. By the next afternoon, Qin Xiao had not waited for the big oaf to come find him. Instead, he received an invitation from Tony. Tony was still very ceremonious. The invitation was sent through Stark Industries, inviting Qin Xiao to attend the Stark Industrial Expo held in New York 3 days later. In this world, Stark Industries was undoubtedly the leading technology enterprise, and the Stark Expo was one of the largest technology exhibitions in the world. The enormous exhibition area gathered the latest products from the world's major technology companies, and it lasted a whole year. Stark Industries chose to hold the expo at this time to showcase various inventions and applications of new energy developed during this period. Even if they were not manufacturing weapons, they had the strength to achieve significant development in other fields. The expo's opening ceremony was a major event for Stark Industries. In fact, Tony sent invitations to everyone in the Avengers group. However, the others were all real agents and had no time to attend the opening ceremony. Dr. Banner was still on record with the military and was temporarily inconvenient to appear. Qin Xiao was not particularly interested in the expo's opening ceremony, but he thought of the tall, well-proportioned ladies who danced alongside Tony in the movie. Qin Xiao felt a bit tempted. However, his relationship with Black Widow had been progressing well, and staying here might provide an opportunity to push things forward. While Qin Xiao was hesitating, Coulson walked in with a serious expression. "What happened?" Qin Xiao asked, noticing his distressed look. "A business card with your name written in Chinese," Coulson said, holding a business card. Qin Xiao took it and looked. It was an ordinary piece of card stock with his name Qin Xiao elegantly written in Chinese. Flipping it over, he saw an address. 177A, Brook Street. Qin Xiao felt the address seemed familiar and asked Coulson, "Do you know where this place is?" "Perhaps you should watch this first," Coulson said as he opened his phone and played a video. It was the surveillance footage of Thor's hammer. The area was empty except for the hammer. Suddenly, a golden energy ring appeared in the air above the hammer, spinning continuously. As the energy ring stopped rotating, a portal framed by the energy ring emerged. A business card floated down gently from within. This bizarre situation must have already attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, their investigation revealed that Bulick 177A was merely an ordinary antique shop. It sells some old furniture and antique clocks. The people inside are also of good standing with not a hint of anything amiss. It makes sense, as the Ancient One, a formidable master at the level of a celestial, is adept at manipulating space magic. If she didn't want to be found, S.H.I.E.L.D. could search in vain for any clues. Although the Ancient One is portrayed by a female actor, the official Marvel documentation does not specify a gender, so we can assume she is a woman. As for her nationality, let's follow the comic's setting and consider her to be Chinese. The Ancient One's sudden appearance and the card she tossed near Thor's hammer certainly indicates a connection to Thor or Asgard. As for the nature of this connection, only Qin Xiao could find out by visiting in person. It seems attending the Stark Expo's opening ceremony is unavoidable. Unable to wait for Thor, Qin Xiao had no choice but to seek him out again. To his surprise, this big guy had somehow reconciled with Jane. The two had resumed that electric connection, exchanging glances that sparked like fireworks. It was evident he had soothed her, quickly showering her with sweet words. This was truly a scoundrel. Qin Xiao felt indignant. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, offering Thor some words of comfort, claiming he had to step out for a bit and asking him to wait for his return. As for the Ancient One, regardless of how Coulson reported to Nick Fury, Qin Xiao would come and go as he pleased, saying what he intended to say and remaining silent on what he deemed unnecessary. He flew from New Mexico to New York, hitching a ride with Stark Industries, and arrived at Bulick 177A. This street is located in the bustling Manhattan district of New York. It's unclear how the three great sanctuaries operate. If their positions could be altered, Qin Xiao would prefer to rent out the sanctuary and find a cheaper place. This way, in Avengers 3A, the Master Wong would not be so poor that he couldn't afford a meal. Standing at the entrance, he grumbled about how wasteful it was for the sanctuary to occupy such prime street space. After hesitating for a moment, just as Qin Xiao was about to knock on the door, a flash of golden light appeared beneath his feet and a portal emerged. Suddenly, he felt himself falling through the hoop. Correspondingly, in a study on the second floor of the sanctuary, Qin Xiao fell out of a hoop, landing directly on a single sofa. 3 walls lined with shelves full of books created a square room with no doors. 3 single sofas were arranged according to the shelves. After Qin Xiao fell down, an empty sofa was to his right, and directly in front of him was the Ancient One engrossed in a book. It was the Ancient One's spell that had brought Qin Xiao directly from the entrance to the second floor. However, upon arrival, she fell silent, continuing to read her book. This is the benefit of having power. One can maintain an air of superiority without uttering a word. If it were an ordinary person, calling someone over only to bury their head in a book without speaking would have likely resulted in a slap. Qin Xiao would have definitely given such a person a lesson, sending their book flying. However, facing the Supreme Master, he could only grumble internally without daring to act. Of course, Qin Xiao was not one to remain idle. Seeing that the Ancient One was fixated on her book and didn't glance his way, he pulled out a cigar and began puffing clouds of smoke in her presence. To provoke her silence, he thought, "Let's see if you choke on this." With a mischievous grin, Qin Xiao took a deep puff and nonchalantly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke towards the Ancient One. However, being the Supreme Master has its privileges. The Ancient One didn't even lift her head. Suddenly, a golden hoop the size of an ashtray appeared before Qin Xiao. Positioned upright less than half a meter in front of him, the small portal emerged just as Qin Xiao's exhaled smoke surged towards it. Peering closely, Qin Xiao realized the other side revealed a snow-covered mountain. Although he didn't know where it was certainly at a high altitude. With clear weather and little wind, coupled with the atmospheric pressure, the smoke and ash from his cigarette drifted towards the small opening. The effect was akin to smoking with the window cracked while driving at high speed. In reality, if a small portal were to open in a high-altitude room, all the books on the shelves would likely fly out. But let's not focus on those details. After all, the Ancient One surely has her ways, doesn't she? Impressive. A self-ventilating ashtray. This ashtray is quite remarkable. If I had one in my bedroom, I wouldn't need an air circulation system, and I could even do away with a trash bin. Qin Xiao attempted to make small talk, feeling a bit pressured in front of the Ancient One, especially not knowing why she had summoned him here. If I were to open one in your bedroom during a snowstorm, it could fill your house with snow in an hour. Are you sure you want to open one? I could help. The Ancient One smiled, looking up. Having brought you all the way here, don't you have anything to say or any questions you wish to ask me? Finally, the Ancient One closed her book and set it aside. Yes, I have questions. Since I'm already at the door, why did you use a portal to bring me up instead of directly teleporting me from New Mexico? Plane tickets are quite expensive. First, I don't have to pay for the plane ticket. Second, if I were to go down to open the door for you, or to create a portal for that, the energy expenditure would be similar to bringing you up. The Ancient One waved her hand, closing the small portal, and then seriously answered Qin Xiao's question. Her reasoning was irrefutable. He hadn't expected her to calculate the costs so diligently. Reluctantly, Qin Xiao followed her lead and asked, I wonder why you called me here. Odin and I can be considered friends. He has exiled his son to Earth while falling into slumber, so of course I must pay attention. However, I was surprised because an unexpected person appeared. Why are you here when you shouldn't be? So I'm curious, why are you in a place where you shouldn't be, and how come you haven't been apprehended by the Temporal Variance Authority? Qin Xiao was unable to answer the two questions posed by Gui. He could only feign ignorance, saying, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Yet inside, he was frantically calling out to the system. System, shouldn't crossing over have no issues? Why did Gui say I shouldn't be here? Hurry up and think of a way. The system completely ignored Qin Xiao's question and spoke to itself in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have made contact with the Supreme Mage Gui and left a profound impression on her. Reward, 500 points. It detected that the host's total points had exceeded 5,000. After the system upgrade, the level 2 marketplace would be unlocked and the upgrade would begin now. Then came a countdown, 475959. Hey, hey, Qin Xiao shouted several times in his mind, but the system remained in countdown mode. Damn it, Qin Xiao silently roared. When he returned to his senses and faced Gui, he found that she had bent down and was standing right in front of him. Her face was so close that if their eyelashes were just a bit longer, they would touch. What are you doing? Qin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then screamed and recoiled. What was going on? Gui had lived for at least 1,000 years. She couldn't possibly have any bad intentions toward him, could she? Who were you just talking to? I can feel your mental fluctuations as if you were communicating with someone, but there are only the two of us here. Strange. Gui disregarded Qin Xiao, asking herself. Qin Xiao's heart surged with shock. He knew Gui was formidable, but he hadn't expected her to sense his mental communication with the system. I really don't understand what you're saying. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Gui was not to be trifled with. He couldn't defeat her and might accidentally expose his secrets. Qin Xiao felt like he should make a hasty retreat and even regretted accepting Thor's mission for a moment, knowing that Odin was also a god-level powerhouse. Who knows how many mysterious techniques there are. If these people discovered he didn't belong to this world, who knows what they would do. Without a clear understanding of the enemy, Qin Xiao's choice was certainly not wrong. However, the disparity in strength was too great. It was not something he could just walk away from. Interesting, I'll see for myself. Gui spoke to herself, and as soon as she finished her sentence, her hands swiftly pressed against Qin Xiao's forehead. Qin Xiao felt his body stiffen. A feeling of being unable to move like a nightmare enveloped him. He knew where he was, and that Gui's palm was pressed against him. All his senses were intact, but he couldn't move at all. Damn it, they say having a system makes one invincible. I won't die here today. If I'm going to die, I'd rather do so fighting against a major villain like the Purple Potato Spirit. Later on, dying at the hands of Gui is just too frustrating. $30 billion yet to be spent. Black Widow hasn't even slept yet. Qin Xiao couldn't even roll his eyes. He could only frantically complain in his mind that dying like this was too unworthy. Fortunately, Gui only probed Qin Xiao's soul and mental fluctuations. The feeling of being restrained came quickly and went just as fast. Almost instantly, Qin Xiao regained his freedom and collapsed onto the sofa. The feeling of being unable to control himself was truly unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, since he couldn't fight or escape, the reckless spirit within Qin Xiao surged. What the hell do you want? Speak plainly. You come here asking questions I don't understand and touching me. If not, let's just fight. Qin Xiao in his excitement spoke a mouthful of Huaxiao language. To his surprise, Gu Yi spoke even more fluently. Oh, you may be small, but your temper is not. You mysterious little rascal hide so many secrets within you. I definitely need to uncover them. Are you sure you want to fight me? As soon as she spoke Huaxiao language, Gu Yi seemed to transform. Her demeanor was no longer the mysterious and vague one from before. Instead, she skillfully rolled up her sleeves, her right hand slightly shook, and a golden energy whip was unleashed. Her left hand formed a seal, and a ring of green energy flickered around her wrist. Holy crap! These two words escaped Qin Xiao's lips. He had just crossed over to the Marvel Universe, and Captain America hadn't even been unearthed yet. It was one thing for Gu Yi to act without regard for her status, but to come out with the time stone was excessive. Although Qin Xiao had only seen the green energy ring on her wrist a few times in the movies, he had a very deep impression of it. It was one of the 6 infinity stones, the time stone. Regardless of what Qin Xiao thought in his heart, Gu Yi heard him say holy crap and revealed a cryptic smile. Raising her left wrist, she said, "You indeed recognize the time stone." Qin Xiao secretly lamented that he had been tricked. The infinity stones posed too great a threat to him now. At this point, pretending to be clueless would be treating everyone like fools. Since that was the case, Qin Xiao simply stiffened his neck. So what if I know about the time stone? Do you think you're the only one who can see the future? Have you never heard of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams? I can calculate with my fingers, knowing the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Seeing Qin Xiao calmly admit it, he then started to spout nonsense. Gu Yi smiled faintly and withdrew the energy from her hands. Stubborn as a dead duck, don't worry. Since I couldn't detect anything unusual about you, I won't force you to reveal it. However, your appearance indeed violates the laws of this universe, and even what? Are you brave enough to finish your sentence? Although Gu Yi had withdrawn her magical energy, Qin Xiao still kept a slight distance, asking with a guarded expression. If you don't reveal your secret, I certainly have to keep something up my sleeve, kid. Do you want to cooperate with me? Cooperate for what? I can't tell you what the cooperation is about for now, but are you interested in learning magic from me? Gu Yi plopped back down on the sofa, smiling as she spoke. Why would I want to learn magic from you? Qin Xiao remained standing behind the sofa. He was certainly interested in Gu Yi's magic. That teleportation portal was simply too convenient. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao was filled with caution towards Gu Yi, not knowing what she was thinking, making it impossible for him to agree rashly. Right? Why would I want to learn magic from you? That's a question. Gu Yi stroked her chin. Suddenly, she formed a hand seal with both hands, and the ornament on her chest suddenly glowed green and slowly opened. A bright green gem appeared in Gu Yi's right hand. Is this reason enough? Qin Xiao never expected that Master Gu Yi would directly throw out the time stone. In Avengers Infinity War, Doctor Strange relied on the time stone to foresee over 10 million possible outcomes. Moreover, in Avengers Endgame, when Dr. Banner found Gu Yi to meet Doctor Strange, Gu Yi directly stated that he had come 5 years earlier and Doctor Strange should still be performing surgery a few blocks away. This indicates that Gu Yi must be able to glimpse the future. If that is the case, she should clearly understand that Doctor Strange is her successor and also the next guardian of the time stone. Then why did she say that she would hand the time stone to herself in the future? And what about the so-called time variance authority according to the trailer of Loki that Qin Xiao watched before his time travel, and what Gu Yi initially said? They should be capturing everyone who disrupts the predetermined timeline. For instance, Loki, who was destined to be taken to Asgard for imprisonment, actually ran away with the cosmic cube. Undoubtedly, he himself is also someone who disrupted the established timeline, so why wasn't he captured? Is it because of the system? If it's because of the system, then it should be able to shield the time variance authority, so why not block Master Gu Yi? What exactly did she see in the future? Why must she insist on having him follow Doctor Strange to learn magic at Kamartaj? Originally, Qin Xiao felt as if he had gained a god's perspective in the Marvel world, but now he felt layers of fog in front of him waiting for him to gradually uncover. He wanted to ask the system, but the system was stuck in an upgrading state. Why did it have to upgrade at this moment, neither early nor late? Qin Xiao grew increasingly annoyed, kicking a large trash can that stood over a meter tall and nearly 2 meters wide beside him. The metal trash can, along with the garbage inside, was kicked up by Qin Xiao to at least the 2nd floor. A light rain of trash began to fall from the sky. I don't care, whatever happens, happens. It'll gradually develop until the end, and let's see who can move me. The sound of the trash can hitting the ground ended Qin Xiao's outburst, finally releasing some of the pent-up frustration. There is no need to think about things that cannot be understood. With the system in hand, he could just wait for his strength to grow, and then he would have nothing to fear. After comforting himself, Qin Xiao was about to leave the empty alley. Suddenly, he noticed a white male standing in front of him, staring at him blankly with a knife in hand. On his head were 2 twisted toilet papers and a blood-stained sanitary napkin. The knife was also adorned with strands of spaghetti smeared with meat sauce. From where he stood, he must have been hiding behind that large trash can, ready to rob him with the sharp blade. He must have been shocked by Qin Xiao kicking the trash can away. Thin as a lightning bolt, he seemed to be a junkie. However, seeing him stand still, Qin Xiao couldn't help but recall the character from Shaolin Soccer who used the praying mantis fist. Their stances were strikingly similar. Robbery. Qin Xiao stepped forward and asked. No, you misunderstood. I'm just eating. The robber blankly lifted the noodles hanging from the knife, shaking his head and causing the sanitary napkin to sway in the wind. Eating here. Yes, the air is nice, isn't it? Nice. How do you have cash on you? $50. Is that enough to take a taxi from here to Stark Industries branch? Sufficient. Hand it over. Thank you. Qin Xiao took the cash and patted the robber on the shoulder. Crack. A faint sound was heard, clearly indicating that Qin Xiao had fractured the robber's scapula with a single palm strike. Inside the New York sanctum, Gu Yi, who had just appeared in front of Qin Xiao with an expression of mastery and a demeanor of profound knowledge, was now sitting on the sofa with a troubled face. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Gu Yi murmured to herself while sitting on the sofa. After a moment, Gu Yi seemed to make a decision. She directly sat cross-legged on the sofa, forming hand seals with her hands, the time stone floating between her palms, emitting a flickering green light. As the green light slowly spread, Gu Yi's body began to tremble violently. The speed increased faster and faster, leaving behind numerous phantoms in the air. In that instant, it seemed as though countless Gu Yis were overlapping in the same place. Numerous heads of Gu Yi appeared from different angles, some in pain, some solemn, some joyful. The trembling speed intensified, the frequency of the spreading green light increased, and more phantoms of Gu Yi appeared. Just when everything reached a limit, all the trembling phantoms and green light surged and receded. Everything returned to calm. Gu Yi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face filled with an expression of disbelief. Then came a wave of wild joy. If Qin Xiao were to see Gu Yi like this, he would certainly think that she was not the same person he had just seen. With blood at the corner of her mouth, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, laughing to the sky like a madwoman. However, Qin Xiao would not see any of this. After robbing an unfortunate robber and obtaining $50 from him, he took a taxi straight to the New York branch of Stark Industries. Although it was called a branch after Tony blew up the industrial building in Los Angeles, more and more business focus shifted towards New York, which is the International Financial Center. Otherwise, the Stark Expo would not have been held in this location. The branch had subtly transformed into the headquarters. The taxi Qin Xiao was in barely stopped in front of the building when he had just gotten out. A series of car horns sounded nearby. A flashy dark red convertible Acura NSX pulled up beside Qin Xiao. Who else could it be but Tony Stark? I remember I generously lent you my company's business vehicle and driver. Why did you come back in a taxi? You know it's rare for me to be that generous. Don't mention it. I thought it would take a long time, so I let the driver leave first. I didn't expect it to be done quickly. Tony, let's change cars. This convertible is too ostentatious, and I don't like the color of this car, dark red, too flashy. This is not my style. Tony's car is a limited edition, one that cannot be bought, even with real wealth. Qin Xiao suddenly recalled the look Tony had given him when he last saw him, as if he were a poor man feeling a bit sour. You promised me that you'll help me with something, and this car will be yours. How about that? I said it's rare for me to be generous. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, directly pushing Tony into the passenger seat. Tony, my. You know, when I was a child, my parents said that the specialty of my hometown is bayberries. Have you ever eaten bayberries? They are sweet and sour and very delicious. Ripe bayberries are the same color as this car. Oh God, I love this color. It's the color of my hometown. Tony, it has been proven that there is always a higher mountain. Although Qin Xiao now possesses a thick skin and a hefty purse. However, someone like him who has suddenly become wealthy cannot compete with a seasoned capitalist like Tony, who has hovered around in a capitalist country for decades. After accepting a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from Tony, he found himself being taken to a newly opened luxury apartment building for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Surrounded by a group of scantily dressed hostesses, further aided by Tony's incessant chatter. Having just received a massive sum of money, Qin Xiao could not back down, and in a daze bought 2 duplex apartments on the top floor totaling over 1,000 square meters. He spent over $10 million. After signing the papers and handing over the money, Qin Xiao still looked confused and asked Tony, even if, well, I'll be in New York more often in the future, why do I need to buy 2 apartments? No. My friend, you're mistaken. It's 1 apartment. The other one is in my name. Tony exclaimed, waving his right index finger triumphantly. Oh, my God, you must not have read the contract clearly when you signed, right? How about being my neighbor? Surprised. My villa in New York is already quite dilapidated, and the new Stark Tower has just begun its foundation. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to be fully constructed. You wouldn't want me living in a rundown villa for the next few years, would you, my friend? Tony smiled as if he had just stolen a hen. Tony, you just dragged me to the ribbon cutting. That apartment building must have been built by your friend, right? Can I ask if I can get a refund? Qin Xiao turned his head numbly and said through gritted teeth. Unless there is a quality issue certificate from a relevant authority, it absolutely cannot be refunded. Trust me, that apartment building is a new project under Stark Industries. I wouldn't mistake that. Tony pulled Qin Xiao into the car, taking on the role of the driver. So you're saying I paid for 2 apartments, but only got 1. Not only did I give you 1, but I also bought a house built by your company, right? Relax, my friend, don't get too worked up. You're about to crush the car door. Goodness. This is your car, Qin. Can I still return this car? Qin Xiao was somewhat at a loss for words. No, the things I, Tony Stark, give to friends will never be taken back. Tony replied decisively. Tony. My language skills have been declining recently. Can you translate for me what the hell surprise means? The house couldn't be moved into immediately, so Qin Xiao dragged Tony and stayed in Tony's presidential suite at the most luxurious hotel in New York for several days. He locked himself in the suite for 2 days, carving Tony Stark's name dozens of times on the toilet. Finally, he awaited the moment of the system upgrade's end. It was called a system upgrade, but it simply opened the secondary marketplace. Secondary marketplace. Intermediate super serum acquire the initial Asgardian physique in an unawakened state. Lifespan can be extended to 5,000 years. 3,000 points. Intermediate combat skills, an upgraded version of basic combat, allowing for more rational use of the entire body's skeletal and muscular strength, improving performance in strength and speed by at least 20 over basic combat skills. 800 points. Intermediate weapon mastery, an upgraded version of basic weapon mastery, allowing for more adept use of most cold weapons having touched the threshold of human weapon unity. 800 points. Degrade combat suit, an upgraded version of the Degrade combat suit, which not only retains the functions of the Degrade suit, but also adds an additional 30 energy absorption. 700 points. Degrade cold weapon customization, an upgraded version of the Degrade weapon capable of barely breaking through high-end alloys, such as Iron Man's gold titanium alloy. However, it still cannot achieve the sharpness required to cut through steel. The weapon's toughness and solidity have increased. 700 points. The secondary marketplace has opened and prices have risen several times. The points that had been plentiful suddenly felt insufficient. After much consideration, Qin Xiao felt that one must rely on oneself to forge ahead. Nothing is more important than one's own strength. He gritted his teeth and decided to purchase the intermediate super serum first. In an instant, his points were reduced to a mere 500, enough to buy nothing in the secondary marketplace. System: why does this intermediate super serum pertain to the Asgardian physique? It seems unrelated to the term super serum at all, Qin Xiao asked with some confusion. Because the host previously fused with the Hulk serum to ensure the host's healthy growth of power, the originally doubled effects of the intermediate serum didn't mean much to the host, so it was slightly upgraded, requiring a bit more points than before. As for the name, that's just fluff. Oh, please don't focus on these details. The system's voice sounded without any emotion. Damn, that makes so much sense that I don't even know how to refute you. Indeed, Qin Xiao couldn't find fault with this point. Having completed the random task for the Hulk, if the intermediate serum only doubled the effects of the basic serum, it truly held no significance for him, who already possessed 30 of the Hulk's power. As for space storage devices, and so on, he could always buy them later when he earned more points. System: I have another question regarding the unusual behavior of the Ancient One that day and the so-called Space Anomaly Management Bureau. Qin Xiao expressed his doubts. Firstly, this is not just one question, there are several questions in here. Secondly, I am merely a tool to assist the host in obtaining power more conveniently. To put it plainly, I am just an add-on. If the host as a sentient being doesn't use their biological brain to think, and instead asks me, an auxiliary tool, if I knew everything, what would you need the host for? Host, what are you thinking? Damn. Being outmatched by an auxiliary tool left Qin Xiao speechless, feeling that his brain probably needed an upgrade. Since the system said so, Qin Xiao chose not to ask further. After all, he had already decided last time to ignore all the trivial matters and focus on strengthening himself. However, Qin Xiao had a vague feeling that the items in this secondary marketplace, especially the Asgardian physique wrapped in the guise of the intermediate super serum, surely it must be related to the Thor mission, probably paving the way for receiving Odin's rewards in Asgard in the future. I don't know if it's because I've gotten used to drinking the Hulk serum last time, or if my body has undergone sufficient transformation. This time I drank this so-called intermediate super serum. There wasn't any significant pain in my body. It was merely a slight tingling sensation for a few minutes. Compared to the agony from last time, this felt like just a few mosquito bites. After drinking it, I felt my body was more resilient than before, and my ability to withstand blows should have improved considerably. However, the changes in strength and speed were not substantial. I could sense a certain increase, but it definitely did not exceed 10. Instead, there was an indescribable change within my body. But since it claims to be a divine body, it must have its unique advantages. I hope that when I reach Asgard in the future, this divine body can bring me some unexpected benefits. Otherwise, relying solely on a body from Asgard that hasn't awakened divine power would be less advantageous than continuing down the path of the Hulk. Of course, this is assuming I don't consider the extension of my lifespan. After all, I don't have any divine status and no divine power. Unlike Thor, who can summon lightning with bare hands after awakening. I must reach a total score exceeding 10,000 points to unlock the third-level shop, which seems like a far-off goal. However, there is good news. After the next shop upgrade, a portion of products will be available for purchase, which the host can buy for others to use. Currently, the products are only effective for Qin Xiao himself. This indeed alleviated Qin Xiao's worries. If he really found a few women in this world, the issue of lifespan would still need consideration. He couldn't live for thousands of years while those around him died one after another, leaving only a big fool behind. That would make no sense, would it? Besides, he has a goddess fiancée, you know. After enduring the rather dull opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, Qin Xiao was contemplating whether to find the big fool and tease him a bit. After all, this brat needed to be tormented a little to grow up faster. Who would have thought he suddenly received a call from Thor? Qin, I need your help. I want to find a job. The very first sentence left Qin Xiao somewhat bewildered. Why was he looking for a job right off the bat? Sure, a job is fine, but tell me your reasons. Qin Xiao said, adopting a tone of an elder. I currently have no way to regain Mjolnir's recognition, so I can only stay with Jane every day. But I'm a man, I can't rely on her for my daily life. Do you understand my meaning? Thor spoke somewhat awkwardly. Is it because you eat too much that she dislikes you, Qin Xiao laughed and teased. No, Jane treats me very well. I do eat quite a bit, but what I mean is that Jane has never asked me to do anything yet. I must learn to fend for myself. Didn't you tell me that to truly become the god of thunder, I must first learn to be an ordinary person? I'm learning how to be an ordinary person, working, earning money, taking my girlfriend out to dinner, giving her little gifts. You understand what I mean. Qin, you'll help me, right? The clever boy rambled on with a lot of reasoning, but in the end that line about taking his girlfriend out to dinner and giving gifts was the key. After all, Asgard's heir should have some pride. Finding him a job wouldn't be bad. He could experience the life of an ordinary person and gain some merits to present to Odin in the future. However, if he really were to work, if Loki sent down that destroyer again, it would inevitably harm the innocent. Although Qin Xiao wasn't a saint, he couldn't let that result in the loss of others' lives. After thinking it over, it would be better to go check it out himself. In New Mexico, Black Widow was assigned another task by Nick Fury. Coulson was leading a group of scientists working hard to research the hammer on the ground. Thanks to the research data from Jane and the others, it could almost be confirmed that the so-called Asgard and the 9 realms truly exist. They are connected in some subtle way through space in the universe. One must know that Jane and her team's research results were based on scientific evidence. It is definitely not just a legend of Norse mythology. This made Coulson think of the bet regarding his hair whenever he saw Qin Xiao, and he felt a bit evasive. Qin Xiao didn't mind, it was just a joke after all. Besides, he came this time to take the big fool out for some experience. This would require some help from Coulson. Otherwise, relying solely on the fake documents made by Jane and the others for a few $100s would easily be exposed by any state trooper. Originally S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to keep Thor and Jane under control in this small town. But thinking of the results from that research data, if everything were real, then Thor would be a ticking time bomb. Who knows when he might attract some trouble. Having Qin Xiao around would make things a bit safer. Although Qin Xiao sometimes equated to trouble, his strength was undeniable. Now can you tell me what the Blip 177A is about? After discussing Thor's issues, Coulson turned the topic back to that suddenly appeared business card. After all, the technology of space portals is somewhat terrifying, whether for assassination or intelligence theft. For whatever reason, S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to control or master them. Qin Xiao certainly understood Coulson's concerns. I advise you not to have designs on them. This is an organization on Earth, and they possess battle capabilities comparable to Odin, the father of all gods. This time it's mainly for the big fool's matter, and in fact their leader is a friend of Odin's. Coulson couldn't feel reassured by Qin Xiao's ambiguous answer, and he said anxiously, but that's space teleportation. Do you know what that represents? I know you are concerned about the world's safety. But trust me, buddy, they have been protecting the world for much longer than you have. They were around at least 1,000 years before the invention of the electric light during their last leadership election. After patting Coulson's somewhat dumbfounded shoulder to help him digest this information, Qin Xiao headed straight for Thor and the others. Here are your documents for Earth passport, bank card, and I've stored $100,000 in there for you. That should be enough for your expenses during this time on Earth. $100,000. Why give me money? Just find me a job. It was clear that Thor had not wasted his time around Jane in recent days. He had gained a basic understanding of money and some knowledge of the commonplace. An old friend of your father's on Earth entrusted me to take care of you. So finding a job is unnecessary. After all, you are a prince. Experience the joys and sorrows of those around you. If you insist on finding a job, let's consider you my bodyguard. This is your salary for the first month. With a single phrase casually mentioned by Master Gu, Qin Xiao now stood beside the god of thunder with a newfound confidence. At the very least, the task assigned by the system had become legitimate. Even if Odin stood before Qin Xiao now, he could inform Odin that the Supreme Master Gu he had entrusted him to look after Thor. This was much more natural than previously flaunting a fortune teller's identity to swindle others. Thus, Qin Xiao directly spoke to Jane and the others with candor. Thor has been causing quite a bit of trouble lately, and as a token of gratitude, I would like to invite you all to Monaco to watch the F1 Grand Prix. This manner of speaking exuded a hint of the authority of the god of thunder as the guardian of earth. Regarding Master Gu, Qin Xiao did not elaborate much to Thor, only mentioning that Odin had an old friend on earth. Thus, faced with Qin Xiao's sudden enthusiasm, Thor could only explain to Jane, a good friend of the father of the gods and ancient deity on our earth. God, Zeus, or some other deity. Jane immediately adopted a curious demeanor typical of a scientist, asking with great interest. Thor's appearance completely validated her previous research, so she had recently become fascinated by various ancient myths and legends. It's just a human who knows some magic. The so-called deities are merely a more evolved form of intelligent civilization. The gods of Asgard, aside from possessing power, are not much different from Earthlings in other aspects, and their society is even less open than ours. Qin Xiao shrugged non-committally and turned to Thor. Thor, this is also what Odin hopes you understand. Jane smiled, saying nothing. She had no objections to being with Thor. Instead, Daisy, another student of Erik Selvig, suddenly displayed immense enthusiasm. I've always wanted to see the F1 World Championship live. Handsome, are round-trip tickets included? Upon seeing Qin Xiao nod with a smile, Daisy jumped up and began to cheer. You all go ahead, I have a few things to take care of. Dr. Erik Selvig suddenly spoke up. Erik, come with us. Thanks to your care recently, I hope to do something for you. Thor sincerely advised. I just received a new job, like Mr. Qin here. I have become a consultant for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics. They have a research project that requires my participation, and I am very interested. In the movie, Coulson confiscated the research results of Dr. Erik Selvig and Jane, ultimately leading Nick Fury to recruit Dr. Selvig for the Cosmic Cube Development Project. It seems that Thor's appearance, combined with the ancient organization mentioned by Qin Xiao, has instilled a sense of urgency in S.H.I.E.L.D., prompting Nick Fury to begin recruiting personnel to develop weapons using the Cosmic Cube. Congratulations. Jane and Daisy both stepped forward to hug Dr. Erik Selvig. This old man, a genius in his field, had spent the first half of his life researching abstract concepts with no one recognizing his work. It was a rare occasion to have someone who appreciated him, and they were all genuinely happy for him. It was uncertain whether it was because money came too easily, or if he had come to terms with things after being harshly treated by Tony. The usually frugal Qin Xiao directly chartered a private jet this time. My God, I thought I would have to sit in a seat for more than 10 hours. I even prepared a neck pillow to rest well on the plane, but I didn't expect. This is just too cool. Qin Xiao had indeed chartered a large airplane with 3 small bedrooms, a living room that doubled as a small bar, and a mini KTV. Daisy immediately discarded the travel pillow hanging from her backpack upon boarding the plane. Jane was noticeably more composed, yet still excitedly dragged Thor around for a tour. I want a selfie in every corner here. It will be enough to brag about for half a year on social media. Daisy raised her phone and snapped a selfie. She then sat directly opposite Qin Xiao and said with curiosity, "To be honest, your wealth exceeds my imagination. Is it really as the newspapers say you and Tony Stark are? What a pity. You both are a pity." After saying that, she secretly glanced at Qin Xiao. "It's more of a pity for you, he's older. First of all, I'm not gay." Qin Xiao reached out and turned Daisy's fingers around. "Secondly, even if I were gay, I wouldn't go for a jerk like Tony Stark. So do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing Qin Xiao assert his normal sexual orientation, Daisy directly asked straightforwardly. This was quite blunt, and Qin Xiao felt a bit awkward. Logically speaking, he and Natasha had not officially established a relationship, but to say they were not more than ordinary friends would be inaccurate. Adhering to the principle of being honest, Qin Xiao uttered a rather shameless truth. "A girlfriend? Not tonight." Daisy chuckled twice. "I was asking about tonight." Well, Qin Xiao felt he should have rented a smaller plane. 2 bedrooms would have been enough, wouldn't it? Daisy had just graduated not long ago, her personality being straightforward and playful, and she had no intention of settling down. Qin Xiao was young, wealthy, and quite handsome, with the added glow of a superhero's aura, making him a perfect fleeting romantic interest for Daisy. It just happened to suit Qin Xiao's taste. However, he didn't expect that his first experience in the Marvel world would occur on a plane. Could this be considered a plane quake? On the plane, a dedicated chef prepared a sumptuous meal for the 4 of them, and they had a blast at KTV for a while before Qin Xiao and the big guy each took the 2 girls into their respective bedrooms. For the next 10 hours, they did not emerge. Imaginary content in the ellipsis, thank you. Monaco, the second smallest country in the world after Vatican City. Surrounded by France on 3 sides, it is only adjacent to the Mediterranean, with a total area of just 1. 98 square kilometers and a population of fewer than 40,000, it primarily relies on the gambling and tourism industries, making it one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Of course, the wealth here certainly does not refer to total economic output. Monaco is most famous not only for its casinos and royal gossip, but also for the F1 racing circuit that winds through the track and city streets. The description here corresponds to reality. Those interested in royal gossip can search online. Oh, it's somewhat intriguing. Every year, the country hosts world-class F1 races, attracting teams, drivers, and financial moguls who flock to this small nation, significantly boosting the local tourism industry. This tiny nation does not have its own airport. It's simply too small. So generally, those wishing to visit Monaco will choose to land at the nearest airport in Nice, France. Qin Xiao was no exception, but he did not expect to encounter an acquaintance right after getting off the plane. Look who it is, our superhero Qin Xiao. It's such a pleasure to meet you. This plane is quite impressive. I'm Justin Hammer. You might have seen my photo on the recent cover of Time magazine, which pales in comparison to what you've accomplished. Qin Xiao did not expect to encounter this guy. He wasn't exactly a villain, nor was he a hero. In the movie, he resembled more of a clown, deliberately mimicking Tony Stark. What surprised Qin Xiao even more was Justin Hammer's enthusiasm upon seeing him. Not only did he greet him warmly, but he even demonstrated the move of Qin Xiao slicing through Ironmonger's leg armor with a Tang Dao. I have to say that slice was absolutely awesome. By the way, compared to Stark, I'm your loyal fan. Justin Hammer extended his right hand toward Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao shook it. He was a contradictory character, always viewing Tony as a rival while also idolizing him. He had been imitating Tony's mannerisms, especially after Tony announced that Stark Industries would no longer manufacture weapons. In the meantime, Justin Hammer's company was inundated with defense contracts, the stock prices soared, and he had graced the cover of Time magazine several times. This made him even more conceited, believing he had surpassed Tony. Unfortunately, Tony's Iron Man armor emerged, and regardless of the number of contracts his company secured, in the eyes of the public, Tony remained the indisputable number one. Watching this man in front of him trying desperately to adopt the Tony-style persona, Qin Xiao found it somewhat laughable. His exaggerated antics and self-proclaimed humor were entirely different from Tony's inherent nonchalance. Hello, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had no intention of talking much with this awkward-looking guy and prepared to leave with Daisy and the others. To his surprise, Justin Hammer stepped right in front of him, blocking his path. Wait a moment, I want to chat with you. Are you going to watch the car race? I am too. There's a helicopter waiting for me over there. I think we can go up together and have a chat if you don't mind. Are these two beautiful ladies and the strong, handsome guy your friends? Together. The saying goes, why not take advantage of a good deal? He still had to figure out how to get past, so hitching a ride in the helicopter was indeed a good idea. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Justin Hammer cheered and hurried ahead to lead the way. I don't like this guy. His speech is so pretentious, like a stage actor. I don't like him either. I bet he has no good intentions for you, Daisy said while holding Qin Xiao's hand. The two of them enjoyed a speedy flight on the plane. Daisy was quite satisfied with Qin Xiao, and since Qin Xiao was finally experiencing a refreshing break, they decided to carry their fleeting romance through to the journey's end. It doesn't matter, we just happen to need a means of transportation, and that helicopter looks good. Compared to Tony Stark, Justin Hammer seemed like a pure businessman. In terms of material wealth, he was not at all inferior to Tony, and one could say he was even more than that. The helicopter that came to pick him up was a modified Mi-26 developed by the former Soviet Union, over 40 meters long. It was practically the size of a small passenger aircraft, decorated like a miniature nightclub, quite extravagant. You know, our company is developing a powered combat suit similar to what Tony Stark has Iron Man, baby. But ours is bigger and stronger, part of a project developed in conjunction with the Department of Defense. I believe a finished product will appear soon. As soon as they boarded the helicopter, Justin Hammer pulled Qin Xiao to a sofa and immediately started with some disjointed chatter. But I heard your project has been put on hold after Tony exposed your experimental video in the last congressional meeting. Qin Xiao mercilessly pointed out his sore spot. Just a few days ago, he had been downgraded by Tony in Congress. That was merely for show. We have continued our work and even signed a secret agreement. Justin Hammer looked smug. Then I wish you success. I just wonder, what does that have to do with me? Qin Xiao spoke bluntly, his tone stiff. To be honest, we've signed a contract with the Department of Defense and the orders are definitely secured. However, the public doesn't think so. They need our country to develop a suit more powerful than Iron Man to ensure their safety. The public needs confidence, and you are their confidence. Me? Qin Xiao felt a bit bewildered. That's right, it's you. Tony was defeated by Obadiah's Ironmonger, and you defeated that big guy. Everyone saw the video. Tony was left sitting there in tatters. You took him down, didn't you? At the Stark Expo, I will apply for a booth for Stark Industries to showcase our new battle armor. I hope you can attend and have a slight spar with our armor. No need to take it seriously, just to show you understand what I mean. Qin Xiao certainly understood his intent. This guy wanted Qin Xiao to publicly lose to his armor so he could present himself as stronger than Tony Stark in front of the world. This was not just his intent, there was a hint of political flavor involved. Just a few days ago, Congress held a hearing specifically to have Tony Stark submit his armor. Regardless of the motive, the government wanted to ensure that the weapons they possessed appeared more powerful than Iron Man, even if it was only superficial strength meant to give the public a sense of security. I understand perfectly. I will do my best to create a stunning performance and then lose to your armor, right? Qin Xiao said with a smile. Bingo. Justin Hammer snapped his fingers. That's exactly it. Of course we won't let you do it for free. I will offer you an endorsement fee based on the highest global commercial value celebrity, and you'll also gain the friendship of some influential members of Congress. Justin Hammer laid out his terms. Qin Xiao initially wanted to tease this guy and reject him outright. But then for some unknown reason, he wore a sly smile and said, "Of course, no problem. But we need to have a serious discussion about the endorsement fee. You see, I will be losing in front of the whole world, and this concerns my superhero's honor, doesn't it? How much is that worth?" For Justin Hammer, nothing was more important than defeating Tony Stark. Unless he truly developed an armor capable of defeating Tony, no one else was more suited for this role than Qin Xiao. The two quickly agreed on the helicopter, and a historically exorbitant endorsement fee was born. Monaco, the Paris Hotel. The most luxurious hotel in Monaco without exception. Whether it is the most luxurious I do not know, but this hotel is indeed correct. I specifically checked again on Iron Man 2, and it is this hotel. The Monaco royal family cleared out the entire hotel for this competition to host the team owners participating in the race or the wealthy and powerful watching the event. Not only did they provide hotel rooms specifically for them and their accompanying personnel, but there was also a high-level bar with a view of most of the racetrack as a viewing venue. When Tony Stark arrived, Qin Xiao was chatting joyfully with Justin Hammer at the bar. Meanwhile, Daisy and Jane were enjoying various top-tier delicacies on a table by the window with a big guy. "Hey, Tony, you finally arrived. We have been talking about you for half the day." Justin Hammer was very good at spotting Tony in a crowd. As soon as Tony and Pepper walked in, he noticed them at a glance. "Oh, how could I forget you, dear Miss Potts? Congratulations on becoming the president of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer stepped forward, first greeting Pepper with a kiss on the cheek, then enthusiastically put his arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. While Pepper gave Justin Hammer a polite smile and minimal social etiquette, Tony looked as if he almost wanted to write "I dislike you" across his face. With an expression of disdain, he pushed Justin Hammer's arm away, barely glancing at him, and directly approached Qin Xiao. "I remember you mentioned having no interest in car racing. How did you end up here with this guy? I must say your taste in friends has been getting worse lately. Care to chat for a bit?" "Sure." Qin Xiao picked up 2 glasses of cocktails freshly prepared by the bartender and walked over to an empty spot by the window. "We still have things to discuss." Just as Tony was about to leave, Justin Hammer called out from behind. "I'll return Qin Xiao to you. You sit here and enjoy a drink while checking out the beautiful women around." "Okay, I do have an interview with a female journalist lined up." Justin Hammer weakly murmured from behind. He reached for the cocktail on the table, but ended up grabbing nothing. "Hey, that drink is mine. How did you end up with this guy? I hate that annoying clown, or just seeing his face reminds me of the apple pie I dropped in the gorilla cage at the zoo when I was a kid." "Ha ha." Qin Xiao imagined the scene and burst into laughter. "Damn, I swear I will never eat apple pie again. That guy wants me to endorse their upcoming armor. At your expo, being publicly defeated by his armor. $350 million, ha. He must hate you for that, which is why he offered such a high price." Tony, having dealt with government officials for half his life, was very clear about the underlying scheming, all to deceive the public for political gain. They want to defeat me, but dare not come to find me unable to produce anything decent, and they think they can just throw money at you to bring you down. Damn it. Sounds like your job is akin to a blonde girl in the Dutch red light district. You wouldn't agree to him, would you? "I haven't signed a contract yet." "Oh, when he sends it over, have your company's legal team take a look. After performing as stated in the contract, if I accidentally crush a few armors, does that count as a breach?" Tony's eyes lit up. "I suddenly have many more fun ideas." The two leaned in together, starting a series of whispering, occasionally letting out some smiles that would make anyone nearby feel a chill run down their spine. In the movie Iron Man, due to palladium poisoning, began to indulge in a reckless lifestyle. The series of behaviors that followed made many believe it was due to the palladium poisoning. For instance, giving the position of chairman of Stark Industries to Pepper and personally participating in the car race in Monaco. Until the arrival of Qin Xiao, this butterfly, which prompted Tony to upgrade the arc reactor in advance, eliminating the threat of palladium poisoning. However, Tony Stark still immersed himself in the laboratory researching new armors while leaving all company matters to Pepper. This is a personality issue. If he were to manage the company with peace of mind, he wouldn't be Tony Stark. He always surprises people. For example, right now, I'm leaving, but it's my turn to take the stage. Our team's driver hasn't won a single championship in 5 years, not even making it to the top 3. I need to show him what real racing is. By the way, don't tell Pepper before I switch out the driver. Tony stood up, nervously glancing around to see if Pepper was watching him, and quickly prepared to leave. Tony, be careful. Qin Xiao revealed a mysterious smile. Thor was still chatting and eating with two girls. Qin Xiao went over to greet them, saying he was stepping out for a bit. He went straight up the fire escape to the hotel rooftop. He needed to find a spot with a wide view to fully appreciate the upcoming spectacle. In a certain racing team's staff lounge, Ivan Vanko sat in the break room, biting a matchstick and staring blankly into space. He had prepared for today for nearly half a year, successfully researching the arc reactor, all for today's race, just for the chance to get up close and personal with Tony Stark. He had studied Tony Stark's behavior for a long time and found no patterns except for this race. He would come every year, and after the race he would come down to take pictures with his team. This was his opportunity. He wanted to avenge his father, who ended his life in Siberia amidst ice, illness, and resentment. He wanted to seek justice for the unfair treatment he had suffered over the decades. The Stark family's wealth and the title of Iron Man were all stolen from his father. While recalling the unwilling look in his father's eyes before his death, the television suddenly switched from the racetrack to the Stark team. It turned out that Tony Stark had personally donned the racing suit and climbed into the race car. The screen showed Tony Stark waving from the racing car, while next to him was an angry driver who had thrown away his helmet. A guy who loves the limelight. Then I will settle this directly on the racetrack, Iron Man. Huh. Ivan Vanko watched Tony on the TV, brimming with confidence. Somewhat dissatisfied, he opened the collar of his shirt, and under the faint blue glow of the reactor, Ivan Vanko let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Tony's reckless behavior caught Pepper off guard, yet it sent all the media present during the live broadcast and the audience into a frenzy of cheers. Even the reporter conducting a personal interview with Justin Hammer rushed to the television, captivated by Tony Stark enthusiastically waving at the camera. They frantically drafted in their minds what kind of exclusive interview they should conduct with him. This is why wherever Tony Stark appears, it inevitably becomes the focus of the news. Justin Hammer's expression was more hideous than if he had just eaten something foul. Previously, he had heard from Pepper that this female reporter had a deep conversation with Tony Stark. He had intended to charm this well-built female reporter and perhaps lure her to his bed, hoping to savor the joy of defeating Tony Stark in another battlefield. To that end, he had even instructed his subordinates to prepare some auxiliary drugs, but unexpectedly, he angrily downed a large glass of alcohol on the table. Justin Hammer, a bit annoyed, loosened his tie. The next moment, the image that suddenly appeared on the television left his eyes glued to the screen. It was a rugged man, clearly of warrior lineage, dressed in the garb of a vehicle maintenance worker with a sexy matchstick dangling from his mouth. He brazenly emerged from the vehicle maintenance area on the racetrack. At this point, the race had already begun, with cars whizzing past on the track. One should know that F1 drivers typically take corners at an average speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. When someone suddenly appears on the track, there's a good chance that they won't be able to turn in time, and even if they have 9 lives, 8 of them may be crushed on the spot. As if this brawny warrior's appearance wasn't enough, he shook his hands, revealing 2 whips. He then opened up his orange work uniform. The miniature arc reactor on his chest began to output at full power. Energy surged through the simple wires on his body towards the 2 metallic whips in his hands. The thin work uniform turned to ashes, scattering in the wind. The whips in his hands surged with violent energy, dragging along the ground and etching small trenches into the racetrack. My God, this is simply prepared for me. Justin Hammer couldn't help but stand up from the table. The arc reactor was guaranteed to solve the vast majority of energy problems in this world. It was said that Elon Musk offered a huge stake in his company to Tony Stark in exchange for the right to use this technology, promising only to equip it in his own cars, but was rejected by Tony Stark. In fact, Justin Hammer's military project had stalled at this very stage. Even if all weapon systems were removed from the armor and the internal space was filled with the most advanced batteries, such energy could not even lift the armor 1 meter off the ground, let alone sustain continuous combat. Unfortunately, Tony Stark refused to surrender this technology, even under immense pressure from the Senate. And at this moment, another seemingly mature technology of the miniature arc reactor appeared, with the violent energy on the whip indicating that if it were installed onto his company's armor. Justin Hammer looked at the arc reactor, especially at Ivan Vanko's crude equipment, and his rugged face that clearly had seen better days, smiling with great satisfaction. Unlike Justin Hammer, Qin Xiao watched from the rooftop of the hotel, feeling a surge of hatred as he gritted his teeth. Walking boldly on the racetrack, not even the numerous roaring cars rushing towards him made him flinch or appear flustered. He even had a matchstick in his mouth, just like Little Horse. Qin Xiao spat in disdain towards the rooftop. His right hand unconsciously touched his nose and eyes. Last time he tried to show off in Mexico, he was greeted with a rocket launcher right in the face within 3 seconds. The memory still made his eyes ache. Why is a villain being so ostentatious? The more Qin Xiao thought about it, the angrier he became, and he began scanning the rooftop. Ivan Vanko's appearance sent waves of gasps among the wealthy elites in the bar of the Paris hotel, especially when he used the whip in his hand to directly split a speeding F1 car in half. The scene descended into chaos. At this moment, Happy rushed to the racetrack with Tony Stark's newly developed Mark V suitcase armor, quickly getting Pepper into the car. The reactor on his chest was nearly identical to Tony's, and it was highly likely he was targeting Tony Stark. Thor stood up upon witnessing this scene. "Thor, what are you doing?" Jane shouted. "Didn't you just say that this person was after Qin Xiao's friend?" "I don't know where Qin Xiao is. I have to go help save his friend." Without waiting for Jane to say anything more, he dashed outside like a gust of wind. At this moment, Tony's car had appeared in Ivan Vanko's line of sight. He slightly turned to the side, and a whip fiercely struck down on Tony's car. The raging energy sliced through like an indestructible laser, soared directly, severing the front of the car. Tony was launched into the air from the half-car, spinning several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Then Ivan Vanko was seen shaking the two whips, filled with murderous intent, as he approached Tony. Several cars saw the unexpected event ahead and urgently swerved, colliding into one another, exploding, flipping over, and debris flying through the air. They all brushed past Ivan Vanko without causing him any harm. He remained indifferent to the explosions behind him, taking slow steps towards Tony Stark, who had just crawled out of the wreckage. Just before entering the attack range, Ivan Vanko deliberately whipped the ground twice, with his whip aiming to create greater psychological pressure on Tony Stark. Just as Ivan Vanko was about to strike with his whip, a sharp sound of air cutting through the atmosphere rang out. With a bang, he couldn't even see what it was. Ivan Vanko felt darkness envelop him, as if a high-speed moving object shattered right in front of his face. His head absorbed the tremendous impact, propelling his body into the air, crashing into the wire fence beside the racetrack. His head tilted, and he fainted. "Oh, yes." From a distance on the hotel rooftop, Qin Xiao made a triumphant gesture. The sudden turn of events left all the spectators on the scene utterly bewildered. While the audience was confused, Tony saw everything clearly. At this moment, Qin Xiao stood on the rooftop, waving a section of PVC pipe that he had pried off from who knows which ventilation shaft, greeting Tony. To think that after all his efforts to create a portable battle armor, it was this guy who ended up saving him. But who told him to take off the armor, leaving him with little combat power? Tony sat beside the wreckage of the race car, panting helplessly. Boom. The ground beside him shattered as Qin Xiao leaped from the rooftop to his side. Wow. The crowd on both sides of the racetrack erupted in excitement. Many in the audience were fans of Qin Xiao and Tony's pairing, and seeing them together again made them scream in delight. "Get up quickly. There are plenty of people calling your name up there. You aren't scared to the point of wetting your pants, are you? By the way, I'm afraid I won't throw accurately. I took apart a lot of PVC pipes on the rooftop, and I won't be compensating for that. Come on." Qin Xiao extended his right hand towards Tony. Just as he pulled Tony up from the ground, a piercing screech of brakes echoed. Happy drove up, with Pepper reaching Tony's side. The two looked at Qin Xiao standing there, and then at Tony, who seemed to be in decent shape, and both let out a sigh of relief. "Next time you should wear this while showering, boss. He'll seriously consider it. I can't let this guy steal the spotlight every time, can I? What a pity for my first racing career." Tony grabbed the briefcase and looked toward the direction where Ivan Vanko had collapsed. The appearance of another miniature arc reactor brought Tony a sense of crisis, and he found it incredibly unbelievable. "I'm confident my technology cannot be cracked by anyone, at least not in recent years. So I really want to see what the difference is between that reactor and mine." Without warning, Ivan Vanko, who had been on the ground, staggered back to his feet. He lashed out with a whip, slicing the car that Happy had driven in half, perfectly separating Pepper in the back seat from Happy in the front. Pepper let out a deafening scream. But Tony wore a look of excitement. "Finally, it's my turn. You keep them safe, we'll deal with him. Next time you should pry off a metal pipe." Qin Xiao pouted, feeling a bit anxious earlier and having difficulty finding something suitable. It was already quite a feat to recognize a PVC pipe from such a distance. Who knew that guy would be able to stand up so quickly after being knocked out? What kind of physique is that? After giving a brief command, Tony placed Mark V on the ground, stepped on it, and pulled the handles with both hands. The main body of the armor fitted onto him, while the other parts began to extend automatically, locating their positions and enveloping Tony completely. In a dazzling display, he completed his transformation while Happy and Pepper had already exited the car and were shielded behind Qin Xiao. The white light in Tony's helmet flashed, and the armor was fully activated. He kicked one of the half-cars, blocking his path out of the way. At this point, Ivan Vanko posed no real threat. His earlier movement was clearly an instinctive attack. In fact, he was now feeling quite dizzy, struggling to focus, his gaze swaying as he tried to maintain his balance. Tony was just about to activate the laser cannon to give the enemy a serious blow. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from behind the barbed wire where Ivan Vanko stood, holding a brick that seemed to have been dug up from nowhere. Leaping up, he grabbed the barbed wire with one hand and pushed off with his legs, soaring over the tunterhigh wire and falling toward the ground while waving his right hand. The brick landed squarely on Ivan Vanko's head. The newcomer had great strength combined with the force of falling from over 2 meters. The brick shattered against Ivan Vanko's head. Already swaying, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. I didn't know you were already here. After running for so long, it turns out it wasn't in vain. To defeat an enemy, you must ensure they have no ability to resist, or you will suffer. Hello, Tin Man. I am Qin Xiao's friend Thor. You don't need to thank me. It was none other than Thor who had come down to help right from the start. After defeating Ivan Vanko, he delivered a brief lecture and introduced himself. Tony raised his right hand, and the palm-mounted laser cannon dimmed suddenly. I wasn't planning to thank you. I was just wondering what I'm really wearing this armor for. Tony looked up at the sky and murmured. When the police arrived, Ivan Vanko was still unconscious, and the arc reactor in his chest had been crushed into fragments by Tony. The race had completely stopped, and a large number of reporters swarmed onto the racetrack. They all pointed their cameras at Qin Xiao and Tony. It's a pleasure to see both of you together again, having defeated a criminal using high-tech weapons. Can I ask you both to pose with peace signs for a classic photo that will serve as the cover of our magazine tomorrow? The fastest reporter, almost reaching the two before she arrived, immediately made her request. This female reporter was a fan of their pairing. The last headline photo had actually been a composite of individual shots. This time she wanted to capture them together. Regardless of the magazine's sales, just thinking about it made her feel incredibly excited. The excited reporter completely overlooked the expressions on the faces of the two parties involved. Bursting with enthusiasm, she pulled out a small camera, wanting to take a keepsake shot in addition to the staff's photos. Without even asking Qin Xiao and Tony for their consent, she pulled out the camera and began the countdown. Peace sign, thank you. Ready, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Ivan Vank was still lying in the hospital, likely not waking up for a few days. The competition had ended without incident, and the two people bothered by reporters couldn't care less about making a scene. One flew directly into the sky, while the other jumped from the ground to the rooftop of a nearby building. After a few great leaps, they vanished from everyone's sight, completely disregarding how many rooftops they had shattered. That night, on a yacht off the coast of Monaco, Pepper had taken over Stark Industries, and the mess left by Tony kept her spinning like a top, darting around the world. So as soon as time was up today, Pepper flew away with Happy, who had become her personal bodyguard and driver. This left Tony with a face full of gloom, and of course the main reason for his gloom was the two couples sitting in front of him. Although Jane and Thor were in a genuine romantic relationship, Tony still mentally labeled them as a couple of dogs. Qin, you should have told me earlier that you would be bringing a female companion today. I would have invited some lovely girls to join us. Tony looked at Daisy, who was sitting beside Qin Xiao with a face full of sorrow. At first it was fine. Qin Xiao introduced a few people chatting from Asgard to Jane's research on astrophysics, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Later, as the conversation wound down and everyone began to relax a bit, Tony felt a pang of jealousy at the occasional affectionate gestures between the two couples. It's your own problem. In the past, you wouldn't care if a girl brought a companion. Speaking of which, you really haven't had any girls around you lately. Qin Xiao frowned and thought seriously for a moment, as if it had been since the Iron Tyrant incident. You don't really have a crush on me, do you? Oh God, strike this sleazy bastard down with a lightning bolt. I'm still just a kid who graduated not long ago, and this bastard is nearly 40. Qin Xiao looked at Tony with disdain. Shit. My sexual orientation has always been normal. I've just been too busy lately with modifying the reactor, my armor, and joining that weird costume club with you. A rare hint of panic appeared on Tony's face. Qin Xiao knew very well that Tony wouldn't really have a crush on him, but Tony's reaction still piqued his interest. You're acting strange, Tony. Qin Xiao raised his glass and took a deep sip, pondering. Come on, tell me what happened. Is there something unspeakable? You crazy. My body is perfectly fine, but it's just about Pepper. You know, the two of us. Tony rarely spoke about his feelings for Pepper. Although we haven't officially established a relationship, it's always been like that. Of course I want to be together directly, but recently we've had a lot going on. Tony seemed somewhat helpless, but more than that, he was a bit scared. He had countless women at his disposal outside. He didn't even need to reach out, as many pressed themselves onto him. But when he truly encountered someone he liked, he didn't even know how to start. Even though he knew Pepper was interested in him, he just didn't know how to express it. Qin Xiao tilted his head and thought it seemed like this was also the case in movies. In Iron Man 1, Tony almost kissed Pepper, but after being interrupted, he was questioned by a female reporter about selling weapons to terrorists, and he immediately went to confront Obadiah. Later, he finally wanted to confess before the press conference, but still didn't manage to voice it. In the end, it was only during a crisis in Iron Man 2, after saving Pepper, that they embraced on the rooftop and truly confirmed their relationship. One was outwardly cynical, but lacked a sense of security, afraid to express himself when faced with true love, while the other saw beautiful women lingering around Tony. He couldn't even count how many mornings he arranged for cars to send girls from Tony's house away. This left Tony feeling insecure, so neither of them took the initiative. No one could help with this. Tonight Tony was destined to be alone in his despondency. Ivan Vank had been in a coma in Monaco for 3 whole days. Not long after waking up, Qin Xiao and Tony arrived at the hospital together. I saw the earliest design drawings, and the name Anton Vank was on them. Is he your father? Ivan Vank refused to speak, and Tony immediately opened his mouth. You don't deserve to mention that name. Your family are thieves, robbers. Everything you have should belong to the Vank family. Ivan Vank calmly replied to Tony. It seemed that he didn't feel the slightest bitterness about his failed attack on Tony and his current predicament as a prisoner. It was your father who wanted to use this thing to make money. He wanted to turn it into a weapon, and my father stopped him. It was Anton Vank who made the mistake. Tony retorted, and after speaking, neither of them said anything. They just stared at each other, both knowing that this was not a matter of right or wrong. It had no significance. After a while, Ivan Vank suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You lost, Stark. You lost from the very beginning." Ha ha ha. Ivan Vank laughed so hard he couldn't catch his breath, the handcuffs clanging against the bed frame. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged glances, and Qin Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. Are you out of your mind? I'm using PVC pipes. Although they're a bit strong. Come on, did Thor knock you silly? Hey, what are you laughing at? Ivan Vank, gasping for breath from laughter, said to Qin Xiao. You should ask Stark how painful it is to die from palladium poisoning. Ha ha. Palladium poisoning. Qin Xiao feigned surprise, looking at Tony with a face full of concern from a friend. Ivan Vank laughed even louder. It seems your friend doesn't even know about this. You should tell him what the adverse effects of having a reactor in his body are. Oh, damn. Tony, is this all true? Why didn't you tell me earlier? We should think of a solution together. What do we do now? Let's go see a doctor. There must be a way, right? Oh my god. Qin Xiao was really going along with Ivan Vank, but unfortunately his performance was just too exaggerated. Tony originally intended to cooperate, but he couldn't hold back and pushed Qin Xiao away. Your performance is too exaggerated. The style from 100 years ago at Broadway is more natural than you. It's disgusting. Oh really? That can't be. I even read the book on actor self-cultivation. I think I did pretty well just now. What do you think, Ivan? Qin Xiao asked Ivan Vank with a mischievous grin. As Qin Xiao and Tony walked out of the hospital room, the angry shouts of Ivan Vanko mixed with Russian and English echoed from within. The police outside believed that Qin Xiao and Tony had done something to the criminal, their faces filled with tension. What truly troubled Ivan Vanko was not that Tony ultimately escaped palladium poisoning, but rather when Tony showcased his new arc reactor and revealed its origins. Ivan Vanko felt that his father had truly lost to Howard Stark, which was the hardest reality for him to accept. In fact, regardless of the size of one's contribution to a matter, those who are ousted will always feel that it is their own merit, and they tend to describe those who expelled them as utterly worthless. Since childhood, Ivan Vanko believed that Howard Stark was nothing more than a fame-seeking businessman and not a real scientist. He thought all of Howard's achievements were derived from his father and other scientists. So when he learned that Tony Stark's father had invented a new element decades ago, significantly improving the power of the arc reactor, but was unable to produce it due to the technological limitations of the time, he found it hard to accept. Tony, this guy is now a living arc reactor, and I don't know how many people are eyeing him. The stick in your hand will soon be taken by others. Qin Xiao spoke softly to Tony as they exited the hospital. This statement had come after a significant inner struggle. From the very beginning, Qin Xiao believed that his greatest advantage was his omniscience. Although he had seen the trailers of Loki and was aware of the existence of the Time Variance Authority before his traversal, he always believed that having a system would prevent him from being discovered by them. However, what Ancient One said altered Qin Xiao's perspective. He still would not think about how to change the plot, but he also wouldn't blindly follow it. Letting his heart guide him, since the butterfly's wings had already been set in motion, he decided to let it flutter more naturally and freely. Thus, when Ivan Vanko was left in the hospital, Qin Xiao understood that if the original plot were to unfold, he would still be rescued by Justin Hammer. Qin Xiao certainly did not mind having another confrontation in the end, but he chose to take a friend's stance and offered Tony a small warning. After all, Ivan Vanko was primarily targeting Tony Stark. Should we notify Nick Fury to handle this? Tony asked tentatively as the two stood by the seaside at the hospital entrance. To be honest, I absolutely trust Nick Fury when it comes to protecting the world, but don't forget, Tony, he is backed by the World Security Council, which is filled with politicians from various governments. You know how much the U.S. government craves your armor. The two had discussed this issue during their first trip to the Middle East, contemplating the formation of a secret organization that would eventually operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. This organization would address issues obstructed in certain areas, aiming to protect the world in a less constrained manner. The previous operation in the Middle East, where they eliminated the 10 rings along with Qin Xiao's solo mission to uproot a drug lord in Mexico, were part of this plan. Of course, Qin Xiao was more motivated by the money in that instance. Actually, I even thought of a name and created a mobile app. Tony opened the home screen of his phone, revealing an app called the Illuminati. This Easter egg from Iron Man 2 remains uncertain when Marvel will fill it in. After all, Iron Man is dead, but let's just fill it ourselves, though the members will certainly differ from those in the comics, as this is the cinematic universe. Oh, Qin Xiao looked at Tony's phone with great interest. I haven't fully developed it yet, but it's essentially a chat and task-sharing software. You discover a crisis, upload a task, and resolve it nearby, primarily designed for secure communication. Before heading to the Middle East, it could be said that Qin Xiao was planting a seed for the future independence of the Avengers. However, after witnessing the massacre in the Middle East, Qin Xiao's thoughts slightly changed. He genuinely believed that some organizations and individuals should be dealt with in extreme ways. After meeting with Ancient One, Qin Xiao's thoughts expanded even further. But none of that mattered now. What was important was that Tony and he had reached an agreement. Now I can fill in the name Ivan Vanko, Tony said as he opened the app on his phone. You can just draw a cross over his name. He probably doesn't have a tomorrow. Qin Xiao turned to glance at the hospital. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous explosion erupted from the hospital across the street. The explosion's power not only severed the dozens of stories of the hospital, but also unleashed a shockwave that swept through the entire street. Qin Xiao, quick on his feet, turned to shield Tony, blocking a multitude of debris and dangerous objects that posed a lethal threat to ordinary people. Though he managed to shield them from the flying debris, the shockwave still pushed both of them unexpectedly into the sea. Qin Xiao pulled Tony up from the water, and they both surfaced, spitting out seawater. The entire hospital had been blown apart and collapsed onto another building nearby. Dust filled the streets, car alarms blared, and cries for help echoed from the rubble. First, save the people. Tony glanced at the hospital with a complex expression. This responsible Iron Man once again blamed himself. Qin Xiao looked at him, but said nothing. Swimming to the car they had arrived in, which was slowly sinking, and punched open the trunk, directly pulling out Tony's Mark V. With the scanning function of Tony's armor and Qin Xiao's superhuman strength, the two worked together with the arriving government personnel to rescue everyone trapped beneath. Minor injuries are not counted. 52 people are severely injured, 37 are dead, including one pregnant woman and 5 children. One is missing. Tony's face darkened as he reported these numbers to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's expression was also grim. Such events seem like mere numbers on the news. But when you see the lives lost, especially with children among them, it is an overwhelming shock that stirs one's blood. Ivan Vanko. Qin Xiao blurted out the name without thinking. If there was only one person missing, it could only be him. There are no abnormalities at Justin Hammer's end, whether in personnel contact or in his financial transactions. Qin, your assumptions are correct. This matter has nothing to do with Hammer. Good. I understand. It seems we no longer need to pay attention to Justin Hammer. The agents in France have all been deployed. If they leave with anyone, we will receive news immediately. This enemy is highly professional, ruthless, and shows no mercy. Be careful. You two finish the task and come back quickly. See you in New York. See you in New York. Qin Xiao ended the call with Black Widow. The commotion caused was so significant that he and Tony speculated it should not be Justin Hammer's doing. However, Qin Xiao still asked Black Widow to check, and indeed, everything was normal at Hammer's end. Who could it be? Qin Xiao furrowed his brows. Just then there was a knock at the door, and Qin Xiao got up to open it. Tony entered without a word, pouring himself a large glass of water and downing it in one go. He finally exhaled and said, "A police officer woke up. He said there were 5 intruders, 3 white men, one of whom is a woman, 1 black man, and 1 person of African descent. They moved quickly and had incredible strength. He fired 4 shots, but didn't hit any of them. From his description, it sounds like they were facing you. 5 super soldiers. Qin, do you remember what happened last time in Mexico? That person with the metal arm, I suspect they are all part of a powerful hidden organization. They have drug dealers, super soldiers, and likely even a formidable team of scientists." As soon as Tony mentioned the police officer's report of 5 people, Qin Xiao felt it was familiar. Now that Bucky was mentioned, it vividly came to his mind. 5 super soldiers, Hydra, that base in Siberia. They activated the 5 super soldiers in Siberia and didn't send Bucky out. Could it be that it was not Alexander Pierce's doing? Just like the name Hydra, this organization has many branches. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is merely one of its leaders. Qin Xiao remembered that the Mind Stone was used to create Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who had been in Europe for a long time. Could it be him? Qin Xiao was perplexed. Even if his combat power was high, now facing this situation would be futile. Watching movies, he knew many plots, but he had no idea where these Hydra bases were hidden, let alone finding them. Washington World Security Council. Alexander Pierce's office. That son of a bitch Francis, who allowed him to activate the Siberian base without permission. That was one of our trump cards, damn it. Now the entire Europe is filled with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He'll get us killed. You better be careful too, Stark. Alexander Pierce was unusually angry, completely lacking his usual calm demeanor. Don't worry, my old friend. You're the head of the World Security Council, and most of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are your people. What do I have to fear? Baron Stark's voice sounded quite calm. After all, the greatest threat was that most of the people inside S.H.I.E.L.D. were theirs, and there was no Avengers-like organization watching them. At this moment, Hydra had no formidable enemies appearing. Do you think Nick Fury is a fool? I know him, he's not so easily fooled. I don't even know what other trump cards he has. Last time we agreed on the Insight Project. That's currently the most important thing. If we expose ourselves now, we will be attacked by the whole world. If it comes to that, I can only rest easy as my director and wait for future opportunities to arise. You understand, right? We've waited so many years for a chance to fulfill our ideals. We cannot expose ourselves at this time. Baron Stark's earnestness seemed to have slightly moved Alexander Pierce. He began to speak more seriously, not in his usual nonchalant tone. I understand the seriousness of the situation. The arc reactor is indeed very tempting, and I have been tempted before, but now is not the time. I will have my subordinates remain hidden and avoid provoking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people while doing my utmost to find that Francis guy and put an end to this, ensuring our safety. If he gets exposed, I will eliminate him immediately for everyone's safety, for the glory of Hydra. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! In New York at a golf course, Justin Hammer was standing on the grass, angrily swinging his club. The fact that the duck he had in his grasp slipped away made him extremely frustrated, especially since he had already made arrangements with the police and prison officials, spending considerable favors and money for this. He wanted to get the person out the moment Ivan Vanko was imprisoned. In the end, it was all for nothing. Take it easy, Justin. Golf is an elegant sport. You can't treat it like Tony Stark's head. Sometimes using too much force will not achieve your goals. A middle-aged man slowly walked over to Justin Hammer. Senator Stern, I remember a week ago you were grinding your teeth urging me to speed up the armor development. How come now you seem so relaxed? Justin Hammer was in a foul mood and had no good words for this senator with whom he had collaborated extensively. After so many years in the Senate, I've learned one principle: this world is a world of win-win cooperation. Just like you and me, the armor project is the same. Anger resolves nothing. Let me introduce you to a friend, Mr. Francis Aubrey. Senator Stern stepped aside, revealing the man behind him. He looked to be about 50, well-maintained, with impeccably styled hair. Francis is one of the purest bloodline nobles in Europe. He has unimaginable influence in Europe and stocks political elections, large energy projects, or whatever you need. He has a way, including rescuing a genius from Siberia in Monaco. Senator Stern grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He was late getting home and wanted to write a chapter before heading out for dinner. He expected to have another chapter ready before midnight, so those who sleep early shouldn't wait. They can read it together tomorrow. Europeans, especially those of high society, place great importance on the purity of bloodlines. Justin Hammer is aware that many of the old noble families in Europe prefer to seclude themselves in their ancient castles, adhering to the most archaic of rituals. They look down upon the new moneyed aristocrats with impure bloodlines, including the Queen of England, who is also among their targets of disdain. Many modern literary works and films about vampires draw inspiration from these old fossils. It is precisely this group that wields substantial control over numerous resources in Europe. However, Justin Hammer does not care about such matters. He is an American, and Americans value practicality and realism. Bloodlines can go to hell, but Ivan Vanko is something Justin Hammer absolutely cannot let go of. The microarc reactor is his only chance to rise above Tony Stark. He put down his golf club, slightly bowed, and greeted the European relic with impeccable etiquette. You know, our project has been underway for a long time. We possess the best weapons and equipment in the world along with sensory systems, but the only thing we lack is that tiny glowing light on Stark's chest. Senator Stern raised a finger to tap on his chest, attempting a joke he deemed humorous. He then turned to Justin Hammer and continued. Francis is very interested in the battle armor. Of course, he has no ambitions regarding the Department of Defense's orders. He merely wants some finished battle suits to equip his bodyguards. However, there are many future opportunities for cooperation, such as new energy. If you are interested, you know how these nobles dislike standing in the spotlight, as it appears less elegant. Justin Hammer is indeed interested. The application prospects for the microarc reactor are immense. Simply focusing on military applications would be a disservice to this epoch-making invention. Immediately under Senator Stern's mediation, the two began an enthusiastic exchange. Future collaborations would gradually unfold, and today Francis people would bring Ivan Vanko into Hammer Industries. Of course, the technology of the arc reactor cannot be shared. Francis people will keep a close watch on-site to prevent Justin Hammer from acquiring the reactor's technology from Ivan Vanko. Following this incident, Francis will invest in a new energy company in America, with Justin Hammer representing creating the largest new energy company in the world. These conditions are ones that Hammer cannot refuse. After their conversation, he hurriedly left to prepare for Ivan Vanko's arrival. Watching Justin Hammer depart in haste, Francis turned to Senator Stern and said, "You found a good pawn. He has ambition, but he isn't particularly clever. Having him stand in the spotlight is a wise choice. From now on, I will rely on you to take care of me here." Senator Stern laughed heartily. "Pierce is searching for you everywhere. If he knew you were hiding right under his nose, he would probably be furious enough to jump out of his office window. Francis laughed as well. He cannot afford to have any incidents right now. The Insight program relies on him to propel it forward. Installing a gun above everyone's heads worldwide, Dr. Zola, is indeed a genius. Such a plan that could control the lives of all humanity should be in the hands of people like us, not conservatives like Pierce, shouldn't it? Francis' words made Stern laugh so hard that his back teeth showed. Faced with the temptation of controlling the world, he unhesitatingly chose to collaborate with Francis, betraying Alexander Pierce. He simply did not notice that behind him Francis, who was also laughing heartily, looked at him with the same expression one would use for a fool. Meanwhile, the Hydra agents had already delivered Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Qin Xiao and Tony were still wandering in Monaco, searching in circles. Since the appearance of Ivan Vanko, or more accurately, since the second person capable of manufacturing a microarc reactor emerged, the pressure from the U.S. government on Tony has been increasing. Initially, Tony chose not to surrender the technology, but he boasted that no one could manufacture an arc reactor within at least a few years. This somewhat alleviated the government and military's attitude, at the very least having it in Tony Stark's hands equated to it being in America's possession. Although the government did not receive it, Iron Man is an American, isn't he? However, now that a second person has emerged, especially one who was rescued by a non-affiliated group, it would be much harder to fool the government. If such technology were to fall into the hands of the Russians, it would mean that America would be under the threat of the fighting nation for many years to come. No political factors are involved here. In the world of movies, the fighting nation is always portrayed as the evil one. Tony Stark receives several calls daily from Pepper and Rhodey, relaying pressure from different sources. Tony, this isn't a solution. What do you plan to do? Qin Xiao asked, slumped on the hotel sofa. He has been busy these past few days searching for clues about Ivan Vanko, having already sent Jane, Thor, and Daisy back. Only he and Tony remain in Monaco. I didn't know before, but now I have a new idea. Tony had just hung up on Rhodey's call. Rhodey is military, I trust him. If we give him a set of battle armor, it can prevent the government from harassing me for the time being, and it ensures that the armor doesn't fall into the wrong hands. The key point is that the Light organization needs new members. Just the two of us are far from enough. Right now, we can only rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. for intelligence. That's a good plan. Since we're just aimlessly searching here, anyway, we might as well go back together. That way we'll have more resources at hand, Qin Xiao said as he jumped up from the sofa. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Those people took Ivan Vanko, and it's unlikely they could hide him for long. The battle armor is their goal. I've already instructed Jarvis to monitor the flow of various precious metals on the market, including the raw materials needed to manufacture arc reactors and the metals required for the armor. Unless those people own various metal mines and have mature extraction and smelting technologies, as soon as they start manufacturing battle armor, I will definitely track them down, Tony Stark said confidently. Due to mass production, the battle armor at Hammer Industries could not possibly be made entirely from the precious titanium alloy like Tony's. They have a wealth of ordinary alloy metals in Hammer's warehouse. However, manufacturing a miniature arc reactor requires a substantial amount of palladium, with just a single missile needing about 0.2 grams of the precious metal, of which he does not have a large stock. Moreover, although Ivan Vanko could not create new elements, he still adjusted the rotation speed of the reactor in an effort to match Tony Stark's reactor standards, just like in the movies. The upgrade of the arc reactor necessitated more palladium. However, the stock at Hammer Industries was only enough to meet this year's weapon orders for the Department of Defense. Thus, Hammer began to purchase palladium in large quantities through a small company under his private name. Even though Hammer was careful to buy in batches through different companies, he was still quickly discovered by Jarvis, who was always monitoring the market. Soon, the hidden owners of these small companies were uncovered. Then information regarding the amount of palladium Hammer Industries had purchased over the past 5 years, along with the weapon orders they received. Even the necessary palladium for the orders signed this year, as well as the potential order amounts and required palladium for next year from the Department of Defense, were all laid out in front of Tony. A set of data was presented completely before Tony. Justin Hammer, could it really be you? Tony murmured as he opened the data that Jarvis had sent to his phone yesterday, wondering how Justin Hammer could possess such audacity. Hey, fish finder, what do you think? Qin Xiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass watching the fish below. Originally, the base in New York was supposed to be set up on a farm in the suburbs, but Qin Xiao having donated $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative. With the mindset of being the boss due to his financial contribution, he insisted on Nick Fury allowing him to have this secret base beneath the river. In his words, this was the style a secret organization with $1 billion should have. Indeed, it was about style. For the sake of this style, he often mimicked Nick Fury standing by the window with his hands behind his back motionless while watching the fish outside. This led to Tony nicknaming him the Fish Finder. What do I think? I'm not Yuan Fong. Let's wait for Natasha to come back and discuss it. She went for an interview at Hammer Industries today. Qin Xiao rubbed his eyes and returned to the table. Who is Yuan Fong? Tony asked, pulling out a bag of chips from somewhere munching as he inquired. The Chinese version of Watson, who has cracked many major cases alongside Sherlock Holmes. Speaking of Holmes, Tony, I just remembered I watched a movie where the main character Holmes looks a lot like you. Do you have any cousins working as actors in Hollywood? As he mentioned Holmes, Qin Xiao looked at Tony's face and suddenly said with a hint of mischief. No, Tony replied after a serious thought. You really need to change your taste in movies. This film I've never heard of must be a terrible flop. Exactly. Especially that male lead, he looked completely foolish. I've never seen a worse actor. Qin Xiao said with a sly smile. Tony instinctively felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. In the end, he could only reluctantly say to Qin Xiao, you should see a doctor. Don't spend all day talking to a bunch of people. Your brain must be in trouble. Qin Xiao was about to retort a few words when the base's main entrance was opened. Natasha strode in wearing a striking red dress. Qin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out a chair for Black Widow to sit down, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Since his few days of frolicking with Daisy in Monaco, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon seeing Black Widow. Look. Oh my God, how can there be such a beautiful woman? I bet $1 that Justin Hammer must want to keep her as his personal secretary. Black Widow, being a spy especially after the significant incident in Monaco, might not know that Qin Xiao was flying at high speed on the plane, but she certainly knew that he was with a woman in Monaco. However, Black Widow did not delve deeper into the matter, merely rolling her eyes at Qin Xiao, sitting down to take a sip of water. In fact, I didn't meet Hammer, but after spending the whole morning at their company, I did discover quite a bit. Tony, do you have the blueprints for Hammer Tower on your computer? Tony quickly typed a few keys and turned the screen toward her. Here. Black Widow pointed to several locations on the blueprint. These underground sections were originally intended as the research base for the armored project developed in collaboration with the military. Hammer Industries invested a significant number of scientists and resources here. However, a few days ago, he suddenly withdrew all personnel from this location, including all the researchers and security staff, making this place a no-go zone for Hammer Industries. I sneaked 2 cups of premium coffee into the building's surveillance room and found that all surveillance footage regarding the entrances and exits of the underground laboratory elevators and even the parking lot had been erased that afternoon. Combining this with the list of companies Jarvis discovered purchasing palladium, I'm certain he is creating the arc reactor, or rather Ivan Vanko is inside Hammer Tower. Unfortunately, now to get down there requires a special access card, and besides Justin Hammer, no one knows who has that authority. Black Widow laid out all her findings from today in one breath, almost confirming that Ivan Vanko was indeed inside Hammer Tower. So what are we waiting for? You are the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. Contact Agents Special Forces, and so on, and immediately conduct a surprise inspection there to catch them red-handed. Tony spread his hands. Black Widow rolled her eyes helplessly. That place is a military collaboration project's experimental base. You should understand what that implies more than anyone else. Otherwise, are you going to convince 2/3 of the senators? What should we do then? Should I just suit up and charge in? Since we've already pinpointed it, why worry about the details? As long as we confirm Ivan Vanko is there, it will be easier to deal with. That's not impossible. Black Widow wasn't a rigid person, but after saying that, she vetoed the plan. But we have some smarter ways that can achieve the same effect. What method? Qin Xiao and Tony asked in unison. That would require the 2 superheroes to put on a show and perform a large-scale action scene. Black Widow said with a smile. Seen the rooftop of a building 30 meters east of Hammer Industries in Manhattan. Starring Qin Xiao, Tony Stark. Director Natasha Romanoff. Screenwriters Natasha Romanoff, Qin Xiao, Tony Stark. I just received a call from Rhodes. Hammer is currently installing weapons on Rhodes' new armor at the Air Force Base. As soon as we spot Ivan Vanko, Rhodes will contain him immediately. When Qin Xiao and Tony returned, Tony had a long discussion with Rhodes, resulting in Rhodes securing a set of armor for the military, while the list of the 10 rings added a new member, War Machine. Everything is ready. How about you two? Are you prepared, heroes? The voice of Black Widow echoed through the headset. Of course, Tony replied confidently. Qin Xiao glanced back, nodded, and said, let's go. Action. Black Widow lightly tapped the table, signaling the start. Boom. As Black Widow's words faded, the thrusters on Tony's armor ignited to full power, directly slamming into Qin Xiao's abdomen, shattering the rooftop railing and propelling them into the air. Tony, you bastard. I wasn't ready yet. Qin Xiao shouted angrily at Tony while airborne. The director has already called start. You need to learn what professionalism is, my friend. We are enemies now. As Tony spoke, he pulled Qin Xiao's arm, spun in the air, and used kinetic energy to throw Qin Xiao down with a suplex towards the ground. Boom. The ground at the entrance of Hammer Industries cracked visibly upon impact. Didn't break through. Tony's armor appeared above Qin Xiao with bright, white beams flashing from the thrusters on his hands. 2 laser cannons aimed at Qin Xiao and fired down upon him mercilessly. Damn it, Tony, you bastard. This scene isn't in the script. Qin Xiao mumbled under his breath, dodging the laser cannon and sprinting toward Hammer Industries. Without a word, Tony controlled his armor to crash through the glass doors. Just as he entered, a coffee table was grabbed by Qin Xiao and hurled sideways at Tony. Crash! The glass shattered everywhere, but Tony was violently slammed against the side wall. Improvised lines, and you're learning fast. Tony's mumbling voice came through the headset. Then Tony manipulated his armor to stand up and pointed his right hand at Qin Xiao. A line of dialogue appeared on the screen inside the helmet. Tony glanced at it and began to recite it awkwardly. Qin, I considered you my most trusted friend. How could you discuss business cooperation with that clown Justin Hammer? Don't you know? He's the pretentious bastard I hate the most. The emotional notes attached to this line indicated feelings of betrayal by a friend filled with sadness and anger, with a tone that was slightly furious yet helpless. The lengthy annotations made the lines sound bland as Tony read them out. A sigh from Black Widow echoed in the headset. Looking at Tony, who was standing still pointing at him, Qin Xiao suddenly exclaimed as he threw aside a coffee table that remained only a frame. That was just a business collaboration. It has nothing to do with personal feelings. Moreover, we haven't even signed the contract yet. Is this your excuse for throwing me off the rooftop? I really want to kick your ass. Aunt. Qin Xiao's words were cut short as a girl, seemingly a receptionist on the first floor, screamed and dashed between them, stepping on shards of glass. I want to kick your ass, Tony. Once the girl ran past, Qin Xiao finished his line. Meanwhile, Black Widow, hacking into Hammer's company surveillance from the base, covered her face in exasperation. Kick your ass. I am Iron Man. Do you think my armor is as easy to defeat as the rubbish produced by Hammer Industries? Tony finished his line flatly once again. Then, tick-tock. The sound of the wall clocks ticking echoed between the two. A gust of wind swept through, rustling a few documents that floated between them. Looks like it's your turn. Tony's voice came through the headset. You changed the line, Tony. I don't know how to respond. That last line you said was added by you. Gentlemen, our lines are meant to make it sound convincing that you two are fighting. Now the entire first floor has cleared out. Stop acting and just charge in. Black Widow said through gritted teeth, wishing she could slap herself for letting these two perform, marking it as one of the worst decisions in her agent career. It was simply too embarrassing. In the underground research facility, the tremors from above instantly put the personnel on high alert. 5 super soldiers left, the only female to watch over Ivan Vanko's work. The remaining 4 regrouped with a batch of guards hired by Hammer from outside, keeping a vigilant watch over the elevator entrance. What they failed to notice was that just after they left, Ivan Vanko glanced at the female super soldier at the entrance and quickly switched the computer screen. His hands flew over the keyboard rapidly. At the elevator entrance, with a loud bang, the elevator plummeted at an abnormal speed. Dust erupted from the elevator doors. Swish! The guards raised their weapons in unison, aiming at the elevator entrance. Boom! With a loud crash, the elevator doors were violently smashed open, and a golden red figure surged through the doorway into the crowd. Rat-a-tat-tat. A group of guards instinctively pulled their triggers, but before they could fire many shots, they were sent flying by the impact of Tony's armor combined with the elevator doors' collision. Before they could react, the ceiling crashed down again. Qin Xiao descended from above, and the two of them moved like wolves among sheep, crashing into the guards, leaving them scattered on the ground, unable to get back up. Surrounding the underground research facility were hundreds of fully assembled armors. Tony realized these must be the armors developed jointly by Justin Hammer and the military, and he even had detailed information about these armors. As individual combat armors, they were actually quite decent, but they lacked energy sources and could only perform simple actions after charging. However, some of the armors emanated a soft blue glow from their chests. Arc reactor. Tony and Qin Xiao exchanged glances. They had indeed found the right place. The two were about to head inside to search for Ivan Vanko. A shadow flickered, and 4 expressionless, dead-eyed, muscular men dressed in combat boots and camo pants with only vests on their upper bodies appeared before the two. Super soldiers.